The invasion of demonic beasts has compelled everyone to cultivate martial arts for self-preservation. In his previous life, Sheng was subjected to the favoritism of his family towards an adopted son, enduring their disdain and neglect, ultimately falling victim to the machinations of that very son. Unwilling to rest in peace, Sheng unexpectedly finds himself reborn. This time, he resolutely chooses to sever ties with his family, only to inadvertently awaken a miraculous panel. By slaying demonic beasts and acquiring demonic essence, Sheng can enhance himself infinitely through allocation of points. Any martial arts or skills he has encountered can be instantly mastered through this process. He can even seize the innate abilities of the demonic beasts, converting them for his own use and further strengthening himself. Sheng rapidly ascends, step by step, towards the pinnacle of power. His estranged family eventually recognizes Sheng's worth and deeply regrets their past actions, hoping for his reconciliation. However, the concept of forgiveness has long since vanished from Sheng's lexicon. Chapter 1. Such a family is utterly unnecessary for me. Stealing from one's own family. Do you not possess any sense of shame? The bad habits I learned in the orphanage have turned this home into a hellish place. Had I known, I would never have returned. Sheng sits on the ground, clutching the back of his head, which throbs with pain, his hands seemingly stained with some liquid. The furious scolding ringing in his ears, coupled with the presence of several individuals before him, leaves him in a daze, unable to discern whether this is a dream or reality. A glance around reveals that this is indeed the home where he once endured countless miserable days and nights. The familiar trio of women and one man before him appear remarkably youthful. The haunting words that recently pierced his heart echo in his mind, along with this vividly etched scene. Suddenly, Sheng realizes that he seems to have been reborn, reverting to the frail boy who suffered abuse at the hands of his family in his past life. In this world, demonic beasts run rampant, compelling humanity to cultivate martial arts for survival. Sheng was born into a martial arts family. His father, Lu Zhentian, is a master of the 7th rank, hailing from a prestigious lineage. Yet, at the tender age of 3, Sheng accidentally went missing and ended up in an orphanage where he grew up. It was not until he turned 15 that the Lu family reclaimed him. To compensate for Sheng's absence, they adopted a boy named Lu Jin, who was not only handsome but also possessed remarkable martial arts talent. Having been raised in luxury, Lu Jin's every desire was indulged, earning the adoration of the Lu family. By the time Sheng returned, he had already missed the prime opportunity for cultivation. The orphanage's harsh conditions deprived him of proper nutrition, rendering him even more frail than the average person. To the Lu family, a lineage of martial artists, he was deemed an utterly worthless waste. His living conditions were even worse than those in the orphanage. He resided in a cramped, dilapidated storage room, with only 2 sets of school uniforms and often facing the risk of being punished by being denied meals. The Lu family had already developed a deep favoritism for Lu Jin, treating Sheng as less than human. Yet Lu Jin was not satisfied with merely this. To eliminate the perceived threat posed by Sheng, he routinely resorted to various schemes to frame him. The Lu family, convinced that Sheng must have learned many bad habits in the orphanage, always attributed any wrongdoing to him. While subjecting Sheng to incessant beatings and scorn, their aversion only deepened. The true tragedy unfolded after the major examination when Lu Jin, leveraging his innate talent, secured a spot in the most prestigious academy. On the day of Lu Jin's celebration, Sheng was merely feeding Lu Zhentian's demonic beast, the Qilin steed, as usual. Unexpectedly, the Qilin steed went berserk, inflicting severe injuries upon Sheng. However, the Lu family dismissed his injuries with indifference, merely dispatching him to the hospital while continuing their festivities for Lu Jin. Ultimately, Sheng succumbed to his injuries. The Lu family did not even hold a funeral for Sheng, hastily burying him in a random location. Strangely, Sheng's spirit did not dissipate upon death. Consumed by resentment, he wandered this world for years, coldly observing all that transpired thereafter. It was only later that Sheng learned that Lu Jin had drugged the feed, inciting the Qilin steed's madness. Subsequently, Lu Zhentian was deceived by Lu Jin into a demonic beast onslaught, meeting a tragic end. His mother, Lin Shuang, was poisoned slowly by Lu Jin. Several sisters fell victim to Lu Jin's schemes, their reputations shattered and their minds unraveling. Lu Qianru, whom Lu Jin had long coveted, ultimately took her own life after being subjected to unspeakable humiliation. Each of their fates brought Lu Zhentian an inexplicable satisfaction. Yet, before his soul dissipated, the sole thing that left Sheng unwilling to accept was that Lu Jin, this monster with a human face and a beastly heart, not only inherited everything from the Lu family, but also ascended to the rank of 9th grade martial saint, becoming a true victor in life. Speak. Where have you hidden your brother's watch? Do not think silence will allow you to escape. Just as Luo Sheng was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp shove to his head. The assailant, clad in a vibrant JK uniform, her delicate features contrasting with her voluptuous figure, glared at him with palpable disdain. This was Lu Qianru, Luo Sheng's fourth sister, an underwhelming pop singer who relished admonishing him with an air of superiority, making her the most loathed member of the family. Luo Sheng, just confess. If you found it by accident, as long as you return it, we won't hold it against you. The speaker was his second sister, Lu Jiasin, a teacher at an elite private school. Despite her seemingly considerate demeanor towards Luo Sheng, she was, in fact, the most insidious of all. While she appeared to advocate for him, when trouble arose, she invariably sided with Lu Jin. Time and again, her ostensibly gentle and hypocritical attitude lured Luo Sheng into confessing to acts he had never committed. The growing disdain for Luo Sheng in the household could largely be attributed to her influence. What do you mean you found it? He clearly stole it with his dirty hands. Refusing to admit wrongdoing, it seems he has never learned his lesson, having been punished far too little. A middle-aged woman of elegant appearance, clad in a dark green qipao that accentuated her figure, glowered at Luo Sheng with a furrowed brow. This is Lu Sheng's biological mother, Lin Shuya, the one he longs to be close to yet who causes him the deepest wounds. She frequently resorts to physical reprimands and verbal abuse, dismissing any explanations he offers as mere excuses. Mother, if my brother truly desires that watch, I might as well gift it to him. Please do not allow such trivial matters to undermine your health. Lu Jin, who had been silently observing the situation, now embraced Lin Shuyue's arm in a comforting gesture. He had deliberately concealed the watch, only mentioning to his family that it had gone missing. Without a second thought, they directed all their suspicions toward Lu Sheng. He had mastered this particular game long ago, to the point of it being infallible. To seek even a modicum of insignificant affection, I have allowed myself to become a slave to this cold-blooded family, enduring relentless abuse and disdain. In my past life, I was truly a complete fool. Such relatives are entirely unnecessary for me, especially Lu Jin. I must see him meet a wretched end in despair to alleviate the resentment that festers within my heart. But for now, I must first extricate myself from this venomous, heartless family. I must sever all ties with them. Otherwise, remaining here could lead to my demise at the hands of that brute, Lu Jin. Lu Sheng coldly regarded the individuals before him, and after a brief moment of reflection, his gaze transformed into one of unyielding determination. At that moment, a translucent screen inexplicably materialized before Lu Sheng. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 3. Agility, 4. Demon essence balance, 0. Notification, slaying demon beasts grants demon essence. He often indulged in reading various online novels, and while he was uncertain of the specific purpose of the information displayed before him, he recognized its significance. Yet, Lu Sheng could easily deduce that this was the golden finger typically bestowed upon protagonists in novels. Realizing that he possessed the means to turn his fortunes around, his breath quickened with anticipation. Chapter 2. You want me to kneel? Do you even deserve that? How kind-hearted our dear Jin is. Such a precious item was stolen. Yet she remains so forgiving and magnanimous. Although Jin chooses not to hold a grudge, I certainly will not indulge your vile habits. Speak up and confess quickly. Where have you hidden the item? As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, Lin Shuya affectionately patted Lu Jin's head in praise. However, upon turning to Lu Sheng, her tone became increasingly harsh. Whenever something goes missing in a house, you all jump to the conclusion that I am the thief. But have you ever sought evidence for your accusations? Or do you simply not care whether or not I am guilty? You merely wish to find a justifiable reason to abuse and mistreat me. Although Lu Sheng was still uncertain about the true purpose of this golden opportunity, emboldened by newfound confidence, he could no longer suppress his anger and stood up to coldly retort. What did you say? The others in the room could hardly believe that such words could come from Lu Sheng's mouth. Usually, he was the one who never retaliated against blows or insults, always striving to please everyone. When had he dared to speak to them in such a brusque manner? This family has never lost anything before. Why is it that since your return, such incidents have become frequent? Besides you, who else would dare to commit such shameless acts? Lu Sheng's words immediately incited further dissatisfaction from Lu Qianru, who stood with her hands on her hips, pointing an accusing finger at him. There are cameras everywhere in the house. It is evident whether I have ever stolen anything. Yet you all only believe what you want to believe. At the root of it all, is it not merely an attempt to drive me, your own flesh and blood, out? To prevent me from hindering this illegitimate child you picked up from outside from inheriting the family fortune? Lu Sheng sneered, finally voicing the words that had long been bottled up inside him. Whoa, why do you say such things about me, brother? That I am an illegitimate child? If you truly dislike me so much, perhaps I should just leave. The term illegitimate child struck Lu Jin hard, causing him to immediately break down in sorrow, appearing both heartbroken and aggrieved. This was Lu Jin's most relied upon tactic. Whenever faced with any disadvantageous situation, he would begin to weep and feign vulnerability. The Lu family was easily swayed by his tears, and the moment he cried, they would become flustered. Slap! A sharp sound resonated through the air. Lu Sheng was caught off guard by Lin Shuya's sudden action, and he was knocked to the ground by a resounding slap. The world around him darkened as half of his face went numb with a loss of sensation. You audacious wretch! Jin is our beloved family member. How dare you speak of him in such a manner? Lin Shuya was furious with Lu Sheng, who refused to admit his wrongdoing and even dared to insult her most cherished foster son as an illegitimate child. Lu Sheng, you have gone too far this time. Apologize to your younger brother at once. Lu Sheng's words had even the typically insincere second sister unable to tolerate the affront, as she furrowed her brow and coldly admonished him. Mother, here is a rattan stick. You must strike him hard this time. He must be made to feel the consequences of his actions. Otherwise, this good-for-nothing will only grow bolder. Lu Sheng's insult towards Lu Jin was something Lu Qianru could not bear. She quickly strode over, retrieving a rattan stick the thickness of her thumb, and handed it to Lin Shuya with a look of disdain. You kneel before me. You refuse to admit your mistakes and dare to insult your own brother. Today, I will make you confess and submit. Lin Shuya approached Lu Sheng, raising the rattan stick before his forehead, her expression twisted with fury as she declared, You want me to kneel? Do you even have the right? Lu Sheng looked at her with a mocking smile, fixating his gaze on the woman before him. In his previous life, he had knelt before her countless times. Now that he had been granted a second chance, it was only fitting that all members of the Lu family kneel before him. Do you dare to retort? Lin Shuya could not have anticipated Lu Sheng's defiance. Particularly infuriating was his dismissive remark about her worthiness. She had no idea where he had found the audacity to speak to her in such a manner today. Yet, she knew that if she did not subdue this rebellious child, it would only become increasingly difficult to manage him in the future. With that, she raised the rattan stick high and swung it down towards Lu Sheng's shoulder. But at that moment, Lu Sheng, who had seemed poised to endure her blows, suddenly raised his hand. Lin Shuya was taken aback, as the rattan stick was swiftly snatched from her grip. You, who are unworthy of being called a mother, how dare you strike me? Have you ever fulfilled even a fraction of your responsibilities and duties as a parent? Lu Sheng coldly questioned. Lu Sheng, how can you show such disrespect to your mother? Do you intend to rebel? Lu Qianru immediately pointed an accusatory finger at him. Lu Sheng, how can you speak to your mother in such a way and do such things? Do you not fear causing her sorrow? Lu Jiasen added, her voice filled with righteous indignation. I am your mother. If you do wrong, am I not allowed to discipline you? Lin Shuya trembled with rage, pointing at him as she spoke in a quavering voice. Do not be absurd. How dare you even claim to be my son? A mother who only beats and scolds her own flesh and blood? A mother who harbors disdain for her own child? Does your conscience not ache when you refer to yourself as mother? You are their mother. You are the mother of this illegitimate child. But you are not my mother. Lu Sheng sneered, brandishing the rattan stick he had taken, first pointing it at Lu Jiasen and Lu Qianru, then at Lu Jin, his tone icy and piercing. His words and actions left both sisters momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Jin was nearly exploding with rage at the constant mention of illegitimate child. Yet his delicate and handsome face still bore an expression of innocence and pity. Is it not because you learned all these bad habits in the orphanage? I have painstakingly educated you, and it is all for your own good. If you believe the Lu family has wronged you, then why do you not just leave? What are you still doing here? Lu Sheng's words caused Lin Shuya to tremble, her expression turning exceedingly unnatural. Yet, a person like her would never see her own faults. In her eyes, Lu Sheng, a child raised in an orphanage, was utterly unworthy of her approval in both speech and action. In stark contrast, Lu Jin behaved like a refined gentleman. The comparison only made Lu Sheng appear to her as a stray dog wandering the streets, eliciting her disdain. She educated Lu Sheng repeatedly to conform to the standards of their affluent family, for if others were to witness the Lu family's children behaving so rudely and without decorum, it would tarnish the family's reputation. Brother, just apologize to mother. What she said earlier was merely in anger. She didn't genuinely intend to cast you out. At that moment, Lu Jin feigned concern and attempted to dissuade Lu Sheng once more. Chapter 3. Leaving this place, I can live better. How understanding our Jin is. Even at such a time, he still worries for that ungrateful wretch. Mother, I suggest you and father conduct a DNA test again. I seriously suspect Lu Sheng has infiltrated our family to swindle food and drink, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to anyone in the Lu family. Fortunately, I have never regarded him as my brother. As Lu Jin spoke, Lu Qianru, who was closest to him, immediately chimed in. Lu Sheng, you are already 18 years old. You ought to possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Why is it that, despite our mother's heartfelt admonitions, you perceive her as your enemy? Your recent words have truly left us all disheartened. Lu Jiesin then adopted her usual tone of earnestness. You have always been viewed as a thorn in our side. If that is the case, let's speak plainly. From this day forth, I shall no longer return to this home. I will sever all ties with everyone in the Lu family. It would be best for you to possess a modicum of dignity and refrain from seeking me out. Lu Sheng's icy gaze swept across each face in the room. These individuals loathed him, and he harbored no less disdain for every one of them. This repulsive cage was a place he wished to vacate at once. How outrageous! Absolutely outrageous. Restrain this ungrateful child. I will not hesitate to teach him a lesson today. Lin Shuang's once dignified countenance was now contorted with rage. She could have simply cast Lu Sheng out. But this rebellious son dared to propose severing ties with the Lu family, an act of sheer defiance. What is all this noise about? What has transpired? At that moment, a tall, robust man with a countenance as stern as granite silently entered the living room. His indifferent gaze swept the room before he inquired. This man was Lu Sheng's father, Lu Jintian. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. No matter how vociferous they had been moments ago, everyone now adopted a cautious and respectful demeanor towards Lu Jintian. As for Lu Sheng, his expression towards this father was particularly complex. This father had never resorted to violence or mistreatment against him. However, his attitude had always been one of utter disregard. It was precisely due to this indifference that the other family members felt emboldened to treat Lu Sheng with such contempt. Otherwise, had Lu Jintian spoken up for Lu Sheng even once, the latter would not have faced such a dismal fate. Lu Sheng had never truly understood this father. But through a continuous observation and a state of introspection, he realized that this man was entirely devoid of compassion. In his eyes, only power and profit mattered. Familial bonds and emotions were non-existent. To him, people were merely categorized as either valuable or worthless. Lu Jin, endowed with exceptional talent, received his meticulous training. In contrast, Lu Sheng, deemed a failure, was viewed no differently than a mere cat or dog. Father, you have arrived just in time. Lu Sheng has stolen my brother's luxury watch and, instead of admitting it, has insulted him as a bastard. Furthermore, he has audaciously criticized our mother and declared his intention to sever ties with the Lu family. Today, you must teach him a lesson he won't forget. Lu Qianru recounted, her voice dripping with feigned innocence upon seeing Lu Jintian's arrival. Is that so? Lu Jintian's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise as he regarded Lu Sheng. He had heard of various incidents from the housekeeper, but this once submissive son had suddenly mustered the courage to rebel, piquing his curiosity. Lu Jintian's gaze remained calm, yet when it locked onto Lu Sheng, the latter felt as if he were facing a predator poised to strike, causing his skin to prickle with dread. I have never stolen anything from this household. No one here has ever regarded me as a person, let alone a family member. Therefore, I demand to sever all ties with you. Even if I were to die outside, it would be of no concern to you. Lu Sheng met Lu Jintian's gaze without fear. Despite the overwhelming power the man represented, Lu Sheng was convinced that merely making such a request would not lead to his demise. For his existence held no value to Lu Jintian, whether he stayed or left. Physically frail and devoid of any martial prowess, his academic performance was mediocre, and perhaps he would struggle to gain admission to even a standard cultural institution. Aside from being diligent, he had no particular skills to speak of. I am curious what you intend to do once you leave the Lu family. If your plan is merely to survive by begging, the Lu family can ill afford to lose such a person. I advise you to abandon that notion while you still can. Since Lu Sheng returned home 3 years ago, it seemed to be the first time Lu Jintian had scrutinized his biological son so closely. The sight of such a frail figure daring to hold his gaze made Lu Jintian frown slightly. Rest assured, once I leave here, I will live 1,000 times better than I do now. Even if I cannot manage, I would rather face beasts outside than engage in such a wretched existence. Lu Sheng retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips, unafraid. Jintian, listen to him. He speaks as if we have wronged him by bringing him home. Had we not taken him back, would he have had the privilege of residing in such luxury? He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Upon her husband's return, Lin Shuang had regained her usual poised demeanor, but Lu Sheng's words shattered her composure. Then leave. Don't just talk without taking action. Staying here will only stir trouble and create chaos in this household. I don't believe you can thrive outside the Lu family. If you manage to fare better than those beggars on the street, consider it a feat. Lu Qianru, witnessing her mother's renewed ire, wasted no time in further mocking him. Lu Sheng, Stop being willful. You have no idea of the cruelty of the outside world. Once you step out, you will face untold hardships, and perhaps even danger to your life. Apologize and admit your mistakes. You are still a part of this family. Please, do not provoke our parents any further. Lu Jiasin, seemingly unable to bear it any longer, began her earnest entreaties. Yes, brother, once you step outside, you will surely suffer from hunger and cold, with no place to call home. Just soften your stance and stay. Although Lu Jin secretly wished for Lu Sheng to be cast out immediately, on the surface, he maintained the facade of a kind and considerate younger brother. Chapter 4. The Urgent Matter. Let him go. Since he possesses such spirit, he should never return to the Lu family. Lu Jintian's expression was stern, his tone devoid of any emotion. To him, this son, akin to a useless burden, made no difference whether he remained in the household or not. Yes, if you are so capable, do not ever come back. Let us see how you survive outside. Lin Shuai crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glare at Lu Sheng. With the words of these two, Lu Sheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Without hesitation, he turned and made his way to his room. The other three, witnessing their parents' final decision, whether genuine or feigned, remained silent, eager for Lu Sheng to leave. Lu Sheng returned to his tiny room, scarcely a few square meters in size. Within the confines of the room, there existed nothing but a hard, unyielding bed and a rudimentary desk accompanied by a chair. No other furnishings graced the space. This chamber was the smallest and most austere in the entire mansion, even inferior to the quarters where the servants resided. As Lu Sheng prepared to depart, he found little to take with him. Aside from a set of school uniforms for change, some savings accumulated from his clandestine part-time jobs over the years, and a short alloy knife for self-defense, he had no intention of bringing along his cultural textbooks for review. After all, with the acquisition of his newfound abilities, he was destined to pursue the martial examination route. Having tidied his belongings, Lu Sheng opted not to traverse the living room, but instead chose the side door to avoid an encounter with the loathsome individuals within. Upon exiting the door, he refrained from casting a backward glance at the prison of painful memories he was leaving behind. From that moment on, everything here would no longer concern him. After a prolonged wait, Lu Sheng boarded a bus bound for the slums on the outskirts of Beijing City, intending to resolve his housing predicament. Despite having worked various odd jobs over the years, he had managed to save only a little over 8,000 dragon coins, rendering the city's housing market beyond his financial reach. In stark contrast, the slums offered accommodations for a monthly rent of 500 to 600 coins, presenting a more economical option. His sole concern was the precarious safety of the area, as his frail physique made him an easy target for those with ill intentions. After a journey exceeding half an hour, Lu Sheng finally arrived at his destination, a place known as Jixiang Village, Beijing City's sole uninhabitable wasteland. The area was dominated by low-rise buildings and makeshift housing, with the roads in a state of disrepair and the air saturated with a foul, fishy odor. The passers-by appeared listless, most bearing gaunt faces, while some addicts languidly leaned against the walls, basking in the sun. Though Lu Sheng had previously heard tales of the slum's wretchedness, he was unprepared for the stark contrast to the city. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he refrained from recklessly venturing deeper into the area. To ensure his safety, he ultimately decided to rent a room on the outskirts of the slum, even if it meant paying a slightly higher price. The rent was set at 800 coins per month, with a deposit and monthly payment structure. Do not engage in casual conversation with the locals. Avoid wandering out at night, and make sure to lock your doors and windows when you sleep, advised the middle-aged, balding landlord clad in a white tank top, shorts, and flip-flops, leaning against the door with an air of indifference. After meticulously inspecting the room, which measured approximately 40 square meters and came furnished with basic amenities, including a kitchen and bathroom, Lu Sheng found it to be satisfactory despite its dilapidated state. It was a marked improvement over the cramped quarters he had endured for the past 3 years. He promptly decided to make this his temporary refuge, completing the contract and payment without delay. Once the housing matter was settled and the room tidied, Lu Sheng finally allowed himself to relax on the bed. His immediate priority was to harness his newfound abilities and become a formidable warrior. Achieving this would grant him access to wealth, status, and prestige, which were unattainable for ordinary individuals. With a definitive severance from the Lu family, he recognized that this was the only path to success. In just 2 days, the registration for the martial examination would commence. Currently, his vitality was a mere 60 cards, indicating a severely depleted state. If he could not elevate his vitality to the minimum standard of 150 cards in the next 2 days, he would be unable to register for the examination. Although he possessed his newfound abilities, which would allow him to reach heights unattainable by others without the guidance of instructors, It seemed that his powers would primarily enhance his basic attributes. Martial arts were inherently tools for exponentially boosting combat prowess. Aside from a few martial families, academies, and the Demon Suppression Office, opportunities to acquire martial knowledge were exceedingly rare. Without the aid of martial arts, even if Liu Shang's physical capabilities improved, he would struggle to fully manifest his true combat potential. The other avenues were presently inaccessible, leaving only the path to enrollment in a martial academy. However, if he could not even register, all aspirations would be in vain. Name: Liu Shang. Wisdom: 5. Strength: 3. Agility: 4. Constitution: 5. Demon essence balance: 0. In a manner reminiscent of the protagonists in web novels, Liu Shang silently summoned the interface within his mind. As anticipated, the previously encountered translucent panel materialized before his eyes. Although the initial prompt about slaying demon beasts to earn demon essence had vanished, he had etched that message deeply into his memory. Thus, how might he acquire demon essence? While he understood that slaying demons would yield essence, his current frail form was likely no match for even the most rudimentary of demon beasts. Furthermore, these creatures resided beyond the city. Venturing outside to hunt would be tantamount to courting death. With daylight still lingering, he decided to venture outside for a stroll, as languishing within the confines of his room yielded no fruitful solutions. After much contemplation, Liu Shang recalled seeing a convenience market shortly after boarding the bus. Such markets typically featured vendors selling low-level beasts. The interface had indicated that slaying demon beasts was permissible, implying that if he purchased one and killed it, he could still obtain demon essence. Perhaps this could provide a viable solution to his current predicament. Securing the door behind him, he exited the courtyard and traversed a winding alley. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he noticed a gaunt, dark-skinned man leaning against the wall at the alley's entrance, staring at him with a fixed gaze. The man's appearance suggested a long-standing struggle with addiction. Noticing Liu Shang's scrutiny, he suddenly flashed a disconcerting grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and inquired, "Just moved in, have you?" Remembering the landlord's warning, Liu Shang chose not to respond, casting a nonchalant glance at the man before continuing on his way. Trying to act cool, are we? The man paid no heed to Liu Shang's dismissal, following him with a predatory gaze. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Liu Shang finally arrived at the market. However, as he approached the entrance, he was met with a nauseating stench of mixed animal waste. Wrinkling his nose in discomfort, he held his breath and steeled himself to enter. A weathered sign directed patrons towards sections for fruits and vegetables, poultry and meat, and sundry goods. Without hesitation, Liu Shang made his way toward the poultry and meat section. The front of this area was filled with processed raw meat, while deeper within, anguished cries of various animals echoed incessantly, swatting away bothersome flies. Liu Shang moved toward the source of the distressing sounds. Soon I saw various strange animals locked in iron cages. Chapter 5. Liu Shang's first time. Boss, what is this called? How to sell? Liu Shang took a big turn and finally stopped in front of a shop, pointing to the creature in the cage that looked very similar to a chicken and asking. This type of chicken has exceptionally strong lower limbs, and its body size is almost twice that of a big rooster raised at home. The sharp beak and claws emit a chilling light, looking quite fierce. Liu Shang estimated that with his physique, if he encountered this thing in the wild, he might not be a match. Steel claw chicken, 200 live, 240 processed. What kind do you want? This price doesn't sound expensive, but Liu Shang doesn't have much money on him, except for the expenses of renting a house. He only has over 6,000 yuan left. Of these over 6,000 yuan, there is still a portion left for daily living and meals. Therefore, the money he can use to purchase monsters is at most only 4,000. If you buy it to kill yourself, it costs 200 yuan per piece, and the cost effectiveness is too low. Liu Shang didn't rush to answer, but instead propped his chin and pondered. All he needs is to end the life of the demon beast. He has no interest in buying it and eating it himself. Liu Shang feels it is necessary to find a most cost-effective solution for him. Boss, can I discuss something with you? You say? The bearded boss looked at Liu Shang with some confusion. How about I help you kill these steel-clawed chickens? Liu Shang said seriously. Hey, you came here specifically to tease me, right? Go, 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 don't delay my business. The boss was also infuriated by Liu Shang's absurd request, grabbed his arm, and was about to kick him out. Wait a minute, you asked me to kill a chicken. Did I give you the money? Anyway, you still have to kill these chickens. Seeing that freelancing was unsuccessful, Liu Shang could only quickly change his tune. The fixed price is 30 yuan per piece. And if you pay 30 yuan, I'll let you kill it. When the boss heard that Liu Shang wanted to give money, he was a bit tempted to stop his action, just letting this kid kill the chicken. In the end, the chicken was still his. You can earn an extra 30 yuan in profit without doing anything. Why not do it? This price is still a bit expensive, but in order not to waste time, Lu Sheng ultimately agreed. Watch it out, 1 foot on the chicken paw. Pinch your mouth tightly with one hand, and use a knife to cut your throat and bleed. Be careful when scratching your head, first step on it with your feet before grabbing. Otherwise, this thing can be even more powerful than the knife in your hand with just 1 touch. After reaching the deal, the boss saw that Lu Sheng's deputy was powerless and kindly started on-site teaching. Lu Sheng stood in front of the steel-clawed chicken with the dagger borrowed from the boss. Fortunately, these seemingly fierce, low-level monsters were controlled by ropes. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the ability to subdue it. Learn from the boss's movements, regardless of his strength, and steadily and firmly kick down. The slender neck of a steel-clawed chicken was stepped on by Lu Sheng. Although the wings had long been broken, the bound chicken feet immediately began to struggle fiercely. Lu Sheng hurriedly stepped on it several times in a row before completely controlling it. After grabbing the chicken's beak with his hand, he placed the dagger horizontally in front of the chicken's neck. After taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng cut hard without hesitation. A burst of hot blood sprayed out from the blade, emitting a bloody smell. However, Lu Shengfei did not feel scared or disgusted by this scene, but rather a little excited. After a few seconds, the steel-clawed chicken, which had been drained of blood, gradually stopped struggling. And just then, a crimson 01 suddenly floated in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. Quickly open the panel, and the data on it has indeed changed. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 3. Agile, 4. Physical fitness, 3. Demon Yuan balance, 01. Really useful. Seeing the extra 01 Demon Yuan balance, Lu Sheng felt his mouth dry and his heart couldn't help but beat. The demon element only takes effect when it is an integer. Although killing 1 chicken is only 01, killing 10 chickens can make up 1 point. Apart from increasing the balance of 01, there were no other changes in the panel. But Lu Sheng was not disappointed by this. On the contrary, I am increasingly looking forward to the upcoming chicken slaughtering work. It's pretty good. Lu Sheng didn't make any mistakes during his first chicken slaughter, and the boss couldn't help but give him praise. There are a total of 44 chickens in the yard, and Lu Sheng counted 1,320 yuan and handed it over. After the boss counted the money accurately, he no longer paid attention to Lu Sheng and left him alone in the yard to kill chickens. The 9th one. The 10th one. After the 10th steel-clawed chicken stopped struggling, Lu Sheng quickly opened the panel again with excitement. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 3. Agile, 4. Physical fitness, 3. Demon Yuan balance, 1. My guess was indeed correct. Sensing the change in the panel, Lu Sheng excitedly licked his lips. This time, not only did the balance change, but the total reached 1. And after each attribute, there is a small plus sign. Anyone who has played the game knows what this plus sign is used for. The teacher once said that chi and blood are a type of life energy, and only a stronger physique can produce more life energy. On this panel, one is related to physical fitness, and the other is physical fitness. However, I believe that compared to strength, strengthening physical fitness should be what I need more present. After all, this small figure now can be blown down by a stronger wind. The stronger the physique, the higher the chi and blood will definitely be. Let's give it a try first. It's not a big deal to add anything wrong anyway. After a brief thought, Lu Sheng quickly made a decision to add the first attribute point he obtained to his physique. With his gaze fixed on his physique, he silently recited add physique in his heart. The next second, the originally calm panel suddenly flashed a golden light, finally converging on the plus sign behind the physique. The balance of the Demon Yuan immediately reset to 0, and the plus sign on the panel disappeared immediately. Immediately after, Lu Sheng felt a warm current that suddenly appeared in his body, and it begins to circulate in the skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs of the whole body. Lu Sheng has never experienced such a comfortable feeling before. It's like soaking oneself in a pool of warm water. He could even sense that his whole body was undergoing an indescribable magical transformation. Muscles and skin seemed to be becoming more resilient. The heart beats more strongly, and even breathing becomes smoother and more powerful. Most importantly, he found that his originally weak body seemed to have become more energetic than ever before. Even the thin dog body, which had previously become skin and bones, has noticeably become stronger, corresponding to the attribute values on this panel. The average value for a healthy adult should be around 5. And before, due to a lack of nutrition all year round, my body was too weak and weak. So strength and physique became my weaknesses. After adding a little bit of physical fitness, my physical fitness has indeed greatly improved. Although there were no immediate and drastic changes in appearance, this was indeed more reasonable. If I were to suddenly transform into a muscular giant, it would be utterly absurd. At least I can now consider myself a healthy student. After carefully experiencing the enhancements to my physique, I felt a surge of excitement. My future brimmed with boundless confidence and anticipation. When I glanced back at the formidable steel-clawed chickens, I realized they appeared remarkably beautiful. Chapter 6. The police don't care? That's excellent. In the ensuing moments, I transformed into a relentless machine of poultry slaughter. The balance of my demonic essence on the panel continuously increased. When the last chicken succumbed beneath my blade, the balance reached 34. Unbeknownst to me, the night had silently descended. However, this time, I did not rush to allocate my points. I feared that consecutive enhancements could lead to noticeable changes in my appearance, potentially attracting the attention of my employer, which could result in unforeseen consequences. Boss, this big rat, 50 without bargaining. After washing my hands, I turned my gaze to the cage outside the shop, where the sharp-toothed rats were confined. Yet, this time, the boss showed no inclination to negotiate. Are there still chickens tomorrow? I inquired. 50 for a rat seemed unworthy, and I wondered how much demonic essence I could gain from killing one. I have no idea how long it will take to sell these 40-odd chickens, so why bring more? The boss replied tersely. I nodded in gratitude. It was already late, and fearing danger on my way back, I decided to return the following day. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as I exited the market, a thunderous rumble emanated from my stomach. It suddenly dawned on me that I had gone an entire day without food or water. The enhancement to my physique had notably improved my stomach's function. Though I felt exceptionally energetic, the intense emptiness in my belly was unavoidable. Passing by a bun shop, I exercised restraint and purchased 20 large meat buns, munching on them as I walked. However, upon re-entering the long alley where my rental was located, I suddenly heard faint footsteps behind me. Turning abruptly, I spotted a tall, slender figure lurking in the shadows a few meters away. My heart raced. I hadn't even noticed when this person had begun to follow me, so I hastily quickened my pace. Yet, after only a few steps, I saw another figure similar in height to mine at the opposite end of the alley. With the moonlight illuminating the scene, I could even see a glinting dagger in their hand. I halted, letting out a silent sigh. I hadn't anticipated being targeted on my first day in this new place. Hey, little brother, lend me some cash, will you? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm about to starve, a mocking voice called from behind as I came to a stop. I instantly recognized this as the man who had spoken to me when I left earlier that day. If I give you my money, wouldn't that mean I would starve instead? I retorted with a cold laugh, fully aware that preserving my meager savings would necessitate a fierce confrontation. Fortunately, I still had 3 points of demonic essence and had learned some martial arts. Even with a knife in hand, I had little to fear. Looks like you're planning to take a drink of punishment instead of a toast, the man sneered, his tone turning sinister. You should know that in Sheng village, the police won't care if someone dies now and then. If you don't behave, when I plunge my blade in and pull out, your life will be forfeit. Upon hearing his threats, I did not reveal any fear. Instead, a chilling smile crept across my face. Are you out of your mind? Hand over the money now. My unexpected reaction left the two robbers momentarily stunned. The man blocking my path's expression shifted as he lowered his voice menacingly. All right, but you'll have to wait a moment. I flashed a grin, leisurely placing the half-eaten bun down in a clean spot in the alley. Standing tall, I quietly summoned my panel and softly declared, allocate all points to physique. In the next instant, the once calm panel erupted with a familiar transformation. A soft golden light coalesced towards the plus sign behind physique. In the following moment, the familiar warmth surged within me once more, this time with a far more intense ferocity. I could distinctly feel my muscles expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Crack, crack. As my bones thickened and lengthened, they emitted the sound of popping beans. The sensation was far from pleasant, akin to the aftermath of an intense workout where muscles are torn and then rapidly heal. A wave of intense pain accompanied by a peculiar itch surged through me, momentarily masking my face in anguish. I thought to myself that next time, I should take it slow. 3 points at once was excessively overwhelming. This process was remarkably brief, lasting no more than a few dozen seconds. I could clearly perceive that my overly loose school uniform had become a snug fit. Glancing at my hands in the moonlight, the previously frail and weak appearance had transformed into that of a powerful adult male. What on earth happened to this kid? He seems to have suddenly grown taller and stronger. Though the alley was dimly lit, the two robbers could still discern that the once scrawny youth had visibly bulked up. The shorter man rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was imagining things. Forget the details. Let's just subdue him first, the taller robber urged, sensing something was off, and rushed towards me. The shorter one, clutching his knife, followed suit. I sensed their movements and my expression hardened. Without hesitation, I charged towards the shorter man. The distance of 10 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Knowing he had a knife, I refrained from engaging closely. Instantly, martial arts techniques I had learned at school flashed through my mind. Utilizing my height and long legs, I propelled myself forward, delivering a powerful front kick aimed at the shorter man. Seeing me charge, panic gripped the shorter man, causing him to wildly swing his knife in my direction. However, my kick arrived faster than he anticipated. Before his knife could complete its arc, my foot struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward into a nearby utility pole. A dull thud echoed as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. How did my strength become so immense? The impact of that kick left me momentarily stunned. Although the other party is a bit thin, at least they are still adults. When he hit the opponent just now, he felt light and weightless, and the tall and thin man following behind him, seeing that his companion had been kicked by a little brat to death, quickly stopped in his tracks. How dare you attack us? We are members of the Black Tiger Gang. Do you know that you are doomed? The man roared sternly but inwardly, slowly retreating while also pulling out a small, arm-long sharp knife from behind his waist. Black Tiger Gang? Upon hearing this word, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed instantly. He had heard of this gang, and it was said that the entire area around Jishang village was their territory, engaged in illegal activities, and had a considerable number of lives under their control. If these two were to return alive today, it would be a huge and immense trouble for him. Chapter 7. Killing is like killing a chicken. Then I can't keep you anymore. Anyway, this person just said that if someone dies in Jishang village, the police won't even care, especially for these obviously long-term drug addicts. Even the police would love for them to die more. The man saw Lu Xingfei, but was not intimidated by the reputation of the Black Tiger Gang. Instead, he took the initiative to walk towards him quickly. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed the knife with his back and rushed towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng did not develop any arrogance just because he had killed someone in a flash. After all, what we are facing now is a sharp blade that can easily kill him, just when the knife in the man's hand stabbed at him. Lu Sheng clearly felt that the other person's movements seemed unexpectedly slow. Without even thinking about it, Lu Sheng instinctively reached out and accurately grabbed the other person's wrist. The man was suddenly shocked, feeling as if his wrist was being held by a powerful iron clamp, unable to move at all. Let go. The man raised another fist and smashed it towards Lu Sheng's face. However, before the man could even swing his fist, he suddenly felt a tremendous force rushing towards his wrist. The excruciating pain from his bones made him feel weak all over his body, and he immediately fell to his knees. The knife in my hand naturally fell off to the ground. Just as the man was about to scream, Lu Sheng pointed to a knife and struck him hard on the neck. The other party didn't have a chance to make any other reaction, so they rolled their eyes and fainted instantly. After achieving success, Lu Sheng dared not linger for any time. Although few people dare to wander around in Jishang village at night. But at this moment, the sky has just turned dark, and it's inevitable that someone will pass by here. After running to the entrance of the alley for observation and finding no one there, Lu Sheng's heart hardened, and he immediately stopped with his school uniform bag and picked up the knife on the ground. Lift the tall and thin man over with your feet, making him face down, then grab his hair and pull his head up. Like the dozens of chickens slaughtered in the afternoon, he skillfully wiped the opponent's neck with a sharp blade. Regardless of the outcome, he immediately ran towards another person and followed suit. I don't know if it's because we killed too many iron claw chickens today, continuously cutting the throats and bleeding two people. Lu Sheng's heart surprisingly remained calm. It can even be said that there's no difference in mentality when killing chickens. After finishing all of this, he casually threw the knife and picked up the steamed bun that was lying on the ground, quickly walking towards his rental house. As for what will happen later, that's not what he cares about. Anyway, there are no cameras in this auspicious village, and there were no witnesses at the time of the incident. The possibility of finding out the real culprit is almost zero. So why did my power suddenly become so great? After returning home and locking the door, and carefully checking that there was no bloodstain on his body, Lu Sheng couldn't help but start pondering the questions he had been wondering before. However, when he called out the panel again and saw the values on it, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 5. Agile, 4. Physical fitness, 7. Demon Yuan balance, 0. There is no problem with physical fitness at 7 o'clock. How did the power change from 3 to 5? Noticing the 2 extra points on the panel, Lu Sheng was also a bit confused. Yes, it turns out that my physical condition is too weak, which is why my strength is so small. A healthy adult male has a physique of 5, but now my physique has reached 7 points, making me a strong adult. Therefore, my strength also rose with the tide. I think it's because I haven't received proper training and haven't been able to fully tap into the potential of my current physique. Otherwise, it may be even higher. However, the reason for such an effect is probably due to my poor foundation before. As my physique becomes stronger, the increase in strength is bound to decrease. I just don't know what changes adding some wisdom and agility will bring. In just one afternoon, Lu Sheng felt particularly happy to have achieved such a big change on his own. Take off your clothes and stand in front of the only missing corner mirror in the rundown room. Lu Sheng noticed that he was now covered in muscles. It's not as big as the muscular guy, but the texture of each muscle is clearly visible, and even a slight force can create a brushed feeling. Lu Sheng believes that he must have been in such a state because he was too thin and weak before, and there was not much fat on his body. I used to be just 7 meters tall, but now I seem to have grown a bit. The whole person doesn't look much stronger than before, but the skeleton has grown a circle. However, after putting on the clothes, besides appearing taller, the changes were not as obvious as they look now. The future is promising. I will take leave from my teacher tomorrow to continue killing chickens. Now that my physical fitness has reached 7 points, my chi and blood levels should have also increased significantly. I need to find a pharmacy to test and see how far I'm still from the martial arts exam. In short, the minimum standards must be met before registration. After making plans for tomorrow, Lu Sheng felt that he had too much energy. So he began to constantly recall the fighting skills he learned in school, and the martial arts techniques that Lu Jintian secretly saw when he opened a small stove for Lu Jin alone. Previously, with his thin and frail body, his punches and kicks were not as powerful as even a girl's. Now I am practicing that set of things again, and every time I swing, my movements are strong and powerful, already quite imposing, with a heart full of excitement. Lu Sheng kept releasing his energy throughout the night until he was completely exhausted before lying down on the dry, hard bed and falling asleep. At night, in the courtyard of the Lu family villa, a white sports car slowly parked in the garage. A beautiful woman wearing a white professional dress with a cool temperament got out of the car. This is Lu Qinghan, the elder sister of Lu Sheng. At the young age of 25, he was already the head of the European Continental Group, which had a market value of billions under the name of the Lu family. When Lu Qinghan pushed open the door and walked into the living room, he found his family chatting and laughing on the sofa. At this point in the past, when Lu Qinghan worked overtime, as soon as he entered the door, Lu Sheng would quickly bring his slippers and ask Lu Qinghan to change his shoes. Then ask for warmth and bring tea and water or prepare some food. But today, Lu Qinghan's gaze swept around the room, but she couldn't find Lu Sheng's figure, which surprised her a bit. Are you tired from the cold? Hurry up and sit down to rest for a while. Lin Xia merely greeted her eldest daughter casually upon her return. The younger siblings called out to their big sister and swiftly resumed their lively discussion on previous topics. Lu Qinghan said nothing, finding a spot to sit, seemingly accustomed to her family's indifference. Where is Lu Sheng? Why hadn't she seen him? At that moment, Lu Qinghan felt parched, famished, and fatigued, yet no one acknowledged her presence. After sitting in silence for a while, she could no longer restrain herself and asked. Upon hearing her question, the once vibrant atmosphere of the living room fell abruptly into a hush, with none daring to utter a word. The expressions on everyone's faces turned awkward, betraying an unnatural tension. Chapter 8. He must be found. Lu Qinghan's puzzled gaze swept across each family member, struggling to comprehend why the mention of Lu Sheng elicited such a reaction. Who is Lu Sheng? We do not recognize such a person. When her eyes landed on Lu Qianru, the youngest sister scoffed and remarked, Why bring him up? That ungrateful wretch has severed ties with us and run away. Following this, Lin Xia, with a sullen expression, indignantly added, Severed ties? Run away? Lu Qinghan was taken aback, unable to fathom that her typically docile brother could commit such an act. He stole a valuable watch from Xiao Jin, refused to admit it, and after just a few words of reprimand from our mother, he couldn't bear it and insisted on cutting ties with us. Lu Jiasin lamented. Both my sister and I urged him not to leave, but he was resolute. Lu Jin then added regretfully, Father happened to return and, seeing how determined he was to leave, consented. You all just let him go like that? Lu Qinghan questioned incredulously. Have you considered that his health is so poor? What if he encounters an accident out there? Listening to her family's explanations, Lu Qinghan's disbelief morphed into a heated retort. She was aware that her family did not welcome Lu Sheng. However, her busy work life had left her with little time or energy to concern herself with his brother. She knew almost nothing about the happenings within the family. It was utterly shocking to her that Lu Sheng's emotional outburst could lead to such a heartless decision from the family. Isn't that precisely the point? If he doesn't face some challenges, how will he learn? Lin Xia coldly huffed, her demeanor indifferent. He has already severed ties with us. Why should we care about him? Ever since that troublemaker was found, our home has known no peace. I believe we should never have brought him back in the first place. This time, he initiated the severance. I say let him fend for himself out there and not return to cause havoc. As soon as Lin Xia finished speaking, Lu Qianru displayed her disdain. This time, neither Lu Jiasin nor Lu Jin responded, seemingly in tacit agreement with the preceding two. You all are truly something. Lu Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. Yet, recalling Lu Sheng's unabashed admiration and concern for her during their encounters, she suddenly felt the urgency to retrieve her brother. Hastily, she pulled out her phone, searching for Lu Sheng's number in her contacts. To her dismay, she realized she did not possess any means of contacting him. Does anyone have Lu Sheng's number? She inquired. I certainly do not. Don't ask me. Lu Jiasin was the first to shake her head. He never told me his number, Lu Jin added, looking at Lu Qinghan expectantly. What I need his number for? Lu Qianru replied with a look of disdain. I had his old number, but he seems to have changed it, and I forgot to ask him for the new one. Lin Shuya remarked nonchalantly. Faced with a chorus of negative responses, Lu Qinghan fell into silence. Setting aside the fact that Lu Sheng was their genuine kin, it was absurd that after 3 years of living under the same roof, not a single person had each other's contact information. This only underscored Lu Sheng's utter lack of presence in the household and the indifference towards him. No phone? Surely he has friends on some social media? Lu Qinghan exhaled deeply, pressing on with her inquiry. His outdated phone can only make calls and send texts. What kind of apps could he possibly have? Lu Qianru retorted with a sneer. What? How could you possibly think to give him such an antiquated device? Lu Qinghan was taken aback. Both Lu Sheng and Lu Jin were sons, yet Lu Jin wielded the latest, top-of-the-line smartphone, while Lu Sheng was left with a relic from years past. The disparity was staggering. He learned all sorts of bad habits at the orphanage. The reason we don't give him a better phone is to prevent him from being exposed to more harmful content online, making him even harder to manage and turning him into a complete failure. Providing him with this phone is, of course, for his own good, Lin Shuya asserted, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part. Her words reminded Lu Qinghan of how Lin Shuya often emphasized that Lu Sheng had picked up a host of bad habits at the orphanage. However, the so-called bad habits were not nearly as dreadful as Lin Shuya made them out to be. It was simply that Lu Sheng, having grown up in the harsh environment of an orphanage, naturally found it difficult to fit in with the affluent lifestyle of the Lu family. Initially, the family had been somewhat unaccustomed to Lu Sheng's return, but their aversion had only intensified over time due to Lin Shuya's constant criticisms. For years, Lu Qinghan had been engrossed in the family's business affairs, hardly noticing these troubling details. It was only after Lu Sheng's departure that she reflected on these matters, sending chills down her spine. The thought of Lu Sheng's pitiful state also stirred a pang of sorrow within her. She even regretted not responding more warmly to his earnest affection in the past. Had she done so, perhaps he wouldn't have felt so desolate as to choose to leave home. Since there is no way to contact him, I'll go to his school tomorrow. After all, he is still a child of the Lu family. If he is out there and something happens, it will only lead to gossip and scorn. Lu Qinghan rose, her voice devoid of emotion. Even though she recognized that Lu Sheng's departure was largely her mother Lin Shuya's fault, she understood that criticizing her mother would only lead to further discord within the household. Lu Qinghan was the family's financial backbone. The success of the European Continental Group was largely attributed to her remarkable business acumen. Her authority in the family was second only to Lu Jintian. And although others were displeased with her intention to retrieve Lu Sheng, they dared not voice their objections. Only Lu Jin's expression clouded with unease. In the past, Lu Qinghan had been too preoccupied to pay much attention to Lu Sheng, but now that Lu Sheng had left home, Lu Qinghan's newfound concern could potentially improve Lu Sheng's situation, something Lu Jin did not wish to see. Yet, he found himself powerless to stop her, waiting to see how things would unfold after Lu Qinghan met with Lu Sheng. Alternatively, one might consider a method to eliminate this bothersome entity altogether. Chapter 9. The Initial Test of Vitality. The following day, Lu Sheng awoke at the break of dawn, and when the time was deemed appropriate, he promptly phoned his homeroom teacher to request a leave of absence. Without a hint of hesitation or inquiry into the reason, teacher Jiang Chunhua readily granted his request. After all, for a homeroom teacher of a graduating class, allowing a student like Lu Sheng, who lagged behind in every aspect, to drift aimlessly was undoubtedly the path of least resistance. However, Lu Sheng was now quite curious about what reaction his teacher would display upon discovering that his vitality met the required standards. After completing his morning routine, Lu Sheng practiced a few sets of punches, only to find himself overwhelmingly hungry, prompting him to prepare and head out. As he passed through the alley that had been unavoidable the night before, he noted that the 2 corpses had vanished without a trace. The only remnants were 2 outlines etched in lime powder on the ground, leaving no indication that any incident had transpired. This realization allowed Lu Sheng to finally set aside the lingering anxiety that had plagued him. Exiting Jixiang village, he walked for approximately 20 minutes before discovering a relatively large pharmacy near the main urban area. 50 for a test, stated the expressionless clerk, chewing gum. After Lu Sheng explained his purpose, the basic vitality testing machine resembled an automatic blood pressure monitor, featuring a cylindrical apparatus into which the test subject was required to insert their arm. Once prepared, Lu Sheng felt a sudden increase in pressure as the clerk pressed a few buttons. Simultaneously, a slender needle pierced the vein in his forearm. As this occurred, the values on the vitality monitor began to fluctuate gradually. 206, 010, 0140. With a soft beep, the device ultimately settled at 140. Lu Sheng exhaled deeply, undeniably feeling a surge of excitement. Remarkably, within just one day, his vitality had escalated from a pitiful 60 points to an impressive 140. Such a rate of improvement was simply incomprehensible to an ordinary person. Some exceedingly expensive elixirs could indeed achieve similar results, but those concoctions often cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and were beyond the imagination of an average family. Even a well-off family like the Lus would never consider investing such amounts in someone deemed to have no potential. 140, what a pity. The clerk, noticing the reading, smirked slightly before quickly shifting gears to promote the store's products. We have a highly cost-effective elixir available for 1.8 million that can bridge that last 10-point gap. Discuss it with your family when you return. Miss the registration tomorrow, and you'll lose your chance. Lu Sheng nodded, retrieving a 50 from his wallet. The thought of spending 1.8 million to raise his vitality by a mere 10 points was ludicrous. With that sum, he could acquire numerous demon beast kills, and he couldn't fathom how much he could elevate himself with such an investment. However, the subsequent matters were straightforward. To participate in the martial arts examination, the minimum requirement was a vitality level of 150 points, a benchmark for individuals of the most ordinary talent. Achieving 180 points indicated a commendable gift, while 210 points signified a touch of genius. This categorization of martial artist talents was not arbitrary, but rather based on the necessity of reaching 150 points to undergo a vitality refinement process, thus advancing to the rank of a first-tier martial artist. A vitality of 180 points allowed for 2 refinement processes before becoming a martial artist. Those with vitality exceeding 210 points will be capable of advancing to a first-tier martial artist after completing more than 3 refinements. The term vitality refinement refers to the elimination of impurities within the vitality, purifying its essence. A higher purity of vitality translates to greater utility, enabling one to achieve stronger effects with less vitality. This is the solid foundation for future cultivation, representing true talent. In the realm of vitality martial arts, potential and talent essentially define everything. Individuals lacking talent will find that no amount of effort can bridge the insurmountable gap created by their more gifted counterparts. Should one showcase sufficient talent in a martial arts examination, elite institutions would eagerly extend their olive branches, investing significant resources in their development. Furthermore, those who complete multiple refinements prior to advancing as martial artists will experience a training pace that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Enhanced potential also ensures that these gifted individuals can more readily overcome bottlenecks, reaching greater heights. This is a universally acknowledged truth beyond dispute. The money available for slaying demon bees stood at approximately 3,000. This sum could likely procure around 10 points of demon essence. If entirely allocated to strengthening his physique, his physical attributes would rise to 17 points. He could only imagine how robust he would become. Based on the standard that each point of physique increases vitality by 20 points, his vitality could astonishingly reach 340 points. Such a level is typically reserved for second-tier martial artists, achieved in merely 2 or 3 days. Indeed, this progress seemed exceedingly exaggerated. Should it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, he currently lacked the strength to protect himself. Therefore, when he registered tomorrow, he mustn't elevate his vitality too significantly. Adding just a point to his physique would suffice. However, once successfully registered, there would be a span of 10 days until the martial arts examination. During this interval, if he allocated his attribute points judiciously, he could achieve remarkable results without raising too much suspicion. Resolute in his determination, Lu Sheng savored a hearty breakfast before venturing back to the market. Upon locating the shop referred to by the bearded proprietor from the day prior, he found the owner to be rather unyielding. 40 for a steel claw chicken, not a penny less. With no other options, Lu Sheng begrudgingly acquiesced. Fortunately, the establishment had a larger supply, totaling 62 chickens. He requested a whole number, and, after a day of work, he returned home with a satisfactory 6 points of demon essence. However, by the end of the day, his funds for purchasing demon beasts had been entirely depleted. Alongside competing for vitality values, students participating in the martial arts examination must also engage in ranking matches to determine their final standings within the city. Lu Sheng had scarcely practiced any martial techniques, so to secure a high ranking and gain entry into a top-tier academy, The most straightforward and efficient approach would be to allocate points effectively and leverage his superior physical prowess to defeat all opponents. Thus, identifying sources of income or means to continue slaying demon beasts for self-improvement was of utmost importance to him. In a rare deviation from her usual diligence, Lu Qinghan did not visit her company that morning. Instead, she drove to the first high school where Lu Sheng studied. After explaining her purpose to the gatekeeper, he did not grant her entry merely due to her beauty or her luxury vehicle. Because the final examinations loomed, the school had strict regulations prohibiting outside visitors. Left with no choice, Lu Qinghan requested the gatekeeper to contact Lu Sheng's homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua. However, when Lu Qinghan introduced herself as Lu Sheng's sister, Jiang Chunhua bluntly retorted, "Lu Sheng is clearly an orphan. Where would he have family? If he had family, why has no one attended his parent-teacher meetings over the past 3 years?" This left Lu Qinghan momentarily speechless. She was well aware that it was Lu Zhentian who attended each of Lu Jin's parent-teacher meetings. If Lu Zhentian truly has no time, Lin Shuya will also actively make her way there. As for Lu Sheng, apart from being reprimanded by Lin Shuya every time his grades are released, only to be further ridiculed by several elder sisters, it seems that no one truly pays him any heed. Lu Qinghan, at this moment, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She thought that if, as the elder sister, she had managed to carve out some time to show more concern for her younger brother, perhaps this dear sibling would not have severed ties with the family. Subsequently, Jiang Chunhua informed Lu Qinghan that Lu Sheng had taken leave and was absent from school. When Lu Qinghan asked for Lu Sheng's phone number, Jiang Chunhua flatly refused. Fortunately, the gatekeeper, fond of gossip, informed her that all candidates were required to come to school for test registration the next day. It was then that Lu Qinghan recalled that both Lu Jin and Lu Sheng attended the same school and would likewise need to come for registration tomorrow. The entire family had promised to accompany them. She must persuade Lu Sheng to return home at that time. Chapter 10. Mind your own business. Today marks the day of test registration. Before dawn, Lu Sheng had risen early. Jixiang village is quite distant from the first high school, requiring at least an hour by bus. After a single point was added to his physical fitness, Lu Sheng's total reached 8. Fortunately, it was merely an additional point, and his physique had not undergone significant changes. Clad in the oversized school uniform, it would be challenging for anyone unfamiliar with him to notice the difference. Upon arriving at the nearest bus stop to the school, Lu Sheng stuffed his hands into his pockets. Historically, he had walked with his head bowed, exuding an air of introversion and self-doubt. However, at this moment, Lu Sheng walked with his head held high, radiating an intangible aura of confidence. Passers-by and fellow students found their gazes lingering on him for a couple of seconds. Just as Lu Sheng was nearing the school gate, 2 black sedans swiftly came to a halt a short distance in front of him. One of the car doors swung open, revealing a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Following closely was a beautiful woman clad in a white uniform skirt, who stepped out of the car and briskly approached Lu Sheng, reaching out to grasp his arm while anxiously exclaiming, "Xiao Sheng, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea how worried I've been?" Lu Sheng cast a glance at the woman with indifference. Upon turning his head, he noticed that nearly all members of the Lu family were disembarking from the vehicles. The woman before him was his elder sister, Lu Qinghan, arguably the member of the family who bore him the least malice. However, that was the extent of their relationship. Lu Sheng vividly recalled the incident from his childhood when he had gone missing, a consequence of Lu Qinghan taking him out to play. In her exuberance, she had forgotten her younger brother, and it was only upon returning home that the family discovered he was lost. Logically, one would expect a normal person to feel some guilt over losing a sibling and to seek some form of atonement upon their return. Yet, Lu Sheng had never perceived any semblance of remorse from Lu Qinghan, whether it was due to her character or some other reason. No matter how Lu Sheng endeavored to please her at home, she, much like Lu Zhentian, always maintained a demeanor of distant indifference towards him. Lu Sheng distinctly remembered the moment in his past when the doctor had just announced his death due to failed resuscitation. Lu Qinghan had merely frowned in impatience before coldly stating, "I have matters to attend to at the company. Inform me when the funeral is scheduled." And then she left the hospital without a backward glance. Lu Sheng had not anticipated that today, for reasons unknown, this woman would suddenly approach him with such an overt display of concern. "Mind your own business," he muttered, slightly twisting his body to evade her outstretched hand and continuing to walk ahead with a stoic expression. Lu Qinghan's expression faltered, suddenly feeling as if this brother had become a stranger to her. Previously, Lu Sheng had always been exceedingly warm towards her, even when she displayed impatience. He would always wear a smile. His current icy demeanor brought her an acute sense of disappointment, almost causing her heart to ache. "Lu Sheng, please don't act like this," Lu Qinghan hurriedly pursued him, attempting once more to grasp his arm. This time, she succeeded, but Lu Sheng promptly yanked his arm away, causing her to stumble. He then pointed at her and coldly shouted, "Stop bothering me. I have no ties to you anymore." Lu Qinghan was taken aback by Lu Sheng's cruelty, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance, her eyes beginning to glisten. Any further words she wished to utter were caught in her throat. "Elder sister, are you all right?" Lu Jin, quick on his feet, rushed over to support Lu Qinghan. Concern etched across his face. How could I have spawned such an uncouth child? He dares to lay hands on his own sister? The scene had not gone unnoticed by the rest of the Lu family. Lin Shuya immediately glared at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, scolding, "What has happened to him?" Elder sister was only trying to persuade him to come home, yet he responds with this attitude. Lu Jiasen hastily joined Lu Qinghan's side, steadying her arm, and, after confirming she had not sustained serious injuries, added indignantly, "I have always said that Lu Sheng is not worth the effort, elder sister. Do not waste your feelings on him. Unlike our little Jean, who always thinks of his sister first." Lu Qianru cast a disdainful gaze at Lu Sheng's back, raising her voice deliberately so that he could hear her words. Lu Zhentian remained silent, though his brow furrowed slightly. As a 7th grade master, his observational skills were exceptionally keen. He distinctly remembered that on the day Lu Sheng left home, he had appeared frail and emaciated. Yet, merely 2 days later, this son seemed revitalized. His complexion rosy and his gait vigorous, as if he had transformed entirely. Although Lu Sheng still donned that shabby, oversized school uniform, Lu Zhentian could faintly discern the well-defined muscles subtly hinted at beneath the thin fabric. This piqued his curiosity about what had transpired in Lu Sheng's life over the past 2 days. Lu Sheng had heard every word spoken by those individuals clearly. However, at this juncture, regardless of their remarks, it was exceedingly difficult to stir any emotion within him. As he had just stated, these people no longer held any significance in his life. For today's test registration, all candidates were required to line up according to their classes on the playground, proceeding in an orderly fashion. Students taking the martial arts exam had an additional vitality test to complete. Only upon meeting the required standards could they submit their information and registration forms. When Lu Sheng arrived at the queue for Class 12, he felt as if he were invisible, entirely overlooked by those around him. "Look, isn't that Lu Jin? He is one of the most promising candidates for the top spot in this city's martial arts examination. I heard that 6 months ago, his vitality level reached 210 calories. Who knows how much stronger he has become now. How fortunate for him to have a father who is one of the few 7th grade masters in Beijing City. If I had such a family background, I might surpass him. Isn't the most significant factor his undeniable handsomeness? He is, without a doubt, more attractive than those idols. Every time I catch a glimpse of his smile, I feel faint. I firmly believe that the most promising candidate for the championship is the school beauty, Su Lilu, whose grandfather is the principal of our institution. During the previous assessment, her vitality score surpassed that of Lu Jin by a full 10 points. Do not fixate solely on our school. The rankings in the grand competition are not determined merely by vitality. Li Yongheng from the 6th middle school is a true muscle powerhouse, possessing the strength to lift a car with ease. If we're to speak in such terms, I must mention Han Xiaodong from the 21st middle school. It is said, recently incapacitated over 30 gang members with his bare hands. His combat prowess is truly astonishing. The students in the class were fervently discussing the prominent figures of this martial arts examination, while Lu Sheng quietly listened. The 8 individuals preparing for the exam stepped forward to line up, ready to follow me for the assessment. At that moment, our homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua, approached the front of the line, clutching a folder, and called out loudly. Amidst the envious gazes of others, the 8 excited youths instinctively formed a line from tallest to shortest. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Huh, 9? Jiang Chunhua, feeling uneasy, recounted from the beginning, fearing that someone might be overlooked and miss the opportunity to register. To his surprise, he discovered an inexplicable additional presence. Chapter 11. May I place a wager with you? Lu Sheng, are you in a stupor? This is the registration line for the martial arts examination. What chaos are you attempting to create? Jiang Chunhua, with his hands clasped behind his back, waddled toward the rear of the line, quickly spotting something unusual among the group. He raised his voice to reprimand. "Ha, Lu Sheng, are you here to entertain us? Do you honestly think you belong in a martial arts examination? I recall during the last assessment, your vitality was a mere 60 points, likely the lowest in the entire school. Hurry back. Do not bring disgrace upon our class. If others see you causing a ruckus here, they will surely laugh uproariously. With your slight frame, you probably couldn't even defeat an average elementary school student. What gives you the audacity to stand there?" As Jiang Chunhua's words fell, The students in the class also noticed Lu Sheng's unusual presence within the martial arts examination line. Some wore expressions of amusement, while most began to mock him. My vitality score has already met the requirements. Thus, I am here to register for the martial arts examination. Lu Sheng had long since grown accustomed to such cutting remarks over the years and was disinclined to engage in disputes. Instead, he calmly gazed at Jiang Chunhua, as if stating the most ordinary fact. Come out now. Today is a critical day. I cannot allow you to disrupt things. If you delay the registration of your classmates, you will bear the consequences. Jiang Chunhua, having taught Lu Sheng for 3 years, was well aware of this student's circumstances and could hardly take his word at face value. He strode forward, reaching for Lu Sheng's arm, intending to pull him out. Lu Sheng did not evade. He allowed Jiang Chunhua to grasp his arm. Jiang Chunhua initially believed that with a slight exertion of force, he could easily pull the frail boy out. However, to his astonishment, despite using all his strength, the student remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Unable to move him, Jiang Chunhua's eyes widened. Although he lacked strength due to years of neglecting physical training and focusing solely on theoretical knowledge, he had barely attained the status of a first-tier martial artist. Yet, here he was, unable to displace a seemingly fragile student. This was perplexing to say the least. Lu Sheng, do not waste everyone's time, all right? You're just dragging our efforts down. Hurry and leave the line. Do you dare defy Jiang Laosher's command? If you do not step out, be cautious on your way home after school. Jiang Chunhua had already requested Lu Sheng to leave the line for the second time, yet he remained rooted in place. The other students awaiting registration began to shout at Lu Sheng, some even resorting to threats. If Teacher Jiang does not believe my vitality has met the requirements, I propose a wager. If I fail the assessment, I will not register for the literary examination and will instead choose to drop out. However, should I succeed in the test and secure my registration, both Teacher Jiang and those who have spoken ill of me must publicly apologize. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Sheng remained unfazed by their mockery and instead put forth such an unusual proposition. Jiang Chunhua frowned, scrutinizing this unfamiliar side of the student before him. He vividly remembered how, since entering his class 3 years ago, Lu Sheng had always been timid, averting his gaze in conversations and speaking so softly that he was nearly inaudible during classes. Yet now, Lu Sheng not only dared to meet Jiang Chunhua's gaze, but spoke with an undeniable confidence, especially when proposing such a disadvantageous wager. If he were not mentally unbalanced, he must possess the audacity to make such a bet. Jiang Chunhua regarded Lu Sheng's youthful face with a skeptical expression. In truth, he leaned toward believing that Lu Sheng's mental state was questionable. If Lu Sheng were to fail the assessment and indeed drop out as promised, it might actually boost their class's average score, a tangible benefit for him. Teacher Jiang, accept the bet. The students urged. Agree, Teacher Jiang. Those who can register for the martial arts examination are the cream of the crop. I refuse to believe that someone like him can pass. If he meets the standards, I will perform a handstand right here. As Jiang Chunhua hesitated on whether to agree, the surrounding students began to cheer, as if fearing he might reject Lu Sheng's request. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Jiang Chunhua, feeling the overwhelming support for the wager, decided to acquiesce. After adding Lu Sheng's name to the registration form, he led the group toward the assessment of vitality. Look, isn't that Lu Sheng at the back of the line? What is he doing at the martial arts examination site? At that moment, Lu's family accompanied Lu Jin, chatting and laughing as they headed in the same direction. The perceptive Lu Qinghan immediately spotted Lu Sheng. Who knows? That ingrate is probably trailing behind to witness the commotion, Lu Qianru remarked disdainfully. I don't see it that way. The teacher has glanced back at him several times. If he were sneaking in, he would have been expelled by now. Could he really be attempting to participate in the martial arts examination? Lu Jiasen observed closely and felt that the situation might not be as Lu Qianru had suggested. Has he ever undergone a vitality assessment? What was his score? Lu Jintian squinted, pondering as he scrutinized Lu Sheng's silhouette. The natural measurement revealed a mere 60 units, not even a third of what Xiao Jin achieved, rendering him utterly worthless. Lin Shuiying let out a cold scoff, unwilling to spare Lu Sheng a glance. It had been 2 or 3 days since they last met. Perhaps her brother had encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, what could possibly embolden him to partake in the martial arts examination? Though Lu Jin voiced such skepticism deep within, he held a profound disbelief regarding Lu Sheng's presence here. Under his meticulous schemes, Lu Sheng often barely scraped by without a meal. In such dire circumstances, to expect one's vitality to reach 150 units was tantamount to fantasy. You are simply too kind-hearted, he thought, at such a juncture, still showering praise upon him. What sort of character is Lu Sheng? We are not oblivious to his true nature. To say he could participate in a martial arts examination is absurd. Even for an academic assessment, with his pitiful learning capabilities, he would be fortunate to enroll in a vocational school. And with the exorbitant tuition of vocational schools, where would he procure the funds? Once he finds himself cornered, he will inevitably return to seek our forgiveness. Just wait and see how I will handle him then. No sooner had Lu Jin finished speaking than Lu Qianru rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Chapter 12. Jiang Chunhua was utterly astonished. The necessity for a public reevaluation of vitality before the martial arts examination was paramount. In the past, many candidates had resorted to risky measures, utilizing special potions to artificially inflate their vitality levels just before the application, only to falter during the actual examination when their true capacities were revealed, resulting in dismal rankings. Yet, as long as they could surpass that threshold and gain admission to the martial arts academy, their futures would be irrevocably altered. The machines employed for testing were specifically developed by the state, unparalleled in precision and comprehensiveness compared to commercial alternatives. Furthermore, the specific test results would be broadcasted post-assessment, effectively exposing any attempts at deception. Gao Pingyan, test result, 16, 848 units qualified. Li Guangming, test result, 15, 123 units qualified. He Xiaofei, test result, 18, 762 units qualified. Lu Na, test result, 14, 798 units disqualified. One by one, students entered the testing chamber, their hearts aflutter with anticipation. Where there was joy, sorrow was sure to follow. Some individuals, having barely scraped past the passing mark in preliminary tests outside, found themselves falling short here, just shy of the required threshold. In this final moment, many succumbed to despair, bursting into tears at the loss of their opportunity. This was precisely why the school permitted parents to accompany their children today. Su Lilu and Lu Jin had surprisingly arrived together for the test. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. They were indeed a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Su Lilu was the dream goddess for all the boys at their school, typically presenting a cold and aloof demeanor, yet she smiled only in Lu Jin's presence. Surely, they could not be together? If this couple were to become a reality, I would have to support them wholeheartedly. They could bypass the queue and proceed directly to the test, while the rest of us languished in line. This privilege was the hallmark of true geniuses. Lu Sheng's group had already waited for over an hour, and as they neared the front of the line, Lu Jin and a girl clad in a white sports outfit, her hair styled in a bun and her face exuding youthful beauty, strolled past the waiting crowd, chatting and laughing as they approached the testing room. As they passed Lu Sheng, the girl cast a disdainful glance at him, her expression replete with scorn. The contrast between her attitude towards Lu Sheng in front of her family and her demeanor now was stark. Lu Sheng met her gaze calmly, offering no response. He would allow her arrogance to flourish for now. When the competition arrived, he would surely deliver her a moment of shock. The school belle, Su Lilu, was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lu Jin. Noticing Lu Jin's sudden silence and the shift in his expression, she promptly focused her attention on the inconspicuous Lu Sheng, her gaze turning hostile. What's his name? Did he wrong you previously? Su Lilu inuitet kuitli, has simile vanishing. His name is Lu Sheng. There were minor frictions before, best left unmentioned. However, I have heard that his vitality was merely 60 units. To be here for the martial arts test so soon is astonishing. Lu Jin waved a dismissive hand, seemingly unwilling to dwell on Lu Sheng. Yet, he quickly raised a question regarding Lu Sheng's appearance here. Oh, he hasn't resorted to any prohibited substances, has he? Otherwise, how could he have improved so rapidly? The grand examination is the best opportunity for all candidates to transcend their previous limitations. Anyone caught engaging in deceit must face the consequences. The situation you presented warrants serious consideration. Let him be tested first. Once completed, I shall report to the school authorities. If he dares to use forbidden substances, not only will he be barred from further participation, but he may also face imprisonment. Su Lilu's grandfather was the principal, and while she typically refrained from meddling in trivial matters, Lu Jin's words captured her attention, primarily because he was the object of her affections. It's rare to find a girl with such a strong sense of justice like you, Lu Jin remarked, unable to suppress a slight smile at her words. Realizing his aim had been achieved, flattered by Lu Jin's praise, Su Lilu felt a sweetness akin to honey flood her heart, her smile blooming like a snow lotus, captivating the attention of the surrounding boys. Due to their exceptional status, the teachers naturally allowed the two to skip ahead of the other testers. No one dared voice any objections to this preferential treatment. Su Lilu, test result, 22, 958 units qualified. Lu Jin, test result, 23, 361 units qualified. In no time, their results echoed throughout the campus, eliciting little surprise among the students, save for a few gasps of admiration, without causing any significant stir. After a brief interlude, it was finally Lu Sheng's turn to be tested. Upon entering the testing chamber, he noticed that Lu Jin and Su Lulu had not departed. Instead, they were engaged in hushed conversation with a bald, middle-aged man, occasionally casting glances toward him. Lu Sheng paid them no mind. His vitality was genuine. Furthermore, with officials from the Education Bureau present today, he had no fear of any underhanded tricks. Under the guidance of a teacher, as the previous student exited, Lu Sheng promptly stepped into a large, enclosed machine. Behind a glass partition, 7 or 8 staff members meticulously observed the data transmitted from the machine. The process was far simpler than the convoluted procedures at the pharmacy. Once the hatch sealed, a red beam enveloped Lu Sheng, scanning his body from head to toe, devoid of any sensation. Approximately 2 minutes later, the machine dimmed, and the hatch slowly opened. Lu Sheng, test result, 317 units, qualified. The announcement rang out in a sweet, melodic voice. He had actually qualified. At the moment the results were announced, Jiang Chunhua, who had accompanied the students, stood with her mouth slightly agape, utterly stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Sheng, and she attempted to speak several times, yet found herself at a loss for words. Lu Sheng's successful test meant that one more student from his class could qualify for the Martial Arts Academy. Just this additional student alone would allow him to earn an extra 10,000 yuan in his year-end bonus. However, for reasons unknown, he could not find joy in this prospect. Teacher Jiang, the bet we made earlier should still stand, right? Lu Sheng inquired as he halted beside Jiang Chunhua. It was only at this moment that she abruptly regained her composure. Before she could utter a word, a clear female voice resonated from another direction within the testing room. This student, you cannot leave just yet. Chapter 13. Do you think this is normal? What the heck? Are you joking? Lu Sheng actually passed. This is an absurdity. How could such a person succeed? I refuse to believe it. How could that frail physique possibly achieve a vitality score of 160? Last time he tested, it was merely 60. He must have cheated. There is no way he could attain such a high score without the use of illicit substances. Stop being bitter, will you? What if he has been hiding his true abilities all along? I stand at 180 centimeters and weigh 180 kilograms, yet I barely hit 135 points. I refuse to accept that he could surpass me. The school must provide us with an explanation. As the announcement of Lu Sheng's test results echoed, the entire 12th class erupted in chaos. The majority struggled to accept the reality of Lu Sheng's successful passage of the martial arts examination. Did you hear that? It seemed they just announced Lu Sheng's name, and he passed the test. Lin Jiasin exclaimed incredulously, glancing at her family. Impossible. That good-for-nothing could never pass. There must be someone else with the same name in the school. Lin Shuang vehemently refuted. Even if it were Lu Sheng himself, I wouldn't believe he could succeed on sheer merit. He's been raised in an orphanage, acquiring nothing but bad habits. Who knows if he resorted to unlawful means to deceive the testing apparatus. If discovered, he might even end up in prison. This time, Lu Qianru proposed a different perspective, but her remarks were even more disparaging than Lin Shuang's, almost as if she derived joy from the thought of Lu Sheng's ruin. I only learned yesterday that during his 3 years at the first high school, no one ever attended his parent-teacher meetings. The records still indicate he is an orphan. In this family, he has always been treated like an outsider, with everyone focusing solely on his shortcomings. Regardless, he is still a member of the Lu family. It is not impossible for him to endure silently and grow in strength. Ultimately, we know so little about him. I believe it is time we reflect on our perceptions. Upon hearing that Lu Sheng had indeed passed the martial arts test, Lu Qinghan felt a surge of joy in her heart. Despite Lu Sheng's previous rudeness towards her, she had not taken it to heart, for she understood how much the family owed him. Yet, even with such a miraculous achievement, the words from her closest relatives felt chilling, making it difficult for her to bear. We still need to be mindful of Xiao Jin. We cannot waste time on him. Lin Shuang remarked, her expression revealing her discomfort. Investing effort in someone so hopeless seems like a futile endeavor, doesn't it? Lu Qianru, having inherited much of her mother's disposition, held her head high with defiance. I did ask him about his situation at school, but he always evaded the question, unwilling to divulge the truth. With his attitude, what more can I do? Lu Jiasin glanced around at her family members, feeling a tinge of helplessness as she spoke. Lu Qinghan sighed inwardly, realizing her words were falling on deaf ears. Acknowledging that further discussion would yield no results, she chose silence. Could it be that I truly underestimated him? A vitality score of 160, while seemingly insufficient, is still a significant achievement, especially considering I have never invested any resources in him. If his results are genuine, perhaps it is worth granting him another chance. After all, He could become a martial artist, albeit not of great consequence. A modest investment might benefit the family. However, we must remain vigilant regarding Xiao Jin's feelings. He is the future of the Lu family, and we cannot allow Lu Sheng's return to disturb him. Lu Jintian, meanwhile, remained silent, though his mind was already devising plans for Lu Sheng's future. In the testing room, Lu Sheng calmly observed the approaching individuals without inquiring about their intentions. From their expressions and tone, he discerned their unfriendly disposition. "Director Wang, what is the matter? Has my student committed an error?" Jiang Chunhua respectfully inquired. She recognized the two talented students accompanying him, but the bald man following them was the gray director. His presence during such a moment signified a different level of seriousness. "This is your student. You should be well acquainted with the situation. According to reports from other students, his last test yielded a vitality score of only 60. In just 6 months, he has surpassed 160, an increase of a full 100 points. In my years of education, I have never encountered a student with such a terrifying rate of improvement. You, as an experienced educator, do you consider this normal?" Director Wang merely cast a cold glance at Lu Sheng before solemnly questioning Jiang Chunhua. Jiang Chunhua was momentarily taken aback by Director Wang's inquiry. During the previous test, they had utilized a standard portable device, and she distinctly remembered Lu Sheng's score being the lowest in the class of 60. Thus, when Lu Sheng claimed to have met the requirements, she had not believed him. After his successful test, she had not had the time to contemplate the inconsistencies before being interrupted by Su Lila. Now, she found herself at a loss for an explanation. "You are that other student, aren't you?" Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes at Lu Jin. He could easily guess who was behind the trouble with the gray director. "I merely recalled your dismal score from last time and mentioned it casually. Is it a forbidden topic?" Lu Jin initially wore a grim expression upon hearing Lu Sheng's test results. He found it implausible that Lu Sheng, with his abysmal qualifications, could reach the threshold for the martial arts examination. He had undoubtedly employed some underhanded means to achieve such results. Fortunately, his earlier remark had drawn sufficient attention from Su Lila and the gray director. Now, faced with Lu Sheng's questioning, he donned his usual innocent demeanor without a hint of guilt. "Student, I am uncertain how you managed to deceive the testing apparatus. However, I still advise you to confess your issues promptly and cooperate with the investigation in hopes of leniency. Should the school uncover the truth and report it to the higher authorities, you will inevitably face the harsh consequences of the law. You are still so young. Do not remain obstinately ignorant." As soon as Lu Jin's words fell, Su Lila adopted a righteous demeanor, resembling an enforcer as she began to interrogate Lu Sheng. Chapter 14. The mindless lackey used as a pawn. He who asserts must provide evidence. If you suspect me, then present your proof. I have no obligation to cooperate with you, nor can I concede to unfounded slanders. It is impossible for Lu Sheng not to feel indignant when faced with such baseless accusations. Yet, grounded in integrity, he remained unperturbed, fully aware that the martial arts examination results are determined solely by instrument tests, not by hearsay that can dictate one's fate. Thus, he exhibited no sign of panic, his tone merely chilling and unyielding. "I shall ask once more, did you cheat?" Lu Sheng's resolute stance took several skeptics by surprise. The gray director resembled a loyal hound, and upon noticing the discontent on the principal's granddaughter's face, he immediately barked at Lu Sheng, his voice resonating through the testing room, drawing the attention of all present, as well as the students outside who hurriedly gathered at the door to witness the commotion. "What is all this ruckus? Has no one informed you that silence is required once you enter?" At that moment, a tall, slender, middle-aged man with an air of authority emerged from the glass partition, pointing at several individuals as he reprimanded them. "Ah, Director Lu, we suspect this student may have consumed some prohibited substances, which allowed him to deceive the instruments during testing. I believe it is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation into such fraudulent behavior. Should any wrongdoing be uncovered, it must be dealt with severely." Upon seeing the newcomer, Director Wang immediately donned a smile, bowing and explaining himself. "Deceive the instruments? Are you questioning the integrity of our testing?" Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after Director Wang explained the situation, Director Lu's expression turned somewhat grim. "No, what I meant was, perhaps this student employed some special method that rendered the instruments unable to detect anything. The testing process is, of course, fair and impartial." Noticing Director Lu's odd demeanor, the gray director hastily reiterated his explanation. Lu Jin and Su Lila exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why Director Wang's serious concerns elicited such a reaction from the educational authority. Lu Sheng, however, merely smiled coldly, having already surmised that these self-righteous individuals were likely to shoot themselves in the foot. Director Wang had truly lost his senses. How dare he question the Educational Bureau's testing results based on the words of two students? Was he not publicly undermining the authority of these leaders? At that moment, Jiang Shanhua also grasped the gravity of the situation, understanding why the leader reacted in such a manner. This was a nationally standardized test. Any instance of cheating could result in severe repercussions. Who would be foolish enough to risk everything to grant an advantage to an orphan devoid of wealth or power? Director Wang had indeed dug his own grave. Director, the reason we express our doubts is that during the last examination, Lu Shang's vitality score was a mere 60. Just half a year later, it has inexplicably surged by over 100 points, which is evidently unreasonable. I hope you will uphold a fair attitude and clarify this matter. By this point, Su Lila still failed to comprehend the crux of the issue, mistakenly believing that the leader was unaware of the situation and thus lacked the intention to investigate Lu Sheng thoroughly. She argued vehemently for justice. In contrast, Lu Jin seemed to suddenly awaken to the reality of the situation, discreetly stepping back to distance herself from the righteous school beauty. Since the advent of this advanced testing apparatus, no individual in the entire Dragon Nation had ever managed to evade detection. You question me. Do you imply that the testing personnel are negligent? Is there favoritism at play? Or do you assert that there is no fairness in the martial arts examination throughout the entire Dragon Nation? From the increasingly grim countenance of Director Lu Sheng had fully grasped the crux of the matter. At such a moment, if he did not fan the flames, what difference would there be between him and a mute gourd from his past life? The fact that someone could increase their vitality by 100 points in 6 months was their own accomplishment. Some individuals experience enlightenment later than others. Is it impossible, just because you have not witnessed it, to incessantly cast doubt on this and that, while being oblivious to one's own ignorance? What qualifications does a mere student have to speak so boldly? When one's own interests are at stake, these leaders care little for your beauty or lineage. Indeed, after Lu Sheng stirred the pot, Director Lu immediately pointed a finger at Su Lila, sternly reprimanding her. And you, while it may be excusable for a student to be ignorant, you, as a school leader, should consider the consequences before joining in the uproar. I suggest you relinquish your position as grade director. You lack the capability to hold such an important role. Following this, Director Lu's icy glare shifted to the grade director, his eyes brimming with disdain. You, student, need not worry about your registration. Your test results present no issues. All unrelated parties must leave the testing area immediately to avoid disturbing others. He then solemnly conveyed a clear verdict to Lu Sheng before coldly addressing Su Lila and Lu Jin, turning his back and re-entering the glass enclosure. Through the glass, it was apparent that he was on the phone, his expression grave as he reported to someone. Director Wang appeared utterly defeated, drenched in sweat. Finally realizing the enormity of his blunder, understanding that the situation had spiraled beyond repair, he crumpled to the ground in dismay. Lu Jin's expression mirrored that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, her face alternating between pale and flushed. She had never anticipated that the Educational Bureau's leader would extend support to Lu Sheng, that so-called waste. Even more infuriating was the fact that not only had he passed the test, but he also faced no repercussions. A mindless lackey, relying on a grade director of such caliber, was utterly futile. If only she had summoned her grandfather sooner, such humiliation could have been avoided. Lu Jin shot a resentful glance at Su Lila, feeling that the failure to ensnare Lu Sheng was largely her fault. At this point, she harbored no desire to remain, leaving hastily without uttering a word. Tears welled in Su Lila's eyes. Having grown up as the center of attention, she had never encountered harsh words in her 18 years of life. Yet today, simply for standing up for justice, she had been met with scathing reprimands, leaving her feeling deeply aggrieved. However, when she turned to seek solace from Lu Jin, she found her beloved had already walked away without a backward glance. A mindless lackey used as a pawn. Lu Sheng cast a mocking glance at Su Lila, remarking, "It appears you were merely a tool for manipulation." A student of Su Lila's caliber was certainly not one to be utterly foolish. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, she was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that she had been used by Lu Jin. With a heart full of sincerity, one finds oneself treated as a mere instrument by another, discarded the moment one loses their utility. Naturally, Su Lila, having endured a series of blows, could not accept this reality. Covering her mouth, she fled in tears. "Come on, let me take you to register. Once we've completed the enrollment, I shall publicly apologize to you in front of the entire class." Jiang Chunhua exhaled deeply, patting Lu Sheng on the shoulder. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, fortunate that he had not acted rashly and joined in on questioning Lu Sheng earlier. Otherwise, he too would likely find himself among today as unfortunate souls. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Sheng from Class 12 was facing serious repercussions from the educational authorities for cheating during the exam, having been reported by the school beauty, Sulila. The events that had just transpired were already being distorted and relayed in a sensational manner by students who had witnessed only a fragment of the incident, leading many uninformed individuals to revel in a misguided sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 15, A False Joy. Didn't I tell you? Lu Sheng could never pass the test based solely on his own merits. Indeed, to increase one's vitality by 100 points in just 6 months is utterly implausible. Now, this is going to be entertaining. Do you think Lu Sheng will end up in prison? This is a national examination. Those who flout the rules must face severe consequences. And he had the audacity to demand apologies when he won. He should be contemplating how to apologize to the school authorities and the police instead. The news of Lu Sheng's investigation brought immense joy to the students of Class 12, each transforming into self-proclaimed arbiters of justice, launching various tirades against him. While I was in the restroom, I overheard students discussing that Lu Sheng was caught cheating by the Educational Bureau and is soon to be sent to the police station. In a shaded area of the playground, Lu's family awaited Lu Jin. Suddenly, Lu Jiasin rushed back, her face alight with excitement as she shared the latest gossip. Ha! I knew it. Lu Sheng must have committed some illegal act to deceive the testing apparatus. Little did he know, though he had outsmarted the machine, he could not deceive the people. Indeed, the net of justice is wide and unyielding. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian clapped her hands in exhilaration. Fortunately, he severed ties with us previously. Otherwise, our family's reputation would be tarnished by his actions, Lin Shuang remarked with a dismissive snort. Could that truly be the case? Isn't there some misunderstanding? As far as I know, the banned substances capable of evading testing machines cost millions per dose. Where would Lu Sheng acquire such funds? Lu Qinghan's immediate response was skepticism. He found it hard to believe Lu Sheng had the means to engage in such activities. Just then, they spotted Lu Jin striding toward them, his expression dark and hurried. At least Lu Jin brings honor to our family, effortlessly securing the top position at the first high school. Unlike some, who resort to underhanded tactics, Lin Shuang exclaimed, her face lighting up upon Lu Jin's arrival, as she affectionately embraced her foster son. Isn't your score commendable? Why do you appear so displeased? Has someone upset you? Lu Jiasin nudged Lu Jin with her shoulder, inquiring. It's nothing serious, merely that the results fell short of my expectations. Lu Jin replied with a faint, strained smile, revealing a hint of disappointment. He was indeed unhappy. He had hoped to use Sulila to pin the blame for cheating on Lu Sheng, yet she had proven utterly inept at even this minor task. However, he could not openly express such sentiments in front of his family. Don't be too hard on yourself. There's still 10 days left. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to procure a vitality-enhancing potion. Once administered, your vitality will witness a significant boost. Your task thereafter will be to refine your vitality with utmost diligence. The higher the purity of your vitality, the stronger the energy released, and the lesser the consumption of your own resources. Your martial skills are already unmatched in Beijing City. However, this does not guarantee that you will secure the top spot to enter the Sacred Martial Academy. Only by refining your vitality to its utmost limit can you ensure that outcome, Lu Jintian encouraged, patting Lu Jin's back solemnly. He had originally hoped that Lu Sheng would gain admission to the Martial Academy, providing him with a chance to return to the family fold. Yet now, it seemed clear that he was nothing but a failure, forever unable to rise. Thus, without hesitation, he cast Lu Sheng aside, opting to invest more resources in Lu Jin. By the way, little Jin, have you heard about the rumors that Lu Sheng was caught cheating? Do you know any details? Did he truly commit such a grievous offense? Lu Qinghan, anxious for Lu Sheng, suddenly thought that Lu Jin might have some insights, and hurriedly asked. I'm not certain. It seems unlikely. I just saw Lu Sheng with his homeroom teacher registering. Lu Jin replied, biting his molars in frustration. Although he was extremely reluctant, he understood that fabricating further tales about Lu Sheng would serve no purpose and could potentially backfire on him. Thus, he responded ambiguously. That's good to hear. As long as he yes, all right. I was nearly frightened to death, Lu Qinghan remarked, relieved as he placed a hand over his heart, still trembling from anxiety. So, it was all a fabrication? I thought Lu Sheng might actually end up in prison. How frustrating to have been excited for nothing. Lu Qian exclaimed, pouting in disappointment. Never mind. Let us not discuss him anymore. We should choose a nice restaurant for lunch to celebrate little Jin properly. Lu Jiasin also appeared somewhat disheartened, clearly reluctant to discuss Lu Sheng any further. Go ahead without me. I have a few words to exchange with Lu Sheng when he emerges, Lu Jintian said, casting a skeptical glance at Lu Jiasin, who had spread false information, appearing somewhat speechless. After completing his registration, Lu Sheng finally resolved a significant concern. Following Jiang Chunhua, he made his way toward his class. Upon nearing the gathering of classmates, he found them engrossed in fervent discussions about him, utterly oblivious to their arrival. Various derogatory remarks reached their ears, crystal clear. Jiang Chunhua instinctively glanced at Lu Sheng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Had any other student been subjected to such comments, they would likely have reacted emotionally, striving to defend their innocence. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous student bore an expression as resolute as granite, his gaze unwavering. This formidable mental fortitude even earned Jiang Chunhua as silent admiration. Suddenly, it seemed that Lu Sheng's remarkable increase of 100 vitality points in merely 6 months was not as difficult to accept as it initially appeared. Silence. Jiang Chunhua's commanding shout brought an abrupt hush to the crowd. As the students turned to see Lu Sheng beside him, their expressions were a mixture of shock and intrigue. Who among you has been spreading the rumor that Lu Sheng passed the test through cheating? Step forward and face me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Jiang Chunhua glared fiercely, his voice laced with authority. The very fact that Lu Sheng stood there unscathed spoke volumes. At this moment, Jiang Chunhua's declaration instantaneously obliterated the rumors. All present exchanged glances, some even displaying signs of shame. Chapter 16. My apologies to Lu Sheng. The leaders of the Education Bureau have confirmed that Lu Sheng passed the test solely through his genuine capabilities. You have heard scattered rumors and are here recklessly discussing the merits and faults of others. Is this how I have instructed you? Those among you who were the most vociferous in your accusations, were the rumors not disseminated by you? Step forward. As silence enveloped the group, Jiang Chunhua did not relent. She pointed sternly at those who had spoken the loudest. Teacher Jiang, it was Wang Yu who said so. He claimed to have witnessed Lu Sheng being caught by the school leaders, which prompted him to hastily return to warn us. A few students, looking quite forlorn, stepped to the front of the line. Under the stern gaze of Jiang Chunhua, it wasn't long before someone capitulated and revealed the true instigator. Teacher Jiang, I apologize. I did not fully ascertain the facts before accusing Lu Sheng of cheating. A short, stout boy with a buzz cut timidly stepped out of the line, pitifully addressing Jiang Chunhua. What are you apologizing to me for? You owe Lu Sheng an apology. Today, every member of Class 12 owes Lu Sheng an apology. As the homeroom teacher, I was the first to distrust my own students, which allowed the rumors to take root. Lu Sheng, I'm truly sorry for my previous words and actions. Jiang Chunhua first reprimanded Wang Yu, and then, to the astonishment of everyone present, she deeply bowed to Lu Sheng, her tone imbued with sincerity. Upon witnessing this gesture, several students who had been harboring guilt quickly followed suit, approaching Lu Sheng to bow and apologize. We are sorry. Lu Sheng, we wronged you. As the first few led the way, more and more students voluntarily came forth to express their contrition. As the victim, Lu Sheng remained composed and unflinching. Were it anyone else, such heartfelt apologies might have moved them to accept the remorse of those who had wronged them. Yet, after enduring countless injuries from those around him, the concept of forgiveness had long been expunged from Lu Sheng's lexicon. Moreover, following the impending examinations, he would inevitably have no further interaction with these individuals. What significance did forgiveness hold? Seeing Lu Sheng's unwavering demeanor, Jiang Chunhua assumed their apologies lacked sincerity. Casting a glance at Wang Yu, an idea swiftly formed in her mind. Wang Yu, the rumors you spread have caused a profoundly negative impact. Given your apology is somewhat sincere, I shall refrain from escalating this matter to the school for further action. However, I will remove you from a list for the intensive training class for the martial arts examination. If you are dissatisfied, you may appeal to the school authorities. Wang Yu, with a woeful expression, nodded, too intimidated to utter a single word of dissent. The school always dealt sternly with malicious rumor-mongering, and should the school leaders become aware, he might not only lose his spot in the training class, but could also find himself barred from future examinations. Lu Sheng, I was unaware of your rapid progress, hence I did not enroll you. This martial arts intensive training class is designed to enhance the combat skills of examinees in these final 10 days and to instruct them on more efficient cultivation of their vital energy, which is immensely beneficial for the upcoming ranking examinations. Especially for a candidate like you, who lacks training, the improvement would be remarkably pronounced. Given your rate of progress, participation in this class could significantly elevate your performance. I will submit your name shortly, and training will commence tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Chunhua's demeanor towards Lu Sheng was exceedingly gentle, not to mention Lu Sheng's unexpected rise, which could earn him an additional 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, he suddenly realized another matter. The martial arts candidates in his class were mostly mediocre. Lu Sheng's rapid surge in vital energy indicated that his talent was exceptional. The martial arts ranking examination would categorize candidates into 3 tiers, A, B, and C, based on the vital energy values obtained from today's testing. Should Lu Sheng join the intensive class and experience a meteoric rise in strength, it was conceivable that he might achieve a B-tier status in the ranking examination, potentially earning him the title of most improved teacher and a monetary reward as well. There's no need, Teacher Jiang. I have my own plans. Additionally, during this period before the examinations, I intend to take a leave to focus on my training. However, Jiang Shanhua did not anticipate that, just as she thought Lu Sheng would gladly accept her offer. He outright declined her proposal without a second thought. To utilize these invaluable 10 days to refine superficial combat techniques, Lu Sheng would have to be insane to participate in such a trivial training class. Many talented students from various schools had begun their martial arts training at a young age. Even with his newfound abilities, Lu Sheng did not believe he could close the gap with those who had dedicated years, if not decades, to their craft in a mere 10 days. His sole path to achieving excellent results in the examinations, and perhaps even winning the title of martial arts champion of Beijing City, hinged on one course of action: continuously hunting demon beasts to enhance his attributes. Once his physical prowess reached a certain level, no matter how many years of training his opponents had, their attacks would barely faze him, and they would not even break his defenses. And when his punch, carrying several tons of force, landed, could these so-called prodigies at this stage withstand it? They cannot. You have plans? Jiang Shanhua was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how an orphan like Lu Sheng could have any plans. However, he soon found solace in the thought. A once frail youth had achieved such remarkable growth in merely 6 months. It was hard to believe he had not employed some extraordinary means. Jiang Shanhua even suspected that perhaps some expert had been clandestinely training Lu Sheng in ways they could scarcely imagine. Since Lu Sheng showed no interest in her offer, she would not press him to participate. As long as he had a means to enhance his strength, taking a long leave was inconsequential to him. However, during this time, you must not become complacent. After all, a higher ranking means access to top-tier prestigious schools, which will present you with an immense opportunity for your future. Should you miss this chance, it would be a regret too late to amend. Jiang Shanhua earnestly advised Lu Sheng. I understand, Teacher Jiang. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. Lu Sheng nodded, offering a brief farewell before turning to depart, clearly unperturbed by his surroundings. At that moment, both his classmates and Jiang Shanhua, the homeroom teacher, remained silent, watching Lu Sheng's retreating figure. Each felt an inkling that this previously inconspicuous underachiever had suddenly transformed into an enigmatic presence. As Lu Sheng strolled away from the school toward the bus station with his hands in his pockets, that familiar black sedan once again glided to a stop not far ahead of him. Get in. I have something to discuss with you. This time, the voice that greeted him as the door opened belonged to Lu Zhentian. Chapter 17. Let the prodigy reap greater rewards. Let me put it this way. A car belonging to the son of the Lu family is not a privilege for someone like me. The sleek black sedan that halted before Lu Sheng was the exclusive vehicle typically used to transport Lu Jin, worth over 10 million, a sum unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. In stark contrast, Lu Sheng embodied that very ordinary individual, lacking even an electric bicycle, relegated to the crowded bus for his daily commute to school. Upon recognizing that the speaker was Lu Zhentian, Lu Sheng chose not to depart immediately. He was intrigued to hear what drivel Lu Zhentian would utter upon learning that he had successfully registered for the martial arts examination. Return home, Lu Zhentian offered. As long as you are willing to come back, I can overlook what transpired that day. You are about to participate in the martial arts examination, and with the resources provided by your family, surely your results could improve significantly. Lu Zhentian found himself momentarily speechless, stifled by Lu Sheng's sarcastic tone. After a few seconds of silence, he managed to respond, what a grand favor indeed. However, Mr. Lu's charity is beyond the means of a mere individual like myself. You might as well reserve it for your precious darling. Lu Zhentian's haughty demeanor suggested that Lu Sheng was akin to a stray dog, barely surviving, who would eagerly wag its tail in gratitude for any scraps tossed its way. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, Lu Sheng couldn't be bothered to engage further. He simply turned on his heel and walked away. Meanwhile, Lu Zhentian's expression was rigid and awkward. He had assumed that a mere hint of goodwill would prompt Lu Sheng to readily agree to return home. Little did he anticipate Lu Sheng's resolute spirit. Dismissing even the olive branch he extended. Dad, it seems my brother still harbors some resentment, Lu Jin remarked, feeling discomfort upon learning of Lu Zhentian's intention to bring Lu Sheng back home. He hadn't expected Lu Sheng to reject Lu Zhentian's request with such determination. The unexpected outcome, however, aligned perfectly with his own desires. Nevertheless, Lu Zhentian's insistence on Lu Sheng's return filled him with a sense of foreboding. The once feeble individual had remarkably improved his abilities within just 2 days and had bizarrely passed the martial arts examination. It was evident that Lu Zhentian's desire for Lu Sheng to return home was devoid of sincerity. Yet, Lu Jin was deeply concerned that any further success achieved by Lu Sheng could tilt the balance of Lu Zhentian's affections, which had long been inclined towards him. After years of careful maneuvering within the Lu family, such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Therefore, he felt compelled to seek an opportunity to eliminate this eyesore before it could pose any future threats. Resentment? If there were resentment, it indicated he was still lacking in maturity. Once he had faced the harsh realities of society, he would understand how regrettable it was to miss the opportunity one offered him today. Although Lu Zhentian was displeased by Lu Sheng's rejection, a person of his stature was unlikely to be overly affected by such trivial matters. After hearing Lu Jin's words, he simply shook his head. "Dad, why do you think my brother has become so formidable in such a short time? Could it be that he had some fortuitous encounter or is being guided by some extraordinary mentor?" Lu Jin expressed his agreement with Lu Zhentian's thoughts, but continued to probe. Indeed, Lu Zhentian replied, "I too am quite curious about this. If Lu Sheng could conceal his strength right under my nose, it would be nothing short of fantastical. I suspect, as you suggested, he must have experienced some rare stroke of fortune during those 2 days." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lu Zhentian gazed at Lu Sheng's receding figure, musing, "If only I could enhance my abilities as swiftly. Who knows, perhaps I could even secure the top spot in the entire province." Lu Jin discreetly shot a glance at Lu Zhentian, feigning admiration as he remarked, "You make a valid point. If there were indeed something beneficial for a talent like you, the rewards would surely surpass those for someone like Lu Sheng." "After you," Lu Zhentian commanded. "I have a task for you. For the next few days, you need not drive Lu Jin. Focus solely on monitoring Lu Sheng. Take note of where he resides, the places he visits, and the activities he engages in. Report back to me in detail every evening." Lu Jin's words seemed to awaken Lu Zhentian, who immediately sat up straight, tapping the front seat of the driver, and, with a serious demeanor, made his arrangements. The driver, naturally, did not dare to object and promptly exited the vehicle. Lu Zhentian's decisive actions filled Lu Jin with a sense of elation. With Lu Zhentian dispatching someone to keep tabs on Lu Sheng, they would first uncover the secret behind his rapid advancement in strength. Additionally, once they pinpointed Lu Sheng's current whereabouts, hiring a few assassins to eliminate such an inexperienced student would be a trivial endeavor. The bus ambled to a stop at the entrance of Lucky Village. After indulging in a hearty meal at a modest eatery, Lu Sheng returned to his rented apartment. However, as he approached the alley where the incident had occurred that night, he noticed 4 or 5 burly men, adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, menacingly blocking the path of passers-by and inquiring about something. Lu Sheng quickly deduced that these must be members of the Black Tiger gang. Steeling himself, he feigned nonchalance as he walked forward, only to be intercepted by 2 individuals. "Hey kid, did you hear anything strange around here the night before last?" one of them demanded, gripping Lu Sheng's neck with an air of intimidation. "I was at home doing homework right after school. I didn't hear anything," Lu Sheng replied, eager to avoid further entanglement with such a rabid pack, and he responded with a tremor of feigned fear. "Forget it. What would a student know? Just let him go." The other gang member, perhaps sensing the futility of the inquiry, waved dismissively at the one holding Lu Sheng. Once freed, Lu Sheng hurriedly pretended to be flustered as he retreated into the alley, raising no suspicions. Upon reaching the door of his apartment, he was about to enter when the landlord emerged from the adjacent unit. "Young man, you were probably stopped and questioned as well, weren't you?" the landlord inquired, leaning in to speak quietly upon seeing Lu Sheng. "Yes, they appear to be gang members," Lu Sheng replied, nodding obediently. 2 members of the Black Tiger gang were killed just down that alley the other night. I heard one of them was the little brother of a gang leader. The Black Tiger gang has been offering a bounty for the capture of the murderer. I advise you to stay indoors as much as possible. You wouldn't want to get caught up in this mess, the landlord warned, pulling Lu Sheng aside, unaware that the true killer stood before him. "Got it, thank you, sir. But what exactly is the Black Tiger gang?" Lu Sheng asked, suddenly intrigued by the gang after expressing his gratitude. "Could you tell me more, so I can avoid them in the future? Just remember, you mustn't speak of this to anyone," the landlord cautioned. The landlord glanced around, ensuring that no one was in sight, and lowered his voice further. Chapter 18. Transformation into a Muscular Man. The leader of the Black Tiger gang is named Lu Qingwen. His prowess is not particularly formidable. He is merely a second-tier martial artist. His rise to power has been solely attributed to his ruthless nature and unscrupulous methods. For the right price, there is no task he would shy away from. The fact that he has gathered a band of desperate followers is largely due to his generous treatment of them. Ultimately, however, they are just a group of thugs, able to bully the vulnerable and downtrodden in an auspicious village. Should they inadvertently cross paths with a formidable figure, their end would surely be grim. After Lu Sheng agreed, the landlord leaned closer to whisper what he knew. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng mused that a mere second-tier martial artist was nothing to fear. Given a bit of time to slay more demon beasts, these men would be nothing more than insignificant pests. Nonetheless, until he had fully matured, it would be prudent to remain low-key, lest he be crushed by these ruffians before he had the chance to grow. After expressing his gratitude to the landlord once more, Lu Sheng returned to his rented room. He calculated the remaining funds and realized they were insufficient to continue purchasing demon beasts for slaughter. After much contemplation, he concluded that his only viable option was to leave the city. He planned to venture outside the city limits to hunt low-tier demon beasts and accumulate demon essence. Opening his panel, he noticed a balance of 5 demon essence points remaining. Lu Sheng decided to allocate all 5 points at once. Having learned from his previous experience, he opted for a cautious approach, incrementally adding 1 point to his constitution. Upon reaching a constitution of 10 points, his strength increased by 1 point, and his agility followed suit. As I had anticipated, the influence of increasing constitution on strength diminishes over time. However, when it comes to hunting demon beasts outside the city, having greater strength will undoubtedly enhance efficiency. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Sheng proceeded to allocate the remaining 2 points entirely to strength. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Constitution, 10. Demon essence balance, 0. Upon reopening the panel, Lu Sheng felt as if he were engaged in a game of self-improvement. Witnessing his character's stats gradually rise, a profound sense of accomplishment washing over him. Yet, shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon an unexpected situation. Due to his continuous stat allocation, his height had rapidly approached 1.8 meters. After a 3-point increase in strength, his body became a canvas of bulging muscles. His school uniform could no longer conceal his muscular physique, clinging tightly to him like a second skin. The worn shoes, which had been patched numerous times, were now bursting at the seams. Standing before the mirror, he beheld a tall and robust young man with a resolute gaze. Compared to the delicate and polished Lu Jin, his features were not exceptionally refined or handsome. However, coupled with his newfound height and physique, he was sure to draw the attention of the majority of women he encountered. Yet, there was a downside. Aside from his face, which still bore a resemblance to Lu Sheng, nearly all other aspects of his appearance had transformed beyond recognition. Opening his backpack, he found only a short alloy dagger and a spare set of school uniform. After some consideration, Lu Sheng decided to wrap the uniform around his waist, donning a pair of reasonably fitting sandals. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he resolved to venture out to purchase new clothes, intending to hunt demon beasts outside the city afterward. However, Lu Sheng did not foolishly stride out without caution. Instead, he carefully observed several times to ensure the Black Tiger gang members were still absent. Fortunately, they did not linger for long. By the 5th time he ventured outside, he found them gone. Relieved, he hurriedly exited that treacherous place. Unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, just as he stepped out of auspicious village, a shadowy figure stealthily followed him. Watching his retreating form with a puzzled expression, murmuring, "Strange. That face clearly belongs to young Master Sheng. Yet how has he grown so tall and robust?" Lu Sheng found a men's clothing store by the roadside that was running a promotion. He spent less than 400 yuan on 2 t-shirts, 2 pairs of loose, stretchy athletic pants, and a pair of sneakers. After changing into his new attire, Lu Sheng appeared completely transformed. The modest clothing he wore exuded an air of high quality. Compared to his previous shabby school uniform, the difference was night and day. The female sales attendant, who had previously ignored him, now gazed at Lu Sheng with starry eyes. Seizing the opportunity to assist him with his clothing, she subtly brushed against his well-defined chest and 8-pack abs several times. In the end, she even requested his contact information. But Lu Sheng declined, citing that he was still a student without a phone. To fend off the threat of demon beasts, towering steel walls, several dozen meters high, have been erected around each city in the Dragon Kingdom. These walls are fortified with an array of powerful firearms, making the cities resemble porcupines. Daily, small gates on each side of the walls open to allow hunters and demon slayers to venture forth. Auspicious village lies on the very outskirts of the city, allowing Lu Sheng to walk directly out without needing transportation. After passing through iris scanning at the exit, Lu Sheng stepped beyond the city's confines for the first time in his life. As he gazed around, he saw that the area just outside the city was a vast expanse of open land, leading into an endless primordial forest. Initially hesitant to delve too deeply into the wilderness, Lu Sheng cautiously searched the periphery for his target. Fortune smiled upon him, as he soon spotted his first prey of the day, a rabbit with gray fur. To call it merely a rabbit would be an understatement, for it was the size of a large hunting dog. Its large ears stood erect like fans, and its eyes glowed a menacing crimson. A slight movement revealed the powerful muscles hidden beneath its fur. Most astonishingly, this creature was currently pinning down a smaller, unidentified animal. With sharp teeth capable of tearing a sizable chunk of flesh from its prey, Lu Sheng recalled reading about this creature in a book. It seemed to be called a fang-toothed rabbit. It appeared to be a formidable opponent. Lu Sheng licked his lips, discreetly retrieving the alloy dagger from his backpack and gripping it firmly. Chapter 19. The First Hunt. Lu Sheng concealed himself behind a large tree, carefully observing the peculiar fang-toothed rabbit, which was over 10 meters away. Although this was merely the lowest-tier demon beast, he possessed no combat experience against it. A single bite from its sharp teeth would not be a trivial matter. As Lu Sheng pondered how to subdue the creature, he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig that lay upon the ground. The surrounding area, already enveloped in an eerie silence, was pierced by the sharp crack of the twig snapping, reverberating ominously in the stillness. The previously gnawing toothy hair abruptly ceased its activity, lifting its head to reveal its crimson eyes, which swiftly locked onto Lu Sheng's presence not far away. With a chilling screech, the toothy hair stood erect, its fierce demeanor laid bare, and launched itself towards Lu Sheng with a powerful leap, propelled by its robust hind legs. Good heavens! Lu Sheng was taken aback by the creature's ferocity. Its glare suggested an age-old vendetta against him. Though a surge of trepidation rippled through him, he remained composed, aware that the hare, skilled in its leaps, could only advance in a straight trajectory. Concealed behind a tree, he felt assured it could not reach him directly. In a flurry of bounding motions, the toothy hare covered the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Lu Sheng quickly assessed that its landing would coincide with the tree's proximity, and a thought flickered in his mind. Could a strike at the moment of its descent prove effective? With scant time for contemplation, the toothy hare arched elegantly through the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng thrust his knife with precision towards the nape of the creature's neck. The force of his strike was so immense that it pinned the creature to the earth. Despite being grievously wounded, the toothy hare did not succumb without a fight. It howled fiercely, its powerful limbs thrashing against the ground, sending clods of dirt flying and drenching Lu Sheng in the process. Fortunately, endowed with an impressive strength of 8 points, Lu Sheng found that even the hare's considerable might could not liberate it from his grasp. Determined to end the creature's life swiftly, Lu Sheng pressed his foot heavily upon the hare's head, subduing it further. Withdrawing his knife, he relentlessly stabbed the creature repeatedly. After delivering a series of 10 strikes, the ground was awash with the pungent scent of blood, and the hare's struggles began to wane until it lay motionless. Moments later, as a vivid red numeral, 01, flickered before his eyes, Lu Sheng exhaled a long sigh of relief, confirming the creature's demise. The toothy hare was evidently superior to the steel-clawed chicken, yet with the application of sound tactics, it was not unduly challenging to slay. Thus, it appeared that even if he were to hunt merely 20 toothy hares each day, within 10 days he could amass nearly 20 demon points. When the time for the official examination arrived, such a considerable enhancement would undoubtedly astound everyone. The prospect of acquiring demon points without expenditure filled Lu Sheng with unfeigned joy. Although the methodical hunting of individual creatures might seem inefficient, it ensured his safety. He had no desire to risk his burgeoning strength by recklessly confronting powerful beasts. Withdrawing the blade from the hare's carcass, he wiped the blood upon its thick fur. Lu Sheng dared not linger in the area, hastily moving towards his next location, fearful that the scent of blood might attract something terrifying. However, his subsequent hunting endeavors did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Not every toothy hare would unwittingly land in a position vulnerable to his deadly thrusts. Consequently, during his confrontations with these ferocious little beasts, Lu Sheng inevitably sustained some injuries. Thankfully, his timely evasions resulted in only superficial wounds, while painful. They were not debilitating for his next day as pursuits. After a period of hunting, Lu Sheng had successfully slain 14 toothy hares, garnering 14 demon points. He refrained from targeting other demon beasts, as lower-tier creatures often thrived in packs, rendering solitary hunting a foolhardy endeavor. Only the toothy hare was suitably aligned with his current novice capabilities. Overall, Lu Sheng found himself quite satisfied with the outcome. As the sun dipped low in the sky, He felt the urgency to depart from the area and hurriedly made his way back to the city. Not long after his departure, a previously lurking figure emerged from the woods, stealthily trailing Lu Sheng with a contemplative demeanor. When Lu Sheng glanced back, he noticed the distant figure shadowing him but thought little of it, assuming it was merely another hunter venturing into the wilderness. Upon returning to Jixiang village, Lu Sheng indulged in a hearty meal before heading straight back to his rented room. Afu, assigned to monitor Lu Sheng, waited until the lights in Lu Sheng's room extinguished before returning to the city. You mean to say, after just a brief return home, he transformed into someone taller and more robust? Are you certain it was Lu Sheng? In the study of Lu Jintian, Afu recounted in meticulous detail the events of the day, reporting his observations of Lu Sheng's activities. However, Lu Jintian, after listening for a short while, exhibited an expression of disbelief and interrupted Afu. In response to your report, it is true that young Master Sheng has undergone significant changes elsewhere, but I distinctly recognized his face. There is no mistaking it, Afu asserted with conviction. Continue. Lu Jintian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Then young Master Sheng acquired a fitting outfit and ventured directly out of the city. He spent the entire afternoon hunting toothy hares in the woods outside the city. Strangely, he killed the hares but did not take their carcasses with him. I cannot comprehend why he would do such a thing. As mealtime approached, he returned to Jixiang village, dined, and remained indoors without venturing out. Afu answered honestly. After hearing this, Lu Jintian fell into silence, deeply analyzing Lu Sheng's peculiar behavior. Could it be that his sudden increase in strength stemmed from hunting those toothy hares? What had he done in the previous 2 or 3 days that nobody knew about? Was this the reason behind his transformation? Yet, this explanation seemed implausible. Even Lu Jintian, well-versed in various matters, had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. If merely slaying toothy hares could grant one strength, then the entire Dragon Kingdom would be overrun with 9th-tier beings. He pondered extensively, convinced that there must be some underlying mystery. Go on, continue to observe tomorrow, and if the opportunity arises, find a way to sneak into his room. Be cautious not to let him discover your presence. Lu Jintian waved his hand at Afu, since he could not unravel the mystery at present. He was loath to waste further mental energy. Every action leaves traces, and he believed that with a few more days of observation, he would surely uncover some clues. Afu bowed slightly to Lu Jintian before exiting the study, as he descended to the first floor with utmost stealth, preparing to open the door and leave. A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows of the living room, nearly causing Afu to leap in fright. Jean, young Master Jean, what are you doing here? Afu stammered, clutching his chest, still shaken. Naturally, I'm waiting for you, Lu Jin replied with a cheerful smile. Waiting for me? Do you have any instructions for me? Young Master Jean, having served as Lu Jin's driver for many years, Afu quickly grasped the situation. Why don't you tell me what you've been up to today? Lu Jin inquired gently. Afu hesitated, pondering whether it was appropriate for a younger brother to inquire about his elder siblings' activities. Was it not acceptable? Had their father cautioned him against discussing such matters with others? Lu Jin appeared to innocently inquire. Indeed, there was nothing to disclose. Afu pondered, setting aside the fact that Lu Jin and Lu Sheng were siblings. The old master had never explicitly stated that today's revelations should be kept from others. Lu Jin was the most favored child of the Lu family. Even if he were to discover something, it would hardly matter. Subsequently, Afu recounted to Lu Jin the words he had previously shared with Lu Jintian, nearly verbatim. It seemed that Lu Sheng had indeed stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity. The old man had already indicated that he intended to bestow Lu Sheng's fortune upon me. Given this, it would be prudent to exercise patience. Once I acquired the items, I could deal with that useless fellow at my leisure. After listening, Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with an intense curiosity and yearning for Lu Sheng's unknown fortune. Nonetheless, he was a patient individual, capable of waiting for this brief period. I have heard that Jixiang village is not only filthy and chaotic, but also plagued by poor security. I truly fear that my brother might encounter some nefarious characters there, Lu Jin expressed, his face betraying concern. Indeed, the place is horrendously dilapidated, teeming with addicts and ruffians. Notably, the Black Tiger Gang reigns supreme there, committing heinous acts of murder, arson, and deceit, leaving a trail of misdeeds in their wake. The young master residing there is undeniably perilous. At the mere mention of Jixiang village, Afu felt an overwhelming frustration, particularly since he had recently been required to linger in that repulsive locale for extended periods, a truly distressing task. The Black Tiger Gang? Lu Jin pondered the words. Lost in thought, Afu, noticing Lu Jin's distraction, refrained from interrupting, quietly waiting nearby. If there is nothing further, Uncle A Fu, please do return to rest early. I shall discuss this matter again with my father, Lu Jin remarked with a peculiar glimmer in his eye, soon followed by a smile. A Fu thought little of it, bidding farewell to Lu Jin before departing. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Sheng was already awake. It was not that he wished to rise so early, but rather that the wounds inflicted by the sharp-toothed rabbit were throbbing and itching. Lu Sheng harbored grave suspicions that the creature's claws contained some toxin exacerbating the pain. He switched on the light, and in its glow, he could clearly see that the 5 injured areas had become notably swollen and red. Fortunately, they were all located on his arms, and the wounds were not deep. However, neglecting them was not a viable option. What to do? Should he seek medication at a nearby clinic? At such an early hour, the clinic would surely still be closed. Reflecting on the injuries sustained on his first day of hunting, he realized that further mishaps were inevitable. Continuing in this manner not only threatened to severely hinder his hunting efficiency, but could also lead to more serious injuries, potentially jeopardizing his performance in the impending examination. A solution must be found. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng found no clear answers, attributing his lack of clarity to his groggy state upon waking. After splashing cold tap water on his face, he returned to his bedside to ponder once more, subsequently reopening the panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Constitution, 10. Demon essence balance, 14. I had allocated the majority of my demon essence to my constitution, resulting in an overall physical quality exceeding that of a healthy adult by more than double. To my understanding, an enhancement in constitution not only signifies increased strength, but also augments resistance, stamina, recovery, organ function, and the robustness of muscles and skin. Each time I had enhanced my constitution previously, my body had undergone a noticeable transformation, akin to an optimized program with diminishing bugs. But if I were to increase my constitution while injured, would it be wholly unaffected, or would there be some degree of healing effect? Lu Sheng gazed at the panel for an extended period, ultimately focusing on the aspect of constitution, which held the utmost significance for him. Following a somewhat presumptuous analysis, a bold idea suddenly struck him. With a tinge of excitement, Lu Sheng unhesitatingly allocated that 1 point of available demon essence to his constitution, then fixated intently on the wounds on his arm. The sensation following the enhancement was identical to before, devoid of any novelty. To Lu Sheng's astonishment, the scars on his arm began to exhibit visibly subtle changes. The redness surrounding the wounds gradually faded, and they began to flatten. Soon after, the blood marks caused by the sharp-toothed rabbit's claws began to draw together. An intense itchiness nearly compelled Lu Sheng to scratch at it. Fortunately, within less than a minute, the itch subsided completely. Lu Sheng gently prodded the scab that had formed, and it easily fell away. Aside from a faint pink mark, there were no visible injuries remaining on his skin. Remarkable. This astonishing healing effect left Lu Sheng momentarily speechless. Did this imply that as long as I possessed demon essence points, I would no longer need to fear injuries? No, it is not entirely so. This time, my injuries were quite minor, enabling healing with just a single point of constitution enhancement. Should the injuries be more severe, I would likely require additional demon essence. Nevertheless, even so, with the panel's assistance, the incredible recovery speed resembled the rapid regeneration depicted in animated series. Describing it as a miraculous skill would not be an exaggeration. I had suspected that the panel's capabilities extended beyond merely enhancing 4-dimensional attributes. It now seemed evident that I had yet to unearth its hidden potentials. Moving forward, I must devise ways to experiment with further applications. The discovery that enhancing constitution could swiftly heal injuries plunged Lu Sheng into profound astonishment. In this world, humanity is perpetually engaged in warfare against a multitude of demon beasts. While cities like Beijing may currently enjoy tranquility, there is no telling when they might succumb to the onslaught of a beast tide unleashed by formidable demons. Lu Sheng would inevitably be compelled to join the ranks resisting the demon beasts, confronting unimaginable dangers. Yet, armed with this life-saving skill, it would be as though he possessed countless lives. With sufficient demon essence, it might be possible to turn the tide in dire situations. Chapter 21. Am I being followed? After a hearty meal, Lu Sheng ventured once more into the wilderness, perhaps due to the excessive number of sharp-toothed rabbits he had slain in that area yesterday. It was challenging to find any solitary unfortunate creatures today. After nearly 3 hours, he managed to kill 6 more, accumulating another point of demon essence. Throughout his journey, he had been contemplating the reasons behind his numerous injuries from the previous day. Eventually, he discerned that it stemmed from his sluggish reactions and speed. Although consistently enhancing his constitution and strength had significantly improved his attack power, he often found himself sluggish when attempting to evade the sharp-toothed rabbit's counterattacks. despite having anticipated their movements. Thus, this time, he allocated the newly acquired point of demon essence directly to agility. To his surprise, his muscle circumference shrank by a notch, and both his speed and explosive power saw a substantial increase. As for other changes, none were immediately apparent. After enhancing his attributes, Lu Sheng engaged in some physical activity, realizing with astonishment that he had indeed shed a considerable amount of weight. Such a transformation brought him immense satisfaction. Henceforth, regardless of how much strength he added to his physique, he would merely need to supplement a certain amount of agility, thus avoiding the fate of becoming a hulking mass of muscle. Others would find it difficult to discern the significant changes his body had undergone in such a short span of time. As for his height, he was in a phase of growth, making a sudden increase in stature quite plausible. Subsequently, during his hunting expeditions, Lu Sheng's efficiency was markedly enhanced. One of the most notable changes was his neurological response speed, which seemed to have significantly improved. Often, he could react with remarkable swiftness to the attacking motions of the sharp-toothed rabbit, thereby maneuvering his body to evade its strikes. This relatively swift, low-level beast could hardly pose a threat to him any longer. After a day of hunting, Lu Sheng had accumulated a total of 3 points of demon essence. 2 of these points were allocated to agility, elevating his agility score to 7. As for the remaining point, he chose not to utilize it immediately, opting instead to reserve it for swift recovery in case of injury. On his way home, Lu Sheng casually glanced back and noticed someone trailing him from a distance. His eyesight was now exceptionally keen. Even at 200 or 300 meters away, he could clearly observe a man wearing a cap, seemingly the same individual he had encountered the previous day. Could this person be following me? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, pondering this possibility with growing suspicion. However, he had no intention of acting rashly, as the individual had yet to exhibit any overt hostility. Yet, upon returning to his rented room after dinner, he discovered that the lock on his door had been tampered with. Gripping a short knife with caution, he entered to investigate, finding the room empty. However, it was evident that someone had rummaged through his belongings. It was reasonable to surmise that this was connected to the person following him. But who would be so idle as to stalk me? Lu Sheng lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, quickly realizing that such an act could undoubtedly be attributed to someone from the Lu family. Given his rapid surge in strength, Lu Zhentian would undoubtedly be quite curious. It was entirely plausible for that individual to send someone to keep him under surveillance. From then on, he decided to exercise caution, lest he inadvertently reveal any telltale signs. Lu Zhentian was cold-blooded and ruthless. Should he discover Lu Sheng's secret, there was no telling what heinous acts he might commit. For the time being, patience was essential. As long as he gained admission to the martial arts academy, with its emphasis on nurturing talent, even Lu Zhentian would think twice before acting against him. At that point, he would truly be free to soar to great heights. However, there was one matter that had been persistently overlooked. Lu Sheng subsequently recalled a crucial aspect, the refinement of his vital energy. Although he now possessed an attribute panel, he ultimately needed to pursue the path of vital energy martial arts. The refinement of vital energy was a pivotal stage in every martial artist's journey prior to advancing to a first-grade warrior. Each successful refinement of vital energy significantly increased its purity. This enhancement greatly augmented both combat effectiveness and training potential. Renowned 9th-grade martial saints had all undergone a minimum of 5 refinements. Achieving 5 refinements required at least 280 points of vital energy. It could be said that the number of refinements directly determined an individual's potential and the heights they could reach. For Lu Sheng, the current amount of vital energy was not an issue at all. He already possessed 220 points and only needed to increase his physique by 3 points to reach 280, making surpassing 5 refinements a mere formality. However, the difficulty of refining vital energy escalated with each attempt. A high vital energy value alone did not ensure success. Ultimately, the number of refinements achievable could only be determined through experience. The method of refining vital energy was quite simple, as his martial arts instructor had taught in class. Lu Sheng immediately sat cross-legged on his bed and began the refinement process, adhering to the steps imparted by his teacher. That evening, when Afu returned to the Lu family to report on his progress, Lu Zhentian was seated in the living room, conversing with family members. Upon seeing Afu arrive, he unabashedly instructed him to speak before everyone. To him, it was not a matter of great significance. Young Master Sheng's residence contained nothing but bedding and some personal hygiene items. Today's activities were hardly different from yesterday's. The only distinction was that he had become slightly more adept at slaying demon beasts. After observing for an entire day, Afu had found no new revelations. Why have you had someone keep an eye on that white-eyed wolf? It's nothing but a waste of energy. Before Lu Jintian could respond, Lin Shuya, who had been engrossed in her phone, interjected with irritation, not even raising her head. Lu Sheng is currently living in Jixiang village? Ha ha ha. It seems that like attracts like. The worthless prefer to associate with the trash. Upon learning that Lu Sheng rented a place in Jixiang village, Lu Qianru burst into laughter, as if she had heard an amusing joke. Killing demon beasts? He actually went out to kill demon beasts? Why not just wait for the exam? What compels him to engage in such perilous activities at a critical time? I just can't fathom what goes on in his mind. Lu Jiaxin wore an expression of disappointment, appearing to be genuinely concerned for Lu Sheng's well-being. Lu Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of dismay, internally reassuring himself that it was wise to wait a little longer, refraining from voicing any opinions. Were you all so animatedly discussing? At that moment, Lu Qinghan descended the stairs and, upon hearing the commotion in the living room, inquired with curiosity. Ha ha, elder sister, come quickly. I'm about to burst from laughter. Afu says that Lu Sheng now resides in the messiest, most chaotic Jixiang village and has gone outside the city to slay some demon beasts. It's like lighting a lantern in a toilet, asking for death. Upon hearing Lu Qinghan's question, Lu Qianru gleefully explained with laughter. What did you say? However, upon hearing Lu Qianru's words, Lu Qinghan's entire being trembled, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. I said Lu Sheng lives in Jixiang village and has ventured out of the city to slay demon beasts. What of it? Noticing her elder sister's suddenly serious demeanor, Lu Qianru quickly suppressed her laughter. Does little Sheng not even have enough money to rent a room? Why would he reside in such a place as Jixiang village? Lu Qinghan swept her gaze over the group, her tone growing increasingly discontented. He receives only 500 yuan in pocket money each month. If it weren't for the fact that he secretly worked during the holidays and saved some money, he would probably be sleeping on the streets. Lu Qianru remarked dismissively. If I recall correctly, little Jean receives a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. Why does little Sheng only have 500? Hearing this, Lu Qinghan became even angrier, realizing the glaring disparity in treatment within their family. Isn't it all due to his numerous shortcomings? If we give him more money, what if he goes astray? Isn't my intention for his own good? Lin Shuya said with an air of self-righteousness. Fine, let us put aside the issue of pocket money for now. Has anyone ever bought clothes for Lu Sheng? He hasn't had a new piece of clothing in 3 years of living at home. Has he? Lu Qinghan was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, she suddenly recalled that every time she saw Lu Sheng, he was wearing the same few school uniforms issued by the institution, prompting her to ask once more, why should I buy him clothes? Who does he think he is? Lu Qianru rolled her eyes in exasperation. I don't know, aren't all of Xiao Jin's clothes bought by mom? Lu Jiaxin said with an innocent expression. Huh, haven't I bought him any clothes? Lin Shuaying, looking bewildered, turned to the housekeeper Wang Ma, who was sweeping the floor. Wang Ma appeared troubled, as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Lu Jintian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Young Master Sheng only has 2 sets of school uniforms for winter and summer to alternate between. His shoes have been mended several times, and it was I who stitched them up for him, Wang Ma stated, emboldened by Lu Jintian's words. Even the servants, who were accustomed to the family's ways, could not bear to witness the blatant favoritism towards their biological son. However, living under the same roof, they felt powerless to speak out, despite their sympathy for the unfortunate child. This is unacceptable. Lu Jintian frowned and shot a cold glance at Lin Shuai. Although he typically took little interest in family matters, learning that Lu Sheng lacked even a decent set of clothes made him realize that his wife had indeed been rather excessive. At that moment, he understood why Lu Sheng had so resolutely rejected his goodwill. It was clear he harbored deep resentment. Little Sheng is the blood of our Lu family. He's our kin. Have you truly regarded him as family? Lu Qinghan questioned, her eyes brimming with tears as she confronted her family. She had worked tirelessly for the Lu family, often returning home late, which left her little time or energy to attend to Lu Sheng's situation. Yet these people, who were home every day, ignored Lu Sheng entirely. She simply could not comprehend their mindset. She now seriously suspected that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the family's differential treatment of Lu Sheng. Under Lu Qinghan's questioning, the room fell into an uncomfortable silence, with everyone feeling a sense of guilt. However, she could not discern a hint of remorse in their expressions. Wingma, do you have the key to little Sheng's room? Take me to see it. Lu Qinghan wiped away her tears, realizing that further accusations would be futile, and turned to Wang Ma. Upon entering Lu Sheng's room, Lu Qinghan was astonished by the sight before her. The entire space was barely 5 or 6 square meters. There was only a single bed, a chair, and a desk. No other furnishings in sight. Has this always been a living space? Lu Qinghan asked, bewildered. This used to be a storage room. It was converted into a bedroom only after young Master Sheng returned, Wang Ma answered candidly. I recall there are several vacant rooms in the house. Why wasn't little Sheng allowed to stay in one of those? Lu Qinghan inquired further. That was arranged by Madam. We servants have no knowledge of such matters, Wang Ma replied with a forced smile. At that moment, Lu Qinghan felt a surge of intense anger within her. She longed to confront her mother and demand why she treated Lu Sheng this way. Yet, she understood Lin Shuaing's temperament. She never believed herself to be in the wrong. Whenever questioned, she could conjure countless justifications to defend herself. You may go about your duties. I will remain here for a while. Lu Qinghan finally managed to suppress her anger after a long silence and spoke to Wang Ma. Once Wang Ma left, Lu Qinghan sat on Lu Sheng's bed. She discovered that the hard wooden bed was covered only by a thin mat, lacking even a proper mattress. Sitting there felt almost the same as sitting on the floor. It was unfathomable to her how Lu Sheng had managed to sleep on such a bed for 3 years. On the desk, aside from a few tattered pens and a holder, there were only some books. As she casually opened the desk drawer, she was surprised to find a diary inside. Although she knew it was wrong to invade someone else's privacy, her overwhelming curiosity compelled her to delicately take out the diary. As she flipped it open and read the words inside, her breath caught in her throat. April 22nd, Sunny. I am so happy. I am no longer an orphan. My sisters are as beautiful as fairies, and my brother is quite handsome. Mother is even more beautiful than I dreamed. Unfortunately, I have not met my father. April 23rd. Overcast. No one talks to me much. Perhaps it's because I just arrived and they're not familiar with me yet. Maybe things will improve with time. The food at home is delicious, truly a taste of paradise. However, because I ate too quickly and made noise, Mother scolded me, saying it showed a lack of upbringing. I think Mother is right. I must strive to change myself so that everyone will like me. April 24th, Sunny. My eldest sister is simply my idol. Today she was awarded the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur by the government and appeared on television. I'm so proud of her. However, she works too hard, often returning home late, and I feel so sorry for her. This evening, I made her a cup of coffee, but unfortunately, I spilled it because I was not paying attention while she was on an important call. Thankfully, even though she seemed angry, she did not scold me. I will be more careful next time. April 25th, heavy rain. The whole family went to the temple today to pray for blessings. It was my first time participating in such an event. However, on our way back, it seemed everyone forgot about me. I had to walk home in the pouring rain. It was so cold, and I think I caught a cold. April 26th, cloudy. My brother broke a precious vase at home. But fourth sister said that when Mother asked about it, she would say it was my fault. At first, I refused to agree. But fourth sister convinced me that if I did, Mother would buy me a phone, so I eventually agreed. When Mother found out, she was furious and hit me with a cane. Although it hurt a lot, I finally got my own phone, which is the most important thing. Next time I am forgotten, I can call my family. Chapter 23. Spare me your false affections. By the time Lu Qinghan realized it, tears were streaming down her face. The diary contained the raw and authentic experiences of Lu Sheng within this family. After merely skimming through a small portion, she found herself unable to continue reading. Overwhelmed by emotion. From those simple yet poignant words, Lu Qinghan could vividly sense her brother's yearning for familial love. Every action he took was so cautious, as if he feared incurring the family's disdain. Yet, despite this, he seemed to be an extraneous presence in their home. No one cared for him. All he received in return was cruelty and indifference. Lu Qinghan couldn't help but recall that night when Lu Sheng had carefully brought her a cup of coffee, only for her to impatiently knock it over. In hindsight, she felt utterly despicable. The guilt she felt towards Lu Sheng had reached its zenith. Even if the rest of the family refused to accept him, he was still her younger brother. She resolved to make amends for him. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lu Qinghan ceased her weeping, clutching the diary tightly to her chest. In her heart, she silently vowed never to let Lu Sheng suffer again. She intended to seek him out at his residence the following day. Even if Lu Sheng was unwilling to return home, she could at least provide him with a comfortable living environment, ensuring that his needs were met. She was acutely aware that places like Jixiang village were hardly fit for human habitation. As another day passed, Lu Sheng had once again acquired 3 points of demon essence. 2 of these points were allocated to strength, while the remaining point was assigned to agility. He retained 2 points for his constitution. On his way home, he noticed the figure in the hat still trailing him. Ignoring it as he had before, he went straight home after dinner. The previous night, he had completed his first round of blood refinement, expelling numerous impurities from his blood, which left him feeling considerably lighter. Upon returning home, he lay on his bed to rest for a spell before preparing to commence his second round of refinement. Just as he was settling into the process, a series of knocks resounded from outside his door. Who could it be at this hour? Sheng pondered, suspecting it might be the landlord seeking to discuss something. However, when he opened the door, he was met by Han, clad in a flowing black gown, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. What brings you here? Sheng inquired coldly. His brow furrowed. Sheng. Han looked up, bewildered by the sudden height Sheng had attained. Particularly, his eyes, devoid of any emotion, made her, a wealthy CEO, feel somewhat uncomfortable, rendering her speechless. If there's nothing of importance, please do not disturb me. Sheng's patience for her words had worn thin, and he began to close the door. Wait, I'm here to apologize. I'm truly sorry, Sheng. Your sister has been preoccupied with work, neglecting you, and allowing you to endure unjust treatment at home. I promise to treat you well in the future, ensuring you never face any more grievances. Will you forgive your sister? Han hastily pressed against the doorframe, preventing him from shutting her out, her expression earnest. However, upon hearing her words, Sheng felt no joy. Rather, a surge of anger welled up within him. He was uncertain whether Han was sincere or merely feigning remorse. What he did know was that if she had awakened to her folly sooner and expressed these sentiments in a timely manner, he would not have endured such a wretched existence. Now, her theatrical display felt utterly ludicrous to him. Don't you think it is too late to say these things now? Forgive you? I'm not even familiar with how to spell the word forgive. Sheng scoffed, incredulous that he could absolve them merely due to an apology. Yet, when faced with the situation, he could not deny a twinge of discomfort in his heart. I understand that you may not be able to accept my apology right away, but I genuinely recognize the mistakes I have made in the past. After I lost you, I felt immense guilt. When you returned, I should have welcomed you back warmly. But I remained aloof, using work as an excuse to avoid confronting you. Please, grant me an opportunity to make amends. If you do not wish to return home, I can provide you with a substantial sum of money, allowing you to live without care. You must leave Jixiang village. I worry about you living there. Han's expression stiffened, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She had anticipated Sheng's reaction would be similar to this. However, undeterred, she continued to explain patiently and sincerely. By your logic, being warm towards you is my fault? Spare me your insincerity. I am merely an orphan. My family perished 15 years ago. Your filthy riches hold no allure for me. Where I reside is my concern and none of your business. Please do not trouble me further. Sheng coldly retorted, slamming the door shut with a force that caught Han off guard, causing her to stumble and fall heavily onto the concrete floor. The pain radiating from her backside elicited a muffled groan, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart. Sheng's resolute rejection felt like a knife slicing through her, and tears streamed down her face. Yet, even in her sorrow, she did not feel that Sheng's actions were unjust. After all, compared to the suffering she had inflicted upon her brother, this treatment was but a fraction of what she deserved. At that moment, Han's appearance of remorse would have stirred pity in a softer heart. After all, she held significant financial power within the Liu family. Even Liu Zhentian needed her approval for substantial fund allocations. Her claim of being able to provide Sheng with a considerable sum was likely not a mere few hundred thousand. Such a gesture could certainly be seen as sincere. However, Sheng's previous life had been riddled with misery, largely instigated by this very woman. Had she not lost him, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Perhaps his rebirth and newfound abilities were a divine compensation for his past grievances. He could accept his own regrets, but those who had wronged him would find no mercy. Now she realizes her mistakes? Where was her contrition when it mattered? Chapter 24. The Ashamed Liu Jiasin. Liu Zong, are you all right? The 2 bodyguards hurriedly helped Han to her feet. I am fine. Let us leave. Han shook her head, not bothering to dust off her clothes, her demeanor forlorn as she departed. Upon returning home, Liu Jiasin found only Han in the living room. The others were nowhere to be found. Eldest sister. What is the matter? What happened? Liu Jiasin immediately sensed something was amiss with Han, who bore dirt on her dress, and approached her with concern. Come with me. Han glanced at her sister with a complex expression, initially reluctant to share, but inexplicably compelled to speak. Curious about Han's unusual behavior, Liu Jiasin followed her into Han's room. This is the diary that Sheng forgot to take. You should take a look, but for the time being, do not let anyone else know. Han carefully retrieved the diary, treating it as a treasured item, gently caressing its rough cover before handing it to Liu Jiasin. A diary? Liu Jiasin regarded her sister with curiosity, surprised that the reason she had been summoned was for this. She had no idea that Lu Sheng kept a diary and, without further thought, accepted it. She was indeed curious about its contents, though she could easily guess it contained criticisms of her and their family. Go ahead. I am tired and wish to rest early. Remember what I said. Do not let anyone else know. With that, Lu Qinghan waved her hand to dismiss her sister. Lu Qinghan's solemn admonition left Lu Jiaxin with no choice but to retreat to her own room instead of descending to the living room after she stepped outside. Reclining on her soft and comfortable bed, Lu Jiaxin casually opened the diary. However, to her astonishment, the contents recorded within were not at all what she had anticipated. Initially, all seemed well, but as she continued to peruse the pages, an inexplicable discomfort enveloped her heart. Not a single word within this diary suggested any disdain towards their family members. On the contrary, Lu Sheng exhibited profound respect and even admiration for each individual. He was incessantly striving to integrate himself into this family, yearning for their acceptance. Yet, the ultimate outcome was a series of disappointments. Without delving into the details concerning others, there were numerous entries pertaining to her. Particularly, several pages ignited an overwhelming sense of shame within her. May 18th, Sunny. My second sister is truly a commendable teacher. She possesses a wealth of knowledge and understands the principles of being a good person. Mother often prefers to teach me directly, but my second sister imparts wisdom through stories. During my time at the orphanage, no one ever shared such insights with me. At home, it is only my second sister, seemingly the only one patient enough to guide me, which brings me great comfort. May 30th, overcast. Today, another incident occurred at home. Mother's expensive white dress was stained with something unsightly. No one admitted to it, yet all fingers pointed at me, simply because I had previously entered Mother's room without permission. Everyone accused me, yet I steadfastly refused to confess, for I was innocent of the deed. Ultimately, I bore the brunt of the blame. My second sister advised me that a man must take responsibility, for only a responsible man earns the affection of all. I knew that confessing would leave me disheartened, yet I yearned for everyone's approval. Alas, it seemed that they despised me even more. I received 3 lashes with a rattan stick and went to bed without dinner. Tonight, I must endure pain and hunger once again. Lu Jiaxin, too, could only read a portion before she could bear no more. Embarrassment flooded her face, turning it crimson. Lu Sheng's innocence and his unwavering trust in her struck her like a series of resounding slaps. Only Lu Jiaxin was aware that her lectures to Lu Sheng had never stemmed from a genuine desire to enlighten him. Rather, it was rooted in her deep-seated contempt for him, because he had grown up in an orphanage, and because he was lacking in every conceivable aspect. He paled in comparison to every other member of the Lu family, appearing almost worthless. As a self-proclaimed teacher, she simply sought to showcase her superiority before her brother. As for coaxing Lu Sheng into confessing to actions he had not committed, it was merely her belief that only a fool like him would make such foolish mistakes. Thus, a little gentle persuasion from her would suffice to make her dim-witted brother confess. This method had proven effective time and again. Yet, upon reading Lu Sheng's diary, she finally comprehended the truth. Lu Sheng was not foolish. Rather, he had chosen to trust her without reservation. In stark contrast, Lu Jiaxin suddenly perceived herself as a despicable and shameless individual. The growing disdain for Lu Sheng among their family was, to a significant extent, a consequence of her own manipulations, which had led him to admit to numerous offenses he had not committed. How did I become such a person? I would never treat others this way. Why do I single out Lu Sheng for such differential treatment? An overwhelming wave of regret consumed Lu Jiaxin, wishing she could simply vanish into a crevice in the ground. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng had severed ties with them and departed. Otherwise, she would have rushed to him immediately to offer a heartfelt apology. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to apologize properly. If he were willing to return home, she would never again treat him as she had in the past. The more she contemplated, the more distressed she became, until she remembered that they might have a chance to meet again. Resolutely, she decided to seek Lu Sheng's forgiveness in the future. In the ensuing week, Afu continued to monitor Lu Sheng's daily routine as per Lu Jintian's instructions. However, the surveillance yielded disappointing results for Lu Jintian. Lu Sheng's life resembled a monotonous work schedule, utterly devoid of any suspicious activity. Thus, with merely 2 days until the major examination, Lu Jintian summoned Afu back. Lu Jin, too, felt disheartened by the outcome, but it mattered little to him. Conversely, Afu's cessation of surveillance provided him an unexpected opportunity. That very night, Lu Jin concocted an excuse to leave the house, withdrew some cash from an ATM, and took a taxi to the central area of Jixiang village, to a billiards hall located in a basement. Through his inquiries during this time, he had learned that Lu Qingwen, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, frequented this establishment every evening. Chapter 25. Help me kill someone. As Lu Jin entered the smoke-filled billiards hall with his backpack, his affluent demeanor immediately captured the attention of the gang members. Wrinkling his brow, Lu Jin felt somewhat out of place in this environment. "Excuse me, is Boss Lu here today?" He politely inquired of the nearest individual. "What business does a little brat like you have with Boss Lu?" The man glared menacingly at Lu Jin, sizing him up. "What's the matter? What does this kid want?" A few brawny men with tattoos approached, one of whom, a bald man, coldly interrogated him. "Hey, he claims he wants to see Boss Lu," the earlier man said, now adopting a more respectful tone. "What do you want with Boss Lu?" The bald man gestured towards Lu Jin with a tilt of his chin. "Naturally, I have a sum of money to deliver to him," Lu Jin replied, unperturbed. Having completed 5 rounds of training, he had become a genuine martial artist and was confident in his abilities. He regarded these gang members with disdain. "Follow me," the bald man, noticing the bulging backpack on Lu Jin's shoulder, quickly realized there was business to be conducted and beckoned him along. With an impassive expression, Lu Jin followed him down a dim corridor, which led to an opulently decorated room. Seated on a black leather sofa was a stout man clad in a floral shirt. Lu Jin deduced that this must be Lu Qingwen, the head of the Black Tiger Gang. "Boss, this kid says he has money for you," the bald man announced respectfully from the doorway. "Oh, sit down and speak," Lu Qingwen said, his expression one of surprise upon seeing such a handsome young man before him. "I need you to kill someone, a student roughly my age. Here is 500,000 as a deposit." Lu Jin stated bluntly as he opened his backpack to reveal its stuff. Lu Qingwen merely cast a fleeting glance at the money within the bag. Refraining from reaching for it, and instead let out a cold chuckle. "You needn't overthink it. He is merely an orphan. Furthermore, he currently resides in Jixiang Village," Lu Jin said with a smile. "Residing in Jixiang Village? That simplifies matters. I shall take on this task." Upon hearing that the target was merely a destitute individual from Jixiang Village, Lu Qingwen readily agreed without a second thought. Having fallen to the depths of Jixiang Village, what significant background could he possibly possess? Here, he himself was the most formidable presence. He resides at 1264 Min Pai Hao, Demenkyo Alley in Jixiang Village. Each day, he ventures out of the city to hunt low-tier demon beasts. I believe it would be a more advantageous choice for you to act there. Lu Jin produced a photograph of Lu Sheng and placed it on a table. That would be exceedingly convenient. Outside the city, should someone perish, there is no need to dispose of the body. Those demon beasts will consume it entirely. Lu Qingwen, appearing relaxed, took the bag from Lu Jin with one hand and grasped the photograph with the other. After a mere glance at the image, he passed it to the bald man standing nearby. "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let this charming little friend escape. Wait until he leaves the city tomorrow to strike. Bring along several firearms to ensure that everything goes flawlessly." Lu Jin, surprised by the smooth progression of events, especially when he heard Lu Qingwen mention firearms, could hardly fathom how Lu Sheng could possibly escape death. "I shall await the good news from Boss Lu. Once the deed is accomplished, I will send over the remaining funds. Farewell." Lu Jin had no intention of lingering longer, decisively rising to take his leave. Lu Qingwen made no effort to detain him, allowing Lu Jin to depart. "Ensure someone keeps an eye on this lad and ascertain his place of residence." Lu Qingwen instructed the bald man shortly after Lu Jin's exit. Within the dense primal forest, a robust rabbit, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged at a young man clad in a black t-shirt and gray sweatpants as if possessed. The man, however, remained remarkably composed, strolling leisurely toward the rabbit's trajectory. Just 5 or 6 meters away, the rabbit suddenly propelled itself off the ground, doubling its speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the man. Yet, at the very moment the rabbit lunged, the man deftly sidestepped. As they brushed past one another, he merely waved his hand with nonchalance. The rabbit, still airborne, was severed in two, and a gushing spray of crimson blood erupted forth. Upon crashing to the ground, the rabbit thrashed its limbs a few times before falling eerily silent. With agility now at 15 points, the rabbit's once proud speed appeared to Lu Sheng as though it were in slow motion. His strength now stood at 14 points, and he decided to allocate the newly acquired point to enhance his strength further. In recent days, the sharp-toothed rabbit has become increasingly elusive. Tomorrow, with the martial arts theory examination looming, I must gather a bit more demon essence and return early to see if I can complete the 6th refinement. Lu Sheng, his expression inscrutable, cast a glance at the rabbit carcass, then opened his panel and adeptly allocated a point of demon essence to his strength. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom 5. Strength 15. Agility 15. Constitution says. Demon essence balance 3. At that moment, Lu Sheng abruptly turned his gaze toward a certain direction within the woods. Continuous enhancements to his constitution had rendered his senses extraordinarily acute. Even from several dozen meters away, he discerned the sound of disordered footsteps rapidly approaching. Squinting into the distance, he indeed spotted 5 burly men, one of whom sported a gleaming bald head. Initially, Lu Sheng paid them little mind, assuming they were hunters exiting the city. However, upon closer inspection, he detected anomalies. These individuals bore no hunting equipment. 3 of them wielded black handguns, while the other 2 brandished gleaming machetes. He could even discern various tattoos adorning their bare arms, unmistakably indicating their affiliation with the gang. In the wilderness, a group of armed individuals approached him with clear intent. Lu Sheng harbored grave suspicions that these men were indeed after him. Swiftly, he concealed himself behind a robust tree, climbing it with the agility of a nimble monkey, and carefully observed the approaching figures. Hey, I clearly saw him right here. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? Are you certain he is the one in the photograph? Absolutely. I have been following him from Jixiang village all the way here. Could it be that he has noticed our concealment? Hurry, search thoroughly. If we fail to eliminate him today, Boss Lu will see to it that we are dealt with. The 5 men soon arrived at the spot where Lu Sheng had recently lingered, only to find his presence completely vanished, prompting them to engage in hushed conversation. Chapter 26. Regrettably, it proves futile. Ah, so you truly have come to kill me. I shall see if you possess the capability. Lu Sheng's eyes glimmered coldly, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Without needing to ponder, he could surmise that it was undoubtedly the scoundrel Lu Jin who had hired assassins to end his life. In this world, apart from him, no one else bore such a motive. The assassins dispersed, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the forest, drawing ever closer to Lu Sheng. Among them, the 3 gunmen posed a significant threat to him. 4 low-tier martial artists, firearms could inflict fatal injuries. Even if he could employ his enhanced constitution for rapid recovery, a bullet to the head would likely preclude any chance of healing. Thus, these gunmen had to be dealt with first. At that moment, one of the gunmen had reached the base of the tree where Lu Sheng hid. Lu Sheng silently descended, unnoticed by the man. Before he even touched the ground, his razor-sharp alloy dagger had already sliced across the man's throat. He's over there. Open fire. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his neck, dropping his gun in shock. Just as Lu Sheng prepared to retrieve the fallen weapon, he was spotted by another assailant from a different angle. Lu Sheng quickly concealed himself behind a tree as the sharp crack of gunfire rang out. With his agility now at a remarkable 15 points, his speed, reflexes, and explosive power had transcended ordinary understanding. His swift movements would put even a cheetah to shame. To think that someone could dream of hitting him with a handgun was utterly ludicrous. Be cautious. He's a slippery one. Let's flank him from both sides. The bald man warned sternly upon witnessing his companion's plight. Lu Sheng, hidden behind the tree, swiftly surveyed the positions of the other 2 gunmen. In an open area, he would indeed struggle to confront them, but amidst this dense forest, with an abundance of trees to serve as cover, he stood on solid ground. After devising a rough plan for his movements, Lu Sheng promptly began advancing toward another gunman. Each movement took less than a second, allowing him to reach the shelter of another tree 10 meters away without any need for a running start. Brother Hai, he's too fast. One of the blonde-haired gunmen shouted in a panic. Every movement of Lu Sheng was just a black shadow flashing through the woods in his eyes. Huang Mao fired a few shots in a hurry, but didn't even touch Lu Sheng's fur. And Hai Gu is not much stronger than him. With sweat all over his bare head, holding guns in both hands, cautiously pointing in the direction of Lu Sheng. I thought this job was just killing a student. It would be very easy. Even if the opponent is a first-class warrior, having 3 guns is definitely enough. I didn't expect this person to be so vigilant. They had already hidden and prepared for a surprise attack before even getting close. The most outrageous thing is the opponent's incredibly fast speed. Even second-class martial artists like Lu Qingwen are far inferior compared to him. His mother, no wonder that guy is so generous. He is a 500,000 down payment. What kind of student is this? He is clearly a highly skilled warrior. Hai wiped the sweat off his head. In this situation, even a gun in his hand couldn't bring him a sense of security. Don't panic. Save your bullets. Wait for him to get closer before firing. Hai Gu quickly noticed that the person had been constantly dodging, as if intentionally wasting their bullets, and quickly reminded them loudly. I didn't have many bullets with me today. If all the bullets were gone, I wouldn't have killed this person. These ordinary people are no different from stronger children in front of warriors. Oh, surprisingly, he reacted so quickly. Unfortunately, it's of no use. The intention was noticed by the other party, and Lu Sheng was somewhat surprised. Consuming the opponent's ammunition is indeed one of his purposes. However, his ultimate goal is to bring him closer to the gunman. And now, He is less than 20 meters away from that yellow hair. For him, it was simply within reach. After seeing the direction of the yellow hair, Lu Sheng suddenly accelerated under his feet. A tree heading towards the direction of the yellow hair first ran for a while, then changed direction one after another under its feet. Huang Mao panicked and fired indiscriminately, attempting to hit Lu Sheng in this way. Haigo was not idle either, carefully glancing at the direction of Lu Sheng's movement and firing several shots in a row. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng's positioning was too flashy, and the two of them couldn't predict his next landing point. The result of doing so was that their guns quickly ran out of bullets and made a clicking sound of empty hits. With a frightened expression, Huang Mao took out a magazine from his pocket and prepared to replace it. But how could Lu Sheng miss such a good opportunity? With another flick under his feet, he was already in front of Huang Mao. Without hesitation, the short knife in his hand fiercely stabbed the other person's chest a few times. Then a knife sliced through the other person's throat. Huang Mao immediately felt as if he had been drained of all his strength and fell softly to the ground. He made a loud sound in his mouth, and his limbs began to twitch randomly. It's no different from those demon rabbits hunted by Lu Sheng. Shake the blood off the knife with force. There is only one gunman left, and two more wielding knives. Lu Sheng didn't even have the idea of dodging now. So he calmly walked towards the bald head with a knife in his hand. What should we do? Hi. The two people holding knives were both dumbfounded and asked tremblingly. They have been killing people and smuggling goods for many years, but they have never encountered such a fierce person before. Two guns emptied their magazines, and surprisingly, the other person's clothes were not even wiped clean before they were killed one after another. Haigo hurriedly put on his magazine, but facing the young man who walked calmly, all that remained in his heart was fear. He really wished he could turn around and run away immediately, but he also knew that with this person's speed, leaving his back to the other person would only lead to faster death. Fighting to the death may still have a glimmer of hope. Gather together and don't be defeated by him individually. We have to work hard with him. Haiji's face showed a fierce expression and he shouted loudly. After receiving the order, the two subordinates quickly ran towards Haigo. Lu Sheng watched the scene, but showed no intention of stopping it, still walking calmly towards the direction of a few people. Not even hiding? Do you really think my gun is a toy? Lu Sheng's contemptuous behavior also angered Lu Qingwen's top gunman. Immediately, he raised his gun with both hands again, squinted his eyes, and aimed at Lu Sheng, and without hesitation fired again. Chapter 27. I swear not to kill you. Make love. The gunshots echoed continuously in the dense forest. However, Haiji's face turned pale at this moment. Even the hand holding the gun trembled involuntarily. He had clearly aimed at the opponent's body, so it was impossible for him to miss within this distance of only over 20 meters. However, what frightened him was every moment he pulled the trigger. The young man, not far away, could easily dodge the bullet he fired with just a simple twist of his body. Even if he shoots repeatedly, it has no effect. The other party seems to be able to predict the landing point of the bullet in advance. Every time we dodge a bullet, we can get closer to them. Haigo felt a chill all over his body, and his whole body was shrouded in bone-chilling despair. You still have the last two bullets. If I can't hit it again, I'll die here. Lu Sheng continued walking forward calmly, his expression devoid of any emotion. It's like in front of him, not a thug holding a gun trying to kill him, but a child holding a water gun and playing with him. Lu Sheng certainly does not possess any ability to predict the future. However, by adding a lot of points now, both his five senses and nerve reaction speed have exceeded the average person by too much. Haiji's action of aiming and firing is no different from slow motion. Therefore, he only needs to use his eyesight and extremely strong reaction speed to avoid this not-so-intense attack. Don't come over here. The leader of our Black Tiger gang is a second-class warrior, and he knows who you are. If you dare to kill us, he won't let you go. Haigo pointed his gun at Lu Sheng and shouted with a stern expression but a weak voice, his voice trembling. There are indeed 2 bullets in his gun, but this is already his last trump card to save his life. He dare not continue shooting unless he is certain that he can hit the opponent. It's the Black Tiger gang again. You garbage are really annoying. Lu Sheng's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect him to have such a connection with this Black Tiger gang. After today's incident, he and the Black Tiger gang can be said to have formed a mortal grudge. If these people are not completely resolved, it is difficult to guarantee what actions these fugitives will take against him in the future. As long as you spare us, I will plead with Boss Lu to let you go. Don't act impulsively and make a big mistake. Haigo saw that Lu Sheng remained unmoved and continued to shout in panic. No more trouble. Your boss will personally plead with me. Lu Sheng sneered. At this point, are you still trying to intimidate him with such clumsy means? Do you really think he's scared? After speaking, he began to bend down and rush toward the other person. Less than 10 meters away, it was an instant for Lu Sheng. Haigo only fired one shot in his panic, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, he saw his hand holding the gun break elbow level and fall freely. The other two swordsmen quickly swung their knives towards Lu Sheng. However, after the cold light flashed twice again, two arms fell down in unison. On my hand, the mournful howls echoed one after another. All three of them were holding onto their broken arms and screaming loudly. Quiet. Let me ask you a few questions. I can choose not to kill the person who answers correctly. Lu Sheng frowned and let out a low drink. Feel free to ask. As long as you spare our lives, I will tell you everything I know. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately shut up in unison, and one of them immediately spoke with a strong desire to survive. Where's the stronghold of your Black Tiger gang? How many people and how many guns are there inside? When is your boss usually around? Lu Sheng asked 3 questions at once, then carefully watched the expressions of these people to see if anyone was deceiving him. At the Black Yao Billiards Club on the main street of Jixiang Village, Mr. Lu is there every night, and usually there are about 30 people there. There's still more than 10 guns, all managed by Mr. Lu, but they're not easily used. Before the other two could speak, the first person to speak took the lead and blurted out everything they knew in one breath. The other two were both foolish, but they didn't expect this guy to leave them no way out. Despite having 3 questions, he answered them all at once. Sorry, you two are too slow. Lu Sheng rolled up a knife flower and said indifferently. Wait a minute, I know something else. As long as you don't kill me, I can say anything. I know where Hai Ji's money is hidden. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Haigo hurriedly said, Okay, I swear I won't kill you. If it goes against the will of heaven, I'll strike you with lightning. Please speak up quickly. Lu Sheng's eyes twitched, which was valuable news for him. After all, the leader of the Black Tiger gang must die. Wouldn't it be a pity if he lost his master's money? In Mr. Lu's office, there's also a dark room dug behind his desk. He likes to use cash and puts all the money he earns in it. And now he has about 1 million yuan left. No one else knows about this besides me. Seeing Lu Sheng make such a poisonous vow, Haigo breathed a sigh of relief. The vows made by this world can sometimes be very effective. At least he's a gang boss. I heard he's still trafficking drugs. How come he has so much money? Upon learning that the leader of the Black Tiger gang only had so little money, Lu Sheng felt somewhat dissatisfied. He used all the money he earned before to buy qi and blood-strengthening potions, so that's why there's only so much left. Haigo quickly explained. Lu Sheng thought for a moment. If he could get over 1 million yuan, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood anymore in the future. The tuition fees for the following years have also been settled, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. And you? Is there anything else to say? Lu Sheng immediately looked at the last person who showed despair on their face. I know that Mr. Lu keeps a very beautiful female anchor and lives there. When asked by Lu Sheng, the person was trembling all over, and even a water stain appeared in their pants. They trembled and spoke up. You can go die now. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Sheng had already lost interest in continuing to listen. A merciless knife pierced the other person's heart, and then gently pushed them to the ground. Can we both leave now? Lu Sheng's ruthlessness scared out the hearts of 2 gangsters who had suffered many lives on their hands. Haigo endured the excruciating pain in his arm and pitifully asked for Lu Sheng's opinion, afraid that this fierce person would suddenly erupt and kill him. Let's go. I just said I wouldn't kill you. When did I say I would let you go? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion. Chapter 28, Closing the Door and Fighting the Dog. Are you going to go back on your word? Please spare me. The remaining groom knelt down and begged directly. I promise not to kill you, so I will definitely not break my promise. However, in this wild where monsters are everywhere, it is normal for some accidents to occur. Lu Sheng grinned. Just now he killed 3 people in a row, and the bloody smell emanating from this place has already spread far away through the breeze. When he was just questioning, he noticed that there were monsters approaching here, and there were quite a few of them, probably some kind of low-level monsters living in groups. So even if he hadn't personally committed suicide, these 2 couldn't have left alive from here. However, in order to prevent them from informing the Black Tiger gang, Lu Sheng could only slightly violate his oath and once again wield his knife to cut off the only remaining hand of these 2 people. You must die so badly. You despicable person who goes back on your word. Just as the 2 of them were crazily cursing at Lu Sheng, he discovered a large group of giant mice covered in red fur, running towards this direction, following the scent of blood. A friend came to play with you. Be more enthusiastic. Lu Sheng pointed in the direction of the red-haired giant mouse and said sympathetically to the 2 of them, This thing is much more ferocious than a sharp-toothed rabbit, and it is difficult to find any living creatures wherever it passes. Even when he sees it normally, he can only avoid it from a distance. These 2 people had both hands cut off, and the amount of blood loss was already enormous. Under the pursuit of such a ferocious creature, there is simply no way out. I fucking you. Haigo followed the direction of Lu Sheng's fingers and immediately noticed the blood-red figures rushing towards them. He cursed in despair and stumbled before running away. The other person dared not even fart and stumbled towards Haigo. Perhaps he thought that as long as he could beat Haigo, he could escape from danger. Lu Sheng did not stop the two, nor was there a need to stop them. Jumping up a big tree in just a few strokes. Then jumping towards another tree like a light and agile monkey, following behind the two of them to ensure that no accidents occur. The speed of the red-haired giant rat is already extremely fast, comparable to a hunting dog running at full speed. It didn't take too much time to catch up with the two people who were running away. Seeing the two of them being thrown down and fiercely bitten, making waves of screams, Lu Sheng finally put his heart in his stomach and quickly left this land of right and wrong. Because even he had no intention of letting go of those red-haired giant rats. What happened today was that Lu Sheng did not return the same way, but chose to take a long detour and enter the city from another direction. I bought new clothes and a mask and duckbill cap, and didn't take a taxi to Jixiang village until nightfall. The Heiyao Billiards Club is easy to find. Lu Sheng observed silently across the street for a while and found that all the people coming in and out were gang members. Ordinary people are afraid to avoid it and dare not play inside. At around 9 o'clock, Lu Sheng realized that there were very few people coming in and out, so he didn't plan to wait any longer. Walked down a long staircase and pushed open a thick wooden door. Just standing at the entrance, he had a panoramic view of the entire inside of the billiard hall. The smoke inside is like a fairyland on earth, and there are gang members playing at more than 10 pool tables. There are some people sitting in the rest area next to me, some of whom are clearly drug addicts. Lu Sheng roughly counted, and there were indeed over 30 people. I just don't know if there are any inside the billiard hall that haven't come out yet. What do you do for a living? What are you doing blocking the door for? A strange man wrapped tightly around his body, whose face was not even visible, appeared and quickly caught the attention of some people. One of the hedgehogs pointed his head at Lu Sheng and scolded. However, Lu Sheng ignored him and saw a 2-finger-thick iron chain thrown by the door. Without hesitation, he picked it up and tightly wrapped the door handle with the iron chain. This is to prevent someone from suddenly breaking in from outside, and also to shut down the door. What are you doing? Why lock the door? This is the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Are you looking for death? Another big man with a ponytail saw Lu Sheng locking the door and quickly walked towards him, cursing and holding a club in his hand. Lu Sheng walked towards the other without saying a word. Just a few meters away, the alloy short knife suddenly fell from Lu Sheng's sleeve and landed directly in his hand. Before the man could even catch a glimpse of surprise in his eyes, Lu Sheng had already swung his knife and fiercely stabbed forward. A shiny blade immediately pierced through the man's throat. The man's eyes bulged with disbelief. Lu Sheng casually reached out and pushed, causing the man to lie on his back and fall to the ground. This sudden scene truly stunned everyone who saw it. No one expected that someone would dare to run alone to the territory of the Black Tiger Gang and openly commit murder. The entire billiard hall fell silent for a moment, and I don't know who reacted first and let out a furious roar. Damn this bastard. At this reminder, the Black Tiger Gang, which was full of people, immediately cursed and took out various knives and axes from under the pool table, rushing towards Lu Sheng. Faced with the siege of dozens of people, Lu Sheng remained calm at all. Take a step forward and kick the person in front out with one foot, directly knocking down the person behind. Then he borrowed the obstruction of the billiard table and began to move flexibly, making it impossible for the Black Tiger Gang's numerical advantage to be fully utilized. Anyone who encounters him will be hit hard by a single blow, and there is no perfect match between them. In just a few seconds, more than 10 people were stabbed and fell to the ground one after another. For a moment, the entire billiard hall was filled with insults and screams. As more and more people were severely injured, Lu Sheng became more and more adept. Like a slippery loach, the members of the Black Tiger Gang didn't even touch his clothes for a long time. It wasn't until most of the people lay down that someone finally realized and ran to notify Lu Qingwen, who was still unaware. Boss is not doing well. A master suddenly barged in and killed anyone who didn't agree. The brothers couldn't resist anymore. Before Ma Zai broke into Lu Qingwen's office, the boss was still calling Haigu and others. The blind sound on the phone made him realize that something might have happened to the person sent out. Not long after, someone came to tell him that someone had come knocking on his door. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Qingwen was both shocked and angry. And as soon as he slammed the table, he rushed outside. Chapter 29. The more we fight, the more desperate we become. When Lu Qingwen arrived at the hall, he was completely shocked by the current tragic situation. There was no one standing in the entire billiard hall except for a tall man wearing a duckbill cap mask and dressed in black. Most of the people lying underground remained motionless, with some still groaning in pain. However, judging from the location of their injuries, they must be nearing their end. Who the hell are you? Lu Qingwen asked in a furious voice, his eyes about to crack. These are all his most elite subordinates. But unexpectedly, they were all easily killed by one person. And looking at the other person, they didn't even have any torn clothes, let alone any scars. Even as a second-class warrior, he he probably wouldn't be able to do this in the face of so many people's attacks. While Lu Qingwen was extremely angry, he was also full of vigilance towards this suddenly appearing expert. I know this is definitely a master whose strength is no less than his. Naturally, it's the person who killed you. Are you planning to wipe your neck yourself? Or do you need me to do it myself? Lu Sheng raised his hand with a short knife and casually waved towards Lu Qingwen, saying somewhat contemptuously. However, despite his words, Lu Sheng had no intention of underestimating the other party in his heart. After completing the qi and blood refining, the next thing that needs to be refined is the bones of the whole body, followed by the internal organs. Once the upper limb bones are refined, it means that the warrior has entered the first grade. You can use the power of qi and blood to unleash a power far beyond your own physical body. When the upper limb bones are fully refined and the lower limb stage begins, it represents entering the second grade. The strength of bones refined by qi and blood will be greatly increased, and the higher the purity of qi and blood, the higher the quality of bones refined. From low to high, they are iron, copper, silver, gold, and jade. It's not that the material of the bones is the same as these names, it's just the appearance. In fact, with the improvement of quality, different levels of bone strength are enough to widen the gap in combat effectiveness. Generally, 9th grade martial artists have golden bones, but there are also a few extremely strong ones that have reached the level of jade bones. Legend has it that there is another type of bone that is crystal clear and transparent throughout. But that is just a legend, and no one has ever seen it so far. Lu Qingwen's strength has reached the second grade, and Lu Sheng cannot guess the opponent's skeletal quality at the moment, but the opponent's limbs must be extremely hard. And the other party can borrow the power of qi and blood, and the burst of power will inevitably be much stronger than him. Although he has a very strong physique now, it is obviously a disadvantage for him to confront the opponent head-on without undergoing refinement. Fortunately, his advantage is agility, and attacking others' weaknesses with his own strengths is his optimal choice. Deceiving people too much, it's simply deceiving people too much. Do you really think you've decided on me? When I subdue you, I will let you know what cruelty is. How can Lu Qingwen bear to see him, a second-grade warrior, being so despised by others? Since the other party refuses to disclose their identity, they will be disabled and asked again. Immediately let out a roar and rushed towards Lu Sheng. The heavy steps on the ground immediately shattered the marble floor, creating an unstoppable momentum. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and could already see some clues from the steps taken by the other party. With a backhand wielding the knife, he slightly bowed, like a cheetah preparing to take off. Seeing Lu Qingwen getting closer, Lu Sheng's eyes drooped, and he suddenly kicked hard at a lifeless body on the ground. The corpse was also quite tall and strong before its death, weighing at least 1,780 pounds. But under Lu Sheng's kick, he unexpectedly threw himself into the air and hit Lu Qingwen head-on. Lu Qingwen's momentum of rushing forward immediately stopped, and he raised his hand to push away the body. But in this short moment, Lu Sheng had already arrived late and kicked Lu Qingwen heavily in the abdomen, sending him flying backwards and hitting a billiard table heavily. Seeing Lu Sheng charging forward again, Lu Qingwen's face turned fierce, and he quickly stood up, kicking back with a heavy and powerful kick. Knowing that the other party's strength lay in their hands and feet, Lu Sheng did not confront them head-on and dodged to one side of his body. And Lu Qingwen's trend did not diminish, as he instantly kicked the adjacent pool table to the ground. The destructive power caused by a second-class warrior with the help of qi and blood is indeed much stronger than mine. But his speed is as slow as a turtle, and he cannot touch me at all. This is Lu Sheng's evaluation of Lu Qingwen after his first attack. A person with extremely slow speed does not pose a significant threat to him. Lu Sheng immediately let go of his concerns and began to bully himself. After bowing his head and dodging the opponent's heavy punch, the short knife in his hand struck Lu Qingwen's unguarded side waist like lightning. After all, this guy is a second-class martial artist, but he seems to be fine after being hit like this. Just let out a muffled groan, and the attack became even more fierce. Under his steel frame, those solid wood billiard tables that were originally incredibly hard looked like they were made of tofu. Whenever his fists and feet rub against it, it will immediately shatter into pieces. For such opponents, Lu Sheng is extremely patient. If one knife doesn't work, then two knives. Two knives won't do, then 20 knives. After more than 10 consecutive battles, Lu Qingwen's floral shirt was completely stained red with blood. And as a large amount of blood flowed out, even second-class warriors like him began to lose strength. Why? Why is this kid so fast? He's like he can see through all my movements. He can't hit him at all. Lu Qingwen became increasingly desperate as he fought, as he had not engaged in such a real-life and death battle with anyone for many years. In the past, opponents would choose to be tough with him and ultimately fall under his heavy punches and legs. However, this person is like a cunning assassin, unable to defend himself with every strike. The most frustrating thing is that I can't even touch the other person's clothes corner. If this continues, he will undoubtedly die. Wait. Is there any misunderstanding between the Black Tiger Gang and you? As long as you spare me, I can give you all the money. Once again kicked out by Sheng, Lu Qingwen leaned against the pool table and quickly waved his hands with a frightened expression, saying, "Do you remember sending a few henchmen out of the city today to kill someone?" Lu Sheng asked coldly. "How is it possible that that person is you?" Lu Qingwen let out a cry of surprise. The other party is asked like this. Where could there be any other reason? Who asked you to do this? How much did he spend? Lu Sheng asked again. He is a very handsome young man. His family lives in building 1245 of the villa area in the west of the city. I was completely deceived by this son of a bitch. He told me that the person he was going to kill was just a poor student living in Jixiang village. If I knew he wanted me to kill a master like you, I wouldn't accept even 10 million, let alone 1 million. Lu Qingwen is almost crying. At that time, the person wanted to spend a high price of 1 million yuan to kill a student, which he found a bit strange. I never expected that the target character would be such a ruthless existence. The Black Tiger Gang only wanted to kill him, but he wanted to kill them completely. Chapter 30 has yielded fruitful results. Since you have already touched me, this can no longer be considered a misunderstanding. If it weren't for my skills, other poor students would have already been at your mercy. Do you think I can still keep you alive? Upon learning that Lu Jin only spent 1 million yuan to take his life, Lu Sheng couldn't help but curse this stingy bastard in his heart. After settling this debt with him, he would slowly calculate it. However, he would never let go of trash like Lu Qingwen. I don't know how much innocent blood these people have shed on their hands. Killing them is also a way to eliminate harm for the people. I was hit more than 10 times in a row, and the blood in my body flowed out like money. After the failed negotiation, Lu Qingwen fell into the final despair and madness. Like a trapped beast, it roared with a fierce expression, constantly grabbing the billiard balls on the table and smashing them towards Lu Sheng. However, now he has neither strength nor accuracy, and even cannot stand steadily. Most of the time, Lu Sheng doesn't have to hide. He can't even hit it. Just as he had dropped all the billiards on one table and was about to switch to another table, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity and took a few steps behind Lu Qingwen, stabbing him in the back of the head with one blow. As soon as he pulled out the knife, Lu Qingwen, a second-grade martial artist and gang leader, collapsed to the ground like mud. And the people lying on the ground, whether they were angry or not, were all patched up a few times by Lu Sheng. Afterwards, Lu Sheng finally relaxed and walked towards the inside of the billiard hall. Whenever he sees a room, he will kick open the door and carefully examine it to prevent any fish from escaping. He was so careful, but he really gained something from it. In one of the cabinets, as expected, there was a shivering groom hiding. The moment Lu Sheng opened the cabinet door, the person was already so scared that they couldn't even beg for mercy. Lu Sheng was too lazy to talk to him, so he picked up the knife and took it away directly, until it was confirmed that there were no more survivors in the entire billiards hall. Lu Sheng finally arrived at Lu Qingwen's luxurious office. After tapping the wall with a knife handle, he actually discovered a secret room. The space inside is not large, at most only 4 square meters. There are over 10 long and short guns hanging on the wall, but there are no major weapons. Besides handguns, there are also some small caliber shotguns. There is a small cabinet standing by the wall with no lock on top. After Lu Sheng opened it, he found several large bags of white powder inside, probably some kind of drug. In the bottom drawer, there's a glass bottle filled with blue, translucent liquid. The label at the top of the bottle reads Enterprising Type 2 Qi and Blood Enhancement Potion. Lu Sheng still knows about this thing, especially this model, which is worth 20 million yuan per bottle. Injecting one can increase Qi and blood levels by at least 200 points. However, this type is not intended for beginners, and even martial artists below the 3rd rank cannot use it. This is also the reason why Lu Qingwen has not yet used it, because with his current body, he simply cannot withstand the side effects of an instant surge of 200 points in Qi and blood. Lu Sheng naturally cannot use it now. However, it is excellent to keep it for personal use or to sell it for money in the future. There's a palm-wide and over 1 meter high box standing by the wall. Upon opening it, Lu Sheng discovered that it was actually a long knife. Pulling it out of the scabbard, the blade is completely black and feels quite heavy to hold. The material is obviously extraordinary. He has recently experienced a surge in strength, and now the alloy short knife he used feels light and airy, just like a toy knife. This knife seemed tailor-made for him, making Lu Sheng unable to put it down for a moment. With just a gentle wave, the cabinet next to it had already been cut open with a knife, so sharp that one couldn't help but be amazed. The last thing Lu Sheng noticed was a large backpack and a suitcase lying on the ground. There was no accident. Opening it was full of money. The quantity can be roughly seen, which is basically over 1 million as claimed by the bald man. Pour the money from the suitcase into the big backpack and pack the medicine. Lu Sheng left the secret room holding a box with a knife in his arms. After finding a lighter on Lu Qingwen's desk, he casually lit everything in the room that could be easily ignited. In other rooms, the same procedure was followed, and in the end, the entire billiard hall was lit up. Unfasten the iron chain at the door until the fire grew bigger and bigger, and then leave leisurely like no one else. Returning to the rental apartment to retrieve his identification, Lu Sheng had no intention of continuing to stay there. After changing his clothes and leaving Jixiang village, he hailed a taxi directly to the vicinity of the examination venue for the following day and checked into a hotel. The first day of the major examination was dedicated to theoretical assessments. Lu Sheng's prior studies had been rather lackluster. He scribbled down everything he could recall and, upon the opportunity to submit his paper, left the examination room prematurely. The martial arts candidates had no examinations scheduled for the afternoon of the first day. Lu Sheng returned to the hotel, carrying his money, and first visited the bank to obtain a new card, depositing all his funds. He then ventured to the commercial center of the main city, where he purchased the latest model of a smartphone along with several sets of high-quality sportswear. Lastly, he visited a barbershop to transform his hairstyle into a sharp, polished look. Having earned his money through sheer effort, he felt no psychological burden in spending it. After a complete makeover, Lu Sheng stood before the mirror, almost struggling to recognize himself. After 10 days of relentless improvement, his transformation was even more pronounced than before. He marveled at the miraculous panel that had truly allowed him to undergo a rebirth. The second day of examinations would be the real highlight. Each candidate must strive to defeat as many opponents as possible during the qualifying rounds to achieve a higher score. According to the examination protocol, candidates were classified into 3 levels, A, B, and C, based on their vitality values recorded during registration. A vitality value below 180 designated a candidate as level C, between 180 and 210 as level B, and above 210 as level A. This year, there were a total of 562 candidates in Beijing City, with nearly 6,000 falling into the C level, while just over 2,000 were classified as B. The elite A-level candidates numbered less than 500. However, these figures were not absolute. Candidates could advance from level C to B by achieving 15 consecutive victories or accumulating 100 points, and from B to A by securing 10 consecutive victories or 75 points. The first day's assessment focused on the majority C-level candidates. When Lu Sheng arrived at the examination center at 7 in the morning, several students were already gathered in the designated area awaiting their turn. They would subsequently be led by instructors for a blood test and to receive examination wristbands. Lu Sheng finally located his class's group, but neither his homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua, nor his classmates recognized him. "Excuse me, which school and class are you from? Are you in the wrong place?" Ultimately, it was Jiang Chunhua who could not contain her curiosity, approaching from the back of the line to inquire. Chapter 31. The examination officially commences. "Teacher Jiang, it's me, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Jiang Chunhua did not recognize him. "Oh my, is that really Lu Sheng?" The transformation was so striking that she had assumed he was a wealthy student from another school who had mistakenly wandered into the wrong area. How did he become so handsome all of a sudden? Atterlistand. Although his face bore a resemblance to the Lu Sheng they once knew, the differences were stark enough to make one question if he were not merely a doppelganger. Not to mention, his physique was remarkable, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted. His body was impeccably proportioned, embodying the essence of a male model. As soon as Lu Sheng spoke, his classmates gasped in disbelief, unable to reconcile this new visage with their former acquaintance. "Wait, you're Lu Sheng?" Jiang Chunhua was equally astonished. The last time she had seen him during registration, he had indeed changed somewhat, but nothing could compare to his current transformation. He seemed like an entirely different person. Jiang Chunhua found herself questioning the authenticity of this new Lu Sheng. However, recalling the impending blood test, which would confirm identities and eliminate any possibility of impersonation, she finally relaxed. Still, she was deeply curious about what experiences Lu Sheng had undergone in recent days to incite such a dramatic metamorphosis. The classmates were equally eager to know the reason behind Lu Sheng's transformation, yet their prior relationship with him had been somewhat strained. Moreover, he had always exhibited a demeanor that kept others at arm's length. Thus, despite their burning curiosity, no one dared to voice their inquiries. After a brief wait, Jiang Chunhua led the group to undergo the pre-examination blood test, designed to prevent candidates from using prohibited substances on examination day. Additionally, the vitality assessments conducted during registration had already recorded each candidate's DNA information. This blood test would serve as another layer of identity verification, ensuring that impersonation was utterly impossible. Upon passing the test, each candidate would receive an electronic wristband to document their examination information, including scores and rankings for the qualifying rounds. The rules of the qualifying rounds were straightforward. The total examination duration was 8 hours, during which the system would randomly pair 2 candidates for combat. In each match, lasting 3 minutes, a victory awarded 3 points, a tie 1 point, and a defeat resulted in 0 points. All candidates were required to maximize their scores within the 8-hour time frame. This assessment format posed significant challenges to each candidate's combat prowess, physical endurance, and recovery capabilities. When confronted with a formidable opponent, it was advisable to concede rather than risk injury. As long as one remained unscathed, there was an opportunity to exploit weaker contenders for higher scores. After each match concluded, candidates were encouraged to replenish their energy immediately to recover, avoiding the temptation to engage in successive battles without recuperation. As the examination was about to commence, Jiang Chanhua continued to earnestly remind everyone of the various precautions they needed to heed. The others listened attentively, but Lu Sheng appeared somewhat indifferent. The second-tier martial artist posed no challenge for him. This level of examination failed to pique his interest. The competition venue was a vast stadium, meticulously divided into numerous small squares. Sea-level candidates were to determine the victor within these precisely 10-square-meter arenas. As the wristbands vibrated, a series of information appeared on each individual's display screen, instructing them to locate their designated combat platform. Lu Sheng's first opponent was a robust, dark-skinned boy, whose stature was comparable to Lu Sheng's, but whose build was significantly bulkier. With thick lips resembling those of a gorilla, he seemed eager to engage in combat as he faced Lu Sheng. After the examiner confirmed their identities and ensured their readiness, the match was declared to begin. Observing Lu Sheng standing still, devoid of any defensive stance, the boy's eyes glimmered with disdain. "Watch out," he shouted, charging forward with the intent to strike first. The examiner, witnessing Lu Sheng's unmoving demeanor, shook his head in exasperation, having encountered numerous candidates who displayed such nervousness. For an ordinary person, the 10-square-meter arena was exceedingly cramped, let alone for these seasoned martial arts candidates. In mere strides, the boy reached Lu Sheng, swinging his arm in a wide arc to deliver a powerful blow, attempting to conclude the battle swiftly. At that moment, Lu Sheng, who had remained motionless, finally sprang into action. With a leisurely step to the right, he effortlessly sidestepped the boy's punch, which had been aimed for him. Subsequently, with a casual gesture of his left hand, he struck the opponent's neck with the precision of a blade. The speed was so astonishing that not even the examiner had time to react. Thud! Immediately after Lu Sheng's first opponent fell like a lifeless robot, face down, without even utilizing 10 seconds of match time from start to finish. Medical team, hurry to ring 1428. A contestant has lost consciousness. The examiner was momentarily stunned, taking 2 seconds to react before hastily rushing over to assess the condition of the fallen contestant while calling for medical assistance via intercom. Try pressing the philtrum. They should merely be fainted, or so I hope. Lu Sheng looked down in astonishment at the contestant, noticing their mouth slightly agape and eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a blissful slumber. The force he had exerted was barely a fraction of his capability, yet he had not anticipated such an outcome. The situation clearly seemed much graver than he had assumed. Even Lu Sheng was uncertain whether the opponent was merely unconscious. The examiner, believing Lu Sheng's words, pressed firmly on the contestant's philtrum, yet there was no sign of revival. How could such a monstrous student be assigned to a C-level examination? Was this not an act of bullying? The registration team must have been negligent in their vetting process. After numerous fruitless attempts, the examiner cast a resentful glance at Lu Sheng. Although he hadn't seen the initial strike clearly, his intuition, honed over years of proctoring, told him that the two contestants were not of the same caliber, especially this seemingly nonchalant individual, whose terrifying speed of execution was exceedingly rare even among A-level students. The injury was to the neck. Within a minute, the medical team arrived swiftly. A female paramedic, with a high ponytail and beauty rivaling that of Lu Qianru, knelt beside the injured contestant, lifting their eyelid and shining a flashlight to inspect the pupils. She quickly discerned a dark bruise on the neck. Indeed, it is the neck, the examiner affirmed with certainty. Upon hearing this, the female paramedic promptly retrieved a tablet-sized device from her bag, aimed it at the contestant's neck, and the screen immediately displayed a clear X-ray image. The image revealed that the cervical vertebrae were indeed fractured. Bring the stretcher over. We need to transport them for emergency care. Be cautious. It's a cervical fracture, she shouted urgently to her colleagues. 3 male paramedics rushed in, securing the contestant's neck before carefully placing them onto the stretcher and carrying them away. Was it necessary to use such excessive force for a mere examination? Are you not aware that the neck is a critical area that could be life-threatening? The paramedic, still visibly irate, glared at Lu Sheng and demanded answers. My apologies. I miscalculated my strength. I shall be more mindful next time, Lu Sheng attempted to explain, wishing to convey that he had not intended to strike so hard. He had simply not anticipated the fragility of his opponent. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against elaborating further and spoke earnestly. At that moment, he realized that the opponents he encountered during the martial arts examination were not ferocious beasts, nor were they ruthless gang members, and certainly not seasoned warriors of robust physique. Winning the match was a simple endeavor for him. He merely needed to incapacitate his opponents. The brutal tactics he employed against real adversaries were entirely unnecessary against these competitors. Best to heed my words, the paramedic remarked, casting Lu Sheng a disapproving look before storming off, leaving behind a terse statement. You need not worry excessively. With today's medical advancements, such injuries are easily treatable. It is unfortunate that the contestant may not continue the examination. I can discern that your prowess far exceeds the sea level. I hope you will refrain from such reckless force in future matches, as even a slight increase in your strength could alter another's life irrevocably. The examiner, seeing Lu Sheng standing in silence, assumed he was concerned about the injured contestant. He approached and gently placed a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. I will. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Then I declare contestant 103583 the victor of this match, earning 3 points. You may prepare for your next bout. Upon exiting the ring, Lu Sheng decisively clicked to start a match on his wrist device. In less than 10 seconds, the system found him another opponent. Without much effort, Lu Sheng located the competition arena using the provided number. This time, his opponent appeared to be a charming girl with a hint of baby fat, donned in a pink training outfit, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall. Her petite frame was somewhat deceptive, as she possessed an impressive bosom. Wow, you look so tall and handsome, clearly a kind-hearted person. Please be gentle with me later. After confirming her identity, the examiner announced the commencement of the match. However, the girl seemed in no rush, instead gazing dreamily at Lu Sheng and sweetly declaring, all right. Lu Sheng had intended to treat his next opponent kindly, so he softly replied with a single word. He recalled the examiner's prior admonition to avoid inflicting serious harm on his opponent. He scrutinized her from head to toe, finally fixing his gaze on her abdomen. Striking here shouldn't cause too much damage, he thought uncertainly. Noticing Lu Sheng's feigned depth, the girl smirked inwardly. The tactic of deliberately appearing weak during examinations was taught to her by an older student. Boys of this age were often prone to showing off in front of pretty girls. By elevating their ego through flattery, they would inevitably reveal a critical flaw in their defense. The effectiveness of this strategy increased with the girl's beauty, and she was quite confident in her looks. Well, I shall begin now, she said, flashing another sweet smile as she assumed his stance and slowly approached Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng maintained his unruffled demeanor. As the distance between them shrank to less than 2 meters, the girl, who had been moving at a leisurely pace, suddenly accelerated. In an instant, her delicate fist was nearly upon Lu Sheng's chin. The chin was a critical area. A heavy blow could lead to dizziness or worse, unconsciousness. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. Unfortunately for her, the opponent she faced was Lu Sheng. Her self-assured ploy was lost on him, as he remained oblivious to her attempts at seduction. The clumsiness of her technique appeared utterly inadequate in Lu Sheng's eyes. With her fist almost reaching him, it was only because Lu Sheng had perfectly gauged the distance that he knew her short arms could not reach him. I've got her, the girl thought, a glimmer of cunning joy flashing in her eyes. But in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of shock as she let out a muffled grunt. She froze in place as if struck by an unseen force, then crumpled to her knees, clutching her abdomen. Lu Sheng instinctively sidestepped, wary of any unpleasant bodily fluids she might expel. Can you continue the match? The examiner inquired, rushing onto the stage and crouching before the girl. However, at this moment, the girl was utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Tears and snot streamed uncontrollably down her face, obliterating her previously charming demeanor. 10-9-82-1, contestant no. 103583 has emerged victorious in this battle. After receiving no response, the examiner unhesitatingly began the countdown. As the final 10 seconds elapsed, he promptly declared Lu Sheng the winner. Rescue team, we have an injured contestant here. Noticing that the girl remained unable to rise, the examiner could only call for assistance via the intercom. Shortly thereafter, the medical team arrived. To Lu Sheng's surprise, it was none other than the striking female paramedic from before. What a coincidence, the paramedic remarked. her expression one of exasperation upon recognizing Lu Sheng standing in the ring once more. "I've really gone easy on you this time," Lu Sheng replied, feeling somewhat helpless. "Let me see where you're hurt," the paramedic inquired with genuine concern. "While my stomach, it hurts so much," perhaps due to a slight alleviation of her pain. The girl broke down in tears, lamenting her plight. "Just hang in there, lie down, and I'll check you out," the paramedic gently reassured her, stroking the girl's back soothingly. After a brief moment, the girl managed to endure the pain and slowly reclined on the platform. With the assistance of a colleague, the paramedic retrieved the previous equipment and applied it to the girl's abdomen for examination. Chapter 33. It should be the last time we meet. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Just some gastrointestinal spasms caused by the pain. A bit of rest won't affect your upcoming assessments. Where's your class's rest area? We'll take you there first. After reviewing the data displayed on the equipment, the paramedic spoke in a gentle tone. "Thank you, miss," the girl expressed her gratitude. The excruciating pain in her abdomen had left her utterly drained of strength. She had nearly believed she would be unable to continue the examination. Now, upon learning that she was not gravely injured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and allowed the rescue team to carry her away. However, when she cast a glance at the culprit, her eyes were filled with deep resentment. "Although you have indeed gone easier on me this time, as a man, it would be better to show a bit more gentleness towards girls." In that brief span of fewer than 10 minutes, he had injured 2 people consecutively. "I sincerely hope I do not encounter you again." This time, the paramedic refrained from glaring at Lu Sheng. It seemed she believed his change in demeanor was a response to her previous reprimand. Nevertheless, her tone remained far from courteous. Lu Sheng chose not to respond. Instead, he glanced at the badge hanging from her chest. Volunteer, Jiang Yuru. Affiliated institution, Cambrian Academy. Responsibilities, emergency medical rescue, psychological support for contestants, etc. Lu Sheng felt somewhat speechless. A mere volunteer had no right to lecture him. "Then you must have your hands full," Lu Sheng said, dismissively leaving the conversation. Stepping down from the platform. "Your attitude is infuriating, Lu Sheng," Jiang Yuru exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Staring at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, she almost succumbed to the urge to chase after him for a proper discussion. In the ensuing battles, Lu Sheng, much like in the previous 2 matches, effortlessly dispatched his opponents with a single strike. However, the rescue team found their tasks far from easy, as they were called upon by the examiner every few minutes. Contestants of this caliber were generally evenly matched. Even if one were to sustain injuries, it was rare for rescue to be necessary. Yet every time Lu Sheng struck, someone would lose the ability to move. Within a mere hour, Jiang Yuru had been summoned 8 times. She even began to suspect that Lu Sheng was deliberately injuring each opponent just to torment her, as many boys at school had attempted to catch her attention in similar fashions. "Lu Sheng, when will you be done?" After escorting yet another injured contestant away, Jiang Yuru confronted Lu Sheng with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Having been summoned so frequently, she had firmly memorized his name. Due to the relentless running within the vast examination hall, Jiang Yuru spoke with slight breathlessness, her hair damp with sweat, and her red rescue uniform soaked through. Lu Sheng glanced at this strikingly beautiful woman, even when angry, before turning his attention to the information on his wristband. He discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had amassed an impressive 15 consecutive victories. Achieving 15 wins at this level automatically qualified him for the next tier. In other words, he would continue participating in the B-level assessment the following day. "If all goes as expected, we likely won't see each other again today," Lu Sheng mused aloud. "Let us hope no unexpected events arise," Jiang Yuru retorted, unaware that Lu Sheng was only referring to that day. "Goodbye." Lu Sheng chuckled lightly, casting another amused glance at her before heading toward his class's rest area to inform Jiang Chunhua, and then return to rest. "It should indeed be the last time we meet," Jiang Yuru scoffed, rolling her eyes elegantly. Upon Lu Sheng's return to their class area, 5 classmates were already seated there, resting, apart from Jiang Chunhua. Each appeared utterly exhausted, with many displaying bruises on their faces. Lu Sheng quickly sat down, gulping down some water to replenish his energy. Seeing Lu Sheng arrive, Jiang Chunhua eagerly opened a bottle of energy drink and handed it to him. Lu Sheng, feeling somewhat parched, accepted it without hesitation and drank heartily. "Lu Sheng, how many matches have you fought? You look completely unscathed," one bruised classmate couldn't help but inquire. Lu Sheng had arrived with an air of nonchalance, even his attire free of any dirt, starkly contrasting with the other's conditions. "Indeed, Lu Sheng, how many matches have you had? Have you won any?" Jiang Chunhua asked with concern. "Teacher Jiang, I came over to inform you that I plan to return to rest," Lu Sheng stated calmly. fixing his gaze on Jiang Chunhua. Return to rest? But the examination has only just begun for over an hour. Why would you want to leave? Don't you know you can't re-enter once you exit the examination area? Jiang Chunhua exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected declaration from a student he held high hopes for. Raising his voice in alarm. Because I have already completed the examination, Lu Sheng replied, gesturing towards the screen on his wristband. Huh, it's only been a little over an hour. Did you achieve 15 consecutive victories or score 100 points? You're not afraid of getting beaten up, are you? You didn't fight at all, did you? Of course, I didn't fight at all. Otherwise, how could I be so clean? The students expressed their disbelief, questioning how a boy could fear confrontation. If you don't participate in even one match, our class will become a laughingstock. While having low scores could still be acceptable for some schools, they were not prestigious institutions. They decided to respect Lu Sheng's choice. The classmates clearly did not believe that Lu Sheng had completed the examination. Not a single one of them even glanced at the wristband he had extended. Lu Sheng, it's fine to fool us, but don't deceive yourself. Such an important examination. If you slough it off, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. Heed the teacher's advice. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Give it your all. Win as many matches as you can. Do not wait until many years have passed to look back on today and regret the impulsive decisions you made in haste. Jiang Chunhua too did not place her faith in Lu Sheng's words. She firmly grasped his shoulders and earnestly encouraged him. Teacher Jiang, I genuinely completed the exam. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. I achieved 15 consecutive victories, totaling 45 points. Although Jiang Chunhua seemed sincerely concerned for his well-being, Lu Sheng remained utterly speechless. Lu Sheng, after what transpired on the day of registration, I had harbored considerable expectations for you. I never anticipated that, at such a critical moment, you would choose to give up on yourself. As your homeroom teacher for the past 3 years, I'm truly disappointed. However, even when Lu Sheng presented his wristband before Jiang Chunhua, she did not spare it a second glance. Instead, she donned an expression of profound sorrow. Announcement! Announcement! Candidate number 103583, Lu Sheng, has achieved 15 consecutive victories and has successfully advanced to the next phase. The Education Bureau of Beijing City wishes Lu Sheng further success in the upcoming examinations. Chapter 34. The sixth trial failed. The broadcast, which had remained silent until now, commenced without warning. All of the candidates engrossed in their battles pricked up their ears, listening intently to the announcement. In an instant, the vast examination hall fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. All began to discuss Lu Sheng's remarkable accomplishment. Is this too swift? Is there really such a prodigy in Group C? This is absurd. The exam has only just begun, and he has already achieved 15 victories? It has only been 1 hour and 25 minutes. Excluding preparation and waiting time, he could not have spent more than 2 minutes on each opponent. Could he be a genius from some prestigious background, deliberately concealing his true strength to dominate in Group C? Having reached Group C, one would presume he possesses some skill. But if his vitality isn't high enough to advance to Group B, it would be in vain. There have been many candidates who have achieved 15 consecutive victories in previous years. Yet, never has there been someone like Lu Sheng, who ends every match with a single decisive blow. At this rate, if he didn't have to wait for the paramedics to tend to the injured after each match, he could likely complete 15 victories in less than half an hour. If that were the case, many would suspect he had cheated. Jiang Yuru sat glumly in the rest area of the emergency team, chugging a 2-liter bottle of mineral water. She only found a moment to breathe when that infuriating individual ceased his violent exploits. When the announcement first aired, she barely paid attention. It was only upon the second repetition that she comprehended its contents. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yuru sprayed water everywhere, having inadvertently inhaled it, leading to a fit of violent coughing. What on earth? He hasn't lost a single match? Jiang Yuru could not suppress a wail. In that moment, she finally grasped the implication of Lu Sheng's remark before his departure, that they likely would not meet again today. As a volunteer for the emergency team, she was obligated to participate in all the examinations for Groups A, B, and C from start to finish. Lu Sheng's advancement to Group B meant she would have to continue encountering someone she very much wished to avoid. The candidates in Group B were not as weak as those in Group C. Tomorrow, he would not have it as easy as today. Perhaps among those carried away would be him. She silently reassured herself. You truly achieved 15 consecutive victories? Jiang Chunhua was left astounded. He had initially believed Lu Sheng was merely wallowing in self-pity, crafting a pathetic lie to pacify him. Little did he expect this student to deliver such a shocking surprise. The wristband displayed the evidence. How could one possibly deceive others with such a reality? Lu Sheng merely shrugged, his expression one of resigned helplessness. Not only was Jiang Chunhua dumbfounded, but also the classmates who had previously doubted Lu Sheng, their mouths agape as they stared at him in a daze. As if he were some fearsome beast. How did you manage this? You're clearly so strong. Why have you never shown it before? Is our disparity truly so vast? Were you always a hidden genius? This time, our Class 12 is destined for fame. I'll have the credentials to boast about when I go out. Each individual was filled with questions, eager to extract an explanation from Lu Sheng. Keep up the good work. Yet Lu Sheng had no intention of satisfying their curiosity. He merely tossed out a dismissive remark. Lu Sheng, wait a moment. As your homeroom teacher, I have both the obligation and responsibility to accompany you for the Group B exam tomorrow. I will wait for you at the usual spot. Just as Lu Sheng intended to turn away, Jiang Chunhua hurriedly called him back. This student's effortless victories indicated that his capabilities far surpassed those of other candidates at this level. Not to mention, if he could advance to Group A, it would be a monumental boon for him. Thus, he must ensure that this lone seedling faced no hindrances in the forthcoming competitions. Very well. After a moment's thought, Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Having a teacher by his side would be beneficial. Should any minor troubles arise, the teacher could assist in resolving them. Why would one not want someone dedicated to their service? After leaving the examination center, Lu Sheng sought a place to indulge in a hearty meal before returning to the hotel. During this period, he had completed 5 rounds of vitality refinement. He had intended to continue with the 6th round yesterday, but unfortunately, he was interrupted by those ruffians from the Black Tiger gang. Fortunately, the gains he had made compensated for his losses. Refining one's vitality must be accomplished as many times as possible before the age of 18. Once one surpasses this age without completing the process, any future attempts at refinement will yield significantly diminished results. No one knows exactly why this is the case, but it is a valuable lesson gleaned from the experiences of countless predecessors. Those who defy this wisdom often find themselves regretting it deeply. With just over 3 months until he turns 18, Lu Sheng was not in a rush to attain the first rank. Firstly, even second-rank warriors were no match for him. Hastening his ascent to the first rank would be of little significance. Secondly, his vitality was ample, and engaging in as many rounds of refinement as possible before turning 18 would surely pave a path for him that was extraordinary in the future. Once more, he sat cross-legged on the bed, but after a brief attempt, Lu Sheng chose to abandon the effort. The first 5 rounds of refinement had gone remarkably smoothly, barring some difficulty during the 5th. However, upon attempting the 6th round, he found that the original method yielded no results whatsoever. The process of refining one's vitality involves eliminating impurities while retaining only its essence. After 5 rounds of refinement, Lu Sheng's vitality was exceedingly pure. Now, as he sought to continue refining, he discovered there was nothing left to refine. This shouldn't be the case. Numerous legendary 9th-rank martial saints have proclaimed that they underwent 6 rounds of refinement. It is only after completing 6 rounds that one can refine their bones into jade-like perfection. It makes no sense that I, at this juncture, find myself without any recourse. After much contemplation without any clear direction, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled that he had purchased a new mobile phone, which could serve as a gateway to uncovering unknown information online. Thus, he hurriedly opened his phone and clumsily began to search the internet. Meanwhile, on the main street of Jishang Village, an ostentatious luxury car, clearly out of place, was cruising along the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Uncle A Fu, could you please drive a bit slower? I wish to take a closer look around here. Lu Jin requested gently from the back seat. Of course, A Fu replied, promptly reducing the car's speed. Lu Jin lowered the window, her gaze scanning the street in search of the billiard hall she had visited that night. However, after traversing a considerable distance, she failed to spot the large illuminated sign she remembered. Instead, she noticed an area that had evidently suffered a fire, with an entire row of 2-story shops left charred and unrecognizable. Stop the car. Lu Jin suddenly commanded A Fu in a low voice, as a thought struck her. Chapter 35. Is Lu Sheng still alive? After a full day had passed, Lu Jin had yet to receive any news regarding Lu Sheng's alleged murder. Sensing something amiss, she had asked A Fu to drive her to Jixiang Village, under the pretext of wanting to see the living conditions of her brother. Initially, she did not recognize the location of the Black Yao billiard hall, now reduced to a ghastly sight due to the fire. It was only upon seeing a nearby red building that she realized the burned row of shops housed the billiard hall below. Upon exiting the car, Lu Jin noticed an elderly man standing nearby, observing the scene. She approached him swiftly. Hello, sir. May I inquire what transpired here? How did it come to be in such a state? She asked politely. Who knows? It suddenly caught fire the night before last. The flames were fierce. 6 fire trucks arrived, and it took over an hour to extinguish them. the old man replied, noting Lu Jin's courteous demeanor and handsome features, his tone becoming more amiable. And what about the people inside? Did they manage to escape? Lu Jin continued her inquiry. The folks upstairs were fine, but those ruffians in the billiard hall, dozens were burned alive. It was truly horrific. They were like charred remains when they were carried out. The old man said, shaking his head in dismay. Were they all lost? Was it intentional or an accident? Lu Jin asked, her face reflecting shock. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were all robust. Surely they would have known to escape the flames. The fact that so many had perished inside seemed exceedingly strange. I tell you, that place was full of Black Tiger Gang members. They've done a lot of bad deeds. People around here speculate they must have angered some powerful figure, leading to this calamity. It's a case of retribution for their misdeeds. The old man leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially to Lu Jin. I find that highly plausible, Lu Jin acknowledged, agreeing with the old man's assertion. Unless there had been an explosion, it was improbable for dozens of adults to remain inside and await their demise. The only conceivable explanation was that a skilled individual had entered the billiard hall beforehand, exterminated everyone inside, and then set the place ablaze to erase the evidence. Now that the Black Tiger Gang had encountered misfortune, Lu Jin's sole uncertainty remained whether Lu Sheng was still alive. The loss of money was inconsequential. What mattered most was confirming Lu Sheng's current status. If he were alive, it would not bode well for her. Thank you, sir. Lu Jin expressed her gratitude before returning to the car. Uncle Afu, please take me directly to my brother's residence, she said with urgency. Afu acknowledged her request and drove to Lu Sheng's rented apartment. Upon arrival, they knocked on the door, but no one answered. Afu expertly manipulated the lock, gaining entry only to find the place completely vacant. Had Lu Sheng sensed something and moved elsewhere? Lu Jin harbored a strong premonition that the Black Tiger Gang had failed, and Lu Sheng should still be alive. As for the bizarre fire involving the gang, she did not associate it with Lu Sheng, knowing he lacked such capabilities. Let us head back. My brother must have moved, Lu Jin declared, her mood notably sour. Her once handsome visage now bore a gloomy expression, as she felt the weight of lost opportunity. It would likely be far more challenging to eliminate Lu Sheng without leaving traces in the future. The following morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the examination center at his usual time. However, he appeared rather despondent, his face drawn. After an evening spent searching online, he had indeed uncovered the answers he sought, yet the revelations left him deeply dissatisfied. He discovered that the first 5 trials were entirely different from the 6th. The contents pertaining to the 6th trial were classified as highly confidential. Apart from the top 10 martial arts academies, the demon subduing division, and families with legendary 9th-tier martial sage legacies, no one else was privy to this information. Therefore, to acquire the method for the 6th trial, he would have to gain admission to one of those 10 elite institutions. However, after the exams concluded, there was a 3-month break before the academies reopened, implying that he would not have access to the 6th trial's methods until at least 3 months later. By then, he would be over 18, significantly increasing the likelihood of missing this rare opportunity. Yet when he arrived at the prearranged meeting spot with Jiang Chunhua, he was surprised to find that she was not alone. A middle-aged man, seemingly a teacher, was conversing with several students and Jiang Chunhua. Ms. Jiang, back again today? Planning to volunteer for us? The man asked with a smirk that hinted at malice. I'm here because I have a student participating in the B-level competition, Jiang Chunhua replied, her expression somewhat uneasy. Ha, who doesn't he know that Ms. Jiang's class has no students with B-level qualifications? We're colleagues. There's no need to save face with such tall tales. The man laughed heartily, his mockery echoed by the students beside him. Who is telling tall tales? One of my students achieved 15 consecutive victories in the C-level exam yesterday, qualifying for the B-level competition, Jiang Chunhua retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation at being so underestimated. Is that so? Congratulations to Ms. Jiang then. But C-level students are generally mediocre. Achieving 15 consecutive wins, isn't particularly impressive. I imagine any student I teach could easily accomplish that, the man scoffed. A flicker of surprise crossing his face upon learning that Jiang Chunhua truly had a student eligible for the B-level competition. Yet he quickly dismissed it, his tone dripping with condescension. At that moment, Lu Sheng had silently approached Jiang Chunhua from behind. This must be the student you mentioned, right? Doesn't he seem like much? The man remarked, sizing Lu Sheng up with disdain. Lu Sheng, you're here, Jiang Chunhua exclaimed. Jiang Chunhua was suddenly startled and turned her head, only to see Lu Sheng, forcing a rather awkward smile onto her face. Chapter 36. Let us wait and see. Teacher Jiang, what are they doing? Lu Sheng inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the group. Oh, these are our school's teacher Wang Lei and the student from his class, Jiang Chunhua replied. feeling inexplicably flustered at Lu Sheng's question. I see. I've already memorized their appearances. Lu Sheng nodded, his tone remarkably nonchalant. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Chanhua felt somewhat bewildered by Lu Sheng's statement. It means that if they encounter me, it will be their final showdown in this examination, Lu Sheng remarked. Though Jiang Chanhua had largely overlooked him over the past 3 years, treating him with a laissez-faire attitude. Nevertheless, apart from that, she had never truly been unkind to him, fulfilling her role as a competent teacher. Moreover, as Jiang Chanhua was there specifically to support him today, allowing those individuals to bully him without cause would be akin to bullying him herself, and she naturally could not turn a blind eye to it. Ha ha! What a boastful frog yawning wide. Our class's Hua Gang is certainly capable of challenging the A grade. Wang Lei jeered, slapping a robust student towering over 1.9 meters beside him. You've merely won a few matches in the C grade. Who gave you the audacity to speak so grandly here? With trash like you who rose from the C grade, I could easily take down 10 with a single hand, the student known as Hua Gang chimed in, flexing his bulging arms and elevating his chin with a proud demeanor. Next time you boast, at least draft a script first, shall we? You're not even worth Hua Gang's effort, another student sneered. Anyone from our group could easily handle you. You'd best pray you don't run into us during the examination. Otherwise, I guarantee your fate will be quite dismal. Wang Lei's other students eagerly joined in, ridiculing Lu Sheng. And let us wait and see. Come on, Teacher Jiang, Lu Sheng said, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring with him. When the time for the examination arrives, it will naturally become evident whether he is merely boasting. Jiang Chanhua, deeply preoccupied, trailed behind Lu Sheng, attempting several times to voice her thoughts, yet uncertain how to articulate them. In the end, she could only sigh repeatedly. Teacher Jiang, you really needn't worry so much. Lu Sheng noted, sensing her unease. He paused and turned to face her. Lu Sheng, I apologize for involving you in my conflict with Wang Lei. She confessed. It's not that I don't trust you, but the disparity between the C grade and B grade candidates is indeed monumental. While you may thrive in the C grade, the caliber of those candidates is vastly different from the B grade group. If candidates of average ability from the B grade were placed in the C grade, many would undoubtedly achieve a streak of 15 consecutive victories. Jiang Chanhua felt a surge of shame. She recognized that Lu Sheng had spoken those words to vindicate her. However, she genuinely didn't want to see him targeted by Wang Lei's students, leading to unforeseen mishaps during the examination. Yet before Jiang Chanhua could finish her thoughts, Lu Sheng interjected, Teacher Jiang, frankly speaking, the distinctions between C grade, B grade, and A grade hold little significance for me. To me, they are merely sheltered flowers, fragile and easily shattered with the slightest touch, and thus hardly worthy of concern. My sole objective this year is to be the top scholar. While Lu Sheng's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were recounting an obvious fact, Jiang Chanhua discerned an unwavering determination and burgeoning confidence within his words. She was uncertain of the origins of his confidence, yet some instinct within her assured her that he was not deceiving her, and that he truly could become the strongest candidate in Beijing. I believe in you. I believe you can achieve it, Jiang Chanhua stammered, for she had never taught a student like him before. Under the gaze of Lu Sheng's calm, lake-like eyes, she felt as if she were a student caught unprepared for a question, her words faltering. That's good. Lu Sheng nodded approvingly, then turned back toward the examination center, as if acknowledging Jiang Chanhua's faith in him. This strange feeling made Jiang Chanhua scratch her head in bewilderment, staring blankly at Lu Sheng's retreating figure for quite some time. She finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed him. As they approached the entrance of the examination center, Lu Sheng spotted the paramedic named Jiang Yuru from the day before, standing at the bottom of the steps, conversing with a middle-aged man in a white short-sleeved shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, whose demeanor exuded elegance. Today, Jiang Yuru was still clad in the red emergency uniform from yesterday. The fitted jeans accentuated her long, shapely legs and curvaceous figure, while her high ponytail and unadorned yet exquisite features radiated a youthful vibrancy. Sigh, if only Grandpa were still around. We went teeny to Dean to come to the B-grade examination site to recruit students. Lu Sheng could hear Jiang Yuru's voice from several meters away, noticing a hint of dejection on her face. Only an academy with a martial saint of the 9th rank can catch the eyes of those A-grade candidates. Since your grandfather's sacrifice, Hamu Academy is no longer among the top 10. It's unavoidable that we come to scout for promising B-grade talents. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his smile tinged with bitterness. As their conversation unfolded, Lu Sheng had already approached within earshot. Jiang Yuru inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of Lu Sheng, who had no intention of engaging with her, merely exchanging a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze. However, his dismissive demeanor irked Jiang Yuru. Wait a moment, she interjected, stepping forward to block Lu Sheng's path. Is there something you need? Lu Sheng tilted his head, regarding the young woman before him. I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. Today, B grade candidates are far superior to those in the C grade. They won't allow you to win so easily like yesterday. If you become arrogant because of yesterday's minor achievements, you'll certainly find yourself battered and bruised. At that point, our emergency team stretcher will be your best destination. Jiang Yuru declared, hands on her hips, gazing up at Lu Sheng with a haughty expression. Yet upon hearing her words, Lu Sheng's expression turned peculiar. He had anticipated her approach as a confrontation, yet her remarks sounded more like a cautionary note. Chapter 37. You call this trouble? Thank you for your kind warning. You might as well prepare a stretcher to follow me. That would save a great deal of time, Lu Sheng retorted, bypassing Jiang Yuru. Jiang Yuru was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to catch up. Wait, who warned you? What I meant was, but by the time she finally grasped what she wanted to convey, she realized Lu Sheng had already walked away. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. How did you end up in conflict with a candidate? The elegant middle-aged man inquired with curiosity. You have no idea, Dad. This guy is infuriating. During the C-grade examination yesterday, he was ruthless. All 15 candidates who fought against him were carried away on stretchers. I've told him several times, yet he remains unfazed. Leaving me utterly exhausted, Jiang Yuru explained, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Are you implying that he was able to continue participating in today's B-level examination solely due to his 15 consecutive victories? The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his gaze as he observed the retreating figure. The B-level assessment bears little difference from a C-level, as competitors engage in battles matched through wristbands. However, Lu Sheng was taken aback when, shortly after he stepped onto the stage, Jiang Yuru appeared alongside 2 other paramedics, carrying a stretcher at the sidelines. Lu Sheng surmised that the number of candidates had significantly dwindled today, rendering her less occupied than the previous day. Lu Sheng's first opponent today was a remarkably handsome young man clad in pristine white athletic wear, exuding an aura of freshness and cleanliness. Before long, the match commenced. As it was the first bout of the B-level competition, Lu Sheng refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to gauge the caliber of his competitors at this level. After effortlessly evading several of his opponent's strikes, he had already formed a rough assessment. With a nondescript punch to the abdomen, the handsome youth unexpectedly found himself kneeling on the stage. Witnessing Lu Sheng conclude the skirmish with such ease, Jiang Yuru was momentarily dumbfounded. Having tirelessly toiled the previous day, she had yet to witness any of Lu Sheng's matches. She had anticipated that upon ascending to the B level, he would encounter opponents of at least equal prowess. To her astonishment, he merely swayed a few times, then nonchalantly delivered a single punch to end the fight. A far cry from the scenario she had envisioned. Did you compete like this yesterday as well? Jiang Yuru inquired, directing the other 2 boys to carry the injured away, her expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Yesterday was not as troublesome, Lu Sheng replied thoughtfully. You dare call this troublesome? Jiang Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a casual display could be deemed burdensome by any rational being. I will endeavor to ensure that the subsequent matches are devoid of such complications, Lu Sheng stated earnestly. You merely have not yet encountered formidable opponents. Jiang Yuru found herself at a loss for words, sensing that Lu Sheng did not jest or exaggerate. Yet, she was reluctant to concede that he was indeed far superior to others. In the second match, Lu Sheng continued to secure victories effortlessly, while Jiang Yuru remained obstinately defensive. By the third round, whether it was fate's favor or some other cause, Lu Sheng found himself pitted against none other than one of Wang Lei's students, the formidable Hua Gang. This unexpected turn sparked a flicker of interest in the otherwise mundane B-level examination. Ha ha ha, it appears my luck is quite splendid. To encounter you in merely the second match, yet you are but a mere trash elevated from the C level. What audacity do you possess to boast in our class? Hiro Gong sneered it. Pray tell, how would you like to meet your demise? A broken leg or a shattered arm? I can graciously offer you a choice. Upon ascending the stage and spotting Lu Sheng, Hua Gang immediately unleashed a torrent of taunts akin to his foolish instructor. It's apparent your opponent possesses considerable strength. Exercise caution lest you be thoroughly trounced, Jiang Yuru remarked, her expression betraying a hint of schadenfreude, though the corners of her mouth remained devoid of smile. I suggest you summon 2 more individuals. It may be quite a challenge to lift him with just the 2 of you, Lu Sheng advised Jiang Yuru sincerely. Win your match first, she retorted, rolling her eyes. I'm addressing you, are you deaf? Hua Gang, incensed by Lu Sheng's indifference, bellowed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Silence, please. This is an examination, and candidates must refrain from loud commotion. The examiner interjected, casting a stern glare at Huagang. The examiner's reprimand only fueled Huagang's ire, as he directed his frustrations toward Lu Sheng. Are you prepared? If so, we shall commence. The examiner inquired upon noticing Huagang's newfound silence. I am ready, Huagang declared, his voice brimming with indignation. Very well. Lu Sheng nodded, his expression disturbingly calm. Prepare to perish. With the examiner's signal, Huagang lunged at Lu Sheng, closing the distance before unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Sheng's face. The ferocity of his assault almost intimidating. However, Lu Sheng stood resolute, making no effort to evade, akin to an immovable pillar. Jiang Yuru gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Should Huagang's forceful blow connect, Lu Sheng would undoubtedly suffer a fractured nose, with the risk of concussion looming. Yet neither Huagang nor Jiang Yuru anticipated what transpired next. In a flash, Lu Sheng raised his hand and seized Huagang's seemingly inevitable punch, halting it effortlessly without so much as a tremor in his arm. How is this possible? Huagang exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He could not fathom how his assault was so easily thwarted by this opponent he had so underestimated. Jiang Yuru was equally astonished. Coming from a martial arts lineage, she understood that to catch an opponent's strike so effortlessly signified an immense disparity in strength between them. Lu Sheng's display was utterly beyond her expectations. Is that all the strength you possess? How pitifully weak, Lu Sheng remarked, tilting his head to regard Huagang, his tone deceptively gentle. Chapter 38, finally. A moment of vindication. Release me, Huagang. His face flushed with fury as he exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to free himself from Lu Sheng's grip. Never before had he endured such humiliation since embarking on his martial arts journey. Yet, regardless of his efforts, Lu Sheng's hand remained steadfast, resolutely unmoving. Huagang could feel the pressure intensifying, his fist aching as if it might shatter. In a moment of panic, Huagang swung his right leg back, delivering a powerful strike akin to a swinging axe aimed at Lu Sheng's shin. Lu Sheng squinted slightly, but refrained from countering. Instead, he casually released his grip and lifted his knee, positioning his leg to meet the blow. Crack! The two legs collided with startling force. To everyone's astonishment, a distinct sound of bone cracking echoed through the air. Huagang's lower leg bent at an unnatural 90-degree angle, dangling limply as if it were merely flesh tethered to bone. Initially, Huagang felt a sharp pain in his calf, oblivious to the fact that his leg had snapped under the violent impact. Attempting to plant his right foot on the ground, he realized it had lost all sensation, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the floor. Oh, my leg! As he sat on the ground, the searing pain surged through him like nothing he had ever experienced. It was only then that he recognized the severity of his injury. Helplessly, he lay back, cradling his fractured leg while wailing in agony. I have fulfilled your desire for a broken leg. No need for excessive gratitude, Lu Sheng remarked nonchalantly. Lu Sheng cast a disdainful gaze upon the defeated figure before him. He was certainly capable of mockery. However, he believed that such actions, when executed after the dust had settled, would inflict a deeper wound. Regrettably, Huagang was far too consumed by anguish at that moment to pay him any heed. His face a canvas of agony, his heart heavy with regret. For he had not merely lost a leg, but also the prospects of his future. Quick, someone help. Jiang Yuru was swift to react, summoning another companion to rush to the arena and provide urgent assistance to Huagang. As she busied herself with the task at hand, her mind raced with thoughts. A man of such formidable stature, with just a mere collision against Lu Sheng's leg, had suffered such a grievous injury. How formidable must Lu Sheng's legs be? Instinctively, she glanced up at Lu Sheng, only to discover that he was also observing her. This time, you should have seen it. He broke it himself. Lu Sheng hastily interjected, anticipating that Jiang Yuru might accuse him of excessive force. Taking advantage while feigning innocence. She retorted with a roll of her eyes. After stabilizing Huagang's broken leg, she and her companion lifted him onto a stretcher, where he wept uncontrollably, his hands covering his face. He required immediate medical attention, and once Jiang Yuru confirmed the location of their resting point, she hurried him there. What on earth has happened to you, Huagang? Wang Lei gasped, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his vision clouding. My teacher, my leg is broken. Huagang sobbed, his voice choked with despair. How did it happen? Who did this? Wang Lei's voice trembled as he questioned. For Huagang was his brightest hope for an exemplary teacher this year. And now, just as the exam had commenced, he found himself injured. This was without doubt an unimaginable calamity. It was Jiang Chunhua's student. He broke my leg. Hua Gang cried out, his voice laced with bitterness. What? His student was able to break your leg? Wang Lei's expression morphed into one of incredulity. The area where Jiang Chunhua's group was located was a fair distance from Wang Lei's class. Yet Hua Gang's cries and Wang Lei's exclamations attracted his attention. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Chunhua approached to witness the spectacle. However, before he could reach the scene, his sharp-eyed adversary, Wang Lei, had already spotted him. Jiang Chunhua, I'm coming for you. Wang Lei shouted, his rage palpable as he charged forward, seizing Jiang Chunhua by the collar. Wait, what is going on? I haven't done anything. Jiang Chunhua, bewildered, questioned Wang Lei as he grasped his hand. What do you mean, what is going on? Your student broke Hua Gang's leg. You instigated this, didn't you? Do you understand that because of your student, Hua Gang's life is essentially ruined? Wing Gulai roared, shaking Jiang Chunhua with fervor. What? How is that possible? ISNT your student of A-level caliber? How could Lu Sheng possibly break his leg? Jiang Chunhua was utterly perplexed. Although he had heard Lu Sheng's confident declarations outside the examination venue, he could hardly fathom that Lu Sheng possessed the strength to fracture Hua Gang's leg. It seemed utterly implausible. Calm down, sir. First and foremost, the injured party needs immediate medical attention. Any delay could result in lasting repercussions for his leg. Furthermore, the injury was not inflicted by another. Rather, it was the result of his own excessive force when he struck the other's leg. This can only be attributed to his overconfidence, and he cannot blame anyone else. If you doubt this, you may request the examination officials to retrieve the footage from the match. Jiang Yuru interjected, unable to tolerate Wang Lei's hysteria. When he first stepped into the ring, that individual audaciously challenged Lu Sheng to choose between breaking a leg or an arm. Now, facing the consequences, he has the audacity to play the victim and disturb his teacher with his baseless complaints. Such a person is truly despicable, she thought, disdain flooding her mind. His leg broke while he was kicking someone else. Wang Lei, upon hearing this, released his grip, gazing at Jiang Yuru with an expression of confusion. He held no doubts about the veracity of the paramedic's words. Yet, Hua Gang, during training, could effortlessly bend steel rods the thickness of 2 fingers without sustaining any injury. The notion of breaking his own leg while attempting to kick someone else seemed implausible. One must be strong to strike iron, Mr. Wang. You should know well that breaking one's own leg while attempting to kick another can only occur if the opponent is significantly stronger. The circumstances surrounding your student are indeed lamentable. However, had he adhered to the spirit of the examination and restrained himself, he would not have fallen to such a fate. I believe he should engage in profound self-reflection. As a teacher, your indulgence of your student warrants reflection as well. At that moment, Jiang Chunhua donned a facade of feigned sorrow. Now that he had grasped the truth, he felt a surge of elation, as if hundreds of alluring beauties were dancing in his heart. Although Wang Lei's student had sustained a grave injury, he could not display his delight openly. Yet he reveled in the satisfaction that coursed through him. After years of being bullied by Wang Lei, he finally felt a sense of vindication. Chapter 39, Examiner, I forfeit. Hua Gang, do tell me the exact details without any concealment. Jiang Chunhua's bravado left Wang Lei speechless, rendering him incapable of formulating a rebuttal. He urgently needed to ascertain whether Jiang Chunhua's student truly possessed such formidable prowess. If so, the other students might also be at risk, as that boy had previously claimed to remember the faces of everyone in Wang Lei's class. With Hua Gang now incapacitated, he could not afford for any further incidents to occur. His strength is simply overwhelming. I exerted 70% of my force in a heavy punch, and he caught my fist effortlessly. I couldn't escape. In my fury, I resorted to the leg sweep you taught me, aiming for his calf. He merely lifted his leg to block, and it felt as though I had kicked a mountain. My leg broke instantly, Hua Gang recounted, shielding his eyes with his arm, unable to meet Wang Lei's gaze. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately relayed that harrowing memory. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as 2 voices inhaled sharply in astonishment. Wang Lei looked at Jiang Chunhua, wide-eyed, contemplating where this coward had discovered such a monstrous student. From Hua Gang's description, Wang Lei had begun to suspect that his opponent was a second-tier martial artist whose limbs had been honed to perfection. The battle had been nothing short of a one-sided annihilation. Jiang Chunhua, too, was filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lu Sheng could possess such extraordinary strength. He was aware of Hua Gang's reputation, which was not insignificant at the first high school. The fact that Lu Sheng could effortlessly catch Hua Gang's 70% force punch, rendering him incapable of escape, sounded akin to a toddler striking an adult man with all his might. This was a promising candidate for the A-level group. Yet against Lu Sheng, He had exhibited no capacity for resistance, a scenario that felt surreal. Are you certain you didn't recruit a legitimate martial artist to take the exam? Wing lai regarded Zhang Kunwa skeptically. Do not spread rumors, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Lu Sheng is indeed my secret weapon, cultivated by me over 3 years in my class. You may verify this if you wish. Jiang Chanhua felt a hint of insecurity in her heart, yet her tone remained resolutely confident. I shall investigate. Wing Lai scolded. I must take Hua Gang to the hospital now. You should promptly notify the others, should they encounter that student from Jiang Chunhua's class in the subsequent matches. They must not hesitate to forfeit immediately. It is imperative that they execute this directive faithfully, otherwise they may end up in the hospital like Hua Gang, missing the remainder of the examinations. Just then, a student from his class returned for a break, and Wang Lei called him over with urgency, imparting his instructions with utmost seriousness. Although the student was unaware of the unfolding events, the sight of Hua Gang lying on the stretcher spoke volumes, prompting him to quickly agree to seek out his classmates. What a remarkable talent! His vitality brimming, with commendable physical attributes, strength, explosiveness, and reflexes. Even against a second-tier martial artist, he would likely hold his ground. Participating in such an examination feels akin to an overwhelming advantage. However, given his prowess, why did he begin his examination in the C group? At that moment in the stands, a man dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and gold-rimmed glasses was intently observing a particular arena through binoculars. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng decisively conclude his fight with a single punch once more, he could not help but mutter to himself. After escorting Hua Gang to the ambulance, Jiang Yuru hurried through the examination venue in search of Lu Sheng. She anticipated that the other candidates would face no significant issues today, so it was more efficient to keep her focus on Lu Sheng. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's distinctive aura made him easily identifiable, and she located him in no time. How many matches have you had? Have you injured anyone else? As Lu Sheng was about to head to the next match, Jiang Yuru quickly intercepted him. This is my 5th match. I'm not a rabid dog that bites everyone in sight. The first 2 were against girls. I merely tossed them off the stage without causing any harm. Lu Sheng responded with a hint of exasperation, yet patiently explained to Jiang Yuru. Splendid progress. It appears you heeded my words from yesterday. If only you were as gentle with the boys, that would be even better. Jiang Yuru suddenly beamed with joy, almost impulsively reaching out to pat Lu Sheng on the shoulder, only to have him evade her with a swift turn. Lu Sheng felt that he and Jiang Yuru were not yet close enough for such physical contact. Perhaps due to his nature, he harbored a reluctance towards such familiarity. After all, growing up in that kind of family made social anxiety hard to avoid. Males do not receive such preferential treatment. Lu Sheng replied expressionlessly and turned to leave. A blatant preference for boys. He must be a lecher. Jiang Yuru glared at his retreating figure, huffing indignantly to herself. Seeing Lu Sheng about to vanish into the crowd, she hastily jogged after him. When Lu Sheng laid eyes on his opponent for the 6th match, he nearly burst into laughter. With nearly 2,000 candidates in the B group, it was astonishing that he had drawn Wang Lei's student once again so soon. The other candidate had initially stood confidently on the platform. However, upon catching sight of Lu Sheng's appearance as he lightly leapt onto the stage, the color drained from his face, with a warning issued. Wang Lei students were now fully aware that Jiang Chunhua's lone prodigy was a genuine powerhouse capable of breaking Hua Gang's leg. Judge, I forfeit. Without a moment's hesitation, the student raised his hand and shouted towards the judge. I must remind you, forfeiting is not the same as losing. Points will be deducted. Are you certain about your forfeit? The judge cautioned solemnly. I am certain, the student declared firmly. Very well. I hereby announce that contestant number 103583 is the victor of this match. Contestant number 107865 will have 3 points deducted. The judge operated his tablet before making the announcement. Now, it was Lu Sheng's turn to be dumbfounded. He had intended to teach Wang Lei's other loudmouth students a lesson. He never anticipated that the opponent would choose to forfeit so decisively, even at the cost of relinquishing their hard-earned points. Jiang Yuru, observing Lu Sheng's expression from below the stage, could not help but stifle a laugh. Just as she was about to say something, her phone unexpectedly rang. Upon seeing the caller's identity, she answered without a second thought. What is it, Dad? Jiang Yuru asked with a smile. However, her expression shifted instantly to one of distress. Chapter 40. Oh no. Dad, are you serious? Jiang Yuru discreetly glanced at Lu Sheng, speaking softly into the phone. I see you've been following him closely and seem to get along quite well. Surely, asking for a phone number shouldn't be too difficult, right? The man on the other end spoke gently. What? That guy is incredibly difficult to deal with, always appearing distant and unapproachable. Besides, as a girl, It would be so embarrassing to ask for his number if he rejects me. Jiang Yuru pouted, visibly reluctant. Please help Dad just this once. I can see he is truly a raw gem, and with proper guidance, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Hanwoo Academy is currently facing a talent drought. It is becoming increasingly challenging to recruit outstanding students. If this continues, it won't be long before we struggle to attract even average students. If I could nurture him, perhaps we might secure a commendable position in the next intercollegiate martial arts tournament, granting our academy a much-needed reprieve. Surely, you cannot stand by and watch your grandfather's hard work go to waste? After Jiang Yuru's refusal, the man did not relent, appealing to her emotions and reasoning. Well, fine then. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuru ultimately agreed. She was acutely aware of how challenging things had become for Hanwoo Academy since her grandfather's passing. Failing to attract excellent students meant it would be difficult to achieve good standings in the martial arts tournament. Without a commendable ranking, various educational resources would become unattainable for Hanwoo Academy. Over time, this had created a vicious cycle, even raising the possibility of closure in the future. Lu Sheng, feeling dejected, stepped down from the stage, his mood somewhat sullied. Yet, when he looked towards Jiang Yuru, he found her gazing at him with a conflicted expression, repeatedly attempting to speak, but failing to do so. Lu Sheng, having ample time, stood opposite her patiently, waiting. Thus, they found themselves in a silent standoff, each staring at the other. Could I possibly have your phone number? Jiang Yuru ultimately succumbed, her voice barely audible. If I give you my number, what will I use? Lu Sheng, puzzled, could not comprehend why this girl he had known for less than 2 days would request such an unreasonable favor. No. Could you please tell me your phone number? Jiang Yuru exclaimed, exasperatedly waving her hands to clarify. Oh no. Lu Sheng remained unfazed by the misunderstanding, calmly declining her request. He did not believe that there would be any future communication with her. Leaving a phone number seemed utterly pointless and would only invite a plethora of troubles. How can you bear to reject such a lovely girl? Jiang Yuru queried, her face a portrait of disappointment. Although she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of rejection, the actual experience left her with a profound sense of loss. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The next match is about to commence. Lu Sheng, lacking experience in such matters, chose to feign ignorance. Nevertheless, despite his refusal, he courteously bid farewell to Jiang Yuru before departing. What a despicable fellow, so utterly unyielding. Jiang Yuru clenched her pale fists and glared at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, her teeth gritted in frustration. The more she pondered, the more her resentment grew. Her father held such high expectations for her, yet she found herself unable to fulfill even this minor promise. I refuse to believe that with my beauty and intelligence, I cannot secure a mere phone number. If I cannot manage you, how can I assist my father in attracting more outstanding students? Lu Sheng, you shall wait for me. I will not let you off so easily. The thought that the academy required more exceptional talent ignited her determination. Vowing silently to herself, Jiang Yuru officially became Lu Sheng's ardent follower, trailing him wherever he went. Whenever he had a moment to spare, she incessantly whispered in his ear, "Give me your number. Give me your number," to the point where Lu Sheng felt his head buzzing. Some students from the Cambrian Academy, volunteering to assist with the upcoming major examination in Beijing City, were astonished to see Jiang Yuru doggedly tailing a boy, her persistence bordering on harassment. Am I seeing things? Can anyone confirm that is truly Jiang Yuru, the belle of Cambrian Academy, reduced to fawning over a candidate in sweatpants from the B tier? They marveled at her uncharacteristic behavior, as she had always been dismissive of boys. Has she lost her mind today? It seems Jiang, the school beauty, has a preference for this sort. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's record of 10 wins and 0 losses, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The subsequent matches were won with relative ease, yet Jiang Yuru's presence weighed heavily on him. In his 2 lifetimes, he had been met with nothing but indifference and malice from others. Encountering someone so openly eager to connect was disconcerting. Thankfully, he could temporarily escape the headache she caused. Yet he felt a twinge of concern for tomorrow's A-tier competition. Jiang Yuru would undoubtedly be present. Lu Sheng, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Jiang Yuru called out from behind. Lu Sheng strode ahead, determined not to glance back. Lu Sheng, are you planning to rest for a bit before continuing? Jiang Chunhua, spotting him hurrying towards her, rushed forward with a bottle of water, beaming with friendliness. I've already finished my matches, Lu Sheng replied, taking the water and preparing to leave. Wait, why so soon? Jiang Chunhua glanced at her watch, noting that less than an hour had passed. Although she was aware of Lu Sheng's exceptional abilities, which far surpassed those of students at this level, his speed still astonished her. Let us meet at the usual place tomorrow. I must take my leave now. Lu Sheng turned to see Jiang Yuru had caught up and hastily added a parting remark before departing. Even as the announcements praised his remarkable achievements, his pace remained unwavering. Just as he exited the examination center, believing he had evaded Jiang Yuru, a refined man in a white shirt blocked his path. Lu Sheng, may I have a moment of your time? Chapter 41. Not even worthy of consideration. Lu Sheng recognized this man. He had been conversing with Jiang Yuru before entering the examination hall. I don't know you, Lu Sheng replied, his guard instinctively raised against strangers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Zhuozong, the current head of Cambrian Academy and Jiang Yuru's father. The man's face bore a warm smile, and his voice was gentle yet resonant. Please, state your business directly. Lu Sheng, hearing hurried footsteps, turned to see Jiang Yuru approaching. However, upon noticing him in conversation with her father, she hesitated to come closer, merely observing from a distance. Though Jiang Yuru had become somewhat of a nuisance, Lu Sheng sensed that she harbored no ill intentions, and he assumed her father was similarly benign. Thus, he was willing to hear what the man had to say. As the head of Cambrian Academy, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Should you accept, I would take you on as my personal disciple, granting you access to the majority of our resources. This would greatly benefit your future development and would certainly rival the top 10 academies. Jiang Zhuozong spoke earnestly and straightforwardly. Join Cambrian Academy? Lu Sheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated this was the purpose of their meeting. Now he understood that Jiang Yuru's earlier request for his phone number was likely in pursuit of this opportunity. With all examinations yet to conclude, it was evident that this man had already recognized his extraordinary potential and was eager to secure him before the A-tier competition concluded, fearing that elite academies might snatch him away. Forgive me, but my aspirations lie with Shengwu Academy. I am not considering other institutions at this time. Lu Sheng rejected the proposition without hesitation. What nonsense! He possessed an advantage and aimed for the strongest academy, where he could compete with the finest talents of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he lower himself to a second-tier academy that couldn't even make the top 10? Furthermore, Shengwu Academy was home to 7 ninth-tier martial saints, boasting an exceptional faculty. It was undoubtedly the cradle of martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom. Entering there would ensure his growth, far surpassing what a second-tier academy could offer. That is a misguided notion. While Shengwu Academy is indeed prestigious, it is filled with prodigies. To secure additional resources, you must endure fierce competition, far from the idyllic scenario you envision. Should you agree to join Cambrian, I can guarantee you will reach the 5th tier before graduation. Jiang Zhuozong remained undeterred by Lu Sheng's refusal. Are you a martial saint? Lu Sheng inquired after a moment's contemplation. I am currently at the 8th tier, but I am confident I can break through to the 9th tier within 5 years. As Lu Sheng posed this question, Jiang Zhuozong's demeanor shifted dramatically. The once unassuming, refined middle-aged man now emanated an overwhelming aura, making it difficult for Lu Sheng to breathe. Fortunately, he had lived alongside 7th-tier masters like Lu Zhentian for many years. Although Jiang's imposing presence surpassed Lu Zhentian's considerably, it still failed to intimidate him. Does the Cold Martial Academy possess any martial saints? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, his expression remaining unchanged, though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at Jiang's attempt to intimidate him with mere aura. The Cold Martial Academy does not have one at present. My father, the previous dean, was a martial saint, but he heroically perished in the war against the Demon Clan a few years ago. Lu Sheng's inquiry immediately caused Jiang's expression to falter, the once formidable aura dissipating as if it had never existed. I apologize, but I must respectfully decline your offer and choose the Holy Martial Academy instead. Lu Sheng politely refused once more. He was eager to acquire the refining technique that would come after 5 trials. An academy lacking even a martial saint did not merit his consideration. Sighing, Jiang Zhuo appeared both helpless and disheartened. As an esteemed 8th-rank venerable, he was a figure of high standing anywhere. Were it not for fulfilling his father's last wish, he would never have humbly sought the favor of a mere child who had yet to reach any rank. Yet, reality is often cruel. Even an 8th-rank grandmaster must bow to it. Ironically, despite this, he remained the one who faced rejection. Father, please do not be too disheartened. A genius possesses their own pride, believing themselves to be the best, and it is only natural to aspire for greater heights. The examination is not yet concluded. Perhaps you should re-enter and see if any other discoveries await. Observing her father's dejected demeanor, Jiang Yuru felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. She approached and gently grasped Jiang's arm, offering quiet comfort. Do not be disheartened. How can one be so? Your father has grown accustomed to such circumstances over the years. However, Yuru, you are right. The examination is still ongoing, and perhaps there are other promising talents awaiting my discovery. Jiang's was smiled as he ruffled his daughter's hair, though that smile was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Finally, they arrived at the last day of the A-level group's assessment. Due to the relatively small number of candidates, the event was open to public viewing. While the number of participants was few, the audience was a bustling crowd, with many bringing their families and even inviting relatives and friends, eager to showcase their child as a candidate in the A-level group. The Liu family, of course, followed suit, with the entire family accompanying Liu Jin for the examination. Little Jin, do not be nervous. Just relax your mind. With your capabilities, entering the Holy Martial Academy is undoubtedly within your grasp. Since returning from Jixiang village, Liu Jin had maintained a heavy demeanor. Lin Shuang thought he was merely overly anxious and tirelessly offered encouragement to her adopted son. Little brother, you must be more confident. You should believe that with your strength, you can absolutely claim first place. Your sister firmly believes so. Lu Qianru playfully draped her arms around Liu Jin's neck, even brushing against some inappropriate areas without perceiving any issue with her actions. Sister, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Liu Jin discreetly inhaled the fragrance emanating from Lu Qianru, feeling a sense of refreshment wash over him, immediately exhibiting a vibrant demeanor. Observing this scene, Lu Qinghan frowned slightly. Although Liu Jin and Lu Qianru were siblings, they shared no blood relation, and such intimacy seemed rather excessive. Moreover, she recalled reading in Liu Shang's diary that he had caught Liu Jin sneaking into Liu Qianru's room more than once during the night, which certainly did not bode well. Look at that person. He resembles Liu Shang. However, he is taller and far more handsome than Liu Shang. Just then, Liu Qianru suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Chapter 42, I will settle this score with you properly. Not merely resembling, that is indeed Xiao Sheng. Liu Qinghan's eyes lit up, her expression brimming with joy. He truly did not perish. Liu Jin's previously bright mood immediately darkened once more. I didn't look closely just now. He still looks the same as before. Upon realizing that it was indeed Liu Sheng, Liu Qianru quickly changed her tune. Dressed nicely. I wonder if he used stolen money to buy those clothes. Lin Shuang scoffed, her expression one of disdain. After just a few days apart, how has Xiao Sheng grown so much taller? He looks like a different person altogether. Is he here to watch the A-level assessment too? Liu Jiasin marveled, unconsciously altering her address for Liu Sheng. What on earth is going on? In just 10 days, his vitality appears much more abundant than the last time I saw him, striding with a commanding presence, indicating significant progress. Though Liu Jintian remained silent, his keen eyes immediately discerned the changes in Liu Sheng. He had previously instructed a Fu to keep an eye on Liu Sheng, but had not noticed any particular developments. Little did he expect his biological son to grow so rapidly, which completely surpassed his expectations. Liu Sheng, do those people know you? Why are they pointing and whispering? Liu Sheng had been conversing with Jiang Chanhua, his gaze lowered as they approached the examination venue, oblivious to the Liu family's presence. It was Jiang Chanhua who noticed a group of strangers seemingly discussing Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng looked up and spotted the Liu family watching him from a short distance away. Initially, he intended to circumvent them and enter through another route. However, upon reflection, he realized that there was only one entrance for candidates, and the Liu family was blocking the way. Besides, he had nothing to hide, so why should he avoid them? I do not know them, Liu Sheng replied coolly, as if he had not seen them, continuing forward. Observing him disregard his parents and sister, Lin Shuang scoffed at his lack of manners. Just as Liu Sheng was about to brush past the Liu family, Liu Qianru suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. Just a heartless ingrate. How can you expect him to possess any manners? Unlike our little Jin, who is obedient and polite. Lin Shuang followed suit, casting a disdainful glare at Liu Sheng. Though Liu Sheng initially wished to ignore them, their repugnance compelled him to retaliate. Seeing me alive and well, you must be quite disappointed, huh? Spending $1 million to hire a bunch of thugs to eliminate me. Is that not a touch naive? Liu Sheng disregarded Lin Shuang and Liu Qianru, striding directly to Liu Jin, a smirk playing on his lips. Brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. Liu Jin feigned innocence, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he donned a mask of naive innocence. Liu Sheng, have you lost your mind? What thugs? How could our little Jin, so kind and gentle, ever do such a thing? The implications of Liu Sheng's words were glaringly obvious. Publicly accusing Liu Jin of hiring someone to kill him, Liu Qianru was the first to express disbelief, quickly stepping in front of Liu Jin and rebuking Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, clarify your words. What wrong has little Jin done to deserve such malicious slander? Lin Shuang, of course, would not stand idly by, pointing at Liu Sheng and loudly questioning him in front of everyone. Liu Sheng, is there some misunderstanding here? After all, we are family. Little Jin would never go so far as to take your life, would he? Although Lu Jiasen's attitude towards Lu Sheng had shifted significantly after reading his diary, she still sought to mediate the situation. However, when Lu Sheng suddenly accused Lu Jin of hiring a hitman to murder his brother, she found it hard to believe. Such allegations require substantial evidence. What proof do you have that Xiao Jin intended to hire someone to kill you? Lu Zhentian, who had remained silent until now, inquired. Lu Sheng's unfounded claims, directly targeting Lu Jin, raised Lu Zhentian's skepticism. He suspected that Lu Sheng must have encountered some incident that led him to speak so adamantly. Evidence? Just check if 50,000 is missing from his account, and you'll know. That was the deposit he paid to those assassins, Lu Sheng retorted, casting a glance at Lu Zhentian. Is that true? Lu Zhentian's piercing gaze turned towards Lu Jin. Though Lu Sheng had left home in a fit of rage, he was still his flesh and blood. If Lu Jin had indeed committed such a heinous act, he would not stand idly by. I did spend 50,000 a few days ago, but it was to buy a martial arts manual on the black market. My brother is wrong to accuse me of hiring someone to kill him. I am truly wronged, Lu Jin said, his voice laced with indignation. On that day, he had purchased a martial arts manual as a precaution. The value of such items is hard to determine. Claiming to have spent 50,000 would be difficult for others to contest. Little did he know that it would prove useful today. Who taught you to falsely accuse others without substantial evidence? Lu Zhentian, clearly more inclined to believe Lu Jin, coldly questioned Lu Sheng. You know full well what you've done, and I know as well. It's fine if you refuse to admit it. I will ensure we settle this account when the time comes. Lu Sheng chose to ignore Lu Zhentian, sneering as he uttered a parting remark before turning to leave. He understood that mere words could not substantiate Lu Jin's guilt, and given the multitude of his own transgressions, this matter was not one to be scrutinized deeply. Ultimately, his intention was merely to provoke the Lu family. Having voiced his accusations, his purpose had been achieved. However, after taking only a few steps, Lu Sheng noticed Jiang Yuru watching him with a complex expression. Clearly, she had witnessed the entire exchange between him and the Lu family. It was indeed embarrassing to have family disgrace observed by an acquaintance. Lu Sheng chose to ignore Jiang Yuru and passed her by without acknowledgement. Jiang Yuru, displaying her perceptiveness, refrained from approaching him. It seemed his relationship with his family was quite poor, explaining his peculiar demeanor. Nevertheless, the notion of a brother hiring a hitman against his sibling was something she had only encountered in melodramatic television dramas. She was astounded to find such a scenario occurring in reality. Although Lu Sheng had rejected her and her father repeatedly yesterday, Jiang Yuru did not harbor resentment towards him. On the contrary, the attitude displayed by Lu Sheng's family towards him evoked a degree of sympathy within her. Did Xiao Sheng just mention an examination? Is he not here to watch the competition, but rather to participate in it? After Lu Sheng's departure, the atmosphere among the Lu family turned somewhat somber. It was then that Lu Jiaxin realized an unusual question. Chapter 43. Is it so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Don't be absurd. When he registered, his vitality was only around 160. He could only participate in the C-grade examination as a mere underperformer. Lu Qianru scoffed upon hearing this. Indeed, with his qualifications, being able to participate in a martial arts examination is already a tremendous stroke of luck. Today, he only qualifies to watch Xiao Jin's performance. Participate in the examination? That's utterly delusional, Lin Shuya echoed, equally disbelieving that Lu Sheng was there to take part in the examination. Wait a minute, I recognize the man beside my brother. He is their class teacher, Jiang Chunhua. How did they access the candidate's exclusive passage? But then Lu Jin was left dumbfounded as he realized that Lu Sheng had merely shown his wristband and identification to Jiang Chunhua, effortlessly entering the candidate's passage without any obstruction from the staff at the entrance. How do they get in? Do they know the person at the door? Lu Jiaxin exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps they entered for some matters? Lu Qianru expressed serious doubt. You all should have noticed that Xiao Sheng was wearing a blue wristband, which is a necessary device for candidates. It will be collected by the examination center once the examination concludes. The fact that Xiao Sheng's wristband was not collected indicates one thing. His examination is not yet over. Earlier, in the presence of family, Lu Qinghan had not spoken with Lu Sheng. Yet, her eyes had been continuously assessing him from head to toe. Upon seeing that Lu Sheng was doing quite well, she felt a genuine sense of joy as his sister. While observing him, she noticed the examination wristband on his arm, and at first, she couldn't comprehend its significance. Only after Lu Sheng successfully entered the candidate's passage did she grasp the implication. Why? Why is his wristband exempt from collection? Could he have bribed someone at the examination center? Lin Shuya clearly disapproved of this theory and began to raise her voice in public. Could you stop embarrassing yourself? Is it possible to casually bribe someone at the examination center? If I can't do it, how could Lu Sheng? The fact that Lu Sheng's wristband wasn't collected suggests only one possibility. He has fought his way from a C grade all the way to the A grade. Lu Zhentian, a man of stature, felt his dignity bruised by Lin Shuya's public outcry and immediately scolded her with a stern expression. However, when he voiced his speculation regarding Lu Sheng, he himself was taken aback. Although the categorization in martial arts examinations is merely due to a difference of a few vitality points, in reality, this slight difference represents an insurmountable gap in qualifications before one becomes a true martial artist. For an ordinary person to surpass is exceedingly difficult. Even those who manage to advance a single level are rare gems. And Lu Zhentian had never heard of anyone progressing from the lowest C grade all the way to A grade in all his years. How could Lu Sheng achieve this? This question loomed large in Lu Zhentian's mind. Have I misjudged him all along? Is Lu Sheng actually a genius? As he pondered, self-doubt began to creep in. No wonder he insisted on severing ties with us and ignored me when we met. It turns out he's grown wings. If only I had known, I would never have allowed such a wretched child to be born. After being reprimanded by Lu Zhentian, Lin Shuya dared not raise her voice again. Yet it did not prevent her from muttering softly to herself. So Xiao Sheng, is that impressive? If the third sister knew, I wonder how delighted she would be. Lu Jia Xin appeared somewhat excited. I still don't believe Lu Sheng has such prowess, even if he is now qualified to participate in the A-grade competition. The A-grade gathers the most outstanding candidates from all of Beijing. Him barely squeezing and would make him merely a source of easy points. Lu Qianru maintained her usual disdainful demeanor. Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Especially when that person is your own brother. At last, Lu Qinghan could no longer tolerate Lu Qianru's harshness towards Lu Sheng and retorted angrily. Enough. Lu Qianru, feeling quite indignant, was about to retort when Lu Zhentian impatiently interrupted. Stop dwelling on irrelevant matters and focus on today's examination. This is one of the most important moments of your life. Do not allow yourself to harbor regrets. Everything else can be addressed after the examination. Immediately, Lu Zhentian grasped Lu Jin's shoulder and solemnly advised him. I understand, Dad, Lu Jin replied obediently. Did you not previously claim to be an orphan? Jiang Chunhua, who had been observing Lu Sheng's plight with a cold gaze, recalled a woman stating some time ago that she was a relative of Lu Sheng. It was only while accompanying Lu Sheng in line for another blood test that he could not help but quietly inquire. In the past, yes, and in the future, too, Lu Sheng replied, his tone distinctly rigid, clearly reluctant to discuss the matter further. Noticing Lu Sheng's pallor, Jiang Chunhua refrained from pressing further, fearing it might adversely affect Lu Sheng's performance in the upcoming examination. During the test, there will be several formidable contenders for the top spot. You must exercise utmost caution when you encounter them. Have you seen that towering figure, a 2-meter giant? His name is Li Yongheng. His strength is terrifying, and his defensive capabilities are equally astounding. Remember, do not engage him head-on. Instead, seek opportunities through evasion. You should be familiar with Su Lila from our school. She has mastered Principal Su's unique skill, the butterfly step, which allows her to move erratically and at great speed. When facing her, you must remain perpetually vigilant. That individual in the black vest is Han Xiaodong. His father is the leader of a gang in Beicheng, and he is known for his ruthless tactics and lack of regard for consequences in combat. Exercise extreme caution when confronting him, for a serious injury could spell disaster. And then there is Lu Jin from our school. His attributes are... Lu Sheng interjected. I am well acquainted with him. Moments latte. Jiang Chunhua began pointing out several candidates in the queue, quietly introducing them to Lu Sheng. Yet, when Jiang Chunhua mentioned Lu Jin, Lu Sheng interrupted. The most noteworthy are these few individuals. The others who have reached this level possess their own formidable abilities, so merely heed caution. Since learning yesterday that Lu Sheng had effortlessly incapacitated Hua Gang, Jiang Chunhua had become increasingly confident in this student, even unconsciously placing Lu Sheng in the same league as the championship contenders. He now eagerly anticipated Lu Sheng achieving an impressive score, for such an outcome would undoubtedly alter the trajectory of his life. Just last night, after reporting Lu Sheng's situation to the principal had expressed high regard for his work and promised numerous benefits, urging him to assist Lu Sheng in his endeavors. This excitement had kept him awake throughout the night. Chapter 44. He possesses such strength? In the A-level group, there is no advancement. Thus, every individual must strive for higher scores to improve their rankings. Including those promoted from the B-level, there are a total of 542 candidates in the A-level group. The central screen for this examination will continuously update the latest scores and rankings. Today, the stands are filled with over 10,000 spectators, creating an atmosphere akin to a festive celebration. Even several star contenders have their fans, brandishing pre-made support signs and cheering for their favorites. Lu Sheng vaguely heard that Lu Jin's name was met with the loudest cheers. Glancing at the screen, he noted his current ranking was 496, likely the highest among those promoted from the B level. He surmised that the only person paying attention to him was Jiang Chunhua. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lu Qinghan, Lu Jiasin, and Lu Jintian were all observing him closely through binoculars. Jiang Yuru, responsible for medical emergencies today, also occasionally glanced at the arena where Lu Sheng stood. Candidate number 103583. Are you prepared? The examiner boomed. I am ready. Lu Sheng nodded from the arena. The A-level arena was considerably larger than before, spanning over 20 square meters. Let the examination commence, the examiner declared loudly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Sheng's first opponent, a boy with a watermelon haircut clad in a green tracksuit, exuding an air of earnestness, began cautiously bouncing side to side, inching closer to Lu Sheng. This is the A-level examination. I must afford my opponent the respect they deserve. Lu Sheng thought to himself. In this highly scrutinized setting, he resolved not to treat his adversary with the frivolity he had previously displayed. Just as the opponent sought a flaw in Lu Sheng's defense, Lu Sheng initiated an offensive without any pretense. So swift. At the moment Lu Sheng sprang into action, his opponent's pupils dilated, and he hastily assumed a defensive stance. To the boy, Lu Sheng appeared as a leopard poised to strike, showcasing astonishing explosive power. Can he withstand it? The opponent's reaction was, by all accounts, appropriate. However, to Lu Sheng, the match was already decided. He had not mastered any complex martial arts, relying solely on the most basic combat techniques learned in school. Yet, with his physical prowess far exceeding that of his peers, even the simplest of movements possessed extraordinary lethality. Lu Sheng's long, straight right leg whipped toward his opponent like a lash. The boy, not daring to be careless, quickly raised his right arm in an attempt to shield his head. However, believing this would suffice to block Lu Sheng was rather naive. Crack! Like the sound of a resounding slap, Lu Sheng's foot struck the boy's arm before landing on his face, producing a sharp, clear sound. In the next instant, the opponent was sent hurtling sideways, tumbling off the arena. Lu Sheng, expressionless, looked down at his unconscious opponent below. After parting from the Lu family, a surge of anger had been building within him. He discovered that after delivering that kick, some of that pent-up energy had miraculously dissipated, leaving him feeling considerably more at ease. Oh no, why is he hitting so hard today? Quick, provide assistance. Jiang Yuru's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing Lu Sheng send his opponent flying off the stage. Without waiting for the examiner to call for help, she promptly signaled her colleagues to rush over. Candidate number 103,583 wins. The examiner, taken aback by Lu Sheng's ferocity, stood stunned for a full 2 seconds before hastening to check on the fallen candidate. Discovering him unconscious, and without hesitation, declared, "He possesses such strength?" Lu Jintian's breath quickened, his clenched fist cracking with tension. This was the first time he had witnessed his biological son in action, and he had not anticipated such an astonishing display. From Lu Sheng's initiation to the execution of that kick, the process was clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Both speed and power, as well as explosiveness, were exceptional for one of his age. Had it not been for the less than ideal timing of the strike, Lu Jintian might have suspected Lu Sheng to be a seasoned fighter. Lu Jin has only reached this level through my years of careful training. But how did this child achieve such prowess? No, this is quite reasonable. After all, he inherits the bloodline of Lu Jintian, and thus should possess such extraordinary talent. What a pity. Had he not gone missing back then and received my guidance from a young age, one can only imagine the heights he could have reached, surely far surpassing Lu Jin, who underwent multiple injections. However, it is not too late now. Once the examination concludes, I shall promptly summon him home, provided he is willing to obediently comply. I am confident that he can attain my current level before he turns 30, perhaps even before the age of 40. Achieving the status of the youngest martial sage may not be beyond reach. At this moment, Lu Jintian's heart surged with fervor. Initially, he had been perplexed by Lu Sheng's remarkable prowess. He found it hard to believe that this was the same timid, frail boy from before. Yet, as he pondered further, he suddenly felt that Lu Sheng was destined to be this formidable, as he was his own flesh and blood. He began to envision the splendid future that awaited Lu Sheng upon his return to the Lu family, soaring to greatness under his guidance. Is that really little Sheng? Surely, I must be mistaken? Lu Jiasin exclaimed, her eyes wide as she witnessed Lu Sheng's decisive victory, watching it repeatedly in disbelief. Hastily, She grasped Lu Qinghan's arm and inquired. Indeed, that is our dear brother, Lu Sheng. Can you hardly believe that the boy we once overlooked is now so exceptionally talented? When Lu Qinghan was asked this, her nose suddenly tinged with a sharp pang of emotion. Witnessing Lu Sheng effortlessly vanquish his opponent filled her with genuine joy. Yet, it was heart-wrenching to realize that such an outstanding child had chosen to sever ties with his family after enduring years of differential treatment and heartbreak. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret for not having given her brother more attention sooner. Now, every time they met, Lu Sheng regarded them as adversaries, and Lu Qinghan felt utterly uncertain about whether she could mend their fractured relationship and bring him home. Is it too late for me to apologize to him? After receiving confirmation from Lu Qinghan, Lu Jiaxin's thoughts drifted back to the contents of her diary, deepening her guilt. I've added him, indeed, I have added my dear brother. Is it too late? I cannot say for certain. However, judging by the present circumstances, it was evident that it would not be an easy task. Lu Qinghan offered a wry smile and shook her head. Through their recent interactions, she had discerned Lu Sheng's unwavering resolve, which suggested a trend toward perpetual estrangement from them. Even she was at a loss for how to bring her brother back to his senses. Oi, little Jean is incredible. He defeated that opponent in just a few moves. At that moment, Lu Qianru suddenly burst into jubilant cheers. Sisters, did you see that? Little Jin's moves were absolutely magnificent. Yes, quite impressive, Lu Qinghan replied absently, not even casting a glance toward Lu Jin, merely offering a distracted acknowledgement. Previously, she had held a relatively favorable opinion of Lu Jin. Though not as doted upon as Lu Qianru, she regarded him as family. However, after reading Lu Sheng's diary and learning of Lu Jin's repeated schemes against him, her perception of Lu Jin had soured considerably, as if she now viewed him through tinted glasses. Regardless of what Lu Jin said, she felt he was merely being manipulative. Truly, he is my son, bringing honor to our family. You two sisters, having arrived, why do you not cheer for your brother? Do you lack even this awareness? Lin Xia had initially been beaming at Lu Jin's effortless victory. However, upon noticing the other two daughters' lack of response, her expression shifted to one of discontent. I have indeed cheered for him. I have added my support for my brother, Lu Qinghan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xia and raising her chin defiantly. She was already in a state of guilt regarding Lu Sheng, and Lin Xia's reprimand only fueled her rebellious spirit. For she understood that the most direct reason for Lu Sheng's departure was their mother's harsh treatment. As she learned more about Lu Sheng's experiences within the family, her dissatisfaction with her mother grew stronger. Her earlier comments were intentionally meant to provoke Lin Xia. Do you not know who your true kin is? Cheering for that ingrate. Do you really believe he would appreciate your gesture? Lin Xia could not contain her indignation, lunging towards Lu Qinghan and pointing an accusatory finger at her. If you continue to shout, you can return home. Lu Jintian remained absorbed in observing Lu Sheng's every move, lost in his dreams of a promising future. However, the sound of Lin Xia's fury interrupted his thoughts, igniting a surge of anger within him as he glared at her, his voice raised. Lin Xia, who feared her husband most, immediately fell silent and lowered her head, appearing both aggrieved and pitiful. Well done, Lu Sheng. Keep up the momentum and score more points. Meanwhile, at the other end of the arena, Jiang Chunhua cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, fervently shouting, his face flushed with excitement. For the past 2 days, the crowd had been too dense for him to see Lu Sheng's matches from the resting area. Today, witnessing Lu Sheng's performance for the first time made him fully realize just how formidable his student truly was. He was convinced that, with that last kick, Lu Sheng possessed the power to break into the top 10. No one could comprehend the depth of his exhilaration. Throughout the 3 years Lu Sheng spent in his class, he had remained a silent, overlooked student, never drawing any attention. In truth, Jiang Chunhua himself was akin to Lu Sheng within the faculty of the first high school. Perpetually assigned the least capable students, regarded with disdain by school authorities, other teachers, and even his own family. The humiliation he faced, akin to the scorn from Wang Lei yesterday, had become a grim reality he could hardly recall how many times he had endured. He had never experienced an opportunity as dazzling as a diamond, yet he believed that this student might finally allow him to bask in glory. If Lu Sheng could secure a commendable score this time, he was certain that his life would undergo a profound transformation. Lu Sheng, Yu Jiangyu, having examined the injured party, observed that while there was a trend toward awakening, the arm was undoubtedly broken, rendering participation in subsequent examinations impossible. Previously, she had noticed that Lu Sheng's kick carried a certain emotional weight. She had intended to advise him not to transfer his own misfortunes onto others. Yet, she refrained from doing so, recalling her grandfather's often repeated adage, Do not advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. The martial examination was, after all, a brutal game of survival of the fittest. Every participant in this contest might encounter myriad situations. Some were fortunate, while others were not. Moreover, among today's candidates, there were many who could be even more ruthless than Lu Sheng. She was merely a volunteer responsible for rescue efforts, her sole duty being to provide assistance to the injured, devoid of any inclination to cast blame upon Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng discerned that Jiang Yuru was gazing at him, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but hesitating. Those pure, unblemished, and beautiful eyes momentarily rendered Lu Sheng somewhat entranced. You may have to exert yourself a bit more today, he remarked, quickly regaining his composure, feeling that their mutual gaze had grown a tad awkward, prompting him to utter such a comment. It is only right that I labor, he continued. However, if possible, I hope you can afford those far weaker than yourself another opportunity to continue their examinations. Should you feel the need to vent any frustrations, do not hesitate to seek out those who are more resilient or deserving of a beating. For instance, him and him. Jiang Yuru flashed a gentle smile at Lu Sheng, her tone surprisingly soft. Yet, ultimately, she gestured towards two other arenas in the distance. One featured a towering, 2-meter-tall behemoth standing resolutely as his opponent relentlessly assaulted him. He appeared utterly impervious to pain, even as his adversary exerted all their might. He continued to laugh heartily, urging them to strike harder. Meanwhile, in another arena, a young man with hair obscuring one eye, clad in a black vest, wore a cruel grin as he methodically twisted his opponent's arm with joint locks, gradually breaking it. Chapter 46, The Unbridgeable Gap. Jiang Yuru's words resonated with Lu Sheng to a degree. For an average contestant, he had indeed unleashed a rather excessive force at 50% of his strength. However, regarding the two individuals she pointed out, they appeared to be rather deserving of a beating, with his panel serving as an extraordinary enhancement. Crushing those of mediocre strength elicited little excitement. Perhaps it will be far more intriguing to confront genuine prodigies among the contestants. Moreover, he recognized his glaring deficiency in practical combat experience. When facing those ordinary competitors, it would be wiser to temper his strength and refine his fighting techniques against them. Should he encounter an opponent of similar prowess one day, he would not be caught off guard. Thus, he resolved to treat ordinary adversaries as practice partners while reserving his greater abilities for encounters with formidable geniuses. He believed that such a burdensome approach would prove beneficial. In the subsequent matches, Lu Sheng indeed adhered to this strategy. With each opponent, he would first engage in a probing exchange, then deliberately moderate his strikes to align with their levels of strength. As a result, he appeared evenly matched against everyone. Occasionally, in the pursuit of testing his thoughts on technique application, he would even allow himself to receive a few hits. However, Lu Sheng soon discovered that after several bouts, not only did his on-the-spot combat experience become increasingly enriched, but even some of the previously incomprehensible lessons from practical classes began to coalesce in his understanding, fostering a trend of synthesis. Compared to the monotonous examinations he had endured over the past few days, today's assessments suddenly transformed into something engaging. The progress he achieved through sheer self-reliance was far more gratifying than the growth derived from the panel's enhancements. Now, this is how it should be, Jiang Yuru remarked, her face adorned with a smile of satisfaction. Whenever she had a moment, she would keep an eye on Lu Sheng's progress. Discovering that he had genuinely heeded her advice filled her with heartfelt joy. This realization made her feel that despite his aloofness and peculiar temperament, he was not so difficult to interact with after all. What is happening? Why has he suddenly become so feeble? Is he concealing his strength? Meanwhile, Lu Zhentian, after observing Lu Sheng's subsequent matches, found himself musing. Lu Sheng had effortlessly won his first match, dominating with overwhelming force. Yet in the following contests, he seemed to have transformed, engaging in evenly matched exchanges with each opponent. From Lu Zhentian's perspective, in such a high-stakes examination, defeating one's adversary with minimal expenditure of energy would undoubtedly confer greater advantages in the forthcoming rounds. If Lu Sheng were intentionally concealing his capabilities despite possessing strength, it would be exceedingly imprudent. However, another possibility loomed. Perhaps Lu Sheng's initial match had seen him overly tense, unleashing a strength far beyond his usual capacity, resulting in considerable aftereffects. Hence, his subsequent performances had devolved into mediocrity. Without encountering any formidable opponents, he could still secure victories, albeit with great difficulty. Lu Zhentian surmised that if this trend continued, Lu Sheng would likely struggle to even breach the top 100. It seems I have somewhat overestimated him. I should not harbor such lofty expectations, he thought, shaking his head in disappointment before turning his attention to Lu Jin's situation. TCH, I thought he was formidable. In just this short while, he has already been struck several times. He then observed his younger sibling, Lu Jin, who managed to dispatch any opponent within 3 moves. After over 30 consecutive bouts, his pristine white attire remained untouched by even a speck of dust. Lu Qianru cast a smug glance at Lu Qinghan, deliberately raising her voice in a sarcastic manner. Isn't that so? Little Jean is the favorite to win the championship for our Beijing this time. No trash can compare to him. Lin Shuiying shot a disdainful look at her eldest daughter. Following their prior disagreements, Lu Qianru and Lin Shuiying would occasionally monitor Lu Sheng's situation. However, to them, Lu Sheng was merely a target for ridicule, naturally failing to garner their respect. Lu Qinghan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She realized that with Lu Sheng's current performance, any attempt to argue would only invite harsher ridicule from the duo. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Sister, didn't you say that little Sheng was quite impressive in his first match? Why does it seem like he has wilted since the second? I heard that only those who break into the top 100 can qualify for the elite academies. Do you think he still has hope? Lu Jiasin leaned closer to Lu Qinghan, whispering her concerns. Lu Qinghan bit her lip and gazed up at the massive scoreboard hanging above. The name Lu Jin was prominently displayed in the first position. During this time, he had amassed an astonishing 38 consecutive victories, amassing 114 points, creating a 30-point gap from the second place, Han Xiaodong. After squinting for a considerable time, she finally spotted Lu Sheng's name following the number 278. Lu Sheng's current score was a mere 39 points. Compared to Lu Jin's remarkable performance, the disparity was nearly insurmountable. He should still have a chance to break into the top 100. Although little Sheng is slow, at least he hasn't lost yet, Lu Qinghan said. Though her conviction was notably lacking, she could already surmise that as the examinations progressed, he would encounter increasingly formidable opponents. Given Lu Sheng's current performance, should he face any of the top-ranked star contestants, his chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. The worst-case scenario loomed. Lu Sheng might sustain severe injuries in upcoming matches, rendering him unable to continue the examination. Thus, he would completely miss the opportunity to join the prestigious top 10 academy. This individual struck with an angle both peculiar and cunning. Had it not been for my resilient physique, I might have truly found myself at a disadvantage. After a series of arduous exchanges, landing a decisive punch to the chin that rendered my opponent unconscious, Lu Sheng could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. This opponent had proven to be the most formidable he had faced after suppressing his strength. Several strikes had targeted critical areas of his body. Fortunately, his enhanced constitution afforded him a level of defense far beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. As he lightly leapt down from the platform, Lu Sheng glanced upward at the leaderboard, which he had hitherto neglected, only to discover that Lu Jin had remarkably ascended to the top position with a significant lead. It seemed my pace had been somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, it was still less than 2 hours since the commencement of the event. In the remaining 6 hours, surpassing that upstart was merely a matter of time. If only I could encounter him sooner, he would have no chance of scoring even a single point. Observing the gap between himself and Lu Jin, Lu Sheng felt no urgency, opting instead to proceed methodically according to his own examination strategy. However, when he matched with his next opponent and stepped onto the stage, he was astonished to find an old acquaintance standing before him. Chapter 47. Something interesting. How did you end up here? Upon recognizing Lu Sheng opposite her, Su Lila could not help but rub her eyes, believing she was hallucinating. If you can do it, why can't I? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, fully understanding the feelings of the top student from the first high school. After all, it was indeed surreal for a once feeble contender, barely qualified to register for the martial arts examination, to appear in the elite competition of the A-grade group. I always suspected you were up to something. It's just that the system failed to detect it. Now, not only have you passed the test through dubious means, but you also dare to brazenly stand before me. After this match, I will surely report you to the director of the Education Bureau through my grandfather. If the Beijing Education Bureau turns a blind eye, I shall escalate the matter to higher authorities. The humiliation of failing to expose Lu Sheng's true nature on the day of registration had left Su Lila feeling utterly disgraced. Not only had it created a rift in her relationship with her crush, but she had also endured a severe reprimand from her grandfather upon returning home. For days, Su Lila had regarded that incident as a profound affront, unable to forget it. Thus, upon seeing Lu Sheng, she recognized him immediately. She had initially thought their paths would never cross again. Little did she expect that he could manage to infiltrate the A-grade examination with a C-grade qualification. It was utterly unbelievable. Is that so? Then prove yourself by defeating me first. If you cannot even best me, no one will believe in your prowess. Lu Sheng retorted with a cold laugh, recalling the stubbornness of this girl. While it was true that she had been manipulated by Lu Jin, her own words and actions suggested that, even without his instigation, had she known of Lu Sheng's previous circumstances, she would likely have reported him with righteous indignation. In that case, he would demonstrate his overwhelming strength to show Su Lila just how perilous it was to be so self-righteous. I am currently ranked 11th. What makes you think you can speak so arrogantly before me? Lu Sheng's words immediately incited laughter from Su Lila. To her, someone like Lu Sheng, who relied on enhancement drugs, was utterly insignificant. His continued survival, in her eyes, was merely a stroke of luck. You shall soon find out what I am capable of. I only hope you won't shed tears after your defeat. Lu Sheng replied with a calm smile, now nearly immune to such taunts. Seeking death. Su Lila's brows furrowed as she shouted angrily and charged at Lu Sheng. Though she appeared to be rushing straight at him, her movements were anything but linear. Like a nimble butterfly, she darted erratically across the stage, her agility and speed surpassing even Lu Sheng's. Despite Lu Sheng's remarkable reflexes, he found himself unable to predict Su Lila's next move for a moment. This intriguing opponent piqued Lu Sheng's interest as he maintained a direct stance while carefully observing Su Lila's every motion. After evading more than 10 times, Su Lila seemed to have finally spotted an opening in Lu Sheng's defenses. She swiftly maneuvered to his left side and, with practiced precision, aimed to strike toward the sensitive area behind his ear. With a multitude of nerves in that region, Su Lila, now a bona fide first-grade martial artist after undergoing 5 rounds of blood refinement and continuing with bone refinement, was capable of harnessing her blood energy. Should that strike land, it would leave even the most resilient adversary feeling dizzy. Yet, her opponent was no ordinary foe. Although Lu Sheng's mind had yet to fully process Su Lila's swift and cunning strike, his body instinctively reacted, executing a quick lateral leap to the right. He could distinctly feel the rush of wind from her palm slicing through the air, causing a slight ache in his eardrum. Quite impressive. After dispatching Lu Qingwen, Lu Sheng had believed that few below the 3rd grade level could pose a challenge to him. Yet at this moment, he realized he had underestimated the prowess of the world as heroes. This prodigy, nurtured through elite education, was evidently far more formidable than the subpar Lu Qingwen. He understood that merely evading would only allow him to fall into his opponent's rhythm, which would be detrimental to him. However, although his combat experience was limited, he was well aware of the principle of exploiting one's strengths against an opponent's weaknesses. Previously, he had achieved victory over Lu Qingwen, who had far superior strength, through speed and agility. Now, facing the nimble Su Lila, he was confident that his strength far surpassed hers. Huh, you actually dodged? Su Lila was taken aback that Lu Sheng could evade her seemingly certain strike. However, she considered it merely a fluke, for she knew that those with lesser strength could never escape her relentless pressure and pursuit. Just then, she sensed Lu Sheng, who had just dodged, launching a sudden and powerful sweeping kick. It was not only swift, but also carried an impressive force, akin to a razor-sharp blade slicing through the air toward her. Oh no! Su Lila reacted swiftly, realizing she could not absorb this kick head-on. In the blink of an eye, she crouched low. The gust from Lu Sheng's kick ruffled her hair. However, not pausing in his assault, Lu Sheng continued his relentless barrage of powerful sweeps directed at Su Lila. Still reluctant to take the strikes head-on, Su Lila employed her light-footed agility, evading time and again. They say those who rely on drugs are nothing but hollow shells. Yet how is this person so formidable? Su Lila found herself increasingly astonished as the battle progressed. The two engaged in a dance of attack and evasion, a spectacle fraught with peril. Yet for the moment, it remained well within Su Lilu's control. As long as she maintained her focus, she could deftly evade with her butterfly step. However, Lu Sheng's relentless onslaught unveiled a grave realization for Su Lilu. She had seemingly underestimated his prowess. His legs were remarkably long, his strikes swift and powerful, rendering it virtually impossible for her to close the distance. She needed to identify a flaw in his defense. Continuously employing the butterfly step was taxing her stamina significantly. If her energy waned, she would undoubtedly fall short against him. While evading, her mind raced with urgency. Lu Sheng's unflagging attacks imposed immense pressure upon her. She understood that failing to seize an opportunity to land a decisive blow would greatly increase her chances of defeat. Unbeknownst to Su Lilu, Lu Sheng's gaze upon her grew increasingly luminous, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. During this time, Lu Sheng was far from engaging in mindless aggression. Instead, he meticulously observed Su Lilu's footwork as she maneuvered. To his delight, he discerned a pattern. Su Lilu's left and right footfalls were consistently one deceptive and one genuine, her movements subtle and elusive. Without careful scrutiny, one could hardly predict her next direction. Sheng noted that whenever she intended to shift left, her right foot and body would feign a misdirection to confuse her opponent. Although her left foot executed a remarkably similar motion, the supporting leg, which provided her with power, could not be deceived. Once he comprehended the rhythm of Su Lilu's movements, unraveling her strategy became remarkably straightforward. He could even accurately anticipate her subsequent maneuvers. However, discerning Su Lilu's intentions required two essential attributes: keen eyesight and exceptional reflexes, without which such insight would be challenging to achieve. Having established this understanding, Sheng ceased his pursuit, standing still with a bemused smile as he awaited her to make the first move, intending to counter her assault. Why has he stopped attacking? Is he fatigued? Lacking the stamina? This was an excellent opportunity for Su Lilu. She could not afford to grant him the time to recuperate. Sheng's cessation of movement brought a glimmer of hope to Su Lilu's heart. After all, his previous barrage had been overwhelmingly fierce, and he had yet to land a single blow on her. It was well known that empty strikes consumed far more energy than actual hits. If Sheng was indeed exhausted, it would imply a reduction in both his power and speed, significantly diminishing the threat he posed to her. Naturally, Su Lilu seized this golden opportunity and charged forward, determined to secure a decisive victory over Sheng. There was a flaw. As she approached, her opponent remained motionless, the only action being the leisurely raising of his right hand. Su Lilu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after a dazzling series of feints, she prepared to dart to Sheng's right side once more. However, to her astonishment, just as she advanced halfway, she felt a sharp pain across her face. She lost control, careening sideways and rolling across the arena floor before barely managing to steady herself. How could this be? How could he possibly hit me? It must be mere coincidence. He surely struck blindly. Covering her face with one hand, Su Lilu knelt on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ever since mastering the butterfly step, only Lu Jin among her peers had been able to touch her. No one else had even grazed the hem of her garments. Come on, continue. Sheng beckoned her with a finger, a hint of satisfaction evident from the slap he had just delivered. Striking a girl as exquisite as her for the first time, Sheng felt no guilt. Rather, a strange exhilaration coursed through him. Images of faces he found detestable, yet equally beautiful, flashed through his mind, and he became curious about how it would feel to land a slap upon them. Don't be arrogant. That was merely an accident. Su Lilu seethed, gritting her teeth as she pressed her palm against the inflamed half of her face. It was an absolute humiliation for her stunning visage to have been struck by this drug-using scoundrel. You can always try again. After all, you'll know if it was truly an accident. Sheng once more gestured for her to approach. Su Lilu let out a cold snort and resumed her approach towards Sheng, but this time, her movements were noticeably more cautious. Perhaps Su Lilu had yet to master her skills completely. Regardless of whether she moved quickly or slowly, carefully or recklessly, the essence of her footwork remained fundamentally unchanged in Sheng's eyes. At this moment, this renowned school beauty from Beijing seemed to him nothing more than a foolish jester prancing before him. After observing her for a while, he even found himself growing somewhat bored. I refused to believe it. Su Lilu noticed that Sheng had not raised his hand this time and immediately recognized this as an excellent opportunity. Just as she prepared to strike him down once again, she inadvertently caught sight of a faint smirk on Sheng's face. Oh no! Realizing something was amiss, Su Lilu hastily attempted to change her course. Yet, with the bait so enticing, Sheng had no intention of letting it slip away. He swiftly countered with a precise slap that landed squarely on the other side of her face. Though he did not employ excessive force, merely intending to humiliate her, the sharp sound of the slap caused even the nearby examiners to wince in sympathy. Su Lilu, after rolling awkwardly on the ground twice, finally managed to stand, albeit in a daze. Covering her face, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why? What had gone wrong? How could he predict my next move with such accuracy? Su Lilu's emotional state transcended mere shock. It was a profound terror. Under Sheng's indifferent gaze, she felt as if she were entirely laid bare, her every secret exposed. The overwhelming shame caused her delicate form to tremble involuntarily. Come on, continue. Weren't you going to report me? If you can't even defeat me, your claims will hold no weight. Sheng harbored no intention of pressing his advantage. He believed it far more satisfying to mentally dismantle such an egotistical woman than to find gratification through physical dominance. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that I, Su Lilu, am inferior to someone like you. Geniuses are not merely distinguished by their extraordinary talent. Their willpower often surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Despite having been slapped and humiliated by Sheng twice, Su Lilu quickly regained her fighting spirit. She assumed a posture of renewed aggression, glaring at Lu Sheng with unyielding determination. Without hesitation, she charged towards him once more. However, her greatest reliance had already been neutralized by Lu Sheng, leaving her scant chance of victory. Lu Sheng, now exerting minimal effort, delivered gentle slaps to Su Lilu's face, solely to shatter her mental composure. Meanwhile, in the VIP observation room of the examination center, dozens of impeccably dressed middle-aged men and women watched the unfolding spectacle. Among these individuals were the esteemed leaders of various schools in Beijing, relevant officials from government departments, and the recruitment heads dispatched from major martial arts academies. At this moment, each of them appeared quite at ease, observing the live footage of some popular candidates in the examination hall while quietly sharing their thoughts in hushed tones. Principal Su, your granddaughter is truly a remarkable talent, not only gifted but also exceptionally beautiful. As a young woman, achieving the 11th position in such a short time, with the top 10 merely a step away, is indeed a testament to her genius. Indeed, little Su performed exceptionally well in her previous competitions. I believe her chances of being accepted into Shengwu Academy are quite promising. Her next opponent doesn't seem particularly formidable, so she should be able to secure the 3 points in this match. On one screen, the match between Su Liruo and Lu Sheng was being displayed. Several individuals, who appear to be leaders, were praising Su Liruo, who was preparing to compete. Oh, not at all. This girl simply possesses a strong work ethic. In reality, compared to true geniuses like Lu Jin and Li Yongheng, she still has a considerable gap. As long as she can consistently remain in the top 10, I will be satisfied, Principal Su Yongxiang said humbly, waving his hand, aware that many individuals present held higher positions than he. Although their compliments for his granddaughter were genuine, he dared not become overly proud in their presence. Oh, how did little Su get hit just now? It must be due to carelessness, right? I see her opponent is ranked outside the top 200. Getting hit must be an accident. In matches of this caliber, an occasional hit isn't detrimental. Besides, little Su wasn't injured, was she? Chapter 49, A Slap in the Face. The match involving a popular contender like Su Liruo was naturally garnering significant attention. As discussions erupted, many gazes immediately shifted towards its screen. Like many others, they initially believed that Lu Sheng had merely been fortunate in hitting Su Liruo. However, the subsequent footage left everyone astounded. Su Liruo repeatedly attempted to unleash her butterfly step towards Lu Sheng, only to be thwarted time and again. What particularly humiliated Su Yongxiang was that every strike from Lu Sheng landed squarely on Su Liruo's face, essentially akin to being struck on his own. This young man is impressively skilled. Perhaps his style is simply well-suited to counter little Su. Her indomitable spirit is indeed admirable. The individuals who had just praised Su Liruo now found themselves in an awkward predicament, having been swiftly contradicted by the unknown young man. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Sigh, what a remarkably promising young talent. It's a pity that Hanwu Academy Wun Ti catches eye, mused Jiang Zuozong, seated in a corner, his gaze intensely fixed on Lu Sheng on the screen, his expression tinged with regret. Which school does this candidate belong to? To suppress Su Liruo to such an extent is truly a delightful surprise. An elderly man with graying hair turned to inquire of those beside him. Next to him was Director Chun, who had presided over the fairness of the examination registration day for Lu Sheng. Director Chin, I will look into it immediately. Director Chin responded promptly, hurrying to investigate Lu Sheng's examination information. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's photograph and his affiliated school, a flicker of astonishment crossed Director Chen's eyes. He vaguely remembered that on the registration day, it was this very student whom Principal Su's granddaughter had reported for alleged cheating. After meticulously reviewing all data, he confirmed that the student bore no discrepancies. What perplexed him was that the student's vitality level was only slightly over 160 cards. Yet he appeared in the A-level examination hall. Even more astonishing was that when he checked Lu Sheng's examination scores from recent days, he discovered that this candidate had surged from the C-level group to the A-level group. Moreover, the time taken for each match was nearly negligible, indicating a path of relentless dominance to reach this point. The notion of a vitality level of 160 cards catapulting to the A-level and effortlessly overpowering a genius candidate ranked 11th appeared utterly implausible. Director Chun felt parched and understood that if he verbally reported this candidate's astonishing data to the leaders, they would undoubtedly dismiss it as exaggeration. Therefore, he hastily printed all of Lu Sheng's information and quickly returned to Director Chin's side. Director Chin, take a look. This candidate's situation is rather peculiar. I'm a bit uncertain. Director Chun respectfully handed over the sheet of paper to Director Chin. Oh, Director Chin raised an eyebrow in surprise as he received the paper and began scrutinizing it. Why does the vitality level only show 16 317 cards at the time of registration. Is it possible that the test was inaccurate? Director Chen's dissatisfaction was evident as he pointed at the document. Director, actually, on the day of registration, Principal Su's granddaughter reported that this candidate had used prohibited substances. According to her, this candidate's vitality level was merely 60 cards 6 months ago. As Director Chen pressed for an explanation, Director Chen's forehead broke out in a sweat, and he hastily began to clarify. Is that so? Director Chen's brows knitted tightly, clearly having never encountered such a situation. He had assumed that the candidate's vitality level had been measured too low, but according to his subordinate, it seemed the measurement was too high. Retrieve his pre-examination blood test data, Director Chen commanded after a moment of contemplation. I will do so at once, Director Chen replied, rushing to retrieve Lu Sheng's data once more. How is this possible? However, when he glanced at the data from Lu Sheng's pre-examination blood test, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Director Chen dared not be negligent. Upon seeing this candidate's recent vitality level data, he realized this was undoubtedly a significant matter. In a flurry, he printed the content again and swiftly presented the data to Director Chen. Impossible. This cannot be. A student who had yet to enter the ranks had a vitality level that could double in just 10 days? From Director Chen's panicked expression, Director Chen also sensed that something was amiss. He immediately sat up straight and began to examine the details meticulously. However, when he glimpsed the glaringly red vitality level of 324 cards, he abruptly stood up, astonished and furious, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." Director Chen's unusual reaction immediately drew the attention of everyone in the observation room. Each individual speculated about what had transpired. Principal Su, come with me. Director Chen suddenly recalled that this candidate hailed from number 1 middle school, and he called out to Su Yongxiang, who was not far away, with a stern expression, before striding out of the observation room. Principal Su Yongxiang was already feeling humiliated and infuriated due to the unexpected beating his granddaughter had received. At this moment, for reasons unknown, being summoned in such a harsh tone by his superior, Su Yongxiang could only surmise that he must have overlooked the auspicious signs before leaving home today, resulting in his misfortune. Take a look at this. These are the candidates from your school. You must provide me with an explanation. Just as Su Yongxiang had stepped outside, Director Chen forcefully thrust 2 sheets of paper into his arms. Candidates? What is wrong with our school's candidates? Su Yongxiang, utterly bewildered, dared not inquire further and hastily began to peruse the contents of the documents. Lu Sheng? That name seems somewhat familiar. As Su Yongxiang, now of mature years, observed the register information, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered this name before. Isn't this the candidate currently competing against Li Luo? How could I, as the principal, be unaware of such a notable figure in our school? However, as he continued to sift through the papers, his confusion deepened. Chapter 50. Unrecognizable even to one's mother. Director Chen, I'm not quite familiar with this candidate's situation, Su Yongxiang lamented. His face contorted in distress as he looked at his superior. Not familiar? With such a significant issue at hand, how can you not be aware? What kind of principal are you? Su Yongxiang's response only served to infuriate Director Chen further, his face reddening with ire. Such a major issue? What exactly has transpired? Su Yongxiang, still unable to pinpoint the crux of the matter, turned to Director Chen for assistance. Take a good look at this student's vitality levels. There is definitely something amiss. Director Chen, equally apprehensive, was responsible for overseeing the first high school examination tests, and now that a problem had arisen, he knew he could not evade responsibility. Suddenly, Su Yongxiang came to a realization and quickly flipped through the 2 pages in his hands. The registration for the test was over 160. How did it escalate to over 300 during the examination? In an instant, his complexion drained of color, and he trembled slightly. Even if he were dim-witted, he would immediately recognize the severity of the issue highlighted in those 2 sheets of paper. However, the implications of the information exceeded mere problems. It was nothing short of a monumental incident. Indeed, I was just about to ask you, what on earth is going on? Director Chen glared at Su Yongxiang with irritation. I have no idea, Su Yongxiang responded, utterly at a loss for how to reply. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that a teacher, Jiang Chunhua, whose name he usually struggled to remember, had called him the previous night. She informed him about a student in their class who had advanced all the way from the C-level group to the A-level group. He had been preoccupied with advising his granddaughter at the time and had only half-heartedly encouraged her, considering the leap from the C-level to the A-level. He assumed that this candidate's potential must have been nearly exhausted by now. He figured that during the A-level examination, they would likely not make much of an impact. There were many students in the A-level group at the first high school. He could hardly afford to invest too much attention. Little did he expect that, barely a night later, he would be confronted with such a staggering revelation. Director Chin, there are many excellent candidates at the first high school. Principal Su cannot possibly be aware of every student's circumstances. In truth, we cannot yet determine if there is an issue. It will be better to conduct an investigation first. If problems arise, we shall deal with them without mercy. If not, we must avoid causing undue alarm, especially with personnel from various universities present. If news of this leaks and is exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it would have a profoundly negative impact on both Beijing and on you, Director Chen earnestly advised. These two elder gentlemen were nearing retirement, while he was still in the ascendant phase of his career, unable to withstand such tumult. Therefore, he needed to find ways to mitigate the fallout from this incident. Su Yongxiang cast a grateful glance at Director Chen, believing he was being rescued from his predicament. Meanwhile, Director Chen fell into contemplation. He was set to resign after this major examination, and before departing from his position, he wished to leave without any blemish on his record. Despite his shock and anger at this unexpected turn of events, after hearing his subordinate's words, he began considering how to resolve the matter with minimal repercussions. Su Zhongqiang, you are to immediately locate this candidate's supervising teacher and thoroughly inquire into the student's circumstances, ensuring accuracy. We must ascertain whether he possesses the means to cheat. Director Chen, you will conduct further analysis on this student's blood sample. With just over 5 hours remaining until the examination concludes, you must provide me with a definitive report before then. If any wrongdoing is discovered, I will ensure that such a troublemaker is sent to prison. Director Chen decisively issued orders to Su Yongxiang and Director Chen. The two men did not dare delay. Having agreed, they promptly set off on their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who had just effortlessly secured 3 points, bore a confident smile as he leisurely made his way to the next battle venue. However, as his gaze swept across one of the arenas, he unexpectedly noticed Lu Sheng engaged in a rather one-sided match against a girl. Lu Sheng's prowess was evidently superior to that of the girl, easily repelling her advances with a mere flick of his hand. It was Lu Jin's first time witnessing Lu Sheng in competition, from the unremarkable speed and force of his strikes. He surmised that if Lu Sheng were to face him, there would be no chance of victory whatsoever. This girl is remarkably weak. It's baffling how she even made it to the A-level group. To be so thoroughly dominated by a waste like Lu Sheng, when she returns home, her own mother might struggle to recognize her, Lu Jin thought, losing interest after only a few glances. Unbeknownst to him, the girl who had been so thoroughly beaten was none other than his foremost admirer, Su Lila. Woo, I can't take it anymore. The people of the NI district are too much. Woo. After being knocked to the ground once more by Lu Sheng, Su Lila finally realized that she was no match for him. Clutching her face, which had become unrecognizably swollen, she sat on the ground and began to wail. Perhaps due to the severity of her injuries, Lu Sheng could hear nothing of her words above her cries. Candidate 103002, are you able to continue competing? The examiner, sensing that the girl could not possibly endure any longer, hurriedly approached with concern. Seeing such a beautiful face turned into a grotesque visage, he would have forfeited long ago. Woo! Su Lila did not respond verbally, simply shaking her head vigorously before stumbling down from the stage, clutching her face and running in a particular direction. Her heart-wrenching expression resembled that of someone who had just suffered a terrible ordeal. Ahem, I hereby declare candidate 103,583 the victor of this match. The examiner cast a complex glance at Lu Sheng as he announced the result. He felt that this boy was of a similar ilk to the sadistic Han Xiaodong. For them, defeating an opponent was not the ultimate goal. Rather, it was the torment of their adversaries that brought them joy. This ironclad man clearly had no understanding of cherishing beauty. A girl as lovely as that, and he had the heart to render her unrecognizable. Jiang Yu, shaking her head, could only lament the cruelty of Lu Sheng's actions. In fact, from the very start of the match between Lu Sheng and Su Lila, she had noticed Su Lila's displeasure as she confronted Lu Sheng. It is evident that a profound enmity has long existed between the two individuals. Lu Sheng relentlessly slapped the other's face, refraining from inflicting any serious harm. Given Jiang Yu's understanding of Lu Sheng, this could be deemed an act of considerable mercy. Meanwhile, Jiang Chunhua, observing from the sidelines, wore a furrowed brow and fidgeted restlessly. He was genuinely taken aback that Lu Sheng would resort to such a humiliating tactic to triumph over Su Lila. It would have been more acceptable had he simply defeated the principal's cherished pupil outright. Yet, Lu Sheng chose instead to deliver a series of stinging slaps. Jiang Chunhua could hardly imagine how he would face Principal Su in the future, and how many obstacles she would contrive for him because of this incident. Truly, one fears what one dreads. Just as Jiang Chunhua was lost in thought about how to explain himself to Principal Su, his phone suddenly rang. The name displayed, starkly reading Principal Su. This was it. She was surely coming to confront him. Jiang Chunhua felt as though the life had drained from him, his trembling fingers hesitating to press the answer button. Chapter 51. Related to Lu Jin? Jiang Chunhua, do you even want to keep your job? The moment he answered the call, Su Yongxiang's furious voice erupted from the other end. Principal Su. I too did not anticipate Lu Sheng treating student Su Lilua in such a manner. Had I known earlier, I would have certainly prevented him from doing so. Jiang Chunhua grimaced and held the phone a bit further from his ear, waiting for Su Yongxiang to finish his tirade before cautiously attempting to explain. What nonsense are you spouting? Is that what I'm referring to? Su Yongxiang could not contain his anger. Although he too was incensed that Lu Sheng had so brazenly struck both him and his granddaughter. However, this incident paled in comparison to the gravity of exam cheating. Not that matter. Jiang Chunhua was now thoroughly perplexed. What is the situation with that student Lu Sheng? At the time of enrollment, his vitality score was merely 160, yet how has it soared to 320 during the exam? Can such rapid growth even be plausible? Aside from cheating, who could achieve such a feat? Su Yongxiang explained with irritation. 320? How could it be 320? The revelation sent a shockwave through Jiang Chunhua. When Lu Sheng had entered the A-level group, he had believed Lu Sheng's vitality score to be at most a little over 200. How could he have imagined that in a mere 10 days, this student's vitality had risen to such a terrifying figure? Even you are unaware? Su Yongxiang asked, a hint of suspicion creeping into his tone. Despite not being physically present, he could sense through Jiang Chunhua's reaction that the latter was likely oblivious to the reasons behind Lu Sheng's transformation. I truly do not know. This student had always been inconspicuous in our class, a mere underachiever. Yet on the day of enrollment, he astonishingly met the minimum requirement. I have since reported the developments to you. As for how he has progressed so rapidly, I am utterly in the dark. Jiang Chunhua began to reflect on the surreal experiences of the past few days. Perhaps the surprises Lu Sheng had brought him were so overwhelming that he had not considered the rationality of it all. Only now, upon Su Yongxiang's inquiry, did he suddenly realize that Lu Sheng's ascendance in strength indeed seemed alarmingly swift. Then think carefully about what his family does. Is there a possibility that they have provided him with some illicit substances? Since Jiang Chunhua was not well informed, Su Yongxiang opted to investigate Lu Sheng's family background. This student transferred to our class shortly after the start of his first year of high school. Initially, I did not inquire into his family situation. It was only later, when I asked, that he claimed to be an orphan raised in an orphanage. However, Jiang Chunhua recounted Lu Sheng's background honestly, admitting that there was little of significance to recall, as he knew next to nothing about the student. Yet, when he recalled the scene outside the examination center today, he hesitated as to whether he should disclose this to Su Yongxiang. What hesitation is there at this point? Director Qin has ordered that we must uncover this student's true circumstances before the exam concludes. If we fail to do so, we will all face dire consequences. Jiang Chunhua's stammering only served to infuriate Su Yongxiang further. No wonder this man had always remained stagnant. He was utterly foolish. Today, outside the examination center, Lu Sheng had a confrontation with a few individuals. I was nearby and overheard one woman chastising Lu Sheng, suggesting that he lacked upbringing for not greeting his parents properly. Lu Sheng's demeanor towards them was also quite poor. Based on my speculation, there appears to be a significant rift between him and his family. Jiang Chunhua pondered this and felt it was not something that could not be shared, so he answered candidly. Do you remember what those individuals looked like? What were they wearing, and what was their demeanor? At what time did you see them outside? Su Yongxiang immediately recognized the importance of this lead and pressed for further details. Well, they appear to be either wealthy or of high status, particularly the man among them. I sensed he possessed considerable strength, undoubtedly a martial arts master. Oh, and our school's Lu Jin was also with them. It seemed they were part of the same family. Jiang Chunhua continued. Lu Jin? He is actually related to Lu Jin? Su Yongxiang was well acquainted with the prodigious talent that was Lu Jin, and he had substantial knowledge regarding her family background. Lu Jin's father, Lu Jintian, was indeed a bona fide seventh-tier master, not to mention the vice president of the Demon Hunter Association's North Sheng branch, a prominent figure in a second-tier city like North Sheng. To his knowledge, the Lu family had only one son, Lu Jin, with all the others being daughters. The information Jiang Chunhua provided now left him feeling perplexed. The identity of this student seemed to shroud itself in an enigmatic haze, close yet obscured. Well, this matter could lead to severe repercussions. Your task is to meticulously monitor Lu Sheng's every movement. Should you detect any anomalies, you must report to me immediately. Understood? With a clearer understanding of the situation, Su Yongqiang felt less in the dark. Armed with the information Jiang Chanhua had provided, he could at least initiate some inquiries. The simplest course of action would be to access the student's records through the school. If that failed, he could directly inquire with Lu Jintian about any connections to this student. However, approaching such a figure so directly would be overly presumptuous and would have to remain a last resort. Understood, Principal. I will keep a close watch. After ending the call, Jiang Chanhua was left with a bitter taste in his mouth. He had anticipated that this would be a turning point in his life. Yet it had instead morphed into a predicament. Had it not been for his inability to enter the examination hall, he would have made sure to inquire of Lu Shang whether he had truly achieved this advancement through his own merit. Following his victory over Su Lilua, Lu Shang surged forward with remarkable momentum. Within a short span, he accumulated extensive experience in combat, and his winning speed also escalated. In just 1 hour, he had already surged into the top 100 of the leaderboard, currently ranking at 88th place. Lu Jin's name remained exalted, unwaveringly perched at the pinnacle. Even after several hours had elapsed, the audience continued to resonate with fervent cheers for Lu Jin. Do not fret. Soon enough, I shall shatter your ludicrous myth. Lu Sheng fixated intently on that glaring name at the top of the leaderboard, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After initiating another match, Lu Sheng's next opponent was swiftly determined. Upon witnessing the individual ascend the stage, Lu Sheng could not suppress an excited smile for the first time. Chapter 52. Are you satisfied with this little surprise? Why has Li Yongheng appeared so soon? Lu Sheng thought, dread creeping in. Li Yongheng was an absolute behemoth, and Lu Sheng stood no chance against him, even though Jiang Chanhua was still preoccupied with the concerns raised by Su Yongqiang. The sight of Lu Sheng's opponent being Li Yongheng compelled him to spring to his feet in a flurry of anxiety. He had fervently hoped that Lu Sheng was competing based on his own merits. Yet, seeing him face an opponent of Li Yongheng's caliber so early, he felt little hope for Lu Sheng's success. Moreover, Li Yongheng was notorious for his brutal strikes. Any adversary he faced inevitably suffered significant injuries, which could heavily impact future matches. Oh no, I was merely jesting. Yet Lu Sheng has indeed encountered this muscle-bound behemoth. Lu Sheng, you must leverage your speed advantage and avoid a direct confrontation with this man. Otherwise, I may very well need a stretcher to carry you away. Jian Yuru quickly noticed Lu Sheng's opponent. In previous matches, she had lost count of how many of this person's adversaries she had seen carried away. Witnessing Lu Sheng's encounter with Li Yongheng, she too felt a wave of concern wash over her. That individual, wasn't he Lu Jin's most formidable rival? How could Xiao Sheng face him so early? Lu Qinghan had been vigilantly monitoring Lu Sheng's progress throughout. Initially, she felt elated upon seeing him break into the top 100. However, upon discovering his opponent for this round, her joy swiftly morphed into worry. Before the competition, Lu Jin had gone to great lengths to gather information on Li Yongheng. Out of curiosity, Lu Qinghan had perused some of that material and knew that this individual possessed terrifying strength, to the extent that even Lu Jin could not guarantee victory against him. Go Lu Jin! Go Lu Jin! At that moment, Lu Qinghan was abruptly engulfed by the shrill cheers of Lu Qianru and Lin Shuya. Although Lu Jintian refrained from joining the shouts, he remained wholly engrossed in the unfolding battle involving Lu Jin. Even Lu Jiasin was energetically cheering for Lu Jin, leaving no one to pay attention to Lu Sheng's situation. Sister, hurry and cheer for Xiao Jin. His current opponent is Han Xiaodong, one of the main competitors in this examination. If he wins, he will be halfway to the champion's podium. Lin Shuya noticed Lu Qinghan's silence and, putting down her binoculars, tugged at her arm. Isn't our support sufficient? Lu Qinghan felt a pang of disappointment at the perceived favoritism within her family. That ingrate possesses minimal talent. What use is my cheering? She retorted, feeling her sentiments wasted. Seeing Lu Qinghan's reluctance, Lin Shuya merely shrugged and moved on. Lu Sheng, even if you cannot win, you must avoid injury. If you are hurt and cannot compete, your current ranking will be swiftly surpassed. Lu Qinghan once again lifted her binoculars, her voice laced with concern. This is utterly uninteresting, truly devoid of excitement. A towering figure, muscles bulging to the brink of explosion, ambled onto the stage with an air of ennui. This was the championship contender Li Yongheng, previously mentioned by Jiang Chanhua. He currently ranked third, just behind Han Xiaodong. That's because you Haven T-faced me, Lu Sheng replied, tilting his head to regard his opponent. Huh, everyone seems to say that. Unfortunately, they fail to comprehend how vast our differences truly are. Come now, let me see if you can surprise me, Li Yongheng scoffed, hands in pockets, tilting his chin toward Lu Sheng. So please, there will be one, Lu Sheng thought, unfazed by Li Yongheng's dismissive demeanor. He recalled Jiang Yuru's previous words and resolved to channel his emotions into this confrontation. No longer would he dawdle. After all, this man appeared significantly more resilient than the average opponent. As the official announced the commencement of the match, Lu Sheng boldly charged at Li Yongheng. Li Yunsheng, with hands still in his pockets, seemed to dismiss the threat Lu Sheng posed. Let us test this with 70% power, Lu Sheng mused, narrowing his eyes as he lunged forward, closing the distance of 2 meters with a sudden stride. The motion appeared unhurried, yet was steady and forceful. His fist connected with Li Yongheng's abdomen, producing a resounding thud. Ugh! Li Yongheng's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back 3 steps, finally extracting his hands from his pockets and bending over to clutch his midsection. Did that hurt? It seems it did, Lu Sheng taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you satisfied with this little surprise? He refrained from pressing the attack, recognizing that he had taken advantage of Li Yongheng's momentary vulnerability. Impressive. Li Yongheng quickly regained his composure, one hand still cradling his stomach as he straightened. With a grin, he gave Lu Sheng an approving thumbs up. Haha, finally, someone who can bring the heat. Now this should be fun. After rubbing his belly as if to shake off the pain, Li Yongheng broke into a broad smile. A reaction that left Lu Sheng speechless, as if Li Yongheng possessed a pronounced penchant for pain, a fitting counterpart to the sadistic Han Xiaodong. Stop posing, my time is limited, Lu Sheng urged, rolling his neck and cracking his knuckles, signaling for the match to commence. Posing? Ha! You are quite amusing. I like that. But be careful, Li Yongheng retorted, cracking his knuckles, laughter echoing as he lunged forward like a bear. Lu Sheng's previous punch had alerted Li Yongheng to the fact that he was indeed facing a formidable opponent of equal strength. Though he maintained a facade of joviality, internally, he regarded Lu Sheng with newfound respect. Despite Li Yongheng's imposing physique and raw power, Lu Sheng had previously battled Lu Qingwen, whose style bore similarities to Li Yongheng's. However, during that encounter, he had benefited from wielding a weapon. Engaging Li Yongheng in unarmed combat, Lu Sheng felt uncertain of his chances. Though Li Yongheng appeared robust, Lu Sheng believed he could match him in physical strength, especially now that he could harness his vital energy. Thus, he boldly advanced towards his opponent. Chapter 53. Who are you exactly? Despite Li Yongheng's formidable size and strength, his speed of attack was not to be underestimated. While not as sharp as Su Lila, he surpassed the average competitor by a considerable margin. Such an opponent as Lu Sheng did not dare to exhibit even the slightest negligence while countering. He adeptly bent low and dove forward. With a single punch, he struck Li Yongheng in the left rib. After landing his blow, he did not linger for even a moment, swiftly evading. This punch from Lu Sheng caused Li Yongheng to grimace, but fortunately, he had already spread his vital energy throughout his chest and abdomen, so although it hurt, it was not as severe as the first time. After being struck again, Li Yongheng resembled an enraged beast, his offensive becoming increasingly ferocious. Lu Sheng, however, skillfully dodged back and forth, seeking a more advantageous opportunity. Following a brief exchange, the two traded several blows. Lu Sheng landed 3 hits on Li Yongheng's torso, while Li Yongheng managed to kick Lu Sheng's right shoulder once. Lu Sheng could sense that the power unleashed by his opponent, fueled by vital energy, was slightly inferior to his full strength, yet not by much. According to the data on his panel, it was estimated to be around 13 to 14. Thanks to the enhancement from his physique score of 16, Lu Sheng only felt a slight ache and numbness in his arm after being hit. Though painful, it was not overwhelming. Lu Sheng surmised that if his opponent truly intended to injure him, they would need to exert a force exceeding his physical prowess or strike vital areas of his body. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng was quite vigilant in guarding those critical points, ensuring that his opponent would not easily land a hit. After this round of confrontation, Lu Sheng gradually loosened his movements, often taking a hit from Li Yongheng to deliver a powerful strike to the less muscular areas of his opponent. Each time they clashed, Lu Sheng appeared largely unfazed, while Li Yongheng could not help but emit muffled grunts. The muscle-bound Li Yongheng was actually being outmatched by an unknown contender? Was it I who had lost my mind, or had the world gone mad? How could Li Yongheng not be a match for this individual? Where had this person emerged from, and why had he never heard of him before? Though his physique did not seem particularly robust, why did Li Yongheng's attacks appear to have no effect on him? If even Li Yongheng could be suppressed, could it be that this year's champion was truly in question? As a prominent athlete, Li Yongheng naturally had a substantial following. However, when his fans witnessed him struggling against an opponent in such a fiercely physical exchange, disbelief washed over them. Panting heavily, Li Yongheng gasped for breath. In just 3 short minutes of intense combat, it felt as if his stamina was being depleted. Since he began training in martial arts, he had never encountered such a taxing battle. In contrast, his opponent, aside from a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, showed little sign of fatigue. This was certainly due to Li Yongheng's relentless attacks, most of which failed to connect with his evasive adversary. Yet, the frequency of attacks from the individual across from him was far greater. Li Yongheng found it difficult to comprehend how his opponent could maintain such stamina. Hey, who are you exactly? Why have I never heard of someone like you in Beijing? Could you please tell me your name? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Yongheng inquired with a solemn expression. To have subdued him in such a fierce confrontation, a rival of his caliber was deserving of respect. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng offered little more than his name in response. Lu Sheng, sharing a surname with that hypocritical character, Lu Jin. However, you certainly appear far more agreeable than that fellow. Li Yongheng mused, but found no recollection of this name in his memory. He then glanced up at the leaderboard. To his surprise, after scanning down from the top, he finally spotted Lu Sheng's name. 88th? With your level of skill, how could your ranking be so low? Have you been concealing your true strength? Li Yongheng scratched his head, once again confronted by something he could not comprehend. Taking it slow, I will eventually reach first place. Lu Sheng replied, calm and collected. That makes sense. Let us continue. Li Yongheng opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately giving Lu Sheng a thumbs up. Lu Sheng glanced at the time on his wristband. Matches in the A-grade group lasted 5 minutes, with just over a minute remaining. He needed to give his all in the remaining time. He did not want to have fought so hard only to end up with a single point. Taking a deep breath, he launched another assault on Li Yongheng. How could he not even be a match for Li Yongheng? The intense showdown between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng left Jiang Chunhua utterly dumbfounded. He had initially anticipated Lu Sheng's imminent defeat, but the outcome was entirely unexpected. If the only advantage were from illicit substances, how could one contend against such a prodigy? Does such a drug even exist? If it did, why would we bother training students? Just inject everyone with it, and then could beastly threats still endanger humanity? However, Jiang Chunhua soon realized a crucial point. Existing banned substances primarily enhance vital energy significantly within a short time. Yet, anyone with a modicum of understanding knows that while higher vital energy correlates with greater strength, it is not an absolute guarantee. For instance, a person with no martial arts experience, even if their vital energy were suddenly elevated to 1,000, would not stand a chance against martial geniuses like Lu Jin or Li Yongheng. If Lu Sheng had somehow elevated his vital energy beyond that of these geniuses, how could one account for speed, explosive power, reflexes, and resilience? Lu Sheng had undoubtedly not cheated. He was a true genius, a late-blooming talent with profound potential. As he pondered these questions, Jiang Chunhua felt a surge of fervor welling up within him. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, all doubts would be thoroughly obliterated. At that moment, those leaders who had questioned Lu Sheng would surely be taken aback. Meanwhile, on another stage, the impeccably dressed Lu Jin, resembling a princely figure, stood in stark contrast to Han Xiaodong, clad in a black vest with a menacing gaze. As they coldly locked eyes from their respective corners of the arena, Lu Jin's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his white attire bore several slashes, with blood seeping through in places. He was a far cry from the elegant and carefree young master he had previously portrayed. Han Xiaodong, too, was not faring much better. The fingers on his right hand appeared grotesquely twisted, as if broken by immense force, rendering them almost unbearable to behold. Han Hadong, Konsit. You can only use one hand now. You stand no chance against me. If you concede now, you may still possess the ability to fight against others later. Otherwise, you will soon be surpassed by the rest. Lu Jin coldly admonished the still frenzied, you since you were so obstinately lost in your ways, I can hardly be blamed. Lu Jin declared, striking a pose of righteous indignation as he pointed at Han Xiaodong. I despise it when others flaunt their superiority before me. Han Hadong gruvli menacingly, immediately lunging toward Lu Jin. His remaining usable left hand resembled an eagle's claw, seemingly intent on tearing the flesh from Lu Jin's body. Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, his hands moving gracefully like supple willow branches, effortlessly deflecting Han Xiaodong's seemingly fierce assault. This was the unique palm technique of Lu Jintian, known as the soft cloud shakes the mountain palm. While it appeared soft and lacking in force, the true power unleashed by the practitioner could generate tremendous shockwaves. Under Lu Jintian's meticulous tutelage over the years, Lu Jin had mastered this formidable skill. Previously, unable to harness his vital energy, its potency remained unrealized. Now, as a first-grade warrior, he was finally able to unleash the full might of this powerful technique. In fact, when Han Xiaodong's fingers grasped Lu Jin's arm, they were brutally shattered by Lu Jin's counterattack. After once again thwarting Han Xiaodong's offensive, a sinister expression crossed Han's face as he abandoned targeting Lu Jin's vital points. Instead, lunging directly for Lu Jin's face, a visage that had captivated countless young women. Caught off guard, Lu Jin hastily dodged, but still felt Han Xiaodong's sharp nails leave several bloody gashes on his skin. Hee, winning or losing is of no consequence to me. As long as I can mar that pretentious face of yours, even a loss would bring me immense joy, Han Xiaodong taunted, licking the blood from his fingertips with a look of triumph. You madman, you are courting death. Lu Jin's fury ignited. Han Xiaodong had clearly touched upon his most sensitive spot. Apart from his extraordinary talent, he took great pride in his handsome features. The thought of Han Xiaodong wanting to ruin his appearance was an unforgivable transgression. Having remained on the defensive, Lu Jin, now enraged, took the initiative to strike back at Han Xiaodong for the first time. Previously, he had refrained from utilizing his shockwave power to conserve energy. However, now he could no longer afford such restraint. The once gentle and powerless palm technique transformed into a chaotic blend of softness and ferocity, making it nearly impossible to discern its true nature. Han Xiaodong immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. In his panic, he forgot that his right hand had already sustained severe injury and instinctively used it to block Lu Jin's attack. As expected, when Lu Jin's strike landed on the injury, an excruciating pain rendered Han Xiaodong's body momentarily rigid. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Jin executed a half-circle motion with his right hand, swiftly grasping Han Xiaodong's left hand. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the shockwave power erupted. With a sharp crack, Han Xiaodong's left hand was severed. Yet this was not the end. Lu Jin's seemingly soft hand soon landed multiple strikes upon Han Xiaodong's chest. Han Xiaodong could only let out a muffled groan before blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, landing lifelessly on the ground beneath the arena as if he were dead. I hereby declare contestant 100,125 the victor of this match. Given the devastating blow Han Xiaodong had suffered, the examiner clearly doubted his ability to continue fighting and decisively announced Lu Jin's victory. Raising his right fist slowly, Lu Jin could not suppress a roar of catharsis. This battle had indeed placed immense pressure upon him, although his strength surpassed Han Xiaodong's. The latter's ruthless and venomous strikes were aimed directly at his vulnerabilities. To avoid injury, Lu Jin had fought with utmost caution. Now that he had dealt with this most troublesome opponent, vanquishing Li Yongheng would ensure no one else could obstruct his path to glory. Lu Jin is so handsome. I love you, Lu Jin. I want to bear your children. You are the strongest. With Lu Jin's triumph over the formidable Han Xiaodong, his supporters erupted in fervent cheers. Many even found themselves converted into fans after witnessing Lu Jin's righteous declarations against Han Xiaodong. His strikes are still not decisive enough. He is too burdened with concerns. Lu Jintian remarked with a shake of his head, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction despite Lu Jin's victory. Oh yes, Xiao Jin has defeated Han Xiaodong. He is about to become the top scholar. Lu Qianru exclaimed as she excitedly hugged Lin Shuya. As expected of my Jiner, you never disappoint. Lin Shuya beamed with pride. Her head almost tilted toward the sky. Sister, Xiao Jin has beaten that formidable Han Xiaodong. Lu Jiesin joyfully reported this news to Lu Qinghan, her face alight with happiness. Oh, however, Lu Qinghan was preoccupied with the intense battle between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng, showing little interest in Lu Jin's fate, merely offering a perfunctory reply. Disappointed, Lu Jiesin returned to converse with her mother and sister. Meanwhile, on Lu Sheng's arena, Li Yongheng had inexplicably torn off his t-shirt, revealing a muscular torso. Yet his current state was hardly optimistic. He resembled a drunken man, his gaze hazy as he swayed while throwing punches. It was evident that he had exhausted his entire strength, barely managing to hold on. Lu Sheng, in contrast, appeared significantly better off, although his clothes were drenched in sweat. He remained vigorous, relentlessly pummeling Li Yongheng. In less than 2 minutes, he had lost count of how many punches he had landed. Yet his opponent stood like an unyielding mountain, refusing to topple. For the first time in his life, Lu Sheng felt a sense of admiration for someone. Sans concéder. Stop fighting, please. A middle-aged couple in the audience wept as they embraced, unable to bear watching any longer. Chapter 55. The most foolish behavior in the world. Time's up. Both sides cease. A sudden command from the examiner echoed through the air. Hearing this, Lu Sheng halted his actions and stood upright. Even with his stamina, such an intense battle inevitably left him breathless. The final moments had become a one-sided affair, with Lu Sheng mercilessly striking Li Yongheng, who had lost all capacity for resistance. Yet the latter stubbornly endured until the very last moment, relying solely on his formidable willpower. Lu Sheng was aware that Li Yongheng could take a beating, but had not anticipated his resilience to this extent. Although the outcome was less than ideal, Lu Sheng felt highly satisfied with the process. He did not feel disheartened by only securing 1 point. After the examiner announced the result, the last remnants of Li Yongheng's strength dissipated, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. "Are you all right?" Lu Sheng approached and half-squatted beside Li Yongheng. "He feels good. Give me a hand." To Lu Sheng's astonishment, despite enduring such a brutal beating, Li Yongheng still managed to smile. Without further ado, Lu Sheng grasped his large hand, exerting slight force to lift him up. "You are formidable, stronger than I ever imagined. Had it not been for my rigorous training and hard techniques, you might have truly beaten me to death with your fists. However, you must exercise utmost caution when encountering Han Xiaodong and Lu Jin. Both of them are exceedingly treacherous, with Lu Jin being particularly formidable, far surpassing my own capabilities. Most crucially, that individual possesses no discernible weaknesses." After being helped up by Lu Sheng, Li Yongheng did not relinquish his grip, but rather tightened it, evoking a sense of mutual admiration between the two. "Thank you for the reminder. You're quite strong as well." Receiving heartfelt acknowledgement from an opponent is a rare occurrence for Lu Sheng, and it stirred within him an inexplicable warmth. He was not skilled in flattery, and could only offer the simplest yet most sincere response to this adversary. It is truly unfortunate that the match ended in a draw. Nevertheless, for Xiao Sheng to have faced such a formidable opponent without sustaining injuries is already a commendable outcome. Lu Qinghan reluctantly lowered her binoculars, yet quickly regained her composure. She pondered the current landscape of the competition. Su Luohua had been decisively defeated by Lu Sheng, while Li Yongheng had merely managed to draw with him. Han Xiaodong was rendered unable to continue after Lu Jin incapacitated his hands. Thus, the only formidable challenge remaining for Lu Sheng was Lu Jin, a veritable mountain to climb. Yet Lu Jin was unlike the others. He had undergone the most rigorous training under his father, Lu Jintian, from a young age and exhibited extraordinary insight. The outcome of their encounter was exceedingly difficult to predict. He was truly an individual capable of delivering astonishing surprises, having ascended from grade C to grade A. Even a third-rank contender could not claim victory over him. It would be more accurate to say that, given a bit more time, it would have undoubtedly been that behemoth who would taste defeat. It remained uncertain whether he could still create miracles when faced with that person who incessantly called him brother while harboring intentions of assassination. Jiang Yuru had initially rushed over to offer assistance, only to discover upon her arrival that Li Yongheng had already been helped by Lu Sheng. She did not approach, but could not help but gaze at Lu Sheng's profile, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable emotion. After the match concluded, Lu Sheng did not hasten to engage in further competitions. Having fought for several hours without respite, even a man of iron would find such endurance challenging. "You must be exhausted, right? You really ought to take breaks every hour," Jiang Chunhua remarked upon seeing Lu Sheng return, hastily offering him water and a towel. As Lu Sheng sat down, Jiang Chunhua gently fanned him, while simultaneously expressing his discontent. When the examiner declared a draw, Jiang Chunhua let out a long sigh of relief. This outcome was certainly far more satisfactory than a score of 0. What was even more reassuring was that Lu Sheng appeared unscathed. Following this battle, he became increasingly convinced that Lu Sheng could not possibly be cheating. Yet he hesitated, pondering whether to inform Lu Sheng of the suspicions held by the authorities regarding his integrity. "I'm fine, Teacher Jiang. I'll return when I feel tired," Lu Sheng replied after downing a large bottle of water. "There is something I believe I should discuss with you." After much contemplation, Jiang Chunhua resolved to share his concerns with Lu Sheng. "Please go ahead, Teacher Jiang," Lu Sheng said, opening another bottle of water and pouring some over his overheated head. "The Education Bureau and school leaders have discovered that your blood vitality was measured at 160 cards at the time of registration, yet it has soared to 320 cards in just 10 days. They suspect you may have employed some special means to cheat, and an investigation is currently underway." Jiang Chunhua's expression turned anxious as he spoke softly. "Oh, does Teacher Jiang think I cheated?" Lu Sheng replied, not even glancing at Jiang Chunhua, his tone flat as he posed the question, as if it bore no significance to him. He had anticipated that such a rapid increase in vitality would attract attention. He had expected to be discovered on the very first day of examinations, yet it was only halfway through the grade A evaluations that the authorities began to take notice. "I certainly do not believe you would resort to cheating. If cheating could enable one to defeat someone as formidable as Li Yongheng, what purpose would our teaching serve? We might as well allow all students to cheat," Jiang Chunhua exclaimed, raising his voice with evident agitation. "That is sufficient," Lu Sheng said, a rare smile breaking across his face. First acknowledged by an opponent and now trusted by a teacher, his spirits lifted considerably. "Aren't you even slightly worried about being labeled with such an accusation? Perhaps you should consider how to explain your situation to them, or find some evidence to prove your innocence. I fear they may exploit this situation. The cancellation of exam results would be a minor issue, It could potentially lead to imprisonment. Jiang Chunhua fretted, troubled by Lu Shang's nonchalance regarding such a grave matter. Proving one's innocence is the most foolish endeavor in existence. If they suspect me of cheating, the onus is on them to provide evidence. Why should I have to explain myself? Jiang Chunhua's suggestion dredged up many unpleasant memories for Lu Shang. He had been falsely accused time and again, each attempt to prove his innocence resulting in deeper disdain and alienation. Eventually, he realized that once someone has deemed you at fault, no amount of justification can alter the conclusion they have already drawn in their minds. Chapter 56. Stirring the Various Academies. Although Lu Jin's match was fraught with challenges, his strength undoubtedly eclipsed that of Han Xiaodong in every regard. His martial arts, which seamlessly blended softness and strength, had not been adequately showcased until his encounter with Han Xiaodong. It was now evident that he had mastered its essence. When gentleness was required, he was gentle, and when firmness was called for, he was firm, a truly exceptional talent. It was clear that his lethal techniques heavily relied on his vitality to exert force, an aspect of utmost importance. Do not covet too much. Such a prodigy will only join our Shengwu Academy. You, Wang, should not grow complacent. Our Tiangang Academy has made ample preparations. It remains uncertain whom Lu Jin will ultimately choose, remarked the recruitment officials from various academies as Lu Jin's match with Han Xiaodong concluded. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Where did this candidate emerge from? He managed to draw with Li Yongheng. At that moment, a gasp resonated from the edge of the hall, where the academies outside the top 10 had congregated. Is there something wrong with your vision? The examiner declared a tie merely because time had expired. Li Yongheng was clearly overwhelmed. Did you not see him lying flat after the match? Candidate 103583. Good heavens, he is ranked only 88th? He defeated the third-ranked contender. Am I going mad? Or is the world going mad? Too strong. This candidate is simply too formidable, superior in strength, speed, and endurance to the likes of Li Yongheng, a true undiscovered treasure. Now that Han Xiaodong was incapable of continuing, it was evident that Li Yongheng had effectively lost to this individual. Did this not mean that the strongest contenders for the top position were now Lu Jin and this candidate? Previously, the recruitment officials from the top 10 academies had been focused on the spotlight match between Lu Jin and Han Xiaodong. The match involving Li Yongheng was with an unremarkable candidate, thus failing to pique their interest. However, the discussions emanating from the second-tier academies immediately captured the attention of these influential figures. Quickly, bring up the footage of Li Yongheng's last match. Commanded a middle-aged woman clad in a black professional skirt suit, her thick black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose as she spoke sternly to her assistant. A genius, undoubtedly rivaling Lu Jin. Such a student must be secured by Shengwu. After merely glancing at the footage, the woman declared with unwavering conviction. What? Li Yongheng did not prevail? Show me immediately what transpired, exclaimed a bald man in an archaic robe, his expression one of utter astonishment. This may very well be my most significant discovery during my visit to Beijing. If Lu Jin cannot surpass Shengwu, then we at Tiangang shall spare no effort to claim this individual. The bald man's astonishment swiftly transformed into delight after a brief review. As the primary target of Xuanwu Academy, it was astonishing that Li Yongheng nearly faced defeat even before encountering Lu Jin. I am eager to uncover the details. A towering giant, even more robust than Li Yongheng, spoke with a serious demeanor. His strength surpasses that of Li Yongheng, and his resilience is far superior. What is even more remarkable is his agility. Such a student would be even more invaluable than Li Yongheng. However, if Xuanwu can secure both of these individuals, we shall undoubtedly emerge as the greatest victors of this journey to Beijing. The burly giant observed every movement of Lu Sheng on the screen with unwavering focus. Before long, he found his breath quickening with anticipation. Meanwhile, the other 7 academies, though initially slow to react, soon learned of Li Yongheng's failure and hastily began to analyze the specifics of this confrontation. In a moment, Lu Jin's triumph over his greatest rival was overshadowed by the intrigue surrounding Li Yongheng's unheralded opponent. Director Qin, what intentions does the Beijing Education Bureau harbor by concealing such a formidable candidate? The black-clad, middle-aged woman, having briefly reviewed the footage, approached Director Qin with an air of urgency. Wang Linghua, I may relinquish our pursuit of Lu Jin, but Lu Sheng is a prize we must possess. His physical prowess is best suited for growth within our Xuanwu Academy. The burly giant followed closely behind the woman, yet he refrained from demanding Lu Sheng's information from Director Qin, opting instead to dismiss the most formidable competitor first. Do you two not regard us at Tiangang? The bald man interjected with a jovial grin. How can we not contend for such an exceptional student? I cannot return to the dean without making an effort. Everyone, please remain calm. I shall arrange for the documents to be printed immediately. They will be distributed shortly, Director Sheng assured, taken aback by the sudden shift in dynamics. Fortunately, after identifying the issue with Lu Sheng, he had been monitoring the situation closely and remained composed amidst the pressure from the top 3 academies. Director Chen, quickly print additional documents regarding Lu Sheng. Director Chen discreetly signaled to Director Chen, emphasizing the word additional with intent. Director Chen, a perceptive individual, swiftly understood that the director wished to prevent the others from viewing Lu Sheng's latest blood test report. The reason was likely that the findings were astonishingly extraordinary, and the director aimed to avoid causing a stir. Director Wang, we are not intentionally concealing anything. It is simply that this candidate has maintained a low profile and never revealed his abilities before the exam. We have only recently gathered information about him. Once you review his profile, you will understand, Director Chen explained with a wry smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than the heads of several other academies rushed forward, eagerly requesting Lu Sheng's information. Please, everyone, remain patient. Lu Sheng's documents are on their way for printing and will be delivered soon. Director Chen reassured them in an effort to calm their excitement. As for the second-tier academies, they could only gaze enviously at this rising talent, fully aware that they held no allure in the competition for such an individual against the top 10. What a pity, what a pity. If only I could cultivate such a student, Hanwu Academy would undoubtedly shine in the next collegiate competition, lamented Jiang Zuozong from a corner, sighing deeply. Grandfather, in this ghastly state, how can I possibly continue with the exam? If I am recognized, I shall be the subject of ridicule. After undergoing treatment, Su Lila had regained some semblance of her former self, yet she still appeared disheveled and difficult to behold. Su Yongxiang visited the resting area during a lull and was immediately enveloped by his granddaughter, who cried out in distress. Sweetheart, do not cry, do not cry. That boy's humiliation of you is an affront to me as well. I shall ensure he pays dearly for this. The Education Bureau is already aware of his cheating, and they're conducting an urgent investigation. He will face consequences, Su Yongxiang gently reassured as he patted her back. Seeing his granddaughter's once beautiful face marred by injury shattered his heart. Lu Sheng, a student from the first high school, could not possibly be unaware that Su Lila was the granddaughter of the principal. Yet, he chose to humiliate her in such a manner, clearly targeting Su Yongxiang. The implications of Lu Sheng being accused of cheating could also implicate him. Su Yongxiang harbored a deep-seated resentment towards this suddenly prominent student. Justice will prevail. I have long suspected him of cheating, yet the leaders did not believe me. Now, this brazen rogue has revealed his true colors. When he is imprisoned, I shall relish his downfall. Su Lila's disfigured face reflected a flicker of resentment as she gritted her teeth. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Your priority now is to continue with the exam and strive not to fall too far behind the top tier. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory outcome before the exam concludes, Su Yongxiang instructed solemnly. But how can I take the exam in this state? Su Lila protestive, covering her face, utterly embarrassed to face anyone. Find something to cover your face, a veil, or anything. Do not let such trivialities hinder you now. You would not want to miss out on the top 10 because of a mere appearance, would you? If you fail to enter the top 10, that would be your greatest humiliation, Su Yongxiang suggested after a moment's thought. Principal Su, we have located the materials you requested. I've just sent them to your phone. Please take a look. Just then, Su Yongxiang's phone chimed, revealing the information he had requested. Focus on your exam. I will deal with that boy now. He instructed his granddaughter before checking the documents on his phone as he made his way toward the observation room. However, after walking a short distance, Su Yongxiang halted abruptly, his face nearly glued to the phone screen. He is truly the son of Lu Zhentian, reluctantly accepting the truth. Su Yongxiang found himself confronted with the disconcerting information inscribed in Lu Sheng's profile. In the paternal section, the name Lu Zhentian stood out prominently. Moreover, the workplace and residential address mirrored precisely those recorded in his memory of Lu Jin's files. A wave of resentment surged within Su Yongxiang. If Lu Sheng was indeed the son of Lu Zhentian, the likelihood of his having cheated was virtually non-existent. After all, as a father, if Lu Zhentian could nurture a prodigy like Lu Jin, it would hardly be a challenge to cultivate another remarkable offspring. What confounded Su Yongxiang was the disparity in public perception. While Lu Jin basked in acclaim at school, with Lu Zhentian attending all his activities with ostentation, Lu Sheng remained shrouded in obscurity. He recalled Jiang Chunhua mentioning that over the past 3 years, no one had attended a single parent-teacher meeting on Lu Sheng's behalf. Was he truly untouchable? Perhaps not. The result from Director Chen's investigation were still pending. The blood test results were the crux of the matter. Should any discrepancies arise, it would be catastrophic. Despite the inconclusiveness of the profile, Su Yongxiang clung to hope. The student's astonishingly high vitality level suggested that uncovering some irregularity was inevitable. Upon reaching the observation room, Su Yongxiang was taken aback by the cacophony within, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The admissions officers from various colleges were engaged in serious discussions over the phone. He quickly spotted Director Qin and Director Chun huddled in a corner, exchanging hushed words over 2 sheets of paper. Su Yongxiang surmised that the results from Director Chen's side had finally emerged. Director Qin, I've completed my investigation. I never anticipated that Lu Sheng would be Lu Jintian's son. This means he is indeed a genuine brother to the prodigious Lu Jin, Su Yongxiang reported, his face falling. It seemed that Lu Sheng truly posed no significant issue. Upon hearing this information, the tension in Director Qin's expression dissipated entirely. What does this imply? Could it be that his blood test revealed no abnormalities? Su Yongxiang was taken aback. See for yourself, Principal Su, Director Qin said, handing over the 2 sheets. Su Yongxiang eagerly accepted them, scrutinizing each line meticulously, fearful that some subtle detail might have escaped the notice of the higher-ups. How is this possible? His blood purity is extraordinarily high. This is a value typically achieved only after 5 rounds of tempering. Despite his efforts to keep his voice down, Su Yongxiang's astonishment was palpable. Continue reading, Principal Su. There's even more astonishing information, Director Qin urged. The subsequent data clearly indicated that although this candidate named Lu Sheng had completed 5 rounds of tempering, he had not tempered his bodily bones. This meant that he was currently unable to wield his vitality, yet he consistently triumphed in the A-class assessments. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means Lu Sheng has triumphed solely based on his formidable physical prowess, Director Qin reiterated, still astounded by the conclusion they had drawn. Is it truly that outrageous? Su Yongxiang gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. You are likely unaware of the reason behind the commotion in the observation room, right? Just moments ago, Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng ended their match in a draw. Throughout the contest, Li Yongheng was thoroughly dominated. Had it not been for his mastery of hard skills and the brief duration of the match, he would have had no chance of scoring. The representatives from the top 10 colleges were now anxious, eager to devise strategies to seize this suddenly emerging superstar. Director Qin's expression was a complex amalgamation of emotions, uncertain whether to feel elated or dismayed. When did he reach 5th place? Su Yongxiang inquired, still grappling with disbelief. What about the allegations of Lu Sheng cheating? He pressed, unwilling to concede. When did I ever claim that Lu Sheng cheated? Director Qin looked at Su Yongxiang as if addressing a simpleton. Huh? Su Yongxiang was taken aback, reflecting that Director Qin had indeed never accused Lu Sheng of cheating, merely stating that issues had been discovered and an investigation was necessary. It's all settled now. You may return to your duties. Director Qin dismissed him with an air of irritation, as if swatting away a fly. What a befuddled old fool, he muttered to himself. How can one lead the finest school in Beijing with such a hasty mindset? After Su Yongxiang departed, Director Qin's irritation lingered. Director, what about this report? Director Chun refrained from responding, instead presenting Lu Sheng's latest test results to Director Qin. Keep this safe for now. Do not let others know. It may prove useful in the future, he instructed, gesturing towards the representatives from the top 10 colleges. Following his victory over Li Yongheng, Lu Sheng continued his winning streak. Facing formidable opponents from the first tier, yet none were as resilient as Li Yongheng. Even while adopting a learning mentality, he effortlessly secured victories. With less than 2 hours remaining in the examination period, Lu Sheng checked the scoreboard and found himself ranked 5th. Lu Jin remained unwaveringly in 1st place, while Li Yongheng had surpassed Han Xiaodong to claim 2nd. Han Xiaodong, unable to compete further, had plummeted beyond the top 20. However, for Lu Sheng to seize 1st place, he needed to accelerate his pace, as he trailed Lu Jin by nearly 50 points. Why hasn't my match been arranged with Lu Jin yet? If I could just deal with him swiftly, catching up would be much easier. Lu Sheng felt frustrated by the delay in matching him with Lu Jin. But since the matches were randomized, no one could predict when they would face their desired opponents. To his surprise, just as he finished his lament, he pressed for a match and his wristband displayed the candidate number 100125. While the name was not visible, that number had consistently occupied the top of the leaderboard. It was unmistakably Lu Jin's designation. At last, the moment has arrived. I've finally awaited your presence. Lu Sheng felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline coursing through him. His fists clenched at the sight of that glaring name, the anticipation palpable. Come on, little Sheng, just a bit more, and you'll break into the top 3. Once there, the prestigious Shangwu Academy will take notice of you. graduates from their hold esteemed positions throughout Longhua, and I believe you can too. Watching Lu Sheng's progress. Lu Qinghan's excitement remained unabated, her expectations for his final score only growing. However, she refrained from divulging any details about Lu Sheng's current standing to the rest of the family. She believed that if they only had eyes for Lu Jin, then Lu Sheng was a treasure she would safeguard alone. Alas, a true gem will always shine brightly. Lu Qinghan did not keep this secret, which was uniquely hers, for long before it was discovered by Lu Jintian. Fifth, how did he quietly ascend to the 5th position? Originally, Lu Jintian had merely glanced at the rankings, but as his gaze swept downward, he was taken aback to see Lu Sheng's name inexplicably appearing not far beneath Lu Jin. Lu Jintian initially thought he was seeing things, but after squeezing his eyes shut and reopening them, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. When did Lu Qinghan and Lu Sheng reach the 5th position? Why didn't you tell me about Lu Sheng's consecutive victories before? Lu Jintian quickly recalled that it seemed only his eldest daughter had been consistently monitoring Lu Sheng's progress, prompting him to question her with an unkind expression. What? Lu Sheng is ranked 5th? With his capabilities, how could that be possible? Lu Qianru's first reaction was disbelief, and she hurriedly searched the leaderboard. Upon discovering that Lu Sheng's name was merely 3 spots away from Lu Jin's, she felt a wave of nausea, as if she had swallowed a fly. Impossible, right? Let me see. Is this really true? Lu Qianru, unable to accept it, was echoed in her disbelief by Lin Shuya. While she did not feel nauseated upon seeing Lu Sheng's ranking, her face burned hot, as if she had been slapped fiercely multiple times. This is wonderful. Now our family has 2 members entering the top academy. If Xiao Sheng works a bit harder, he might even join Xiao Jin at Shengwu Academy. Lu Jiaxin's reaction was considerably more composed, and she even felt a sense of joy about it. You all have only ever regarded Lu Jin as your sole son. Whether Lu Sheng is good or not, you do not care at all. What significance does my speaking out hold? However, in response to her father's inquiries, Lu Qinghan retorted without hesitation. It seemed she was not only rebutting Lu Jintian, but also expressing her dissatisfaction with everyone. Lu Sheng is also my son. How could I possibly not care? Such remarks are not to be uttered again. Lu Jintian's expression darkened, and aside from issuing a half-hearted reprimand to Lu Qinghan, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Qinghan, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively, treating Lu Jintian's words as a grand jest. Wait, look. How did Xiao Sheng and Xiao Jin end up on the same stage? At that moment, Lu Jiaxin, who had begun to pay attention to Lu Sheng again, suddenly pointed towards a direction within the arena, exclaiming in surprise. What? Lu Jintian quickly picked up the binoculars and soon discovered that his adopted son and biological son were standing face to face. That ingrate had never lost before. It was simply because he had not encountered Jiner. Now, he will surely be thoroughly defeated by Jiner. Lin Shuya, having confirmed that the upcoming match would be a duel between her 2 sons, curled her lip in disdain. Though she had not witnessed how Lu Sheng managed to reach the 5th position, she knew that the previously 2nd-ranked Han Xiaodong had been rendered incapable by Lu Jin, making it inconceivable for someone ranked 5th to pose a challenge to her son. Mother's right. Now, aside from Li Yongheng, no one can threaten Xiao Jin. Does that worthless opponent think he can shake Xiao Jin standing? It is simply the ramblings of a fool. Lu Qianru raised her hands in agreement, her expression dripping with more scorn than Lin Shuya's. Don't be too quick to draw conclusions. Otherwise, you might end up with a sore face later. Lu Qinghan coldly huffed. The only person who could truly threaten Lu Jin, Li Yongheng, had been utterly defeated by Lu Sheng just an hour ago. She no longer doubted that Lu Sheng could contend with Lu Jin. Xiao Sheng, you must win, though I know this is a challenge. If you can triumph in this match, it will show all those who look down on you who the real genius is. Let them regret everything they have done in the past. Chapter 59. Allow me to give you a little shock. To the ordinary spectators and supporters of Lu Jin, this was merely a commonplace battle between the 1st and the 5th. The examination center was filled with cheers of Go Lu Jin. Lu Jin will surely win. However, in the viewing room, among the special audience, this match was undeniably the focal point of the grade A examination. Everyone was curious whether Lu Jin, the top favorite, would continue his triumphant march or if Lu Sheng, the underdog, would once again create a miracle, regardless of who lost or won. Shengwu Academy had set its sights on both. The woman in black, resembling a proud black swan, seemed already convinced that the 2 standing on the stage were destined to be part of Shengwu Academy. The sentiment remained. Lu Jin may be yours at will, but Lu Sheng must join Xuanwu at all costs. I have just secured a special quota for geniuses from Adine. You cannot compete with me. The burly man shot a fierce glare at the woman, suddenly exuding a powerful aura of determination that drew the attention of everyone in the room. You may compete, but I, Tian Gang, shall also compete. It is still too early to determine who the true victor will be. The bald man wore a faint smile, appearing confident in his stance. Xiao Chun, do you remember how many years it has been since Bei Sheng produced a super genius that made the three major families fight tooth and nail? Director Qin reflected on the bickering among the recruiters with a sense of nostalgia. If I recall correctly, the last time such a remarkable candidate appeared was 8 years ago. Director Qin pondered before responding. What do you think will happen if Lu Sheng wins this match, and I then reveal that report card? How will they react? Director Qin shot a glance at the still debating crowd, suddenly revealing a sly smile. Before today, I never imagined there would come a day when I would face you on the arena, my dear brother. Lu Jin stood 5 meters away from Lu Sheng, casually smiling. What a nauseating way to address me, Lu Sheng remarked with disdain. I do not know how you managed to attain the 5th position, but it matters not. Once you encounter me, your examination shall be declared prematurely over. Lu Jin smirked dismissively, already planning to incapacitate Lu Sheng as he had with Han Xiaodong. Oh, Lu Sheng displayed little interest in responding to Lu Jin's derision and provocation. I know that your relentless efforts stem from a desire to prove yourself to your family, to show that you are not inferior to me, to reclaim your place in the Lu family and regain their affection. However, regrettably, as long as I am here, you shall never achieve your desires. Lu Jin grinned smugly once more. You have clearly misunderstood one thing. I am merely an orphan. My family perished when I was 3 years old. However, it is time to settle the debts you owe me, Lu Sheng stated, his expression indifferent. Since you are so eager to conclude this examination, I shall generously grant you that wish. Lu Jin coldly laughed, raising his hands in a half-hearted manner before taking seemingly feeble steps toward Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng assumed a standard fighting stance. The first to attack was Lu Sheng. As he dared not underestimate Lu Jin, he opted for a low sweep to test the waters. Lu Jin seized the opportunity to respond with what appeared to be a soft and feeble palm technique, benefiting from the formidable physical prowess granted by his 16-point physique. After being struck multiple times by Lu Jinyun's palm techniques infused with shockwaves, Lu Sheng experienced only a slight soreness and tingling in the areas impacted, without suffering any significant consequences. The sole inconvenience he faced was that Lu Jintian's unique palm techniques wielded a remarkable ability to deflect immense force with minimal effort. Time and again, Lu Sheng's powerful punches and kicks were effortlessly countered by Lu Jin, prompting Lu Sheng to reassess Lu Jin's strength with an elevated regard. However, unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, the sheer intensity of Lu Sheng's formidable power left Lu Jin utterly astonished. Having engaged in numerous bouts with Li Yongheng, Lu Jin had presumed that the muscular brute strength was unrivaled among his peers, only to discover that Lu Sheng's might surpassed even that of Li Yongheng by a considerable margin. More alarmingly, the shockwave technique he prided himself on, when unleashed upon Lu Sheng, evoked not even a flicker of discomfort upon the latter's brow. How could this be? Why had someone who was utterly defenseless a mere fortnight prior suddenly transformed into such a powerhouse? Although Lu Jin could now withstand Lu Sheng's onslaught, it was evident that he was straining under the pressure. Should Lu Sheng's strength increase further, Lu Jin's general palm technique would undoubtedly falter. Despite his trepidation, Lu Jin maintained an inscrutable facade, though internally he felt a rising urgency. It appeared that to assuage the resentment festering within him, he would require a greater degree of strength. He was unwilling to repeat the previous stalemate. Thus, let me deliver you a touch more astonishment, Lu Jin. As the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, Lu Sheng began to exhibit signs of impatience. He still had 3 points of demon essence at his disposal, which constituted his greatest asset. Deliberately, he distanced himself from Lu Jin, feigning a desire for respite. In reality, he swiftly accessed his panel, unhesitatingly allocating 2 points to strength and the remaining point to agility. Under Lu Sheng's relentless barrage, Lu Jin felt an unprecedented level of pressure, quickly depleting both his stamina and vitality. It was only when Lu Sheng pulled back that Lu Jin seized the opportunity to catch his breath, meticulously regulating his inhalations. Yet, he soon noticed that Lu Sheng, now assuming a defensive stance, appeared to be expanding with astonishing speed beneath his clothing. Within mere seconds, he transformed into an imposing figure of remarkable stature. Lu Jin could even hear the cacophony of sounds emanating from Lu Sheng's body, akin to a barrage of popping beans. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace, as though he were enduring excruciating pain. What was he doing? Why had he suddenly grown so robust? Was he about to unleash some formidable technique? Lu Jin had never witnessed anyone capable of such a transformation, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. However, in the next moment, Lu Sheng's already inflated physique swiftly deflated as if losing air. This inflation and deflation transpired within a mere 10 seconds. And had Lu Sheng not appeared more muscular even after shrinking, Lu Jin would have suspected he was hallucinating. Chapter 60. He is extraordinarily strong, beyond imagination. Lu Sheng embodied unyielding vigor, while Lu Jin exhibited a blend of softness and strength. The duel was indeed a spectacle to behold. Lu Jin appeared to maneuver with greater ease, while Lu Sheng's aggressive style evidently consumed considerable stamina and vitality, suggesting that Lu Jin's advantages would gradually manifest as the contest progressed. Not so fast, however. A closer inspection revealed that Lu Jin's breathing had also quickened, indicating that the sustained pressure was taking a toll on him as well. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng's resilience was truly formidable. Despite being repeatedly struck by Lu Jin's gentle palm technique, he seemed unfazed, elucidating why Li Yongheng could not contend with him. Wait a moment, what is happening with Lu Sheng? Why is his physique rapidly expanding and then contracting? What is the significance of this? Could it be that Lu Sheng is employing some arcane technique? I have never encountered such a method. It appears more akin to a form of breathing technique. No, it seems more like a unique application of vitality, which I suspect greatly enhances Lu Sheng's combat prowess. In the observation room, representatives from various schools engaged in animated discussions about this focal confrontation, the atmosphere previously tranquil. Yet, at the moment Lu Sheng's body underwent transformation, astonishment etched itself upon the faces of all present. Excellent, excellent. It was worth my effort to apply for a special genius quota on your behalf. Such talent is evidently tailored for body refinement. We, Xuanwu, are determined to secure you. The burly giant's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. A remarkable prospect indeed. In addition to vitality, he possesses other special talents. Our Tian gang excels in nurturing individuals of your unique caliber, so be sure not to make a misstep in your choices. The balding middle-aged man, upon witnessing Lu Sheng's transformation, could not help but stroke his glistening bald head and even licked his lips. This Lu Sheng undoubtedly eclipses Lu Jin in terms of talent, especially for individuals endowed with special gifts. The Seven Deans would likely engage in a frenzied scramble upon learning of this. A report has already been submitted, should we fail to recruit this child into Shengwu. My future prospects will be grim. The cold demeanor of the woman in black grew increasingly rigid, though her ire was not directed at Lu Sheng, but rather at the two competitors beside her, who were eyeing him keenly. How could this be? How could he possess special talents? I finally understand. I comprehend the source of his explosive increase in strength. It is undoubtedly due to the awakening of his special talent. His body was capable of rapid inflation and deflation in an extraordinarily short span. Thus, transforming from a frail boy into a towering figure was hardly a challenge. How foolish I was to have regarded Lu Jin as a treasure while discarding a true genius as worthless. I've been utterly blind. Initially, Lu Jintian was able to tolerate the evenly matched struggle between Lu Sheng and Lu Jin. However, upon witnessing Lu Sheng's astonishing physical transformation, he became so overwhelmed with excitement that he began to tremble. Realizing too late that he had overlooked a genuine talent in Lu Sheng, he felt an intense regret, wishing he could slap himself in anguish. Lu Sheng exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs and discovering that his strength had notably increased by at least 20%. The foundation of his power continued to expand, and this mere 20% enhancement represented a terrifying figure for others. Moreover, his improvements extended beyond strength alone. What exactly have you done? Lu Jin, now fully alert to Lu Sheng's capabilities, regarded him with utmost vigilance. The important question is not what I have done, but what I am about to do. Are you prepared? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he charged directly at Lu Jin. Do not underestimate me. Observing Lu Sheng approach without any semblance of defense, Lu Jin felt gravely insulted. Faced with Lu Sheng's ferocious punch, he once again assumed his soft palm stance, intending to deflect the blow as he had before. However, at the moment their fists collided, Lu Jin was horrified to discover that Lu Sheng's punch resembled a tumultuous wave, while his defense was akin to a dam on the verge of collapse, utterly vulnerable to destruction. This is disastrous. Despite Lu Jin's utmost efforts to withstand the assault, Lu Sheng's fist shattered his dual palm defense, landing heavily upon his chest. In an instant, Lu Jin felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling his body backward as he tumbled across the ground, finally coming to a precarious halt at the edge of the arena. The Mianyunjinyu palm could indeed redirect a force of 1,000 pounds with a mere 4 ounces, but against 10,000 pounds, could one still deflect it? Lu Sheng observed Lu Jin, who struggled to rise in disarray, with an indifferent gaze. Damn it, he is far too powerful beyond imagination. Yet, I cannot afford to lose this battle. Should I falter, Lu Jintian's character dictates that he would surely abandon me. Everything I possess would dissolve into nothingness. The repercussions of such a defeat are unbearable. Clutching his chest, which felt as if it might shatter from the pain, Lu Jin's handsome visage appeared pallid. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes did not extinguish. Rather, it blazed even more fiercely. Yes, maintain that gaze. Do not let it wane. The tribulations I have endured for you over the years have yet to be repaid. With this thought, flames of determination ignited in Lu Sheng's eyes as he charged once more at Lu Jin. This time, Lu Jin exhibited newfound wisdom. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng's renewed onslaught, he agilely began to maneuver around the arena. Naive, Lu Sheng scoffed coldly. With a mere light push of his foot, he executed a swift right-angle leap that precisely intercepted Lu Jin's path. What? A surge of alarm coursed through Lu Jin as he realized it was too late to alter his direction. He could only watch helplessly as a powerful palm swung directly toward his face. Crack! The sound resonated sharply, akin to a whip's crack. Lu Jin felt something dislodge in his mouth, and his mind was instantaneously rendered to a state of confusion. Naturally, Lu Sheng would not squander the opportune moment of Lu Jin's disorientation, relentlessly striking him with his palm. His intent was merely to inflict pain, refraining from exerting excessive force. To injure Lu Jin gravely enough to force his withdrawal would be too generous to that brat. Chapter 61. The Final Confrontation. Is he even human? He is less than a beast. Little Jin has called him brother for 3 years. How can he bring himself to be so ruthless? As Lu Qianru witnessed Lu Jin being mercilessly pummeled by Lu Sheng, her heart ached fiercely, almost shattering. If he could treat his own brother this way, would he not also do the same to us in the future? To call him a white-eyed wolf would be an understatement. Lin Shuang was equally incensed. Her teeth clenched in rage. Even if little Jin had erred in the past, Lu Sheng's actions were excessively harsh. Lu Jiaxin, the fence-sitter, could no longer refrain from voicing her discontent. Do you not realize that each strike of the rattan on Lu Sheng would leave him bruised and bloodied? After every beating, he would suffer sleepless nights. How is it that now, when it is Lu Jin receiving the beating, you cannot tolerate it? Is Lu Sheng not your own son? Your own brother? The double standards expressed by the group left Lu Qinghan unable to endure any longer. She immediately chastised them with a frigid demeanor. She finally comprehended why Lu Sheng was so determined to leave home. Even though this brother now exhibited talents far surpassing those of Lu Jin, their mother and sister still maintained a biased attitude. She could not fathom what kind of enchantment Lu Jin had cast upon these people. She only knew that, were she in Lu Sheng's position, she too would find it difficult to remain in such a household. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely sought to correct his bad habits. Should he not be punished for his wrongdoings? Lin Shuang retorted swiftly. Is it truly due to his bad habits? What sort of misdeeds warrant punishment akin to that of a criminal? Moreover, many of the accusations levied against him were not even his doing. I refuse to believe you are unaware of where the true issues lie. Lu Qinghan replied with a cold sneer. Why must we bear the blame for his own transgressions? Sister, have you lost your senses today? Lu Qianru exclaimed in indignation. Lu Jiaxin, do not feign ignorance. You have seen the diary. Speak up about what the real issue is. Lu Qinghan, disinterested in engaging with the most obstinate Lu Qianru, turned her attention to the deeply disappointing Lu Jiaxin. This sudden confrontation from the elder sister caught Lu Jiaxin off guard, leaving her at a loss as she glanced between Lu Qinghan, their mother, and sister, struggling to find her words. What diary? Jiaxin, speak boldly. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to harm you for revealing the truth. At that moment, Lu Jintian, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. When Lu Sheng departed, he left behind a diary on his desk. It chronicled each day of his experiences since arriving home. After reading it, I discovered that many of the events that transpired in this household were, in fact, not caused by Lu Sheng. Rather, they were. Initially emboldened by Lu Jintian's support, Lu Jiaxin's voice dwindled as she approached the latter part of her statement, her demeanor fraught with distress. She knew that if these words escaped her lips, they would surely offend both their mother and sister. More critically, she was complicit in some of the very incidents. If you lack the courage to speak, allow me to do so on your behalf. Many of the events were, in fact, orchestrated by Lu Jin, who deliberately framed Lu Sheng. These two elder sisters, fully aware that it was Lu Jin's doing, still sought to exonerate him while coercively attributing the blame to Lu Sheng. The primary issue lay with an old fool who believed every word they uttered, while never giving credence to Lu Sheng's explanations. Lu Qinghan, finally relinquishing hope for Lu Jiaxin, suppressed her fury and spoke in a chilling tone. Sister, your reasoning is utterly flawed. Lu Sheng merely kept a diary. How can you be so certain he has not fabricated or exaggerated any details? Lu Qianru appeared increasingly flustered, as though her tail had been stepped on, her agitation rising. Lu Qinghan, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am your mother. How can you accuse me of being an old fool? Where has your upbringing gone? Lin Shuiying, too, averted her gaze, acutely aware of the true intentions behind her past actions. Thus, she shifted her attack towards Lu Qinghan, though her previous vigor had noticeably diminished. Fabrication. Exaggeration? Ha! Do you know why I've been in the surveillance room after work every day? It is because I have been cross-referencing the dates in Lu Sheng's diary, verifying each incident you claim he has committed through the recordings. The evidence proves that Lu Sheng is exceedingly honest. What he has done, he acknowledges, and what he has not done, he denies with clarity in his journal. Should anyone doubt that I am slandering you, feel free to check for yourselves upon returning home. Lu Qinghan sneered once more, her voice imbued with conviction. When I am absent, is this how you govern a household? You are more a hindrance than a help, Lu Zhentian exclaimed in astonishment and fury, glaring at Lin Shuiying. He had no doubt regarding the veracity of Lu Qinghan's claims, for the tangible evidence lay within their home, leaving no room for argument. He simply could not comprehend how the harmonious and warm atmosphere he encountered upon returning home could conceal such discord. When he was absent, the atmosphere was reminiscent of those ancient court dramas, fraught with various schemes, intrigues, and even treachery. He had come to comprehend why Lu Sheng had stormed off in a fit of anger. It was undoubtedly unbearable for him. The consequence of this was that Lu Sheng now exhibited such astonishing talent that he, as the head of the family, would have to lower his stature to coax his son back. To bow before his own son, he, a dignified 7th-rank master, found the mere thought to be humiliating. Lin Shuya cast a fearful and aggrieved glance at Lu Zhentian, utterly a loss for words to defend myself. At this moment, she began to reflect on when it was that she had developed such a profound aversion to her own flesh and blood. She recalled that during Lu Sheng's initial return home, although there was a certain unfamiliarity and emotional distance, it had not yet reached the point of loathing. It seemed that through a series of minor incidents, her disdain for Lu Sheng had only intensified. But why such loathing? Lin Shuya pondered deeply over the details of each event. Yet as she continued to think, her expression became increasingly grim until she was ultimately covering her mouth, despondently collapsing onto the stool. Chapter 62. The opportunity Lu Jin had long awaited. Lu Jin, pull yourself together. Are you not the strongest genius of Beijing? Su Lila had noticed early on the confrontation between Lu Jin and Lu Sheng. One was the object of her affections, while the other was the source of her humiliation. Thus, she chose to spectate rather than continue matching opponents. She had anticipated that Lu Jin would effortlessly crush the one who had brought her disgrace, but to her shock, the tide of the match quickly turned against him. The very Lu Jin she had placed her hopes in was faring even worse than she had imagined. As she watched her beloved being battered, her heart felt as though it could scarcely breathe, and her resentment towards Lu Sheng grew ever more intense. Grandfather, have the results of Lu Sheng's cheating investigation not yet emerged? Why hasn't he been apprehended and handed over to the authorities? She understood that she could not directly assist Lu Jin on the arena, yet she had other means of support. Consequently, she hastily dialed Su Yongqiang. Alas, the verdict is in. That rascal did not cheat. Even your grandfather is at a loss regarding him now. Focus on your exams. We'll discuss it when the opportunity arises. Su Yongqiang sighed helplessly. Although he too wished to vindicate his granddaughter, he found himself utterly powerless. How could he not feel heartbroken seeing his granddaughter bullied so? I don't care. You must find a way to teach him a lesson, or I shall ignore you. She insisted, her voice tinged with tears. Calm down, dear. Your grandfather will think of something. Surely, there must be a solution, he replied, alarmed at the prospect of her tears. This granddaughter was the apple of Su Yongqiang's eye. He could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he immediately acquiesced. You're the best, grandfather. I shall await your good news, Su Lila said sweetly, finally relieved. After hanging up the phone, Su Yongqiang was enveloped in frustration, unsure of how to handle this Lu Sheng. He could only furrow his brow and gaze blankly at the match between Lu Sheng and Lu Jin. Wait a moment. Aren't these two brothers? Why is Lu Sheng so ruthless? It seems as though there is some deep-seated enmity between them. Just then, Su Yongqiang suddenly realized something astonishing. Fearing he had misread the situation, he pulled up their profiles on his phone and compared them word for word. Indeed, their father was Lu Zhentian. There was no doubt they were biological brothers. Logically, in a formal contest such as this, even if the fight were fierce, as long as no lives were lost, it should be permissible for modern medical advancements could heal any injuries. Yet, Lu Sheng, who was clearly Lu Jin's brother, displayed such mercilessness. This was indeed a case of fratricide and moral decay. Prestigious academies held exceedingly high standards for student character, regardless of a student's genius. They would resolutely refuse admission if there were any moral issues. After all, 20 years prior, they had paid a bloody price for such transgressions. With the prowess Lu Sheng currently demonstrated, should he defeat Lu Jin, he would undoubtedly face no rivals, and it was highly likely he would secure the top position. However, if I were to expose this matter, the various academies would certainly refuse him upon learning of it. Yet, this must be approached with the appropriate timing and method. Otherwise, if Lu Jintian were to discover that it was my doing that prevented his son from entering a prestigious school, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. With this surprising revelation, Su Yongxiang's eyes brightened, sensing the potential for significant leverage against Lu Sheng, which could prove deadly. After all, once this major examination concluded, he would retire, and Lu Sheng's admission to a prestigious academy would not affect him. The priority was to seek vengeance for his granddaughter. What is the matter? Are you not the genius you claim to be? Did you not intend to make me end this examination early? Why do you falter so quickly? Lu Sheng taunted, landing blow after blow on Lu Jin. Lu Jin was drenched in sweat, his once handsome face marred and swollen. One leg, too, was rendered somewhat limping from Lu Sheng's fierce kicks. Like a candle flickering in the wind, he swayed under Lu Sheng's relentless onslaught. Yet despite this, the fighting spirit in Lu Jin's eyes had not extinguished. He was still searching for Lu Sheng's weakness, awaiting the moment to strike decisively. Though his prior attempts had inflicted no harm on Lu Sheng, he firmly believed he still had a chance. For Lu Jintian had once taught him a lethal technique, a move belonging to the Mianyun Jinyue palm. Lu Jintian had instructed him that if he encountered an opponent with formidable defenses, one so strong that he could not budge them, he should seize the appropriate moment, concentrating all his energy into a singular thrust. By harnessing the force of the impact to strike at the opponent's heart, that power could induce instantaneous cardiac arrest. Once the heart ceased, the opponent would be incapable of any resistance, and a sharp pain surged through his heart, causing him to clutch his chest and stagger backward several steps, his face turning a ghastly white. Success! Lu Jin's heart swelled with unrestrained elation upon witnessing this. He felt that the humiliation he had endured was finally paying off. To him, Lu Sheng had become nothing more than a defenseless punching bag. Naturally, he would not let this hard-won opportunity slip away, and he lunged toward Lu Sheng with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 63. Regrettably, yet not regrettably. How careless! After taking such a heavy blow from Lu Jin, Lu Sheng's face initially paled, only to soon flush crimson, his eyes bloodshot and fearsome. He felt the blood that had coursed through his heart suddenly surge throughout his body. However, Lu Jin had underestimated Lu Sheng's formidable physical constitution. Through enhancing his physique, Lu Sheng had undergone comprehensive fortification. Not merely his muscles and bones. Even his heart, an exceedingly delicate and sensitive organ, was extraordinarily resilient, surpassing ordinary expectations. It was as if he had already begun the cultivation steps that martial artists typically undertake upon reaching the 4th rank. Lu Jin believed that such an assault would inflict a lethal impact on Lu Sheng, yet merely halted him for less than a second. Seeking death. As Lu Jin closed in, Lu Sheng was utterly incensed. It dawned on him that the blow aimed at his heart was intended to take his life. The moment Lu Sheng's bloodshot gaze shot toward him, Lu Jin felt a tightening in his chest. How is this possible? How can he still move? Lu Jin's face mirrored his disbelief. After plotting for so long, he had finally landed a significant strike on Lu Sheng, yet the outcome was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Lu Sheng, driven by rage, unleashed a violent retaliation that was exponentially more intense than before. He had no intention of prolonging the torment any further, opting instead to unleash all his pent-up fury upon Lu Jin. In the preceding minutes, Lu Sheng had been holding back his strength, but now, with his full power unleashed, Lu Jin stood no chance of resistance. He could only weakly shield his head with his hands. An onslaught of fists, moving so swiftly that they appeared as mere shadows, rained down upon Lu Jin's body and head, forcing him to retreat incessantly. The pain was so intense that he could scarcely breathe, his vision clouded with golden stars, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. At that moment, he had but one thought. Why was the examination not yet over? Why had the examiner not called for a halt? Seeing Lu Jin retreating to the edge of the arena without collapsing, an enraged Lu Sheng first paused his assault, then stepped back, gathering his strength. Lu Jin, sensing the cessation of Lu Sheng's attack, felt himself about to collapse. Just as he attempted to look up, a fist, propelled by a fierce wind, surged directly toward his chest. Finally, it was over. The sole thought that crossed Lu Jin's mind was that he felt as though he was floating on a cloud. Lu Sheng stood at the edge of the arena, casting a downward gaze upon Lu Jin, who lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. His expression remained devoid of emotion, and his heart was not filled with the exhilaration he had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to his previous life, having existed in a state of soul for so many years. Most of the time, Lu Sheng's emotions were disturbingly stable. He felt that triumphing over an opponent unworthy of the title was not worth the fluctuation of his sentiments. However, he sincerely wished to have crushed that bastard with his last punch, though it regrettably fell short. With the medical technology of the Dragon Nation, unless one died on the spot, as long as they were alive when transported to the hospital, they could be saved. Regrettable, yet not regrettable. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly. He felt it was a pity that he had not been able to kill this man on the spot. Yet, he also thought it was not such a great loss. As long as he lived, there would be ample opportunities to exact vengeance upon this individual. However, to kill someone in such a publicly significant examination would undoubtedly cast a dark shadow over his future development. Quickly, bring over the stretcher. As expected, the first to rush in for rescue was Jiang Yuru. She had always been part of the team closest to Lu Sheng. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng's ferocious counterattack, she had sensed that Lu Jin was in for a severe beating. This was the first time in recent days that she had seen such extreme anger etched upon Lu Sheng's face, tinged with a hint of hatred. Thus, she hastened toward them, clutching a first aid kit. Sure enough, before she could arrive, Lu Jin had already been sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground between the arenas. Seeing Lu Jin spitting blood, Jiang Yuru immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Skillfully, she produced scissors and swiftly cut away the fabric obstructing Lu Jin's chest. Upon witnessing his sunken chest, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was evident that Lu Sheng's strike had been aimed at taking his life. Help me. I don't want to die. Lu Jin, deemed a genius, possessed remarkable vitality. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he managed to maintain conscious awareness, pleading for Jiang Yuru's assistance. Steady yourself and protect your heart. You'll be fine. After quickly assessing Lu Jin's injuries with her equipment, Jiang Yuru couldn't help but marvel at his resilience. A fractured rib had nearly punctured his heart. Had that occurred, he would undoubtedly have succumbed before reaching the hospital. After providing basic stabilization, Lu Jin was loaded onto a stretcher and taken away. As the wheels rolled, Lu Jin's gaze, numb and unfocused, drifted skyward, tears streaming down his cheeks like a cascade of loose pearls. He had never anticipated losing to someone he had once held in such contempt. Even more shocking was the thoroughness of his defeat. He understood that this loss was not merely a competition, but a profound failure in life. For years, Lu Zhentian had invested countless efforts in him. Yet now, he found himself defeated by Lu Sheng, who had grown up in an orphanage, deprived of resources and even basic sustenance. Given Lu Zhentian's cold and utilitarian nature, it was inevitable that he would devise ways to bring Lu Sheng back home after the examination concluded. Once Lu Sheng returned to the family, the previously stark disparity in their statuses would be reversed in an instant. Everything he possessed would belong to Lu Sheng, casting his life into a shadow of despair. Any grievances can be resolved outside the arena. After all the effort to reach this point, do you not consider your future? After Lu Jin was escorted away, Jiang Yuru could not resist delivering a lecture to Lu Sheng. So he hasn't died, has he? Jiang Yuru's tone was less than pleasant. Yet Lu Sheng could discern her underlying concern. With the weight on his heart alleviated, he managed to offer her a rare smile. Now, no one is your opponent. You are not to harm anyone during this last hour. Do you understand? Jiang Yuru rolled her eyes, hands on her hips, speaking with a hint of indignation. I will do my best. Lu Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. Little Jin is going to die. Dad, look, little Jin has been beaten to death by Lu Sheng. He has lost so much blood. He must be on the brink of D as Lu Jin was sent flying over 10 meters, continuously spitting blood. Lu Qianru was thrown into a panic, crying and shouting in a torrent of curses. Chapter 64. Lin Shuang's Memories. Lu Zhentian's expression was equally grim. His intention had been to ensure that both Lu Sheng and Lu Jin could gain admission into the most prestigious academy. However, he had not anticipated that the two would strike with such ferocity. The lethal move employed by Lu Jin was one he had personally taught, evident to him at a glance. Lu Jin was clearly intent on taking Lu Sheng's life. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Sheng's physical resilience was formidable. Not only did he remain unscathed, but he also exhibited an equally ruthless demeanor when provoked. Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding Lu Sheng's claim that Lu Jin had hired someone to kill him. However, Lu Jin's actions indicated that such a matter was far from baseless. Now that Lu Jin had been severely injured and taken to the hospital, the remaining hour of examination time would inevitably see him surpassed by others. What he needed to do now was to devise a plan to escort Lu Sheng home after the examination, in hopes of mitigating the losses. As for Lu Jin's fate, that could be addressed later once he had resolved this matter. Silence. He commanded. I am fully aware of who first harbored murderous intent. In the past, I was blind to the truth, swayed by your words. But now, under my very nose, I will not allow you to distort the facts. I must remind all of you that Sheng's aptitude far exceeds that of Lu Jin. He possesses a significant potential to attain the title of martial sage. After today's examination concludes, he will undoubtedly return home. Should I discover any of you treating him differently, I will ensure you are cast out without hesitation. The Lu family does not harbor such individuals. Lu Jintian's demeanor was devoid of concern for Lu Jin's safety, exuding an invisible aura, his warning gaze sweeping over each person present. Lu Qianru was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how her father, who had always favored Lu Jin, could utter such words. Yet, under Lu Jintian's overwhelming authority, she dared not retort, her tears flowing freely. I understand, father, Lu Jiasin replied timidly, not daring to lift her head. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Lu Qinghan silently sighed to himself. The only one behaving oddly was Lin Shuang. Had it been in the past, witnessing her beloved adopted son gravely injured by Lu Sheng would have surely incited her to the highest degree of agitation. Yet now, Lin Shuang appeared as if entranced, her eyes devoid of focus, staring blankly ahead, as if severed from all connection to the outside world. In truth, she heard Lu Jintian's words clearly. However, her heart was far from the calm it outwardly portrayed, tumultuous waves roiling within. Mother, will you love me less when my brother returns? Mother, perhaps you should let him have this large room. I am merely the adopted child and can stay in the guest room. Mother, you should give him the new clothes. I am perfectly content with the old ones. Mother, my brother must not have seen such beautiful dresses before and accidentally soiled them. Please do not blame him. Mother, my brother will surely not make the same mistake again. A few words of admonition will suffice. Mother, if my brother truly desires that watch, I shall simply give it to him. Do not let something so trivial upset your health. Lin Shuang's mind was awash with memories from the past 3 years. When it was first revealed that Lu Sheng had been found, Lu Jin had displayed immense anxiety, seemingly fearful that Lu Sheng's return would eclipse the love their family held for him. Though he was an adopted son, their bond, forged over more than a decade, was far deeper than that with Lu Sheng, his own flesh and blood. Lin Shuang feared that showing too much affection towards Lu Sheng would lead to a profound psychological rift for Lu Jin, potentially even causing him to descend into depression. Thus, she deliberately presented a cold and even disdainful demeanor towards Lu Sheng. In retrospect, even when her gestures towards Lu Sheng were far less generous than those towards Lu Jin would still devise ways to obstruct her efforts. For instance, she had initially intended for Lu Sheng to stay in the guest room, having instructed the servants to prepare it, awaiting his arrival. Yet one day, Lu Jin approached her, insisting on relinquishing his own spacious room for Lu Sheng. She vividly recalled how pitiable and aggrieved Lu Jin appeared at that moment, as if Lu Sheng were a bully robbing him of his space, when in reality, Lu Sheng had not yet been brought home. At the time, she was uncertain of her own motives. Perhaps it was to prevent her adopted son from feeling neglected. Ultimately, not only did she not allow Lu Sheng to occupy the guest room, but she also had them prepare the smallest, most cramped storage room in the entire mansion, furnishing it with only the most basic of furniture for him to inhabit. It was only in this moment that she suddenly comprehended why Lu Jin had sought her out to say those things. It was clearly a strategy of retreating to advance, forcing her to choose between her adopted son and her biological son. Furthermore, she recalled that prior to Lu Sheng's return, Lu Jin's behavior had not been as meticulously refined as it later became. It was only after Lu Sheng arrived that he seemed to make a concerted effort to perfect every detail. Even something as mundane as dining became an aesthetically pleasing affair. Having grown up in an orphanage, Lu Sheng was naturally oblivious to such subtleties, and in comparison to Lu Jin, he appeared coarse and utterly out of place within the Lu family. Especially in light of her repeated criticisms and disdainful remarks, her other daughters began to emulate her, growing increasingly resentful of Lu Sheng. Lin Shuang suddenly realized that under Lu Jin's cunning guidance, she had gradually begun to treat Lu Sheng worse, resorting to beatings and even denying him food. She remembered that the very rattan cane she had used to punish Lu Sheng had been inspired by the videos Lu Jin had persistently shown her, depicting the punishment of offenders, which had led her to consider purchasing one. The adults in the family had been effortlessly manipulated by a mere teenager. With this thought, Lin Shuang felt her clothes dampened by a cold sweat. Her heart was filled with both fear and regret. She was relieved that she had not succumbed to Lu Jin's manipulation and committed an irreparable act. Yet she lamented that she had repeatedly erred regarding her own flesh and blood, completely unaware. The thought of the things she had done to Lu Sheng made her wish she could slap herself several times. All she desired now was to apologize to her biological son and seek his forgiveness. Mother, Lu Jin was severely injured by Lu Sheng, and now he has been taken away, unconscious. How can you remain silent? Lin Shuang's continued silence puzzled Lu Qianru. Fearing Lu Xintian might overhear, she could only lean closer to Lin Shuang and quietly weep. Is that so? Then you should go to the hospital. If he requires surgery, a family member must sign. Yet Lu Qianru could hardly have anticipated that her mother, who had always cherished Lu Jin even more than her, would respond to the news of Lu Jin's grave injury with such calmness, merely turning to her with an expression of utter indifference, speaking in a tone as flat as if discussing a matter of no consequence. Chapter 65. This is merely the beginning. Mother, are you even listening to me? I'm talking about Lu Jin, our dear Lu Jin. He is on the brink of death. Why are you so unmoved? The words of Lu Xintian had already left Lu Qianru feeling utterly disheartened. At this moment, Lin Shuang's reaction was nearly enough to push her to the brink of despair. I'm not deaf. Didn't I tell you to go to the hospital first? Lin Shuang frowned, turning her head away, refusing to look at her daughter's expression. Was she truly unaffected? How could that be possible? The bond cultivated over more than a decade spent together was not something that could vanish in an instant. Even if her words betrayed no emotion, her nails were already digging deeply into her thigh. Yet, she had heard Lu Xintian's words quite clearly. Lu Sheng was very likely to become a martial saint. Marrying someone like Lu Xintian, Lin Shuang understood all too well what it meant for their family to produce a martial saint. If Lu Sheng were to truly ascend to that status, it would not only elevate the Lu family and their relatives, but would also lift the Lin family alongside them, allowing them to become part of the true elite of Longhua. Moreover, Lu Sheng was her own flesh and blood. She was still capable of weighing the significance of such matters. Lu Qianru could hardly believe these were the words of her own mother. Especially with Lin Shuang's current demeanor, she seemed like a complete stranger. Lu Qianru struggled to comprehend what had caused her mother to shift so drastically without warning. How could you all suddenly become so cold-blooded? Xiao Jin, isn't he our family? Can you truly be so heartless as to disregard him? Lu Qianru questioned tearfully. To hear you utter the words cold-blooded is quite surprising, Lin Shuang replied. Isn't Xiao Sheng family? How have you treated him? You can't handle the slightest difference in treatment? Don't forget, Xiao Sheng has endured for a full 3 years. Lin Shuang's sudden transformation indeed left Lu Qinghan feeling quite astonished. While Lu Qianru remained stubbornly unaware of the underlying issues, her current demeanor brought some measure of satisfaction to Lu Qinghan. The words of Lu Qinghan darkened Lu Xintian's expression further. Lin Shuang's face bore a distinctly unnatural expression, while Lu Jiusin remained silent, her head bowed. You all. Woo-woo-woo. Under Lu Qinghan's scornful jibes, Lu Qianru could no longer bear it, covering her mouth as she broke down in tears and left. In the remaining hour, no one could create any more trouble for Lu Sheng. Each match concluded in an exceedingly brief span of time, reminiscent of his performance during the sea-level examinations. Perhaps due to the substantial blow he dealt to Lu Jin, the pent-up rage within Lu Sheng had dissipated considerably. He truly did not disappoint Jiang Yu, managing to ensure that no one was harmed. Time's up. All candidates cease combat. The announcement from the examination center echoed once more. All present turned their attention towards the prominently displayed leaderboard. Some hung their heads in despair, while others erupted in jubilant cheers. Some pumped their fists in ecstatic tears, while others collapsed in sheer anguish. Naturally, Lu Sheng occupied the first position, leading the second-place contestant, Li Yongheng, by 33 points. However, what surprised Lu Sheng was that despite missing the final hour of the examination, Lu Jin managed to remain in the top 10, ultimately placing 9th. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted Lu Sheng's name. Initially, there were only a few voices, but to Lu Sheng's astonishment, more and more joined in. As time passed, the chorus of his name grew louder, echoing throughout the examination center, a clear tribute to the newly crowned champion. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Jiang Chunhua exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Isn't he incredible? Do you know? Lu Sheng is my protege, she shouted jubilantly, waving her fists, as elated as a child in their 40s. In the midst of it all, she couldn't resist boasting to those around her. Not only was he moved, but even Lu Sheng himself felt his heart swell amidst the rising tide of cheers. Reflecting on all the misfortunes he had faced, he felt as though he were living in a dream. This was the most splendid moment of his 2 lives. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. He firmly believed that one day, his name would resonate throughout Longhua and even the world. Congratulations, Lu Sheng. You are bound to enter your dream institution, the Shengwu Academy, Jiang Yu remarked, her smile as radiant as the morning sun. Thank you, Lu Sheng replied sincerely. And I suppose it's farewell. Oh wait, we probably one day have another chance to meet. The girl continued to smile, though her tone hinted at a tinge of regret. Don't speak so definitively. Farewell. For some reason, Lu Sheng felt a strong conviction that this was not the last time he would see Jiang Yu. Lu Sheng, you're amazing. You are the undisputed strongest genius of Beijing. I'm truly delighted for you. The absence of any award ceremony meant that once the time was up, the candidates began to disperse. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, Jiang Chunhua could no longer contain her emotions, rushing forward to embrace him tightly, tears streaming down her face without restraint. Although being hugged by an older man made Lu Sheng distinctly uncomfortable, he refrained from spoiling the joyous atmosphere. All candidates, please proceed to the Examination Center's recruitment discussion room after the 2-hour break. Those unable to attend due to injury may be represented by a parent or class teacher. The announcement from the Examination Center resonated once again. Lu Sheng, Li Yunxing, Zhou Lan, Li Daluping. At this moment, the voice of the Examination Center echoed once more. Teacher Jiang, should we go home directly after the exam? Lu Sheng had never contemplated participating in the martial arts examination as he lacked the necessary qualifications. His decision to partake had only been made a little over 10 days ago. Therefore, he was not well acquainted with certain procedures. I apologize, I was just too excited, Jiang Chunhua replied, wiping her face with her sleeve while chuckling awkwardly. I forgot to mention that after the A-level examinations, candidates who have caught the attention of various institutions will have interviews with the admissions officers after a brief respite. The top 10 schools will offer their best intentions to attract geniuses to join them. You can even propose any requests you may have. As long as they're not overly excessive, they will generally agree, especially for a top genius like you. Even the 3 major institutions will spare no expense to compete for you. Just wait and see. The conditions they present will undoubtedly astonish you. As Jiang Chunhua spoke, she immediately released Lu Sheng, wiping her face and laughing. After all, as long as one possesses formidable power, all external possessions become easily attainable, Jiang Chunhua animatedly explained. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment. To him, cultivation resources held little significance. For as long as he had the opportunity to hunt monstrous beasts, his strength would consistently ascend. The guidance of esteemed mentors was undoubtedly essential, as his current attributes would only enhance his physical prowess. However, broaching the subject of slaying beasts at this juncture would seem rather peculiar. It would be wiser to devise alternative strategies once they arrived at the academy. Let us proceed to dine. We can converse while we eat, Lu Sheng declared, his stomach grumbling, feeling as though he could consume an entire ox. Jiang Chunhua, having accompanied him throughout the day and having only nibbled on some bread, was equally famished and readily assented. Yet, as the 2 stepped out of the examination center, they beheld Lu Zhentian standing by the roadside alongside several women from the Lu family, all gazing intently inside. Lu Sheng surmised they had come to confront him regarding his severe injury to Lu Jin, just as he contemplated bypassing them for some peace. The sharp-eyed Lu Zhentian swiftly locked onto him and approached with quickened steps, followed closely by the other women. Being discovered posed no threat. Lu Sheng felt no fear. After all, Lu Zhentian, a dignified 7th-tier master, would hardly dare to act against a mere child in such a public setting. Xiao Sheng, congratulations on achieving such remarkable results in this examination. Your parents and sisters are immensely proud of you, Lu Zhentian remarked, beaming with a smile that left Lu Sheng utterly astonished. It was not the confrontation he had anticipated. Instead, he was met with this warm-hearted declaration. Lu Sheng stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. However, the situation took an even more absurd turn when Lin Xia tearfully confessed, Xiao Sheng, I am sorry. It was wrong of me to treat you as I did. I apologize and assure you that I will treat you well from now on. Can you grant me a chance to make amends? Lin Xia's unexpected display left not only Lu Sheng in shock, but also Lu Zhentian and his 2 daughters momentarily speechless. Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising as Lin Xia's previously sharp-tongued image lingered in his mind. Now, exhibiting such a demeanor, he seriously doubted whether this woman had undergone a rebirth. At that moment, a throng of onlookers began to spill out of the center, and this sudden scene quickly drew the attention of curious spectators. Some recognized the individuals involved, realizing that the first-place candidate in the examination stood before them. Their curiosity piqued as they whispered and pointed from a distance. Lu Sheng glanced around and, to his surprise, spotted Jiang Yu among the crowd, though he chose to ignore her presence. I am intrigued. Why have Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu suddenly accosted me in such a tearful and jovial manner? This is quite out of character for you, Lu Sheng remarked with a cold smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If someone of Lu Jintian's stature could be so shameless. He, a solitary individual, had no reason to fear being the subject of ridicule. He had likely already surmised the ulterior motives of these exceptional individuals. Yet he was curious to see how far their performance would unfold. Xiao Sheng, this is not the appropriate place for discussion. Shall we return home instead? Whatever grievances you harbor, we can resolve them there, Lu Jintian suggested, his tone amiable. Though inwardly, he felt the sting of embarrassment at having his family's affairs scrutinized by so many onlookers. Home, Lu Sheng scoffed. What home could an orphan like me possibly claim? Let us speak freely here. With a cold laugh, he continued, Mother, you have indeed wronged me in the past, and your actions have deeply wounded my heart. Now that you recognize your faults, can you not find it in your heart to forgive me just this once? If you return home, I promise to make amends. Lin Shuya continued to lament, her pitiable demeanor making it seem as though Lu Sheng had committed some grievous offense against them. Xiao Sheng, I too wish to apologize, Lu Jiasen chimed in. I have said many unkind things to you in the past, and for that, I am truly sorry. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghan remained silent, shaking her head in despair. These individuals seemed to believe that mere words of apology could earn them forgiveness, a notion that was utterly delusional. Had such gestures been effective, Lu Sheng would not have been so dismissive of their previous overtures, nor would he have so resolutely rejected their offers of assistance. There is no need for further words. I made it abundantly clear on the day I left. I severed all ties with you. The harm you have inflicted upon me is something I can never forgive in this lifetime. As expected, Lu Sheng coldly declared, preparing to turn away. Xiao Sheng, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. Your first-place achievement in the martial examination demonstrates your exceptional talent. However, you must understand that talent alone is merely a foundation in the path of martial arts. To elevate your strength to greater heights, you will inevitably require substantial cultivation resources. Many brilliant talents in the early stages have faded into mediocrity due to a lack of resources later on, which is why it is often said that scholars are poor, while martial artists are rich. Your admission into the top 3 academies is already a certainty, and you will indeed receive support from the institution. But once you graduate, you will no longer have anyone providing resources without expectation. At that point, you may find yourself hunting monstrous beasts for even the most basic potions, constantly facing life-threatening dangers. You might also work for large corporations or prominent families, but such paths would undoubtedly stagnate your advancement. However, if you choose to return home, my eldest daughter and I will ensure that all your concerns are taken care of, allowing you to focus solely on your cultivation. With your talent, you will undoubtedly surpass my current achievements. I implore you to consider your future rationally. As Lu Jintian saw Lu Sheng preparing to leave, he swiftly positioned himself in front of him, earnestly attempting to persuade him. Rationality? Had I been sufficiently rational, I would still be enduring your abuse and humiliation within that colossal cage, never having achieved my current success. Your sudden apologies are merely a reflection of my value to you, and should I lose that value, I would likely be discarded like the current Lu Jin. I reiterate, my life or death bears no relation to you. Therefore, do not trouble me further. Lu Sheng had long since discerned the true nature of this family. How could he possibly forget the humiliation and torment he had suffered for a mere promise of benefit? He grew weary of their empty words and simply stepped past Lu Jintian. Lu Sheng, I have lowered myself to speak with you so extensively today, granting you face. Do not insult my goodwill. Lu Jintian's frustration boiled over into a low growl as Lu Sheng continued to reject him. Do as you wish, Lu Sheng replied, not even glancing back. Very well, you have spirit. I will make you regret this. Lu Jintian's face darkened with rage. Xiao Sheng, Lin Shuya cried, attempting to pursue him, only to be firmly restrained by Lu Jintian. Enough. Let him go. It won't be long before he returns, begging for my forgiveness, Lu Jintian stated, suppressing his fury. Feeling embarrassed by the crowd surrounding them, he promptly beckoned a few individuals to leave this place of scandal. Heaven forbid. It turns out that his family had been subjecting him to abuse and humiliation all along. No wonder he treated his family with such disdain. Yet, why would they treat someone so exceptional in such a manner? Jiang Yu, upon learning more about Lu Sheng's background, covered her mouth in astonishment. She simply could not fathom why Lu Sheng's family would act in such a way. Lu Shengyu, sighing, Jiang Chunhua intended to counsel Lu Sheng, but upon seeing his miserable expression, she merely sighed in resignation. You all go to the hospital to look after Lu Jin. Comfort him well. Do not mention anything about what just transpired. I will stay behind to meet with the academy representatives, Lu Jintian instructed. As he stood by the roadside, his anger intensified. As a 7th-tier master, he had already made his position clear. How could that ungrateful son show no regard for familial bonds? However, as he gradually calmed down, he realized he could not easily relinquish Lu Jin. Should Lu Sheng persist in his refusal to return home, at least he would have someone to rely upon. Understood, Dad. We are on our way, Lu Jiasin promptly responded. I have delayed my work for an entire day. The company has accumulated numerous issues, so I will not be going. Lu Qinghan said, his irritation at Lu Jin evident, as he sought an excuse to avoid caring for him. Meanwhile, Lin Shuya remained in a state of lamentation, her expression one of deep sorrow. Lu Jintian was unwilling to concern himself with trivial matters any longer. His sole intention was to impart a profound lesson to Lu Sheng, so he would understand that innate talent without proper cultivation was utterly meaningless. Although it was still far from the 2-hour mark stipulated by the examination center, he had already arrived at the conference room early. The so-called conference room resembled a vast meeting hall, yet it was distinct, with numerous small rooms lining the perimeter, each adorned with the names of various prestigious institutions. Admission representatives would converse with each candidate privately within those chambers. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Jintian noticed dozens of admission officers from various schools engaged in animated discussions. Sir, there is still over an hour until the admission talks begin. You cannot enter yet. A young staff member politely obstructed Lu Jintian's path. I am the father of the first-place candidate, Lu Sheng. Please inform your supervisor. I am certain he will allow me entry, Lu Jintian asserted, adopting a condescending demeanor. Upon hearing that he was the father of the top candidate, the staff member did not dare to be negligent and hurried inside to report to Director Qin. The father of the first-place candidate? It must be Lu Jintian without a doubt. Let him in. A genius should possess certain privileges, Director Qin contemplated before making his decision. Sir, our supervisor has granted you permission to enter, the staff member said, hastening back to Lu Jintian. Lu Jintian nodded and strode confidently into the hall. His tall and robust stature, combined with the natural aura of authority that emanated from his status as a 7th-tier master, commanded immediate attention. As he entered, all eyes were drawn to him. The admission representatives from various esteemed institutions were formidable in their own right, yet under their scrutiny, Lu Jintian maintained an air of composure, calmly surveying the gathered crowd before speaking. Greetings, everyone. I am the father of Lu Sheng, the first-place candidate in this martial examination. Additionally, Lu Jin, who placed 9th, is also my son. I have arrived early to share some important information with you all to prevent any misunderstandings that might lead to erroneous judgments. Lu Jintian's declaration genuinely astonished everyone present. The hall fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of disbelief. What? Lu Sheng and Lu Jin are brothers? This man is impressive. He has raised 2 such exceptional sons. Is that the focal point? Have you forgotten how Lu Sheng treated Lu Jin up on the stage? To inflict such cruelty upon his own brother, I previously thought they harbored deep-seated animosity. That last blow from Lu Sheng was clearly aimed to inflict serious harm. After all, he is his brother. Various criticisms of Lu Sheng echoed in Lu Jintian's ears, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. For this was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. To be frank, Lu Jin is not my biological son. He was adopted after going missing when Lu Sheng was 3 years old. When Lu Sheng was 15, I endured great hardship to locate him and brought him back home. However, having grown up in an orphanage, his character had diverged significantly from that of a typical child, rendering him selfish, sensitive, and cold-hearted. Our family endeavored to compensate for his upbringing, but instead, he became arrogant and demanding. He insisted we expel Lu Jin from our home, threatening to sever ties with us if we refused. Although Lu Jin was an adopted child, he had spent over a decade living with our family, forming profound bonds. How could we bear to cast him out? We initially believed he was merely trying to intimidate us, yet unexpectedly, he truly severed ties and chose to leave home. As for what transpired subsequently, I trust you have all witnessed. He unleashed all his pent-up resentment upon Lu Jin, nearly killing him in the process. I share this to prompt you all to consider whether such an extreme and cold-hearted individual is truly worthy of significant investment in his development. After Lu Jintian's heartfelt exposition, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. As they came to understand Lu Sheng's character more deeply, the representatives exchanged apprehensive glances. Such a student will not be accepted by our Shengwu Academy. A woman clad in black was the first to speak up. What a pity, lamented the bald man, shaking his head in regret. If such extraordinary talent is coupled with such severe character flaws, the Tiangang Academy cannot accept him either. Then what about us? How can we at Xuanwu take him? The burly man muttered gruffly. It would be unwise. The risk of nurturing a student like this is too great. What if one day he loses control and wreaks havoc at school? No one will be safe. If he can turn so viciously against his own brother, he would undoubtedly show no mercy to teachers and students alike. We will not accept him. Whoever wants him may do so, the three prominent figures concluded. Once they finished speaking, the other 7 institutions among the top 10 also voiced their opinions. Meanwhile, the admission representatives from second-tier academies began to stir with interest. Wait, everyone, please hold on. Although Lu Sheng has maintained a low profile in school, he has always been humble and courteous. I believe he would never become the malignant tumor you all fear. Moreover, his talents extend far beyond what you have observed. I possess a report that was generated during the examination period, specifically for Lu Sheng's individual assessment. The document reveals that, despite having completed 5 rounds of qi and blood tempering, Lu Sheng has not commenced bone tempering. This indicates that since the examination, he has been unable to harness the power of qi and blood, relying solely on his extraordinary physical attributes to secure the top position in this examination. Such remarkable talent. Should it truly be disregarded merely due to his temperament? If so, I believe it would constitute a tremendous loss for humanity. At that moment, the silver-haired director Qin abruptly ascended the table, brandishing 2 sheets of paper and passionately declared in a loud voice. He felt compelled to intervene. After all, Lu Sheng is the most gifted true genius that Beijing has seen in recent years. If he were to be dismissed from the prestigious institutions solely for this reason, not only would he, as the head of the Education Bureau, become a laughingstock, but the entire Beijing would be reduced to a complete farce. What? He has not even reached the 1st grade? To triumph over true martial artists wielding qi and blood solely through physical prowess is akin to the existence of a monstrous anomaly. Such a terrifying gift is utterly unprecedented. No, there have indeed been figures in history who possessed similar attributes, ranking among the most elite in the realm of martial saints. If this is the case, there might still be a chance for redemption. Director Qin's words fell like a heavy bombshell, plunging the entire hall into chaos once more. Lu Sheng's previous performance had been within the realm of comprehension. However, when Director Qin unveiled that report, everyone became visibly unsettled. Even the leaders of the top 10 academies began to exhibit signs of hesitation. The woman in black furrowed her brow tightly. The bald man incessantly rubbed his balding head, his expression filled with turmoil. The burly man, with his muscular arms crossed, lowered his head, lost in thought. What? He hasn't even entered the 1st grade? Lu Zhentian was equally astonished by this revelation. He had utterly underestimated Lu Sheng's terrifying talent once again. In that moment, he regretted the words he had just uttered. This old fool. How could he think to reveal that report at such a critical juncture? Meanwhile, Su Yongqiang, who had been lurking among the crowd, wore a grim expression. He had initially sought an opportunity to discreetly convey that Lu Sheng and Lu Jin were brothers. However, with Lu Zhentian's appearance, his plans had been executed far more perfectly than he had anticipated. Just when he thought Lu Sheng would be doomed, Director Qin unexpectedly emerged to complicate matters. He noticed that upon the revelation of the report's contents, the admission officers from various academies were evidently preparing to make some attempt. Some had already reacted swiftly, pulling out their phones to contact the higher-ups at their institutions. No, I absolutely cannot allow this brat to have his way. After slapping my granddaughter in the face, he thinks he can ascend to a top-tier academy? Dream on. Have you all forgotten the calamity of Han Shao? Seizing the opportunity while everyone was buzzing with discussion, Su Yongqiang, hidden in the crowd, suddenly raised his voice. The hall fell silent once more. Perhaps it is better to forego such risks. After all, talented individuals emerge every year. Indeed, what if another Han Shao were to be nurtured? Han Xiya? The eternal pain in the hearts of our top 10 academies. What a waste of resources to bestow them upon those with unstable personalities and questionable moral character. The expressions of those who had previously shown interest in Lu Sheng changed dramatically. Many instantly solidified their resolve, declaring they would never accept such a student. What does the calamity of Han Shao mean? Why does it invoke such dread among everyone? A younger woman inquired curiously. My dear, it is understandable that you might be unaware due to your youth, as that matter has never been publicly disclosed. Years ago, there was a student named Han Shao, who endured severe abuse from his family and was never regarded as a human being. However, unbeknownst to his family, this student possessed immense talent. After years of enduring humiliation and struggling to survive, he successfully enrolled in the Sacred Martial Academy. Upon entering the academy, his strength surged at an astonishing pace, and he was then considered the most likely candidate to achieve the rank of martial saint before the age of 30. Yet, just when everyone held high expectations for him. He committed 3 shocking acts. Before graduation, he secretly returned home and slaughtered his entire family, then set the house ablaze. Following this, during that year's intercollegiate competition, he callously murdered numerous talented individuals. Subsequently, while being pursued by various academies, he chose to ally himself with a demon emperor and frequently led demon forces to attack human cities, inflicting severe losses upon us. This incident has forever been regarded as the greatest disgrace by the Sacred Martial Academy and serves as a cautionary tale for all students. Consequently, after the calamity of Han Xiao, all academies prioritize character and moral integrity when evaluating students. Chapter 69. Is this not our opportunity? Su Yongxiang, you incompetent fool. Get out of here. Su Yongxiang had believed he was well concealed, yet Director Qin, standing atop the table, immediately pinpointed his location. When Director Qin revealed that report, Lu Sheng's circumstances had already begun to shift. However, due to Su Yongxiang's remark, all of Director Qin's efforts were rendered futile. The elderly director pointed a trembling finger at the evasive Su Yongxiang, furiously berating him. Su Yongxiang dared not retort and slunk out of the hall. Now you're truly finished. Lu Sheng. But whom can you blame? This was a choice you made. With matters having reached this point, it seemed as though the dust had settled. Lu Jintian mused to himself. Mr. Lu, your other son, Lu Jin, is exceptionally talented. We at Tiangang Academy are very eager to extend an invitation for him to join us. Shall we discuss this in the meeting room? Although Lu Sheng had been abandoned by all, the admissions process must continue. The bald man was the first to react, immediately approaching Lu Jintian with a beaming smile. Lu Jin's character, morals, and talent leave little to be desired. Indeed, we must have a thorough discussion. Lu Jintian readily agreed and followed the bald man into a small room. What a pity. Such outstanding talent marred by character flaws. Yuru has had considerable interactions with Lu Sheng. It would be wise to remind her to keep her distance from him. Jiang Zuozong, who had remained at the periphery of the hall, shook his head in lamentation. He then thought of his daughter and decided to place a call to her. Yuru, my dear, allow me to give you a word of caution. Do not engage with Lu Sheng any further. Upon receiving her father's call, Jiang Yuru had initially anticipated a different matter. However, she was taken aback when her father delivered such a statement right after she answered the phone. Dad, could you clarify why I should not associate with Lu Sheng? Jiang Yuru furrowed her brow, perplexed by her father's intentions. The situation unfolded as follows. Jiang Zuozong promptly recounted the recent events to his daughter. It was utterly preposterous. Father, you must listen to me. The matter concerning Lu Sheng is far from what you just heard. That so-called father of Lu Sheng was blatantly distorting the truth and slandering him. After hearing Jiang Zuozong's words, Jiang Yuru was nearly beside herself with rage, immediately shouting into the phone in indignation. Oh, is there perhaps more to this story? Jiang Zuozong was taken aback by his daughter's furious reaction, clearly indicating she possessed some knowledge of the situation. Were it not for my own first-hand observations on multiple occasions, I might have believed that person's words as well. Father, you have no idea just how despicable Lu Sheng's family truly is. Enraged, Jiang Yuru recounted to her father the 2 instances where she witnessed confrontations between Lu Sheng and his family, presenting the facts without exaggeration. Is Lu Sheng truly their biological child? How could real parents treat their offspring in such a manner? As a father himself, Jiang Zuozong found it difficult to comprehend why Lu Sheng's parents would exhibit such cruelty towards their child. It was one thing to have perpetually abused him, but given Lu Sheng's remarkable talents, which were only beginning to flourish, it was incomprehensible that they would go so far as to tarnish their child's future. Such individuals were the epitome of wickedness. What is there to misunderstand? Father, are you not aware that there are those who would destroy all that they cannot possess? Jiang Yuru's anger only intensified with each passing thought. Alas, it is truly regrettable. At this point, Jiang Zuozong could only lament Lu Sheng's plight. Father, are you truly this oblivious? With other academies dismissing Lu Sheng, does this not present us with an opportunity to have such a top-tier genius join Hanwu Academy? What could that possibly mean for us? Surely, you cannot be unaware. However, Jiang Zuozong's obliviousness only served to exacerbate Jiang Yuru's anxiety, prompting her to urgently remind him. Yet, due to his character, Jiang Zuozong had not initially considered this angle. Nevertheless, after his daughter's prompt, he found himself wavering. According to her earlier assertions, Lu Sheng had endured significant mistreatment within that household. This bore a striking resemblance to Han Zhao's situation. Although Lu Jintian's accounts may have been exaggerated, Lu Sheng's upbringing in such a household would undoubtedly have left him with character flaws. Father, Lu Sheng is not the person you imagine him to be. After spending the past few days with him, I can discern that although he may be difficult to approach, He harbors no malicious intentions. On several occasions when I offered him suggestions, he may have initially resisted verbally, but he ultimately acted upon them. I believe such a person can be transformed. With a little effort on our part, he will never become irredeemably wicked. Jiang Yuru was acutely aware of her father's concerns, yet she was confident in her instincts and earnestly endeavored to persuade him. Her words indeed struck a chord with Jiang Zhuozong. As an educator, he too was reluctant to believe that some individuals were inherently malevolent. Many who became notorious villains had merely succumbed to the relentless influence of their environments. He recalled Lu Sheng's recent matches, noting that aside from a few instances where he had been overly aggressive, most of the time, he merely rendered his opponents incapable of continuing, inflicting minimal harm. Even after his bout with Li Yongheng, he had graciously assisted his opponent to his feet. As for his harsh treatment of Lu Jin, his daughter had explained that it was due to Lu Jin hiring someone to kill Lu Sheng, which he discovered. He believed that any man with a sense of honor would find it impossible to swallow such an affront. Thus, upon further reflection, accepting this child did not appear as dreadful as initially thought. Even if he had some issues, they might not necessarily lead him astray. Lost in thought, Jiang Zhuozong suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He was now convinced that apart from himself and Lu Jintian, the instigator, no one in that hall truly understood Lu Sheng's situation. When Lu Sheng arrived at the conference room, he would undoubtedly be met with cold indifference from the various academies. At that moment, he believed Lu Sheng would no longer reject the olive branch he extended. Teacher Jiang, thank you for your care over the past few days. Please, return to rest. I will handle the subsequent matters myself. Should there be any good news, I will inform you promptly. At that moment, Lu Sheng remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring at the examination center. After treating Jiang Chunhua to a meal as a token of gratitude, he intended to head to the conference room. I believe you have always wished to join Shangwu Academy, so why not be resolute about it? Do not concern yourself with the conditions posed by other academies. Simply choose Shangwu Academy. This would be the most prudent course of action. Minimizing the risk of unforeseen complications, Jiang Chunhua advised earnestly before departing. Chapter 70. Who is Lu Sheng? Upon arriving at the entrance of the conference room, Lu Sheng observed that numerous students had already entered. Some were engaged in discussions with representatives from various schools, while others were being ushered into the small rooms surrounding the hall. Why are you standing here? Go inside. Just then, a large hand suddenly landed firmly on Lu Sheng's shoulder, startling him. He turned to find Li Yongheng grinning broadly at him. I was just about to go in. Lu Sheng replied, his tone calm and unperturbed. Have you decided where you want to go? With competitors like us, every academy would be eager to recruit us. Li Yongheng remarked, winking at Lu Sheng. Most likely Sheng Wu, I suppose, Lu Sheng responded. For someone as familiar as Li Yongheng, Lu Sheng found it somewhat challenging to adapt. How could someone with your physical prowess possibly choose Sheng Wu? Take my advice and come with me to Xian Wu. Xian Wu is a paradise for body cultivators. Those with superior physical talents have an advantage there. Li Yongheng clearly did not consider Lu Sheng's choice of Sheng Wu to be wise and attempted to dissuade him. No, I still believe Sheng Wu is the better option, Lu Sheng insisted. His decisions rarely swayed once made. Well, I was hoping to join you as a fellow alumnus at Xian Wu and showcase the prowess of our Beijing people together. It seems I will have to rely on my own strength now. But it's all right. Choosing what one loves will leave no regrets. Let us go in together. Although Li Yongheng expressed some disappointment, he did not press the issue further, instead wrapping an arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder as they entered the hall. Their contrasting physiques made them stand out, and upon entering, they immediately caught the attention of many. Some gazed at them with eager eyes, yet remained rooted in place, while others approached with beaming smiles. Are you, Li Yong'em? I am the admissions officer from Zhanglong Academy. May I have a moment to speak with you? Li Yong'eng. I am from Mingzhu Academy. Could we have a word? Li Yong'em. Regardless of whether it was Li Yongheng or Lu Sheng, they initially assumed these individuals were approaching them both. However, to their astonishment, it seemed that all eyes were solely on Li Yongheng, while Lu Sheng stood by, completely overlooked as if he were merely a wisp of air. Wait, don't you all recognize the person beside me? He is Lu Sheng, the top scorer from Beijing. Why are you all surrounding me, the second place? Lu Sheng remains oblivious to the underlying issue, yet Li Yongheng is already exhibiting signs of dissatisfaction. Who is Lu Sheng? We have never heard of him. What does being first even mean? Which school would dare admit someone like him? Excuse me, could you please step aside? I need to find classmate Li Yongheng. Go away. You're quite bothersome. It is at this moment that Lu Sheng also senses something amiss. He had expected to receive treatment akin to that of Li Yongheng upon his arrival, but the disdainful attitudes of those around him clearly indicate otherwise. He harbors serious doubts that something entirely unexpected transpired prior to his arrival. What do you all mean? Can you speak plainly? What has Lu Sheng done to warrant such treatment? Lu Sheng merely furrows his brow in confusion, while Li Yongheng appears far more displeased, his expression darkening immediately. Upon Li Yongheng's inquiry, the crowd surrounding him suddenly finds themselves at a loss for words. Is there anyone from Xuanwu Academy among you? If you're not from Xuanwu, you should go about your business. Li Yongheng's temper is already known to be volatile, and he is intolerant of any form of disrespect. Clearly, these individuals are targeting Lu Sheng, yet when pressed, they cannot articulate their reasons. Growing impatient, he waves his hand dismissively and pulls Lu Sheng away. This examination saw Lu Sheng place first and Li Yongheng second, and rather than harboring jealousy toward his rival, Li Yongheng holds a deep admiration for him. Now, these people dismiss the top scorer while fawning over the second place, which Li Yongheng perceives as a profound insult. Like a marionette, Lu Sheng is pulled along by Li Yongheng, his mind racing to understand the source of the hostility directed at him as the first place winner. The 3 academies are over there. Come, let us proceed. Soon, Li Yongheng uncovers the true purpose of their visit and eagerly urges Lu Sheng to walk faster. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng lifts his gaze and spots 3 independent booths set up at the far end of the hall. Each booth displays the names of Shengwu Academy, Tiangang Academy, and Xuanwu Academy. Behind the booths sit a woman in black, a bald man, and a burly figure much larger than Li Yongheng. Hello, teacher. I am Li Yongheng, the second place in this examination. Approaching them, Li Yongheng pays no heed to the other 2 and strides confidently towards the stout man. At last, we have been waiting for you. Come, let us go inside and converse. The stout man stands promptly and shakes Li Yongheng's hand before speaking. However, before he departs, he casts a complex glance at Lu Sheng, which leaves Lu Sheng puzzled about its meaning, sensing it was not particularly friendly. Perhaps you should speak with the teacher from Shengwu Academy. She is unlikely to look down on you like those others. Li Yongheng reminds Lu Sheng before leaving. Lu Sheng nods and shifts his attention to the other 2 figures behind the booths. The woman in black at Shengwu Academy regards him with a furrowed brow, her eyes clearly reflecting a sentiment that Lu Sheng finds all too familiar. It is a look of disdain, a profound aversion, reminiscent of the way his family once gazed at him. Why? What exactly is the problem? Lu Sheng is baffled. He has done nothing but eat a meal. So how has he offended these individuals? Hello, teacher. I am Lu Sheng, the top scorer of this Beijing martial arts examination. If I do not understand, I might as well inquire directly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng stands before the woman in black, maintaining a composed demeanor. I know who you are. However, I regret to inform you that you do not meet the admission criteria for Shengwu Academy. The woman's tone is unusually harsh. Might I kindly ask you to clarify what specific criteria I do not meet? Such an ambiguous response does not satisfy Lu Sheng. He calmly gazes into the woman's eyes and poses his question. Chapter 71. Are you here to laugh at me too? Lu Sheng, let me explain it to you. At this moment, a voice, slightly aged yet resonant, suddenly breaks through. Lu Sheng turns to see an elderly man with graying hair approaching him, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Lu Sheng does not recognize the elder, but he recognizes the middle-aged man as the Education Bureau official who spoke to him on the day of registration. I would like to hear more. At this moment, a fire ignites within Lu Sheng's heart, yet he maintains a placid tone. Just over an hour ago, your father, Lu Zhentian, arrived here. He disclosed some highly detrimental information about you to all the admissions officers. He claimed that you grew up in an orphanage, exhibiting various character flaws. He described you as cold and unfeeling toward your loving family, even severing ties with them. After failing to drive Lu Jin away, he suggested that you harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lu Jin and sought to harm him. If you were applying to a liberal arts academy, these matters would not pose significant issues. However, martial arts academies uphold their own moral standards, and, upon learning of your circumstances, all the universities have resolved not to admit you. Alas, I previously attempted to alter their opinions, but regrettably, I was unsuccessful. Director Qin's mood is equally somber. He feels a profound sorrow witnessing the top scorer of Beijing rendered without a path forward due to subjective reasons. Lu Zhentian. Lu Sheng's eyes widen with rage as he clenches his fists, the knuckles widening. A wave of intense fury surges from within, causing his entire body to tremble. He had anticipated that Lu Zhentian might retaliate for his rejection, but he never imagined the man would be so cruel as to destroy his future through such twisted means. Is this truly something a father would do? It is utterly inhumane. Lu Sheng, perhaps you should consider repeating a year and applying to a liberal arts school next year. It could be a viable path. Director Qin suggests gently, unable to suppress his pity. What does it matter if no one wants me? It's nothing to be concerned about. I've long since grown accustomed to such treatment. There are countless paths in the world. I refuse to believe there isn't one I can traverse. Thank you. Old man, for sharing this information with me. Lu Sheng lowers his head, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet unexpectedly, he bursts into laughter, a sound devoid of discernible emotion, sending shivers down the spines of all who hear it. Director Qin stands in shock, unable to fathom how a student could react to such devastating news with laughter. Initially, he had reservations about Lu Zhentian's characterization of this child. However, now he finds himself contemplating that this child may not only possess character flaws, but perhaps even display signs of mental instability. Lu Sheng's laughter stems from the realization that he is not worth such anger over trivial matters. What good does anger do? It resolves nothing. He harbors no desire to refute, explain, or prove himself, for he understands that in this society, the words of parents often carry more weight than those of their children. Is his explanation of any use? It is utterly futile. No one would ever believe his one-sided account. Moreover, he is indeed incapable of presenting any substantial evidence to refute Lu Zhentian's slander. Having secured first place, yet finding himself without a school to attend, does this not evoke disappointment? Indeed, it is profoundly disappointing in a manner that is almost overwhelming. However, that is merely the extent of it. In his previous life, he endured countless disappointments, even facing the depths of despair when on the brink of death. In comparison, what does this truly signify? The most significant aspect is that he now possesses a formidable advantage. Even if he cannot attend a school, he can continuously grow stronger by vanquishing monstrous beasts. He refuses to believe that he cannot carve out his own niche without relying on anyone else, to blame fate or rail against the heavens for their unfairness. That is something the former him would have done. I find it somewhat perplexing how you can still smile. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. Lu Sheng looked up to see Jiang Yuru's father, the director of Hanwu Academy, Jiang Zuozong, regarding him with a peculiar tilt of his head. Are you here to witness my misfortune? Lu Sheng scoffed coldly. You have misunderstood me. I am fully prepared to join you in becoming the joke in others' eyes. Jiang Zuozong's eyes, concealed behind his golden-rimmed glasses, curved slightly, his face still adorned with the gentle smile Lu Sheng had first encountered. What do you mean? Lu Sheng rarely displayed a look of confusion. I am naturally inviting you to join Hanwu. Jiang Zuozong retracted his smile, his tone taking on a seriousness unprecedented. Director Jiang, have you lost your mind? After all the discussions we've had, did you not absorb a single word? You must consider this carefully. Harboring a student like this entails considerable risk. Have you forgotten the calamity of Han Shao? Lu Sheng interjected. Director Jiang, I advise you to relinquish this notion of luck, or you may find yourself lamenting later. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned. Those around him who had heard Jiang Zuozong's words were equally taken aback. Soon after, voices began to rise in a chorus of admonition towards Jiang Zuozong, with some even vocally rebuking him. Director Jiang, this jest is hardly amusing. Lu Sheng lowered his head once more, his tone neutral. Just as everyone else chose to abandon him once again, this man dared to extend another invitation to him, defying all odds. Was he touched? To claim he was not would be a blatant falsehood. At that moment, Lu Sheng felt a lump form in his throat. Am I not formal enough? Jiang Zuozong murmured to himself, furrowing his brow in confusion. The surrounding voices of dissuasion were completely disregarded by him, as if they were but whispers in the wind. Ahem, classmate Lu Sheng, as the director of Hanwu Academy, I formally extend an invitation for you to join us. Jiang Zuozong then stood squarely before Lu Sheng, cleared his throat, and spoke in a serious tone. The current state of Hanwu Academy is not without reason. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders will inevitably lead to suffering. If one refuses to heed advice, let them go their own way. He chuckled softly. One may think themselves clever for seizing a great opportunity, unaware that they might be picking up a great burden instead. Following the demise of the old director, the closure of Hanwu Academy would merely be a matter of time. The current predicament was nothing to lament. Observing Jiang Zuozong's unwavering determination, the crowd began to mock him with derision. Do you see? Am I now also a source of ridicule? Jiang Zuozong revealed a helpless smile. Does Hanwu possess the refining methods beyond the 5th level? If so, I will join. After a moment of silence, Lu Sheng finally spoke, his words surprising Jiang Zuozong immensely. Chapter 72, The Utterly Fallen Hanwu. Let us discuss this in the conference room. Jiang Zuozong initially did not grasp why Lu Sheng would propose such a condition. However, it soon dawned on him that Lu Sheng had yet to step into the 1st level. This led Jiang Zuozong to suspect that Lu Sheng had been strategizing from the beginning, intending to use the methods beyond the 5th level as leverage in negotiations with other academies. Lu Sheng did not refuse and followed Jiang Zuozong into the exclusive conference room of Hanwu Academy. To be candid, I possess not only the methods for the 6th refinement, but even the 7th. Jiang Zuozong lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. These are invaluable treasures left by my father. After they settled into their seats, Jiang Zuozong continued. Aside from the 3 major academies and the Demon Suppression Division, such resources are simply unavailable elsewhere. The 7th refinement. You say? Lu Sheng exclaimed, filled with excitement upon hearing this. Unable to enter the most prestigious academy, he had thought his blood refinement would be limited to the 5th level. To discover that such a seemingly obscure institution as Hanwu possessed such secret methods was akin to finding a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Despite its current decline, Hanwu had once basked in glory. However, do not rejoice too soon. The 7th refinement is exceedingly challenging and requires a high degree of comprehension, not merely achievable by having the method. Historically, those who have completed the 7th refinement, achieving the rank of martial saint, are the elite among the elite, and the number has not exceeded 10. You should be approaching 18 soon, correct? Your time is not abundant. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Jiang Zuozong's eyes, but he quickly doused Lu Sheng with a bucket of cold water. Comprehension, you say? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow slightly. He had found the 5th refinement exceedingly arduous. Many of the concepts his teacher had imparted took him considerable time to grasp. If the 5th was already so challenging, the 6th would undoubtedly not be any simpler. The 7th level would likely be daunting beyond measure. Yet, Lu Sheng did not back down. To retreat without experiencing it firsthand was not in his nature. No worries, I have faith in myself, Lu Sheng declared confidently. Good. That's the spirit. Jiang Zuozong nodded with a smile. He had deliberately exaggerated the difficulties of the 7th refinement to gauge Lu Sheng's reaction. If Lu Sheng had been daunted, he would have looked down upon him. Thankfully, Lu Sheng's response was quite satisfactory. Without the courage to forge ahead, how could one ever hope to attain the rank of martial saint? Such notions are mere fantasies. Oh, by the way, I should also inform you of the benefit Hanwu is prepared to offer you. Tuition will be waived, with an annual scholarship of 200,000 dragon coins. And each semester, you will receive a blood enhancement potion commensurate with your level, along with a personal apartment. Jiang Zuozong continued. As he spoke, Lu Sheng listened intently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Zuozong's eyes. The terms being offered held little allure for him. Tuition and scholarships were, in truth, meager. While the blood enhancement potion might not be of much use to him, it could be exchanged for currency. He had previously researched that the top 10 academies offered scholarships starting from $1 million. The blood enhancement potions were often distributed monthly, especially for those exceptional geniuses recruited by the 3 major academies, who even had opportunities to train in certain mystical realms. In stark contrast, the conditions presented by the Cambrian are lamentably meager. Yet, the man spoke with a tone that was both sincere and gentle, his gaze revealing nothing but calmness. There were no superfluous gestures or micro-expressions, completely devoid of the shrewd demeanor typical of a merchant intent on bargaining. Lu Sheng felt that unless this individual was a masterful performer of the highest caliber, it was inconceivable that he could feign such authenticity. Thus, Lu Sheng was convinced that this was indeed the utmost sincerity that Jiang Zuozong could offer. However, it also piqued his curiosity about Cambrian Academy, pondering how it could have fallen into such dire straits. Could Director Jiang enlighten me about the circumstances of Cambrian? Lu Sheng refrained from hastily agreeing and instead posed a counter-question. Cambrian is a local institution in Beijing. You haven't truly never heard of it, have you? Jiang Zuozong replied with an odd expression. While I only recently decided to pursue martial studies, so I admittedly know very little, Lu Sheng admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Not to mention Cambrian, he was only vaguely aware of the names of even the most prestigious academies. During Jiang Chuanhua's classes, she had indeed provided detailed accounts of various tiers of academies. However, Lu Sheng had never entertained the notion that he might one day attend a martial arts academy. Hence he often found himself dozing off during discussions related to the martial examinations. All right then, let me provide you with a brief overview. Cambrian Academy has a history of 86 years since its establishment. It is located 40 kilometers east of Beijing City, covering an area of 5,600 acres. With a current total of over 12,000 employees and students, Cambrian boasted several martial saints over a decade ago and held a mid-tier position among the top 10 academies. Regrettably, in the years of warfare against the demon race, Cambrian's martial saints perished one after another. The absence of martial saints has led to a diminishing of teaching resources, resulting in a decline of interest from outstanding students who no longer consider Cambrian a viable option. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued, leading to the academy's gradual deterioration to its current state. Jiang Zuozong did not shy away from revealing Cambrian's true situation to Lu Sheng. As this was information readily available online, why not establish the school closer to the city for enhanced safety? Moreover, why has Cambrian lost so many martial saints? Lu Sheng followed up with more questions. It seems you truly know very little, Jiang Zuozong remarked with a resigned smile. All major martial academies are actually situated at a considerable distance from urban areas. This is because the students in martial academies are specifically trained to combat the demon race. Such locations allow students to grow rapidly through practical combat experiences in environments surrounded by beasts. Additionally, during demon incursions, the distance of several dozen kilometers enables the Demon Suppression Bureau and city defenders to provide swift support. Thus, the Academy serves as the first line of defense, safeguarding the millions of ordinary citizens within the city. As for your second inquiry, what do you think could be the reason? Chapter 73. Enduring humiliation? Absolutely not. Is it because Cambrian's martial saints are too weak? Lu Sheng pondered aloud. No. Quite the opposite. Cambrian's martial saints are relatively above average among their peers. The primary issue is that several formidable demon emperors have long been entrenched in the vicinity of Beijing. Whenever these demons attack, the Demon Suppression Bureau mobilizes Cambrian's martial saints to engage in battle, striving to keep the demon horde at bay from the city, thus preventing excessive panic among the populace. Consequently, news regarding our conflicts with the demon race has become scarce in recent reports. You must understand that your ability to grow up in a place like Beijing, which borders demon territory, is solely due to the sacrifices made by those who bear the weight of responsibility for you. Although Lu Sheng's response might have seemed somewhat audacious, Jiang Zuozong did not take offense. Instead, he patiently clarified Lu Sheng's uncertainties. After listening to Jiang Zuozong's explanations, Lu Sheng felt a weight settle in his heart. He suddenly comprehended that in this world, greater strength did not equate to unrestrained freedom, but rather entailed bearing a heavier burden of responsibility. Understood. One final question. May I arrive at the academy early? I have no home and will be forced to stay in a hotel or rent a room for the 3 months before classes commence. Additionally, I wish to seize the opportunity for further blood and chi refinement. Lu Sheng nodded solemnly and then inquired. Of course. Did I not mention that I would take you as my apprentice? It poses no issue for you to arrive early. You are entirely welcome to stay at my residence. This arrangement would also facilitate my guidance. Jiang Zuozong chuckled. I have no further questions. With no lingering doubts, Lu Sheng felt satisfied. He would face demon beasts, have a place to reside, and a teacher to instruct him. What more could he desire compared to his current situation? Welcome to Cambrian. Jiang Zuozong exhaled softly, as if finally fulfilling a long-held wish, and then extended his hand towards Lu Sheng with a smile. Thank you, Director Jiang, for keeping this last door open for me. Lu Sheng said sincerely as he grasped Jiang Zuozong's hand. Oh, by the way, Director Jiang, I need a few more days to attend to some personal matters. I will contact you once I'm finished. Just before leaving, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled an important matter. Take your time. I will await your return. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, Jiang Zuozong replied. Amidst the pointed stares and peculiar glances of onlookers, Lu Sheng departed from the examination center. He was not inclined to concern himself with their opinions. Initially, he had intended to sever ties with the Lu family and live as if they were strangers. However, this time, Lu Zhentian had resorted to such despicable means to sabotage his education. Would he swallow this humiliation in silence? Absolutely not. Lu Zhentian, do you think your strength grants you immunity? Lu Sheng silently vowed. In his past life, when he transformed into a soul, he had closely followed Lu Zhentian. He was well aware of many of Lu Zhentian's actions. Firstly, Lu Zhentian currently had a mistress outside, namely Chun Luoyan, the financial supervisor of the Beijing branch of the Demon Hunter Association. This woman was now pregnant with Lu Zhentian's child. More than half a year after Lu Sheng's demise, Chun Luoyan gave birth to a son for Lu Zhentian. This child remained undiscovered until he turned 3, when Lu Jin learned of his existence and revealed it to Lin Shuaying. Although Lin Shuaying typically submitted to Lu Zhentian out of deep affection for him, when a threat to her status and family emerged, she transformed into a fierce tigress. The Lin family backing her was not to be trifled with, as both her father and brothers were formidable masters at the 7th and 8th ranks. This was precisely why Lu Zhentian dared to secretly maintain a mistress. Upon discovering the existence of that woman and child, Lin Shuaying immediately returned home to weep and lament. Upon learning the truth, her father and brothers were infuriated, and they led an entire entourage to confront Chun Luoyan. After taking matters into their own hands, that woman was eliminated, and the whereabouts of the child became a mystery. Upon returning home, Lin Shuyu's family subjected Lu Zhentian to a severe beating. Initially, Lu Zhentian was oblivious to the tragic news of his beloved's death and the departure of their son. However, upon learning the grim truth, he was so enraged that he spat blood on the spot. At that moment, Lu Zhentian was at a crucial juncture in his pursuit of breaking through to the 8th rank, and he could not even dare to mention divorce to Lin Shuya. He was forced to swallow his anger deep within. Moreover, Lu Sheng was aware of another matter that could inflict significant damage on Lu Zhentian. As the vice president of the North Sheng Demon Hunter Association, he had secretly embezzled substantial funds from the association to purchase various high-end potions in the black market for his own cultivation. Assisting him in this endeavor was Chun Luoyan. It was not until the woman's demise in his past life that this scandal was exposed, leading to Lu Qinghan being compelled to inject vast sums of money to cover Lu Zhentian's debts. This resulted in the European Continental Group's decline, subsequently allowing Lu Jin to exploit the opportunity. Lu Sheng now aimed to detonate these two bombs ahead of time, confident that either would undoubtedly cause Lu Zhentian considerable distress. However, the exact strategy required careful planning. In the clean and bright hospital room, Lu Jin slowly opened his eyes. Upon noticing that only Lu Qianru was sitting by his bedside, his heart sank like ashes. He comprehended that he had been utterly forsaken by Lu Zhentian, especially with the absence of Lin Shuya, who had always cherished him, intensifying his sorrow. "Xiao Jin, you're awake," Lu Qianru exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "I was nearly frightened to death." "I'm fine, I won't die," Lu Jin replied weakly, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. "It's all that damned Lu Sheng's fault. He is worse than a beast for being able to resort to such cruelty against his own brother." Lu Qianru lamented while crying, but Lu Jin felt no joy at her words. Instead, her lamentations resembled the incessant cawing of a crow, aggravating his irritation. "Fourth sister, I wish to be alone for a while," Lu Jin murmured softly. "All right then," she conceded. "I'll wait outside in the corridor and come back in a bit." Lu Qianru understood Lu Jin's current feelings and wiped her tears as she spoke. Just as she stood to leave, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Lin Shuya and Lu Jiesin. "Mother, second sister," Lu Jin remarked, a glimmer of light returning to his previously hollow eyes upon their arrival. "How did the doctor say? Are the injuries serious? How long until recovery?" Lu Jiesin bombarded him with a rapid succession of inquiries as soon as she entered. The doctor mentioned a fractured sternum and some damage to the lungs. However, after treatment, there are no major issues. Xiao Jin's constitution is excellent. Full recovery will take just over a month, Lu Qianru replied dutifully, now lacking any intention of leaving with their mother and sister present. "That is a relief," Lin Shuya remarked, casting a glance at Lu Jin before coldly uttering a few words and settling down on the sofa. Once seated, Lin Shuya transformed into a statue. Her gaze fixed blankly out the window, lost in contemplation, seemingly devoid of any desire to engage further with Lu Jin. The initial spark of excitement within Lu Jin was extinguished as if doused with cold water. Had it been in the past, even a minor injury would have elicited from Lin Shuya an abundance of concern. Yet her icy demeanor at this moment was something he found difficult to accept, making his nose tingle with the urge to cry. Ultimately, he managed to repress the overwhelming impulse. "Is father busy with the association?" Lu Jin tentatively inquired after a prolonged silence. "Your final ranking is 9th. Father went to meet with the admissions officers from those academies," Lu Jiesin informed him. "What?" Lu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected that after losing to Lu Sheng, Lu Zhentian would disregard him entirely. To his astonishment, Lu Zhentian had personally taken the initiative to handle matters concerning his application, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. "Since you are unable to move here, it is only natural for father to take care of it for you," Lu Jiesin remarked, puzzled by Lu Jin's reaction. After a considerable time, Lu Zhentian indeed arrived at the hospital. "Although this result is not ideal, your strength remains evident. The 3 top academies are quite interested in you, and I have discussed the details with them. Though Xuanwu and Tiangang have made exceptionally generous offers, I still believe Shengwu is your best option. What do you think?" Lu Zhentian's demeanor towards Lu Jin appeared neither warm nor cold. Yet, this very attitude filled Lu Jin with immense joy. For Lu Zhentian had always treated him in such a manner, maintaining a consistent approach towards everyone, especially when it came to offering encouragement and advice. It reassured Lu Jin that this man had not abandoned him merely because of a single defeat. "I will heed father's advice and enroll in Shengwu." Lu Jin could hardly contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. The loss isn't a significant concern. What matters most is that you do not let it bring you down. Lu Sheng is merely a minor setback along your journey. If you cannot withstand this slight turbulence, then you should not expect to achieve greater success in the future. For now, focus on your recovery. Once you are at Shengwu, Dedicate yourself fully to your training without any distractions. I will ensure you have access to all the resources you need, Lu Jintian continued. Father, I promise. I assure you that I will not disappoint you again, Lu Jin declared, finally unable to hold back his emotions. That night, Lu Qianru remained alone in the hospital. Keeping vigil, Lu Jintian had mentioned he needed to attend to matters at the association, while Lin Shuya and Lu Jiasen returned home. Once home, Lin Shuya sat in the living room, lost in thought. She was desperate to uncover what secrets lay within Lu Sheng's diary. Qinghan, could you let me see Lu Sheng's diary? Lin Shuya eagerly asked, as soon as Lu Qinghan stepped through the door late into the night. Certainly. Lin Shuya's public apology to Lu Sheng outside the examination center had astonished Lu Qinghan, who initially thought it was a mere facade. However, it seemed to be genuine, prompting her agreement. April 22nd, Sunny. I am so happy. I am no longer an orphan. My sisters are as beautiful as celestial beings, and my brother is quite handsome. Mother is even more beautiful than I dreamt. It's a pity I haven't seen father. April 28th, Sunny. I never knew what Mother S room looked like. So today, I secretly entered. Mother S bed is so soft, and it still holds her scent. As I lay there, I thought it must be akin to being in Mother S embrace. I thought Mother wouldn't know I had been there. However, I am perplexed as to how she became aware of this matter. My mother chastised me sternly, forbidding me from entering her room henceforth. Yet, all I truly desired was to draw closer to her. On May 11th, during dinner, I inadvertently made noise while eating too hastily. My mother expressed her irritation once again, as this was not her first outburst regarding my behavior. However, she remains oblivious to the fact that during my time in the orphanage, eating too slowly often resulted in hunger, and sometimes older children would seize my food. Thus, I developed this habit. Nevertheless, since my mother disapproves of such conduct, I am determined to amend my ways. I aspire to be as graceful as my younger brother, believing that such refinement would earn my mother's affection. On May 26th, amidst the light rain, my mother discovered that one of her exquisite gowns had been soiled by an unknown source. She suspected me, as I had previously ventured into her room clandestinely. Yet, I swear that since the last time she scolded me, I have refrained from doing so. My mother, doubting my words, accused me of evasiveness and struck me fiercely across the face. The pain in my cheek was intense, but the ache in my heart was far greater. On June 7th, under overcast skies, I erred again. After using the restroom, I neglected to flush the toilet. My mother, wielding a stick she had procured from who knows where, struck my back 3 times with considerable force. The material of the stick was unknown, but the pain it inflicted was excruciating. I had never experienced such agony before. It kept me awake throughout the night, forcing me to lie on my bed in despair. I understand my mother aims to correct my shortcomings, and I harbor no resentment towards her. On December 2nd, the day was bright and clear, yet our household suffered another theft. Everyone assumed I was the culprit. I refrained from defending myself, knowing it would be futile. Such accusations have been leveled against me on numerous occasions, and each time, without fail, they fell upon my shoulders. How I longed for my mother to believe in me just once, yet I recognized that was merely a fanciful hope, as she has always regarded me as a wayward child. Chapter 75. I am unworthy of being his mother. Mother, I have been harboring a question in my heart that I wish to pose to you. Each of us has erred concerning Xiao Sheng, particularly you. Who has been the most egregious in your mistakes? We sisters have all played and frolicked in your room, even sleeping on your bed. Even Xiao Jin, at his teenage years, would insist on sleeping beside you whenever father was away. Yet, Xiao Sheng merely entered your space for a brief moment, and you hold such animosity towards him. What, then, is standing in your heart? Noticing the increasing turmoil in Lin Shuya's expression as she perused the diary, Lu Qinghan felt an inexplicable surge of indignation. Indeed, what does he signify to me? Upon hearing Lu Qinghan's question, Lin Shuya was momentarily jolted, and a searing pain gripped her heart as tears began to cascade unknowingly down her cheeks. Just a few days ago, I visited the orphanage where Xiao Sheng once resided. I learned that the majority of the children there had lost their parents to the jaws of monstrous beasts, while a small fraction had been abandoned. These children have never tasted the love of their parents, nor do they possess any recollection of them. No one yearns for familial affection as fervently as those who grew up in such an environment. By all accounts, Xiao Sheng should be considered fortunate, having been retrieved by us at the age of 15. Yet, in truth, he is the most unfortunate of all. Despite having returned to the home he so dearly longed for, living alongside his parents and sisters, none of us, including myself, have ever regarded him as true kin or family. He endures a plight in this household that is even more dire than that of the orphanage. I fail to comprehend what he did wrong to deserve such harshness and indifference from all of us. Had I known this would be the outcome, why do we even bring him back? As Lu Qinghan continued to speak, her heart grew heavier, culminating in a tearful inquiry. Oh, Xiaosheng, I am so sorry. Mother has truly erred. I cannot fathom how I could have treated you so callously, as if possessed by some malevolent spirit. I vow that it will not happen again. Could you grant me one more chance? Under Lu Qinghan's probing, Lin Xue finally broke down, collapsing to the ground in a fit of sobs. Mother, may I sit beside you? Stay away from me. You reek of something foul. Mother, look, I drew this portrait for you. It looks atrocious. You are forbidden for drawing me again. Mother, I apologize. I shall not repeat this. You are obviously trying to provoke me. I truly question the decision to bring you back. Oh, Mother, I implore you, do not strike me again. It truly hurts. How can you learn without a lesson? I believe you deserve a good thrashing. She recalled the way Xiaosheng had initially gazed at her, filled with hopeful affection, which had later transformed into fear and avoidance. The countless reprimands, cruel treatments, and merciless beatings she had inflicted upon Xiaosheng replayed vividly in her mind like scenes from a film. It was only at this moment that Lin Xue realized the multitude of unforgivable acts she had committed over the years. The true architect of Xiaosheng's estrangement from his family was none other than herself, his mother. I am not human. I am unworthy of being his mother. With this thought, Lin Xue suddenly raised her hand, striking her own cheek with fervor as her cries echoed within Lu Qinghan's room. The sound of her weeping and the sharp slaps reverberated through the air. Yet, Lu Qinghan offered no words of comfort, nor did she intervene to stop Lin Xue. She merely observed coldly from the side. In fact, each slap that landed on Lin Xue's face brought a strange sense of satisfaction to her heart. Compared to the suffering Xiaosheng had endured, what were a few slaps? After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xue left Lu Qinghan's room in a daze. Returning to her own quarters, as she lay on her bed, she suddenly recalled a line from Xiaosheng's diary. My face hurts, but my heart aches even more. Lu Zhentian returned home in the late hours of the night, yet Lin Xue remained wide awake. Why are you still up? Upon noticing his wife was still awake, Lu Zhentian expressed his curiosity. Do you know which school Xiaosheng ultimately chose? Lin Xue did not respond, instead countering his inquiry. Him? A person like that? I doubt any school would accept. Lu Zhentian scoffed dismissively. What do you mean? Isn't he the top scorer in the martial arts exam? Why would any school want him? Lin Xue, who had been lying in bed, shot up upon hearing Lu Zhentian's words, her eyes fixed intently on him. Those institutions are aware that Xiao Jin and that wretched child are brothers. For someone who would harm his own sibling, they believe Xiaosheng does not meet their moral standards. Lu Zhentian, avoiding Lin Xue's gaze, replied nonchalantly. How can this be? How could things have changed so drastically? If no school wants him, what will become of Xiaosheng? He is undeniably talented. Lin Xue's face immediately transformed with alarm. He is not capable of wielding his wings with strength, is he? Why do you concern yourself with such trivial matters? Lu Zhentian appeared somewhat impatient. Wait, have you not tried to explain anything to him? You are his biological father. Can you truly bear to watch your son deprived of an education? Lin Xue suddenly recalled something and asked, her face etched with disbelief. Explain? Why should I owe him an explanation? He has even disavowed me as his father. What relevance does his lack of schooling have to me? Lu Zhentian's irritation escalated as he raised his voice in retort. He does not acknowledge us because of our failings as parents. Understand this. We owe him, not the other way around. Lin Xue's voice also rose significantly. We bestowed him life. What do we owe him? Do not create a scene here. Lu Zhentian's frustration morphed into a low growl. Even beasts instinctively nurture and protect their offspring. Yet we lost him for over a decade, and upon finally finding him, we have not provided him a single day of happiness. I am acutely aware that the current situation largely stems from my own shortcomings. I deeply regret how I treated Xiaosheng in the past. So, could you, for my sake, devise a way for Xiaosheng to at least have the opportunity for education? Since their marriage, Lin Xue had never engaged in such a fierce dispute with Lu Zhentian. Observing his mounting anger, her demeanor softened once more, tears glistening in her eyes as she pleaded with a face full of remorse. It is too late. The unfortunate fate of Lu Sheng being without schooling is primarily of my own making. At this juncture, there is little room for negotiation. What astonished Lin Xue, however, was Lu Zhentian's subsequent indifferent declaration. Chapter 76, Taking Action. What did you say? What on earth have you done? Lin Xue could scarcely believe her ears. I informed those individuals that Lu Sheng grew up in an orphanage and possesses significant character flaws. He would even sever ties with his family in a bid to win Lu Jin's favor. Furthermore, everyone witnessed Lu Sheng's ruthlessness, as he severely injured Lu Jin. Thus, it is widely believed that he is unworthy of instruction. Having laid bare his actions, Lu Jintian no longer intended to conceal the truth from his wife. How could you do this? You have essentially ruined his future. Lin Shuya's voice quivered with emotion. Today, I told him that he would come to regret this and seek me out. He has been so rebellious toward me. Why should I not respond in kind? Lu Jintian asserted defiantly. No, you cannot treat Sheng this way. I already feel an overwhelming guilt for the harm I've caused him. If you deny him an education, how can I ever face him again? You must go and clarify to those individuals that your earlier statements were made in a moment of anger. Tell them Sheng has always been a well-behaved child, with no psychological issues whatsoever. Had Lu Jintian acted in this manner prior to today, Lin Shuya might have applauded his actions. Yet, now she recognized her mistakes and felt deep remorse toward Lu Sheng. She could no longer accept Lu Jintian's behavior. Without hesitation, she grasped his collar, her demeanor resembling that of a distraught woman, crying out in desperation. Enough! The current predicament is entirely of your own making. Why now pretend to be the good person? I reiterate, as long as he returns to me, acknowledges his place in the Lu family, I might overlook his previous insolence. Otherwise, whether he lives or dies, do not trouble me. Lu Jintian was now thoroughly enraged, forcefully pushing Lin Shuya onto the bed, after which he grabbed his clothes and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. What sins have I committed? With Lu Jintian's heartlessness, Lin Shuya could only lie helplessly on the bed, covering her face as she wept. After a night of meticulous plotting, Lu Sheng had devised a rough plan for retribution against Lu Jintian. His first step involved concealing surveillance equipment in a location frequently visited by Lu Jintian and Chen Luoyan to capture their intimate encounters. Directly photographing Lu Jintian was out of the question. As a master of his caliber, his awareness is exceedingly acute. Anyone lingering their gaze upon him would be easily detected. Only advanced electronic devices could mitigate the risk of being discovered, a fact Lu Sheng had gleaned from extensive online research. Additionally, he needed to enhance his agility to regain a slender physique. After all, in his current form, even donning a disguise would likely not thwart Lu Jintian's recognition. Once he gathered evidence of Lu Jintian's infidelity, he would first ensure Lin Shuya received it. As for the embezzlement evidence against Lu Jintian and Chen Luoyan, he recalled their location with clarity. He also knew the access code for Chen Luoyan's residence, provided the room was unoccupied. The incriminating evidence against Lu Jintian would be all but within his grasp. It was crucial, however, that these two actions occur in the correct sequence. First, Lu Jintian must be embroiled in scandal over his affair, followed by the revelation of the second matter, to achieve optimal results. After breakfast, Lu Sheng took his newly acquired long knife and ventured once more to the outskirts. The blade, entirely black, was named Mo Run by Lu Sheng. With this formidable weapon in hand, he found that dispatching the monstrous beast was akin to slicing through vegetables, his efficiency surpassing anything he had previously experienced. Even the low-tier beasts, once daunting, now seemed within his reach. Unsurprisingly, any beast he struck met with a swift end. Thus, within just one morning, he amassed 10 points of demon essence. Had he not had more pressing matters to attend to, he would have gladly continued his hunt throughout the day. After enhancing his agility threefold, Lu Sheng quickly transformed into a notably lean figure. The clothing he had previously worn now appeared conspicuously loose, giving off a somewhat casual vibe. Upon entering the city, he purchased a fitted outfit and donned a mask and cap. Standing before the mirror, Lu Sheng had no doubt that even if he were to brush past Lu Jintian, the latter would not recognize him. Subsequently, Lu Sheng returned to the auspicious village where he had resided for a time. Not only had he formulated a strategy to deal with Lu Jintian, but he had also connected online with a dealer of contraband. The designated meeting place was an auspicious village. This model is the most advanced I have here. With exceptional concealment capabilities, the footage can be viewed in real time or uploaded to the cloud for later examination. The most significant aspect is that this device requires specialized equipment to detect. Of course, the price is not cheap. 200,000, no negotiations. In a dimly lit room, a disheveled man boasted about the translucent square device the size of a fingernail he held. Lu Sheng took it, examining it closely for some time. It could find not even a pinhole on its surface. He harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding the purported prowess of this diminutive gadget. You must first demonstrate its capabilities to me, he insisted. A sum of 200,000 is no trifling matter, although he currently possessed over 1 million at his disposal. He was not one to be easily swayed. Now, do pay attention, the man replied without hesitation. He took the small circular device from Lu Sheng's hands and connected it via a mobile application, instantly revealing the interior of the room on his phone. The clarity of the footage surpassed Lu Sheng's expectations. Subsequently, the man pressed the device gently against a nondescript spot on a piece of furniture. Lu Sheng leaned in closely, examining it from various angles, and indeed found it remarkably hard to detect. Even if one chanced upon this translucent little protrusion, an unacquainted individual would find it difficult to associate it with surveillance equipment. Lu Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technological prowess of Longhua, which had reached an astonishing level. However, he resolved to be cautious in the future to ensure that this device did not capture any of his private moments. Chapter 77. Awaiting the Bloom. Ultimately, Lu Sheng invested $400,000 to procure 2 of these high-tech cameras, and the seller graciously provided him with several SIM cards at no extra cost. He then made his way to the villa district where Chen Luoyan resided. The courtyard walls were no barrier to Lu Sheng's determination. The gate was firmly locked, and he noted the absence of any vehicles in the garage. Presumably, Chen Luoyan had gone to work at the company, so he carefully scaled the wall to gain entry. The code was still the same. Upon inputting it, Lu Sheng successfully accessed the premises. He installed one camera in the living room and the other in an inconspicuous corner of Chen Luoyan's bedroom. After testing the functionality and confirming it was operational, Lu Sheng discovered the incriminating evidence against Chen Luoyan and Lu Jintian still resting in the recesses of his memory. He was perplexed as to why this woman had chosen to print and separately store such documents. He speculated that she intended to leverage this information to blackmail Lu Jintian at a critical juncture. Originally, Lu Sheng's plan was to return after exposing Lu Jintian's infidelity to retrieve these items. However, he had since altered his strategy and decided to photograph each document with his phone as a precaution. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, after which Lu Sheng hurriedly vacated the premises. Should Lu Jintian unexpectedly return and find him there, it would spell disaster. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Sheng periodically opened the application to monitor the surveillance. It was not until after 9 in the evening that individuals finally entered the room. To his surprise, Lu Jintian returned with Chen Luoyan. Seeing her once more, Lu Sheng felt compelled to commend Lu Jintian's discerning taste. This woman undeniably embodied the essence of beauty, as described by the idiom like a fish sinking and a goose falling. At merely 28 years of age, she possessed a statuesque figure, skin as fair as milk, and her alluring peach blossom eyes radiated an irresistible charm with every smile. Although Lin Shuaying, in her 40s, maintained her beauty and grace, she paled in comparison to such youthful allure. Moreover, Chen Luoyan captivated Lu Jintian not solely through her looks, but also by utilizing her influence to facilitate his endeavors. The two entered the house with an intimacy reminiscent of a couple deeply in love, having grown accustomed to their various scandalous displays in his past life. Lu Sheng was not particularly taken aback, yet he was unprepared for the moment when Lu Jintian, who was about to take a seat on the sofa, abruptly turned in the direction of the camera, as if sensing an unseen presence. Fearing discovery, Lu Sheng quickly severed the connection to the camera. "What's the matter, dear?" Chen Luoyan inquired, puzzled by Lu Jintian's peculiar behavior. He remained silent, furrowing his brow as he extended his mental awareness, scrutinizing the vicinity from which he sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. Yet, that sensation dissipated as swiftly as it had come. He conducted a thorough inspection, but found nothing amiss. "It's nothing, perhaps just a figment of my imagination," Lu Jintian dismissed, shaking his head. "I thought a bug had intruded. I have an aversion to insects," Chen Luoyan remarked with a tremor in her voice, patting her ample bosom. "There is nothing to worry about. I was merely being overly cautious," Lu Jintian reassured her, enveloping the woman in his embrace with a softness that contrasted starkly with his typically cold demeanor at home. "Unless it's urgent, you should return home early tonight. You stayed with me here last night, and if you don't go back tonight—" "It may be difficult to explain," Chen Luoyan said, wrapping her arms around Lu Jintian's waist and burying her face in his chest, displaying an understanding nature. Lu Jintian's mood, which had been amiable, darkened immediately upon her words. He was acutely aware that the she referred to was Lin Shuaying. The thought of Lin Shuaying irked him. Lu Sheng, a promising candidate for becoming a martial saint, had been driven to turn against his family by that woman. Now, as he recognized his previous missteps, he found himself confronted with her incessant criticisms. He didn't need to think to know that upon returning, Lin Shuaying would undoubtedly cause a scene. "I am the head of this household. I need not report my whereabouts to her," he declared. "I will be staying here tonight. I will accompany you for your prenatal checkup in the morning." Chen Lian's understanding demeanor only served to provoke Lu Jintian's rebellious spirit. "Really?" she asked, her face lighting up with uncontainable delight at his resolute assertion. However, a flicker of concern soon clouded her expression. "There is no room for doubt. That woman is quite foolish and easily managed. I spend too little time with you. I must seize this opportunity to make up for it. Lu Zhentian gently caressed Chen Luoyan's cheek, his tone exceedingly tender. As long as you hold me in your heart, I am already deeply content. Chen Luoyan, moved by his words, reciprocated with an impassioned kiss. Lu Sheng refrained from using the camera to monitor the situation for the entirety of the night. It was only in the morning that he opened the previously uploaded video in the cloud. The content did not disappoint him. Lu Zhentian's interactions and dialogues with Chen Luoyan from the previous night provided irrefutable evidence of his infidelity. After studying video editing tutorials online, Lu Sheng exerted considerable effort to extract the most captivating segments. He then switched to a black card and directly sent the video to Lin Shuang. What lay ahead was simply the anticipation of the blossoming consequences. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lu residence, Lin Shuang remained preoccupied with worries regarding Lu Sheng. With Lu Zhentian absent for 2 days, she assumed he was merely avoiding her, failing to consider any other possibilities. Suddenly, her phone received a message from an unfamiliar number containing a file. Initially, she dismissed it as spam. However, upon opening it, she was met with a chilling statement alongside a video file. Lu Zhentian is cheating. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Shuang's first instinct was to regard it as a prank. Her curiosity piqued by the content, yet trembling fingers hesitated to press the play button. After several moments of indecision, she ultimately succumbed to her curiosity and clicked on it. She could not fathom that Lu Zhentian would betray her. At the outset of the video, she beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman entwined with a man as they entered a room. Upon discerning the man's features, Lin Shuya was immediately engulfed in darkness. It felt as though the heavens had collapsed, and her phone clattered to the ground. The man in question, clasped by the woman's arm, was none other than her husband, Lu Zhentian. How could he treat me this way? After a prolonged moment of shock, Lin Shuya finally retrieved her phone, gazing at her husband in disbelief as she murmured to herself. To ascertain that this was not a mere coincidence, she steeled herself against the pain and reopened the video. The dialogue and actions of the couple unfolded like sharp blades, incessantly piercing her heart. It became painfully clear to her that Lu Zhentian had been residing elsewhere for 2 consecutive days, having already taken another woman into his life. It was evident that his previous excuses of late nights at work or extended business trips were merely pretexts for spending intimate moments with this other woman. Even more devastating was the revelation that this woman was with child, bearing Lu Zhentian's offspring. Lin Shuya reminisced about the fervent infatuation she had harbored for this tall and handsome man at the tender age of 20, disregarding her family's objections to marry him without hesitation. At that time, Lu Zhentian, despite his modest third-tier status and unremarkable familial background, exuded an air of arrogance. It was only through her relentless pursuit that he ultimately accepted her. Following their marriage, she tirelessly sought resources from her family to support his cultivation, leading to significant discord with her parents and siblings. Yet it was this very effort that enabled Lu Zhentian to achieve his current standing. However, she vividly remembered that throughout their relationship, Lu Zhentian had never once initiated an embrace or a kiss. He had never spoken to her in that exceptionally tender manner. Over the past 2 decades, he had consistently donned a facade of cold indifference. She had initially assumed that this was simply his nature, thus never questioning it. Yet, the video she had just witnessed unveiled a Lu Zhentian entirely different from the one she had known. She finally comprehended that his demeanor was reserved solely for her, and that he was capable of deep affection for the woman he truly cherished. Lin Shuya had never doubted Lu Zhentian's fidelity to their marriage. Yet he had long since betrayed her. Even after decades of cohabitation, he had never fostered any genuine affection for her. At this moment, her sorrow was eclipsed by an overwhelming fury, a rage born from the realization of having been profoundly deceived. She yearned to confront Lu Zhentian, to demand an explanation for his actions. If he did not love her, why had he chosen to be with her? Why marry her? Yet, she understood that seeking him alone would yield no answers and might even inflict further harm. Thus, Lin Shuya wiped her tears and resolutely drove away from her home. She needed support. Lin Shuya's 3 brothers resided together, their mother having long passed away. Her father, Lin Zhonghai, a master of 8th-tier prowess, despite nearing a century of life, still appeared to be a man in his 40s or 50s. Upon her arrival at the Lin household, Lin Zhonghai was tending to the garden. Noticing his daughter's arrival, he wore a stern expression, assuming she was there to request something from Lu Zhentian once more. "Father, you must stand up for your daughter." To his astonishment, Lin Shuya suddenly knelt before him, sobbing uncontrollably. "What is the matter? What has happened to you? Who has wronged you?" Her actions caught Lin Zhonghai completely off guard. and he hurriedly assisted her to her feet. Aside from the time she had pleaded to marry Lu Zhentian, he had never seen her display such vulnerability. While it was one thing for her to be angry with him, it was entirely unacceptable for his daughter to be mistreated. It's Lu Zhentian. Lu Zhentian has cheated on me and has a child with another woman. I have been deceived for over 20 years, father. Lin Shuya lamented, her heart shattered. What? Did you witness this with your own eyes? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding, Lin Zhonghai replied, struggling to believe that Lu Zhentian would dare to act in such a manner towards his daughter, especially with the backing of the Lin family. Just watch the video. It was sent to me by a stranger, Lin Shuya retorted, disregarding her embarrassment as she handed the video to her father. For over 20 years, I have cared for his every need, shamelessly seeking resources from my family to support his cultivation. Yet, he has never spoken to me with kindness. Nor has he offered me even a few smiles. What do you call this if not deception? If he did not love me, why marry me? Lin Shuya continued, her voice laden with resentment. I warned you about this scoundrel. I told you he was no good, but you refused to listen. Did you think he married you for who you are? He was clearly after the resources our Lin family could provide. Every time he came home, demanding resources, even risking a rift with us, I'm certain he was the one instigating it from behind the scenes. We have cautioned you countless times, yet you remained oblivious. Lin Zhonghai exclaimed, his anger palpable as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Shuya after watching the video. Woo, father, I was wrong. I was blind to his true nature. I should have listened to you all along. But what am I to do now? I truly do not know what to do. Lin Shuya sobbed uncontrollably. Our family is still strong. How dare Lu Zhentian treat my daughter this way? Rest assured, as your father, I shall ensure that justice is served. I will summon your 3 brothers and confront this scoundrel, Lin Zhonghai declared angrily. He promptly reached out to his 3 sons, urging them to return home swiftly. In less than an hour, Lin Shuya's 3 brothers arrived in succession. Father, what has transpired to leave you in such a rage? Lin Guanjuan, the eldest brother and also an 8th-tier master, inquired upon seeing his sister weeping and their father's face contorted with fury. Lu Zhentian has taken advantage of the Lin family, feigning marriage to your sister solely to exploit our resources for his cultivation. Now, not only has he taken another woman, but she is also pregnant. Can you blame me for being furious? Lin Zhonghai replied, suppressing his ire. How outrageous! This is simply intolerable. Shuya, do not cry. I shall go and deal with him. Lin Guanjun exclaimed, his temper flaring. Over the years, Lin Shuya had often clashed with their family due to her devotion to Lu Zhentian. They had initially believed the couple shared a sincere love. Now, discovering that Lu Zhentian had deceived not just his sister, but their entire family, they could no longer tolerate this affront. Shortly thereafter, the 2nd and 3rd brothers, Lin Guanju and Lin Guandao, both 7th-tier masters, entered. Upon learning of the situation, they too were consumed with rage, vowing to seek justice for their sister from Lu Zhentian. The video that Lin Xingfa had sent to Lin Shuya clearly delineated the location of Chun Luoyan's residence. The entire family promptly set out, their anger palpable as they drove towards their destination.